The next morning, Chinmoy woke up and wanted to find Xie Wan. But at the entrance of the male soldiers' dormitory, he was stopped by several soldiers and police. "Comrade Qin, sorry, we have orders from above. Without special circumstances, everyone must stay in the dorms and wait." Chinmoy asked angrily, "What about training?" The soldiers replied awkwardly, "We are just following orders. We don't know more." Wang Xiang and others gathered around, complaining loudly. "What does this mean? Are we all treated like criminals? We've all contributed to the country. Why are you treating us this way?" Seeing a potential riot, Chinmoy stopped everyone. "Go back to your dorms. These officers are just soldiers. They don't have the authority to change the orders from above. Don't make things difficult for them." The soldiers gratefully handed Chinmoy cigarettes, thanking him for his understanding. Chinmoy asked the soldiers if the female soldiers' dormitory was also under control. They said no. The female soldiers could still move freely as long as they didn't leave the camp. Chinmoy inquired whether Chu Jiangnan had been released. The soldiers dared not say anything and only shook their heads slightly. When Chinmoy returned to his dorm, Wang Xiang and others gathered around to ask him, "Captain Qin, how long do you think this will last? Do we have no way out?" Chinmoy, leader of the action team, was 2 ranks below Chu Jiangnan. But since Chu Jiangnan was not present, everyone trusted him and asked for his advice. Chinmoy comforted everyone, saying, "We must not act rashly now. They want us to do something wrong so they can blame Chu even more. We need to stay calm. Trust the party and our country. The night will pass, and dawn is ahead." Soldiers of this era are very committed to their beliefs. Chinmoy's few words of encouragement, though not very detailed, eased everyone's hearts a lot. After Xie Wan found out that the male soldiers' dormitory was under control, she tried to sneak in under the pretext of delivering food. But she was stopped by soldiers at the door. She could only pass the food she bought from the cafeteria to Chinmoy through the soldiers. When Chinmoy received the meal in a metal lunchbox, he first looked inside discreetly and found a note. Inside, it said, "Take you out tonight." Chinmoy smiled. Knowing his wife would find a way to meet him, he felt confident. After Xie Wan finished delivering the food, she wandered around the camp to get familiar with the area. She had only recently become a special agent, and on her first day out on duty, she was still unfamiliar with this special team camp. At that moment, she saw Fong Minli walking out with a few people from a small building. One man, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, looked quite authoritative and seemed to be a leader. Xie Wan moved closer. Her hearing was much better than normal, and she faintly heard Fong Minli say to the leader, "This special team is basically Chu Jiangnan's private territory. I've found many issues in the accounts. The military funds allocated by the country were definitely pocketed by Chu Jiangnan." The man in the gray suit replied, "We need witnesses. I don't believe everything inside is united. If the male soldiers don't give us much, we'll question the female soldiers. Female soldiers are usually easier to break." Fong Minli said, "Xie Wan definitely knows something. She's Qin Mui's wife, and Chu Jiangnan brought her into the special team. Their relationship must be unusual. I suggest we use force on her." The man in gray shook his head. "Not yet. She's Xie Dahong's daughter. Xie Dahong has been active everywhere for her recently. He's a local boss, and we shouldn't offend the local troops too much right now." Hearing this, Xie Wan felt a stir in her heart. She hadn't expected that at this time, Xie Dahong wouldn't distance himself from her as he did with Shi Yun, but instead was working hard for her. Just then, Fong Minli suddenly turned around. Xie Wan, caught off guard, was seen. "Xie Wan, what are you sneaking around here for?" Xie Wan stepped out from behind a tree. "Oh, Comrade Fong, you're overstepping. I saw a chattering crow in the tree and wanted to tell it to shut up, so it wouldn't falsely accuse good people. Is that bothering you?" Fong Minli still remembered her previous grudge of being pushed and complained to the man in the gray suit, "Minister Zhang, it's this Xie Wan. I suspect she used her looks to sneak into the special team. She's Qin Mui's wife and has a complicated relationship with Chu Jiangnan. She should be arrested and questioned." Hearing this foul language, Xie Wan was furious. She slapped Fong Minli across the face. "Is your face in? Spouting all this?" Fong Minli was slapped, her face swelling. Minister Zhang sternly ordered, "Hold her down. Don't let her hit a comrade." This was a clear sign they intended to arrest Xie Wan. Xie Wan wouldn't let them catch her. She quickly moved with her ghostly step behind Fong Minli, then used some spiritual energy to stick the truth talisman she drew last night onto Fong Minli's back. After sticking it on, she shouted loudly, "Help! They're trying to arrest people." Since this place wasn't far from the dormitory building, her shout, combined with her internal strength, was heard by almost half the military camp. Especially Qin Mai, who immediately recognized her voice. Qin Mai, who had been urging his comrades to stay calm earlier, couldn't hold back anymore. Instead of going through the main gate, he jumped onto the balcony of the dormitory and then jumped down, rushing toward the sound. Seeing their leader run, the other comrades also jumped down from the balcony and chased after Qin Mai. The others from nearby dorms came over, initially wanting to ask what was happening. When they saw everyone in that dorm had jumped out, they thought something serious was happening. No matter what, they decided to follow. Then, male soldiers from another dormitory kept jumping down one after another. They were special forces, but only 2 or 3 floors high, so it wasn't a big deal for them. For the higher 3rd floor, they used ropes to jump down. When Qin Mai arrived, he saw Xie Wan running in circles with some men. Based on her real speed, she wasn't running very fast, but those men just couldn't catch her. "Xiao Wan, what's going on?" When Xie Wan saw her husband arrive, she gained confidence. She hid behind Qin Mai and pointed at Fong Minli, saying, "This woman is spreading rumors about me and slandering me. Those men are helping her and trying to catch me." Qin Mai shielded Xie Wan behind him and stared sternly at the man in the gray Zhongshan suit. "I don't care who dares to arrest my wife. I won't hesitate to fight to the end." Just then, Wang Xiang and others arrived, looking surprised. "Hey, Qin, weren't you just telling us to stay calm? Isn't your reaction a bit too quick?" The man in the gray suit saw more and more special forces gathering and suddenly smiled. "Haha, are you trying to cause trouble? Do you have any discipline or law? Do you even know who I am?" Everyone looked at each other. Wan Hong had just arrived and wanted to tell everyone this man's identity and warn them to be careful. The woman standing next to him, Fong Minli, suddenly spoke up. "He is Zhang Jingwu from the political department, 46 years old, from Jiangcheng. His mission with the special forces this time is to seize power from Chu Jiangnan and have the team controlled by our people." Xie Wan's eyes lit up. Was the truth talisman working? Xie Wan immediately asked, "Fong Minli, what recent actions have you taken to frame Chu Jiangnan?" Fong Minli, like a chattering crow, started to reveal everything. "I altered the special forces accounts. I erased 31 expense reports for field reimbursements. Behind Chu Jiangnan's dormitory wall painting, those foreign radio frequency numbers, they're also my work. I am here with Commander Li to check on you." Another soldier got out of the car. It was Commander Lian Long of the Southwest Military District. All the soldiers immediately stood straight and saluted. "Hello, Commander." Lian Long, in his 50s, exuded a strong, commanding presence. Every movement he made was full of authority. Since he got out of the car, he hadn't looked at Zhang Jingwu and others, but instead raised his hand and asked the soldiers, "Is it training time? Why are you all gathered here?" The soldiers didn't dare speak. Qin Mai said, reporting to the commander, "We are under military police control, restricted from activities, and not allowed to train." Lian Long looked coldly at the military police officer in charge. The officer nervously reported, "We also received orders from above. Military police are like police within the army, responsible for maintaining order, but their authority doesn't fully overlap with the local troops. The orders for this task probably didn't come directly from the local military district. Nonsense. Who allowed you to block the normal training of the troops? Get lost. Go back and tell certain people that this special operations team belongs to my Southwest Military District. Their affairs must be approved by us." The military police officer didn't hesitate and immediately led his men away. Zhang Jingwu also wanted to leave with his team, but was stopped by Li Yanlong's men. Xie Dahong signaled to Qin Mai. Qin understood and repeated what Fang Minli had just said. Fang Minli protested, "No, I didn't say those things." All the soldiers who heard her confirmed her words. Fang Minli claimed, "They are framing me together." Xie Wan couldn't exchange a truth talisman in the space now, so she stepped forward and said, "Fang Minli, what you've done leaves traces. You already admitted it in front of so many people. If we get a professional to examine it, they will surely tell the truth." Li Yanlong looked at Xie Wan and asked his assistant, Xie Dahong, "Hey, isn't this young girl your daughter, who won first place in the new soldier competition?" Xie Dahong quickly waved at Xie Wan. "Little one, come here and call her." Xie Wan felt annoyed. She was already grown up and didn't want to call someone in front of so many comrades. She pretended to be deaf and slipped into the crowd. Xie Dahong was so angry, he almost vomited blood. This was such a good chance to show off. How could this girl be so clueless? Li Yanlong was amused by the father and daughter and said to the shrinking Xie Wan, "What? Am I that scary? Did I really scare the champion of our new soldier competition?" Xie Wan could no longer hide, so she had to crawl out and salute politely. Li Yanlong's stern aura softened as he put on a kind face and asked, "I heard you just joined the special team, and on your first mission, you made a big contribution? Tell me, how did you come up with the idea to change the route for the operation team?" Xie Wan glanced at Qin Mai. It seemed that although Qin Mai was under investigation, he still didn't hide Xie Wan's achievements when reporting the mission. Xie Wan recounted her suspicion of an insider and her analysis. She also explained how they found a cow and used it to pass the checkpoint, without revealing her special ability. Li Yanlong listened carefully. "Haha, good job, everyone. Once we find out who leaked the route, you'll be rewarded." Hearing Li Yanlong's promise, not only Xie Wan but also the other team members felt happy. Li Yanlong didn't stay long. His people took Zhang Jingwu and Fang Minli away. A special investigation team was left behind to verify Fang Minli's accusations about framing Chu Jiangnan.
Xie Wan acompanya Li Yanlong.
Xie Wan guessed her father was the one who invited Li Yanlong over. Many team members gathered around, asking Qin Mai and Xie Wan eagerly, "Captain Qin, sister-in-law, are we safe now? Can Chu team also be released? Sister-in-law, are you really the champion of the new soldier competition?" Xie Wan thought that everyone knowing she was Xie Dahong's daughter would make them dislike her, but it didn't happen. She didn't know that in the past few days, Wang Xiang and others had spread her bravery during the mission widely. People dislike those who get in through connections, but if someone is truly capable, they genuinely admire them. Chu Jiangnan was released that night. After hearing about Fang Minli revealing the truth unexpectedly, he was sure that Xie Wan had used her ability to do it. Chu Jiangnan was already exhausted and thin from torment. He told Qin Mai, "If I wake up and can't see you, ask your wife to save me." Then he lost consciousness. Qin Mai asked Xie Wan to come see him. After checking Chu Jiangnan's pulse, Xie Wan said he was locked up for 7 days and nights, probably didn't sleep at all, and barely ate. Even the strongest body would be worn down. Qin Mai asked, "Can he recover?" Xie Wan shook her head. "He damaged his foundation. It will take time to recover." Qin Mai was so angry, he wanted to kill someone. Xie Wan grinned and said, "Don't worry, luckily you know me. I have a way to help him recover." Qin Muyu then changed from anger to happiness. Xie Wan brewed some porridge with spiritual spring water, but Chu Jiangnan simply couldn't wake up. She had to give him some rice soup and asked Qin Muyu to feed it to him. She also went to the medical room to get amino acids and glucose for 4 infusion. Chu Jiangnan remained unconscious for 3 days before finally waking up. Xie Wan wasn't confident enough to prescribe medicine for Chu Jiangnan, so she asked Qin Muyu to send someone back to Nancheng to bring Su Xingbai over. After checking Chu Jiangnan's pulse, Su Xingbai asked about Xie Wan's treatment plan. Xie Wan reported her drafted prescription and acupuncture methods one by one. Su Xingbai was very pleased after reviewing them. This prescription is a bit aggressive, but since the patient's stomach, liver, and overall health are severely damaged and his blood energy is low, and considering he's an adult man with a good foundation, this approach is acceptable. Xie Wan, it seems you haven't fallen behind on your studies during this time. Very good. Xie Wan dared to use such a strong prescription because she planned to use spiritual spring water from her space to prepare the medicine. The spring water could weaken the strong medicinal properties and help repair Chu Jiangnan's foundation. Since Su Xingbai approved, she followed her own prescription to treat Chu Jiangnan. Su Xingbai personally performed acupuncture on Chu Jiangnan once, with Xie Wan observing nearby. From now on, Xie Wan, you'll be the one giving acupuncture to patients. Once a day. After 3 days of treatment, you'll decide whether to continue. Chu Jiangnan, a man who could fight 5 people at once, was now panting just to speak. When Xie Wan was seeing Su Xingbai off to catch a ride, he asked Qin Muyu, "This time, you went on a mission with your wife. Do you know if she has any special abilities?" Qin Muyu lied with his eyes open. "What special abilities?" "My wife is just a bit smarter, more eager to learn and diligent than ordinary people." "How did it become some special ability in your eyes?" "I warn you not to spread rumors about my wife. If anyone notices her, I'll hold you accountable." Chu Jiangnan rolled his eyes. He guessed that Qin Muyu was either really foolish or just trying to bluff him. Clearly, Qin Muyu wasn't truly foolish. He was just bluffing. Anyway, since they were his lifesavers, keeping their secrets was the right thing to do. After Xie Wan saw Su Xingbai off, she pulled Qin Muyu back to her single dormitory. Now, there was no one around to bother them. The female soldiers saw Qin Muyu and smiled foolishly at the couple. Thinking back to Fong Minli's comments about their messy relationship in the dorm, Xie Wan felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly explained to everyone, "I just called Captain Qin over to discuss some matters." The round-faced girl who initially stepped forward to testify for Xie Wan was named Hulele. She covered her mouth and laughed happily, saying, "Dr. Xie, you and Captain Qin are married. What you do is your business, and we won't interfere. No need to explain to us." At this, even Qin Mai blushed deeply. At that moment, Xie Wan really missed her new house in Nancheng. When she entered the room, she asked Qin Mai, "Should we apply for a house here?" Qin Mai shook his head, saying, "The Special Forces team doesn't have independent housing. We are all waiting in line with the military district for houses. The military district has so many people. Even if we report now, it might take 2 or 3 years to get one." Xie Wan sighed. "It's a pity we can't buy a house now. If we could, we would buy one ourselves." Qin Mai said, "I'll try to find a way in the next few days and sell the cattle in your space." Xie Wan pulled Qin Mai into her space. She took out a bone-cleansing pill and made Qin Mai eat it. Qin Mai didn't care what it was, since his wife gave it to him. He swallowed it in one go. As soon as he did, he was immediately in pain, grimacing and clutching his teeth. "Xie Wan, are you trying to harm your husband?" "Nonsense. This is a pill for muscle and marrow cleansing. You should go soak in the spiritual spring quickly." Qin Mai was in agony. Even soaking in the spiritual spring didn't relieve much. Xie Wan found it strange and loudly called out to the residual soul, "Grandpa 7, you must see this. He ate the bone-cleansing pill and is suffering even more than I am." After calling for a while, the residual soul appeared. "I don't have much magic left. Can you let me rest a bit longer? Don't call me for everything." Xie Wan didn't bother arguing with him and asked the residual soul why Qin Mai was like this. The residual soul scoffed, "You took the bone-cleansing pill after practicing for some time. By then, your meridians were already tougher than normal. They were also filled with spiritual energy, which could buffer the pill's effects. If a normal person took it, it would be like having their bones scraped and muscles torn, painful beyond words. Don't worry, if you teach him the basic mental cultivation method quickly, there's still hope." Xie Wan didn't bother cursing the space for not even providing instructions for this bone-cleansing pill. She rushed over and recited the basic mental cultivation method into Qin Mai's ear, guiding him to breathe along with her words. Fortunately, Qin Mai's strong willpower kept him from fainting from the pain. Hearing Xie Wan's voice, he began to follow her instructions and explore. Gradually, He seemed to learn how to circulate his energy, and the pain in his body became manageable. A large amount of spiritual energy started gathering around him. Seeing that Qinmai was no longer in danger, Xie Wan finally relaxed. But she noticed that as the vortex of spiritual energy around Qinmai grew larger, the entire space's spiritual energy seemed to be drained, as if it had been completely absorbed.
Xie Wan thought about it.
She hadn't received any ancient antiques entering her space for a long time. Maybe the spiritual energy in the space was running out. Fortunately, until the vortex of spiritual energy dispersed and Qinmai finished absorbing the healing pill, a little bit of spiritual energy still remained in the space. However, this amount of energy was definitely not enough for Xie Wan to cultivate. She felt a headache coming on and realized she needed to go out and find more antiques to replenish the spiritual energy. Seeing Qinmai enter meditation, probably still improving his physique with a healing pill, Xie Wan decided not to disturb him and returned to her study to read medical books. After a night, Qinmai finally finished meditating. When Xie Wan saw his current look, she felt a bit unsettled. Qinmai was already handsome, with a tan skin before. After taking the healing pill, like Xie Wan, his skin turned white and became very smooth. The beauty effect of the healing pill was truly remarkable. Such effects were very useful for women. But in this era, men didn't usually go for a delicate look. Luckily, his features were quite sharp, or it would be hard to tell his gender. Now that Qinmai looked so pale, his teammates in the special task force might tease him. Qinmai didn't realize his own change, and Xie Wan, feeling guilty, didn't dare to tell him. The two finished breakfast in the space. Xie Wan handed Qinmai a list of unfamiliar names that had caused her resentment before. "Mai, look at these names. Do you recognize any of them? Can you find out what these people do? Are they connected to our mission in India this time? I suspect there's a traitor among them." Qinmai glanced at the list and suddenly said, "Wang Qiaochun definitely isn't one of them. He was one of the special agents escorting Fong Lao back home and was already killed in Gitagang." Xie Wan was confused. Could it be someone with the same name? "I'm sure this person was still alive when we entered the country. Can you ask your ancestors about Wang Qiaochun's place of origin and age?" Xie Wan shook her head. "It's impossible to find out. He's just a faint remnant soul, almost gone, just fell asleep again." Qinmai sighed and said, "I'll look into it carefully." At noon, the dorm manager downstairs called Xie Wan to answer the phone. It was from Xie Dahong. He had already returned to Nancheng and asked if Xie Wan could come home this Sunday. Driving back to Nancheng takes 4 hours. Xie Wan didn't want to go at first, but then she remembered that the Spring Festival was coming soon. She had previously encouraged Xie Dahong to visit the Xie family ancestral home for the festival, but he hadn't agreed. The other jewelry matching the jade ring could only be traced from the Xie family members. Xie Wan was quite looking forward to how her space would look after the upgrade. Now, with tanks, armored vehicles, cannons, and 100 cows added, it didn't seem big enough. If she went on missions again and brought back a plane or something, it would be even more crowded. If her ancestors knew her thoughts, they would probably be horrified. Her space was already quite large. But no one would have thought of collecting planes or similar items in the space. At least, no one had ever imagined collecting airplanes before. Chu Jiangnan had been taking Chinese medicine for 3 days and receiving acupuncture from Xie Wan for the same period. His spirits had clearly improved, and he was able to work on the ground. Xie Wan initially wanted to continue acupuncture for 7 more days, but Chu Jiangnan refused fiercely. "Military Dr. Xie, I seriously suspect you have an opinion about me. Are you deliberately stabbing me? Seeking revenge? Your master's acupuncture that day didn't hurt at all. Why does it feel like countless ants are biting me every time you needle me?" This was a misunderstanding. When Su Xingbai was giving him acupuncture that day, his body was extremely weak, so he didn't feel the burning sensation of the blood flow. The medicine Xie Wan prescribed was very strong, and she added spiritual spring water. Over the past 2 days, his blood and energy were rapidly recovering, and the blocked meridians and acupoints were being stimulated, which caused the ant bite sensation. Xie Wan didn't bother explaining. If he didn't want acupuncture, she wouldn't bother anymore. With Chu Jiangnan's recovery, continuing medication was also fine. No acupuncture, then no acupuncture. Captain Chu, I want to discuss something. During the spring festival, I'd like to take a long leave and visit my hometown. Chu Jiangnan smiled like a fox, looking very agreeable, and nodded. All right, I'll give you a week off. That should be enough, right? Xie Wan calculated her schedule and felt it might be a bit tight. She tried to please him, saying, "Could you give me 3 more days? I have a total of 10 days off." Chu Jiangnan looked a little hesitant and said, "Our special task force has special circumstances. Even during the spring festival, we need to be on standby at all times. So, you can take 10 days off and Qinmai will cover for you. He will stay on duty during the spring festival." Xie Wan was a bit unhappy, but then she thought that Chu Jiangnan had a point. It wouldn't be right to have no one to handle urgent tasks just because of the holiday. Chu Jiangnan now didn't seem suitable to lead missions. Normally, Qinmai should stay in charge. Her leave was mainly to visit her ancestral home of the Xie family, so Qinmai didn't need to accompany her. After she understood this, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll discuss with Mai. If he agrees, then that's settled." When Xie Wan went to talk to Qinmai, he looked grim and said, "Xie Wan, you've been tricked." Xie Wan didn't understand why she was tricked. Qinmai explained, "Every time we go on duty, we get a week off. During the spring festival, we only get 3 days off. As a new recruit, you don't need to be on duty at all. With 10 days off, you don't need to agree to any conditions. You can just take leave." Xie Wan felt annoyed that Chu Jiangnan is really sneaky. He wants you to cover his shift and even set me up. Seeing her upset, Qinmai comforted her. "That guy is like that. Just be careful when you talk to him. He doesn't have bad intentions. He just likes to tease people. When he's better, I'll help you give him a good scolding." Xie Wan was determined to confront Chu Jiangnan herself. She added a lot of Huanglian bitter herb into the medicine she was making for him. When she brought the bowl to Chu Jiangnan's office, he saw it and became nervous. "Military Dr. Xie, are you trying to poison me? Humph, are you feeling guilty?" No, I was just joking with you too. Can I not drink this medicine?" "No, you must drink it. It's specially prepared for you." To avoid drinking the scary-looking medicine, Chu Jiangnan took a document from his drawer and handed it to Xie Wan with a smile, saying, "I managed to get this for you. After the spring festival, you can go to the 3rd Military Medical University." Xie Wan looked at the document and was surprised. It was an agreement between the Special Task Force and the 3rd Military Medical University for training. She could go to university. She was overjoyed, thinking she still needed to be promoted to captain before she could be recommended to the medical university. I didn't expect Chu Jiangnan to be so capable. He actually secured her qualification for the appointment. Now, no matter how she looks at Chu Jiangnan, she sees him as a good person. Xie Wan picked up the herbal medicine bowl, rushing out while shouting, "Team Chu, I'll go make you another bowl of medicine." Seeing Xie Wan's figure running away, Chu Jiangnan wiped his cold sweat and thought, "That was close. Luckily, I was prepared." Xie Wan was in a great mood these days because she could go to school after the spring festival. More exciting was that she received her first month's salary. The military salary is divided into 24 levels, 1 level higher than local wages. As a new recruit, she was at level 24, earning 45 yuan per month. First-year soldiers get a 6 yuan allowance plus 0.75 yuan for hygiene expenses, totaling 6.75 yuan. So, she had a fixed income of 51.75 yuan each month. In the army, meals are provided in the canteen, so she didn't need to spend her own money if she ate at the main kitchen. The army also supplies daily necessities every month. Plus, Qin Muyue's salary was all given to her. Qin Muyue, a senior officer at the regiment level, earns 101 yuan a month at administrative level 17. He served for 8 years, receiving an additional 32 yuan allowance, making his total income 133 yuan. After returning from missions, if they earn merits, they might get extra bonuses. Although Xie Wan wasn't short of money, her pre-marriage savings and wedding gifts still totaled 4,500 yuan. Having a steady monthly income felt different. It was her own labor, and she felt secure with it. Qin Muyue, however, didn't feel as happy. Recently, he noticed his comrades looking at him strangely, sometimes even hiding their laughter in front of him. Until one brave female soldier asked, "Captain Qin, what kind of snow cream are you using? Can you tell us?" Qin Muyue finally realized what the problem was. After taking the shueishuan pills Xie Wan gave him, his skin became extremely fair. Fairness was one thing, but his skin also became smooth and delicate, making him stand out among rough men. Way too eye-catching. Qin Muyue felt frustrated and wished he could go under the sun to tan. But in Sichuan province's winter, there was hardly any sun. So, he had no choice but to go 2 days without shaving, making himself look a bit rougher, hoping fewer people would laugh at him. Qin Muyue went to Chu Jiangnan's office. Chu Jiangnan knew Qin Muyue was investigating the traitor. Any progress? When I went to investigate, the people above were also checking on the military airport personnel. Li Fuchuan has already been arrested. You should call and ask what exactly is going on with him. Chu Jiangnan thought for a moment, dialed a number, and after talking with someone on the other end, he hung up. As you expected, Li Fuchuan is indeed a hidden enemy agent. The timed bomb was installed by him. They are still questioning whether he has accomplices. He is a maintenance technician. How come his background was never checked before? Before the founding of the country, he was an apprentice at the airport and his family background was clean. How could they find out? They managed to identify him this time because he wanted to run away. By the way, how did you know Li Fuchuan was suspicious? Qin Muyue hesitated and said, I made a list of people at the airport and checked them one by one. He was suspicious because, according to the list provided by Xie Wan, Li Fuchuan had issues. Xie Wan also mentioned a name, their Special Operations Team's external agent. She said this person definitely didn't die in Gedang port. Could that be true? Qin Muyue didn't want to doubt his comrades, but out of trust in Xie Wan, he asked Chu Jiangnan, do you think it's possible that one of our special agents faked his death during the mission? Chu Jiangnan looked at Qin Muyue intently, as if he saw through him. You suspect that one of our comrades who died might have faked his death? I've always thought that the leak of information could only come from 2 sources. One is one of the 5 foreigners, the other is someone inside who knew the route. But if Chu Jiangnan and the others never reported the route through Gedang port, then it must be one of those 5 people, Qin Muyue said seriously. Chu Jiangnan's expression grew serious. That's why Chu Jiangnan is now detained, and even I can't rule out her suspicion. Qin Muyue hesitated but finally said, what if someone told me that Wang Qiaochun might still be alive when we cross the border? What do you think? Chu Jiangnan trembled and looked incredulous. Wang Qiaochun was killed by enemy gunfire, and Chu Jiangnan and Old Fong saw it happen. His body was left in Gedang port. They didn't have time to recover his remains, and it's likely the local police handled it. We were supposed to send someone to bring him back, but now our special operations team is restricted from leaving the country. You say he's not dead? How is that possible? Qin Muyue also didn't want to think this way. He explained, I originally thought it was just a name. But in the past few days, I checked all the departments related to this matter, and only one person named Wang Qiaochun appeared. Chu Jiangnan guessed this clue might have been provided by Xie Wan. He said, seriously, I'll find a way to contact other special agents abroad and send someone to Jida port to check the body. Although domestic agents are restricted from leaving the country, there are some foreign agents. However, sending them to Jida port could reveal their identities. Chu Jiangnan's decision shows he values this information highly. Qin Muyue told Chu Jiangnan, there's also a person named Jiang Lianhong. I didn't find anything suspicious in the country. Please have the foreign agents pay attention to this. Chu Jiangnan nodded, not asking why Qin Muyue only had one name. He trusted that if there were other clues, Qin Muyue would tell him directly. Over the weekend, Xie Wan still drove home with Qin Muyue. They left early in the morning and arrived near noon. They didn't go to their new house, but went straight to the Xie family. When they entered, Xie Wan was surprised to see many people there. Not only were Xie Dahong, Xie Xing, and Aunt Zhou present, but even the neighboring Su Jingwei's family had come. After greeting everyone, Xie Wan saw Su Bing and asked, "Aren't you selected for the special team? Why haven't I seen you?" Su Bing said, "We are training somewhere else." Xie Wan was confused. "You're training, so why did you come back?" Su Bing didn't answer, but looked at Xie Dahong with his eyes. Xie Dahong greeted Xie Wan and Qin Muyu, "Put down your luggage and have some food first." Seeing the big table of dishes, with a large birthday peach in the middle, Xie Dahong raised his glass and said to everyone, "Today is our little Wan's 19th birthday. Our family is small and not very lively. Thanks to old Su's family for helping us make some noise and celebrate little Wan's birthday. Happy birthday, little Wan." Xie Wan was a bit stunned. Her official birthday on her household registration wasn't today, but today was her birthday in her previous life. How did Xie Dahong know? Or did he simply remember her original birthday wrong? "Little Wan, this is because your father, never apologized for not celebrating your birthday before. The birthday on your household registration is the day Tao Hongmei helped you register. You were born exactly 19 years ago today. That day, I was taken away. I had taken your mother to the hospital when those people arrived. I didn't have time to look at you, but I heard your crying. I will never forget these days." After Xie Wan arrived, she didn't spend much time with Tao Hongmei and didn't know that the true birthday of the original owner was actually the same day as hers. When she was young, her grandfather and grandmother always celebrated her birthday each year. Later, after they passed away, Xie Wan got used to forgetting her own birthday. Today, someone suddenly celebrated her birthday again, and it was impossible for her not to feel touched. She turned to look at Qin Moi, who looked a little guilty, and said, "Dad said he wanted to give you a surprise and told me not to say anything." Everyone wished Xie Wan a happy birthday. Su Bing also gave her a small rabbit made from a bullet casing to hang on her keychain. As they ate and talked, Commissar Su hugged Qin Moi's shoulder and sighed, "By the way, I should thank you too for saving my life. If it weren't for Moi's reminder, I would have taken that plane that day. Who would have thought that enemy agents could have the power to up a military plane in the air? Moi, I wasn't allowed to interfere with the investigation. Do you know how it's going?" Qin Moi explained about the mechanic who placed a timed bomb and asked everyone not to tell others. The meal was joyful for both families. Commissar Su, probably relieved to have escaped a big danger, drank quite a bit with Xie Dahong. In the end, he was carried home by Su Bing. Xie Dahong, slightly drunk, shouted, "Old Su can't beat me at drinking. Xiao Wan, here, this is the money I've saved over the past few months. Use it to buy something you like." Xie Wan took the opportunity to say to Xie Dahong, "Dad, forget about the money. Can you promise me one thing?" Xie Dahong, eager to please his daughter, agreed readily, pounding the table and saying, "Anything, except I can't pick stars from the sky for you. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Dad, last time we talked about going back to our hometown in Minnan, right? This spring festival, take me back there." Xie Dahong, feeling dizzy, agreed without thinking much. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you to visit your grandparents." In the afternoon, Xie Wan and Qin Moi returned to their new home. Qin Moi handed her an envelope and said, "Xiao Wan, this is the money I've saved recently. Use it to buy something you like." Xie Wan sighed, thinking how all the men in her family were the same. No birthday gifts, only money. She opened the envelope and saw over 200 yuan, along with some small bills mixed inside. Qin Moi's salary was all given to Xie Wan. These must include the pocket money she previously gave Qin Moi and the recent fieldwork allowance he received. "You gave me your money, but what will you do outside?" Qin Moi scratched his head. "I usually don't spend money." Xie Wan accepted it but then gave him another 200 yuan, saying, "Since you're on duty here alone during the spring festival, you might need money. It's not good to have none." Qin Moi happily hugged Xie Wan and nibbled on her. "My wife is different from others." The couple hadn't exercised together for a long time. Until dinner time, Xie Xing was ordered to call them home for dinner, and they hurriedly got up and dressed. During dinner, Xie Dahong was already awake. When Xie Wan mentioned going back to Minnan, Xie Dahong looked a bit troubled. Xie Wan, Dad drank too much at noon. I really didn't mean to break my promise, but now the situation is a bit tense. Manhwa isn't being honest. The military district just notified us that this year during the Spring Festival, all officers above the regiment level, except for the 3 days of statutory holiday, are not allowed to take leave. I really can't go. Xie Wan was disappointed. She was eager to visit Minnan. Seeing her like this, Xie Dahong misunderstood and thought she had been left out, wanting to go back home to honor her grandparents as a way of reconnecting with her roots. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll ask Chief Zhai for leave tomorrow and we'll go." But Qinmoy knew things might not be so simple. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Xie Wan, if you want to visit home, why not ask your brother to go with you?" Xie Dahong and Xie Wan were both surprised. This noon, Xie Dahong had already heard about their encounter with Xie Yuanchao in Linji. He also wanted his son to come back. But that stubborn kid seemed to hold a grudge and refused to return. Qinmoy said, "I heard that the troop rotations have already started. Big Brother has been in Tibet for 5 years. Even if he doesn't want to, he probably can't stay in Tibet anymore. Didn't Dad already arrange for him to go back to the 2nd Division? We should persuade Big Brother. Instead of being randomly transferred somewhere unknown, he might as well go back to the 2nd Division and take the position Dad arranged." Xie Dahong was very happy. "Moy, can you talk him into it?" Qinmoy nodded. "Actually, when we were in Linji, I already discussed this with Big Brother. He's just angry with you. He also knows that returning to the 2nd Division is better for his future. If Xie Wan talks to him, I think he will agree." Xie Dahong looked at Xie Wan with a pitiful expression. Xie Wan, on one hand, had recently become softer towards Xie Dahong. On the other hand, she thought Qinmoy's analysis was correct. Xie Yuanchao shouldn't use his future to gamble with Xie Dahong's feelings. She nodded and said, "I'll call Big Brother now." Xie Wan used the home phone to connect to Xie Yuanchao's border patrol station. Fortunately, Xie Yuanchao wasn't out on patrol. The siblings chatted warmly on the phone for a while. Xie Wan started to act cute, saying she needed Big Brother to protect her because she was under investigation this time. Without hesitation, Xie Yuanchao immediately agreed to Xie Wan's suggestion to transfer back to the 2nd Division. Big Brother Xie Dahong watched eagerly, wanting to say a few words to his son. Xie Wan handed the phone to him. But when Xie Dahong heard it was his son, he only said, "Humph, you can't even protect little Wan. You're useless." Then he hung up. Furious, Xie Dahong scolded loudly at the disconnected phone, "Rebel. Why didn't I protect your sister better? Ask her. I've been asking everywhere for help, even inviting the commander. Isn't that protection?" Xie Wan and Qinmoy shrank to the side. That night, they drove back to the provincial city. The 1974 Spring Festival was on January 23rd. On the morning of January 17th at 7 a.m., the South Vietnamese Saigon authorities invaded our Shisha Islands. All major military districts issued orders for soldiers to stand by and prepare for battle. Xie Wan thought her trip to Minnan was ruined. But no one expected that within just 3 days, our Navy fleet would recover all the islands occupied by South Vietnam. By the Spring Festival, the ban on leave in the Southwest Military Region was lifted. During this period, Xie Wan mostly relaxed at her unit. Chu Jiangnan assigned her to work as a military doctor in the Special Operations Team's medical office. However, the team already had a qualified young male doctor named Chen Shou, who was quite proud and looked down on Xie Wan, considering her an outsider. He thought she hadn't taken any medical courses and wondered how she could be a military doctor. Xie Wan was modest, saying she was just starting to learn traditional Chinese medicine and planned to study Western medicine with Chen Shou later. Chen Shou protested to Chu Jiangnan, "Captain Chu, being a military doctor is a very strict profession. Not just anyone can do it. She knows nothing.
What if she causes someone to die?"
Chu Jiangnan then brought up her upcoming training in the provincial hospital after the Spring Festival to ease the tension. Chen Shou knew how difficult it was to get such training. He himself wanted to study further at the 3rd Military Medical University, but hadn't had the chance. So, in Chen Shou's eyes, Xie Wan was just seen as a connection. Considering Chu Jiangnan and Qin Muyu's reputation, he didn't want to offend Xie Wan too much. So, he intentionally kept her waiting, only allowing her to handle minor tasks like organizing medical supplies and medicines, and not letting her see patients. Xie Wan enjoyed the free time, sitting quietly at her desk reading medical books every day. She was currently studying textbooks on Western clinical medicine, worried she might fall behind during her training. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Xie Wan took a day off. Qin Muyu had to work during the spring festival, so Chu Jiangnan agreed to let him first take Xie Wan back to Nancheng and then return on New Year's Eve. The couple went to the train station to pick up Xie Yuanchao. After returning from Linji, Xie Yuanchao had taken several long-distance buses and trains before finally arriving in the provincial capital. As soon as he got off the train, he saw his sister and brother-in-law, and all his fatigue disappeared instantly. "Big brother, why are you carrying so much stuff?" "I left my things for my comrades. These are medicines I brought for you." "Look, what is this?" Apart from his large backpack, Xie Yuanchao was holding a wooden box. Xie Wan looked inside through the gaps in the wood and was very surprised. "Brother, is this a baby eagle?" "This is a juvenile white-tailed sea eagle. You mentioned last time that you wanted to raise an eagle falcon, right? You probably can't handle a fully grown one. I went to great lengths to ask a local friend to find this juvenile white-tailed sea eagle for you. If you raise it yourself, maybe it will listen to you." Xie Wan was so happy she jumped up, hugged Xie Yuanchao's neck, and shouted, "Big brother, you're so kind. Come on, let's go home, and I'll cook you some water-boiled fish myself." Qin Muyu helped Xie Yuanchao carry his things, and the three of them got into the car and headed straight back to Nancheng. Xie Dahuang had already asked Aunt Zhou to tidy up Xie Yuanchao's room. He also called Xie Wan to ask for her opinion. Xie Wan's own apartment was in the staff housing area, and she usually didn't stay there, so Xie Dahuang wanted her to give up the room upstairs for Xie Yuanchao. Xie Wan had no objections. That room was one of the best in the house besides the master bedroom, and she had taken it from Fan Hongxiao before. She definitely wouldn't be living there now, so giving it to Xie Yuanchao was only right. When the siblings arrived home, it was already afternoon. Xie Dahuang had been waiting. Xie Wan had no objections. That room was one of the best in the house besides the master bedroom, and she had taken it from Fan Hongxiao before. She definitely wouldn't be living there now, so giving it to Xie Yuanchao was only right. When the siblings arrived home, it was already afternoon. Xie Wan pushed him gently and said, "He has changed a lot now. If you're not used to staying at home, you can come stay at my place." Xie Yuanchao reluctantly entered the house. Xie Wan was holding her white-tailed sea eagle baby, loving it so much she didn't want to let go. She wanted to open the cage to look at it, but was afraid it might fly away. She went to the kitchen to ask Aunt Zhou for some food to feed the eagle. However, the eagle didn't eat at all. Qin Moi found this funny and said, "Eagles probably only eat meat, right? It's still so small. What kind of meat would it eat?" Xie Wan thought the white-tailed sea eagle was only a little bigger than her palm, so it probably couldn't eat meat yet. But when Qin Moi cut a small piece of pork and threw it into the cage, the eagle immediately jumped over and grabbed the meat in its beak. Xie Xing had been inside earlier and had already asked Xie Yuanchao about it. Now he also went to the yard, squatting on the ground watching the eagle. He tugged at Xie Wan's sleeve and said, "Sister, go inside and see how Big Brother and Dad are doing. I'll help feed the eagle." Xie Wan was happily engrossed and didn't want to leave, casually replying, "They're two grown men. What do I need to see for?" Xie Xing whispered, "I think if you don't go in, they might start fighting." Xie Wan was surprised and stood up to go inside. She hadn't been paying attention earlier, and suddenly she saw the father and son staring at each other fiercely, like they were training an eagle, eyes locked in a tense stare. "What's wrong? You two have the same eyes. Do you need to compare who's bigger?" Her words made both Xie Dahong and Xie Yuanchao lose their composure, and their rising anger was partly extinguished. Xie Dahong looked a bit wronged and said to his daughter, "You asked how he was talking just now? I kindly cleaned up the house for him and let him stay upstairs. Am I in the wrong?" Xie Yuanchao sneered, "I'm just worried you'll marry another young wife and have stepchildren, and then you'll ask me to move rooms again." Xie Wan suddenly felt her older brother was right. She nodded and agreed. Big brother, you're right. Dad would do such a thing. But don't be afraid. If he calls you to move, just move. You should learn from me. Stand up for your territory. This is your home. Anyone who dares to invade, I will eliminate them. Xie Dahong thought Xie Wan would defend him, but instead, the siblings were on the same side, which made him so angry his head hurt. Outside the house, Xie Xing kept eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Since Shi Yun divorced Xie Dahong, he had become a bit sensitive. He hadn't heard everything clearly, only bits and pieces. Now he ran into the house, pulled Xie Wan aside, and asked, Dad is going to marry another wife? Does that mean I'll become a burden too? Xie Dahong spat blood and shouted angrily, Get out of the way.
Who said I want to marry again?
Today, I will make it clear in front of you three. I won't remarry, so you can rest assured. Xie Wan thought this wasn't a good idea. If Xie Dahong didn't remarry, wouldn't he always be watching over the three of them? She suggested, We haven't stopped you from remarrying. If you want to find a new partner, that's fine, but she should have good character. Xie Yuanchao looked at Xie Dahong with disdain and said, He just can't help himself. I bet in less than half a year, he'll find another stepmother for us. Xie Wan was a bit doubtful. She really thought Xie Dahong had changed a lot. Big brother, don't always judge people with old-fashioned views. I'm a doctor. I checked his pulse, and his kidneys are a bit weak now. He's probably not that eager. Xie Yuanchao shook his head at Xie Wan. I bet if he doesn't marry a little wife within 6 months, I'll change my surname to yours. Xie Wan sighed. Whether he changes his surname or not doesn't matter. Anyway, we share the same surname. Forget it. Let's leave this to the youngest. Let him watch Dad closely, so he doesn't find another troublemaker coming back and causing chaos at home. When Xie Xing heard his name, he hurriedly shook his head. I can't do it. He'll beat me. Hearing the siblings' discussion, Xie Dahong was so embarrassed he wished he could disappear right then. He was so angry he didn't eat his meal and left the house, not knowing where he went to hide. During dinner, Xie Yuanchao finally ate the fish cooked by Xie Wan himself. The fragrant, spicy taste made him almost bite his tongue and shout in delight. Qin Mai didn't eat at the Xie family, but went out drinking with his old comrades in Nancheng. But drinking was secondary. During the meal, they learned that because of special circumstances, most soldiers didn't go home for the spring festival and celebrated at the camp. Qin Mai then whispered with Captain Wang. Later that night, Qin Mai told Xie Wan that he had sold 10 cows. How did you sell them? She asked. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the troops also need to celebrate. But it's hard to get me now, so I suggested to Captain Wang that I know a slaughterhouse where we can buy cows. They just need to slaughter them themselves. Xie Wan happily kissed Qin Mai on the face. Xiao Yi, you're really a business genius. Qin Mai shyly said, I don't know much about business. Just use some connections to help you get rid of so many cows in the space. I think if you don't sell some soon, there won't be enough corn leaves in the space to eat. Xie Wan was worried, but how are we going to lead those cows out? We can't just say that we are rushing 10 cows back from the slaughterhouse, right? Qin Mai smiled proudly. Don't worry about that. I've already arranged a car. Tomorrow morning, I'll drive to pick you up. We'll drive into the mountains, take a walk, and then the cows will be ready. Xie Wan gave a thumbs up and praised Qin Mai warmly, then pulled him into the space. Qin Mai watched as Xie Wan carried the baby sea eagle's cage and asked, Xiao Wan, do you want to raise it inside the space? Yes, I want to raise it here until it's used to it so it won't fly away outside. If my brother asks, just say you took it back to the provincial city. With Qin Mai's cover-up, Xie Wan felt it was easier to hide things in the space. Qin Mai looked thoughtfully at the small sea eagle that had been released. As far as I know, eagles catch mice to eat, right? Xie Wan was surprised.
Huh?
Then don't tell Xiaoji that it's an eagle. It grew up in Nancheng and probably hasn't seen one before. Qin Mai rubbed his forehead. The problem isn't Xiaoji. It's that this eagle's instinct is to catch live prey to eat. Xie Wan, feeling hopeful, said, That's because ordinary eagles don't have spiritual intelligence. If we let this eagle develop its intelligence, it should stop catching its companions. In truth, She wasn't entirely confident. Luckily, this white-tailed sea eagle was still young and didn't have much attacking power yet. Xiaozhi saw Xie Wan enter the space and slowly moved closer, as if trying not to disturb the mice and their families in the nest. "Boss, are we going back to Nancheng?"
Yes. Why?
"Do you want to go out for a walk?" Xiaozhi nodded vigorously, eager to go out and have fun immediately. Nancheng was its hometown, and many mother mice admired it in the community. Xie Wan pointed to the baby sea eagle just released and said, "This bird is yours now. It likes meat just like you. I'll put more meat in the space later. Remember to feed it." Xiaozhi didn't mind. To it, this bird was no different from the chickens the boss raised, just with prettier feathers. It could be raised with the chickens without issue. Xie Wan originally wanted to let the whole family go outside, but Xiaozhi quickly said, "No need. They're all sleeping. How could they go out and have fun if they brought their family? That wouldn't be comfortable." Xie Wan didn't think much more and reminded Xiaozhi to come back early in the morning. They were leaving for Minnan tomorrow night, and the train tickets were already bought. She thought bringing Xiaozhi along would be quite useful. After Qin Mai took the cleansing pill, besides turning whiter, he felt physically lighter. But since there was no spiritual energy outside, he couldn't cultivate, and the changes didn't seem significant. During the cleansing of the marrow, Xie Wan had already taught Qin Mai the basic breathing technique from the study. Tonight, she originally planned to teach him the impermanence heart method. However, she found she couldn't speak the contents aloud. When she tried to write it down, her pen moved heavily but couldn't form words. She realized that the impermanence heart method was under a restriction. Only she could learn it, but she couldn't teach others. She then tried to teach Qin Mai the ghost shadow step, but the same thing happened. She couldn't teach it. It seems the skill jade slips obtained from the lottery are one-time use and can't be transferred to others. Xie Wan had no choice but to let Qin Mai continue practicing the basic breathing technique. Since he had never trained before, practicing this method still showed good results. She gave him 20 energy replenishing pills so he could rely on them for cultivation, even outside. She still had 150,000 resentment points left, so she spent 100,000 to exchange for 20 more pills for herself. With the remaining 50,000 points, she continued drawing from the lottery, hoping to get a technique suitable for Qin Mai. After 10 consecutive draws, she obtained another marrow cleansing pill. Since the sea eagle cub was still young, she only dared to scratch a little and dissolved the pill in water to feed it. The once listless sea eagle cub, after drinking the water, also started to lie down. Xie Wan checked her heartbeat. She wasn't very nervous, knowing from the last experience with the little sparrow that animals often lie down temporarily after taking marrow cleansing pills due to sudden physical changes. She especially made a cozy nest for the sea eagle cub on a fake mountain near the spiritual spring, lined with dried corn leaves. After placing the cub inside, she took out a brand new face towel from her space and covered its belly with it as a blanket. "Sleep now. When you wake up, you'll become a clever sea eagle cub," she said. Xie Wan continued drawing from the lottery. Her resentment points were nearly exhausted when finally, something new appeared. A black tang sword floated above the lottery machine. She reached out to take it, but the sword seemed alive and avoided her. Then it flew straight outside the house. Xie Wan hurried after it. Qin Mai was meditating by the spiritual spring, seemingly in deep thought. When she saw the black tang sword flying toward him, she was startled. "Mai, watch out," she shouted. She was worried that her family's ancestor might be annoyed, thinking she shouldn't have brought outsiders into the space, which caused the sword to appear and threaten to cut Qin Mai. Fortunately, Qin Mai sensed the sword's aura and quickly jumped up. The tang sword swung left and right in midair, but Qin Muyu quickly dodged each strike. "Xie Wan, what kind of strange sword is this? Why are you attacking me?" Qin Muyu struggled to avoid the attacks. Xie Wan anxiously shouted at the sword, "If you dare to hurt him, I will set this space on fire." The black sword seemed to understand, spinning once in the air before stopping in front of Qin Muyu. It remained still. Qin Muyu looked at the dark glow on the sword and seemed drawn to it, reaching out his hand. The sword suddenly turned, and the handle was directly placed into his palm. Qin Muyu felt as if the sword was controlling him. He suddenly raised it and swung at a nearby blue stone. The stone, about half a person tall, was sliced like tofu, leaving a deep cut. Good sword, Qin Muyu praised. Seeing that Qin Muyu was fine, Xie Wan let out a breath of relief. It seemed this black sword was meant for Qin Muyu, but her ancestors were cautious, so they first tested whether he was worthy of it. She stepped closer to examine the sword, noticing its chilling aura. The entire sword was black, with only 2 golden characters engraved on the handle. Juyo. Mumuyu, this sword is yours now. Even though we're in an age of modern weapons, sometimes traditional weapons are not useless, she said. Men always loved swords, especially a powerful divine sword like Juyo. Qin Muyu excitedly held the sword, trying different swinging poses while muttering, "What a pity. It's hard to carry around. It might be difficult to pass security checks when going abroad on missions." As soon as he finished speaking, the black sword suddenly turned, cutting his finger. Qin Muyu didn't understand, but Xie Wan did. She said, "It's recognizing its owner. After that, it might hide inside your body." Sure enough, after Qin Muyu's blood soaked into the sword, the blade started to become transparent, eventually turning into black smoke that entered his palm. Qin Muyu tried to summon it, saying, "Come out." Instantly, the sword appeared in his hand again. The couple was overjoyed. With this powerful hidden weapon, Qin Muyu could protect himself. "Mumuyu, don't show this sword to others. You must keep it secret. Only by drawing blood and killing can you keep it safe," Xie Wan warned. Qin Muyu nodded, understanding her meaning. Xie Wan returned to her study and found several ancient swordsmanship books, giving them to Qin Muyu to practice himself. She was very happy to have drawn the Juyo sword tonight, but she also felt a headache coming on. The resentment points she had accumulated were all spent. It seemed she had no choice but to go out and cause some trouble again. Early in the morning, around 5 o'clock, the couple left the space. They secretly drove the military car borrowed from Qin Muyu, went for a short trip, and returned. The car carried not only 10 cows, but also many vegetables from the space that couldn't be eaten. They only returned to the army cafeteria at 6:30. Commander Wang and the quartermaster of the 2nd Division had already been waiting there. Commander Wang said, "I think it's a bit strange that only our group is eating meat." I called Old Wu, and as soon as he heard about the cows, he wanted me to share half with him and add some meat dishes to the small kitchen for the division. Qin Muyu and Xie Wan looked at each other. Qin Muyu shook his head, and Xie Wan sighed. Xie Wan thought that since there was demand and they had cows, they could sell a bit more. But Qin Muyu believed it was safer not to sell anymore, since it was already dawn. Xie Wan's cows were divine cows brought from India, where the cows ate better than people. They just wandered around daily, gaining weight without working. The 10 cows Xie Wan brought out each weighed over 1,200 jin. Since they couldn't be sold as plowing oxen and were for the comrades' meals, Xie Wan asked for 500 yuan per cow, without mentioning meat tickets. The quartermaster said they couldn't produce tens of thousands of jin of meat tickets all at once and asked if 1,000 jin would do. Currently, cheap beef in the market costs about 0.8 yuan per jin, but that was the planned price with meat tickets. On the black market, without tickets, beef could sell for 1.8 yuan per jin. These 10 cows were sold very cheaply, which made the quartermaster ask if they could still get more in the future. Xie Wan thought for a moment. She was sure she would return from Minnan during the Lantern Festival. She quietly told Qin Muyu, "Just say that there can still be 20 more cows during the Lantern Festival." With the 5,000 yuan from selling the cows and 1,000 jin of meat tickets, Xie Wan's face was almost smiling. Today, they planned to return to the Xie family for the new year. She urged Qin Muyu to borrow another car. The couple went to the city and bought many New Year goods. Xie Wan first took the gifts to pay New Year visits to her master, Su Xingbai. Seeing that Su's family was too lonely during the New Year, she decided to bring them to celebrate together at her home. After returning to the residential compound, she carried the New Year goods and visited Commander Zhai, Commissar Su, and Commander Wang. Along the way, everyone praised Xie Wan for being sensible and a good girl. In the residential area, children played with firecrackers in groups, throwing shrapnel, and every household was filled with the aroma of food. Xie Dahong even asked Commissar Su to write spring festival couplets. Although Xie Yuanchao didn't like his father much, he still followed his father's instructions and pasted spring festival couplets on the gate. During this era, the new year truly felt festive. That evening, Xie Wan, Xie Yuanchao, and Xie Xing siblings boarded the train heading to Minnan for the new year. They bought sleeper tickets, and Xie Xing fell asleep as soon as he got on the train. Xie Yuanchao went to the connecting carriage to smoke, while Xie Wan went to get water and stood with him for a while. Xie Yuanchao asked little Wan, "Why did you bring along that little brat, Lao San?" Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "Lao San was born by Shi Yinsheng, but his personality hasn't gone wrong yet. We should bring him along so he doesn't grow up to be a troublemaker." She wouldn't admit that it was because her resentment points had run out. She realized that whenever she asked Xie Xing to do his winter holiday homework, he would keep giving her endless resentment points. On New Year's Eve alone, Xie Xing gave her 10,000 points. Even Xie Dahong and Qin Moi thought it was too much and whispered to Xie Wan, "It's good that you care about your brother's studies, but you shouldn't force him to do homework on New Year's Eve." Xie Wan thought about it and agreed that she shouldn't take everything for herself. She then suggested, "Why don't I take him back to Minnan? Reading thousands of books is good, but traveling thousands of miles is better. We can broaden his horizons and also pay respects to the ancestors of the Xie family." When Xie Xing heard he wouldn't have to do winter homework and could go on a trip, he was very happy. But Xie Wan packed a bag full of books and homework for him to carry. If it weren't for Xie Yuanchao holding him back, Xie Xing would have run onto the train earlier. Xie Yuanchao didn't know his sister's cleverness and thought she was just trying to educate Xie Xing. He nodded and said, "All right, whatever you say. Why do you have to go back to Minnan during the new year?" "I've never been there." Xie Yuanchao puffed out a smoke ring and said, "I've only been back twice, when I was little. My grandparents are gone, and those uncles and aunts are not close to us. There's no point in going back." Xie Wan pouted and said, "I have my reasons. Just consider it as me accompanying you." Xie Yuanchao really couldn't argue with her, so he nodded, took the water bottle from her hand, and the siblings returned to their carriage. They traveled for 2 days by train and then by bus, arriving at Xiejia village in Yunshao County on the morning of the 3rd day of the new year. "It's really far." Xie Wan finally saw how slow the green train was in this era. She thought about the high-speed trains in the future, which run everywhere and arrive on the same day, and she felt nostalgic. They took a tractor to Xiejia village. The tractor belonged to the neighboring village's team, and since they heard the Xie family was visiting to pay respects, they kindly gave them a ride. As they entered the village, Lao Hong, who was driving the tractor, shouted to an old man smoking dry tobacco, "Xie Changgui, we have distinguished guests from your village." The old man named Xie Changgui saw Xie Yuanchao and Xie Wan dressed in military coats, but didn't react immediately. The brother and sister both wore military coats without any rank insignia. Nowadays, military coats are fashionable winter clothes, and ordinary people like to wear them. They were also wearing casual clothes underneath. Mainly, Xie Wan felt that she didn't know what she would do in Xie family village and was worried about losing face as a soldier, so wearing casual clothes was more convenient. So, Xie Changgui really didn't see what kind of background these two had. Before coming, Xie Dahong had made a list of relatives from their hometown for the brother and sister. Xie Changgui is their 3rd uncle, Xie Dahong's 3rd brother. Xie Yuanchao had seen Xie Changgui when he was a child and vaguely remembered what he looked like. 3rd uncle, "I am Yuanchao." Xie Changgui shook his pipe, nearly dropping the stem. "Oh no, the 6th family's back." Xie Changgui hurriedly ran off, leaving the brother and sister confused. "Brother, it seems like 3rd uncle isn't very welcoming to us." Xie Yuanchao sneered, "Haha, I knew coming back wouldn't be interesting." The brother and sister thanked Lao Hong and went to find the ancestral house of the Xie family. This so-called ancestral house was just a slightly larger brick and tile house compared to others in the village. It was rebuilt by Xie Dahong after he became successful, paying for his parents' renovation. Sadly, his parents passed away within 2 years. The old Xie family had 6 siblings who had long since divided the land. Besides the second brother, who went to sea and disappeared when he was young, the eldest and third brothers still lived in the village. The fourth and fifth siblings were daughters who married out. The sixth was Xie Dahong, who joined the army as a teenager and made a name for himself. Now, the ancestral house belonged to the third brother, Xie Changui. When Xie Changui heard that Xie Yuanchao from Dahong's family had returned, he worried it was the sixth brother coming to ask for the house. Halfway there, he suddenly realized, why am I running? Even if the sixth brother has returned, he's a high-ranking officer. Would he really have the nerve to kick his own brother out? After understanding this, Xie Changui didn't go to the village entrance to greet him. He strolled leisurely to the old house. Xie Changshou, the eldest brother, was nearly 60 and looked like an honest, hard-working farmer. When he saw his third brother sneaking into the yard, he picked up a flat wooden stick to hit him. "You shameless scoundrel, I told you before, if you dare step into my yard again, I'll beat you every time." Xie Changui, over 50, was frightened by his older brother's stick and shrank back. He didn't dare step into the yard. He called out from the threshold, "Big brother, put down the stick. I have something serious to talk to you." I just saw the sixth family return at the village entrance. Old leader Xie paused his shoulder pole in midair, then threw it aside and stopped talking. He sat on an old stone mill and took out dried tobacco from his pocket, preparing to find a match. Just then, Xie Changui took out a match and quickly ran over to light his older brother's pipe. "Big brother, why aren't you talking? The sixth family is back, and we should let them stay. Do you think they should stay at your place or mine?" Hearing that someone had returned, Xie Changshou showed no happiness at all. "Since they're occupying someone else's house, they'll stay at your place." "My house is small and can't fit everyone," said Xie Changui unhappily. "Why should I care? I'm the one occupying that house, and I paid 50 yuan for it," he added. Originally, when the family split, both old leader Xie and old third had their own houses. The ancestral house was agreed to be rebuilt by Xie Dahong for their parents, and after they passed away, it would belong to Xie Dahong. Although Xie Dahong didn't plan to live there now, he thought he might retire someday and want to return to his hometown, so he agreed to pay for the renovation. After their parents died, Xie Dahong told the villagers to help take care of the house, and he planned to stay there when he came to pay respects. But within 2 years, he returned and found that the house was occupied by Old Third. Old Third said his son had grown up and needed a place to live, so he moved in to help watch the house for Xie Dahong. His own house was left for his son to live in, and when Xie Dahong returned later, the house would be vacated. Xie Dahong originally thought that since they were all family, it didn't matter if he didn't live there himself. But when he came back a couple of years later, he realized something was wrong. There was no place left for him. Looking at Xie Changui's behavior, it was clear he had completely taken over the house. The whole family had already moved in, and even sold their own house to someone from outside the village to settle down. Xie Dahong was very angry and argued loudly with Xie Changui. Surprisingly, even old leader Xie supported Xie Changui, saying that the house was originally left by their parents and all 3 brothers had a share. Old leader Xie thought that Old Third's family was in trouble and voluntarily let him stay. But secretly, he had taken 50 yuan from Old Third. Xie Dahong was furious, but didn't want to argue with his brothers over property, so he simply stopped returning to Xie village altogether. Although Xie Dahong seemed successful outside, he was not good at handling family relationships. Before leaving, he had explained everything to Xie Wan and her siblings. At that moment, Xie Wan found it funny. She asked Xie Dahong, "Dad, do you still want to get the house back?" Xie Dahong said, "It doesn't matter. The village house isn't worth much. Our family probably won't live there again. If they want it, they can have it. But I'm angry that your uncle and third uncle are scheming against me." Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "All right, Dad, I'll go back and settle this. About the house, we'll see. If they're nice, we'll give it to them. If they act tough, we'll take it back. No matter what, we won't give it to them easily. Xie Dahong hesitated a bit and said, that might not be good. If Grandpa and Grandma knew, they might be upset. Xie Wan nodded and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. So, Xie Wan came prepared. She and her siblings Xie Yuanchao and Xie Xing arrived at the old family house. The door was slightly open, so they went straight in. Inside, a woman in her 50s was fetching water by the well. Seeing two adults and a child suddenly enter, she looked unhappy and asked, who are you? Why did you come in without knocking? Xie Wan smiled and asked, are you Aunt Wang Tsuehua? Wang Tsuehua looked at them, trying to remember who they were. She couldn't recognize them easily, especially since Xie Dahong hadn't visited in over 10 years. Who would have thought his children would come back? Xie Yuanchao introduced himself first. Aunt Wang, I'm Xie Yuanchao. My father is Xie Dahong. This is my sister and brother. We came to pay respects to Grandpa and Grandma. Wang Tsuehua's water bucket suddenly slipped and fell back into the well with a splash. Oh, why are you back? Why didn't you send a telegram first? She complained while moving a long bench in the yard and inviting them to sit. Then she shouted loudly into the house, oldest and second brothers' families, come out quickly. Go call your father. We have visitors. Second brother's family, hurry and boil some hot water for the guests. Did she not plan to invite them inside? Xie Wan frowned and looked around the yard. From her perspective, she didn't think much of the house. It was just an ordinary blue brick house with a yard. She counted 5 rooms, with a small kitchen built in the yard. The advantage might be the well in the yard, making water easy to get. When she was in Rinjia village, even the village chief's house didn't have a well. Xie Dahong had also bragged about digging this well, spending quite a bit of money so the elders wouldn't have to fetch water from the river. Xie Wan was too lazy to sit on the bench and catch cold. She placed her luggage on the ground and told Xie Xing to watch over it. She started patrolling the yard. She saw a sunny room that looked quite clean and pointed to it, saying, Third aunt, I will live in this room. Please tidy up and clear out anything that belongs to someone else. In southern Fujian, winter isn't very cold. Xie Wan took off her military coat, rolled it up in her hands, and was about to go into that room. Wang Tsuehua, despite being over 50, moved quickly. She hurried over and stopped Xie Wan, saying, This is your cousin's room. As a young lady, it's not good to barge in like that. Xie Wan paused and said casually, Don't worry, third aunt. I don't mind that he's lived here. The room doesn't look too messy. You clean it every day, right? Then you can work a bit harder and move all his things out. At this moment, Xie Changgui's 2 daughters-in-law came out of the house, curious about the 3 siblings. Since they married into the family, Xie Dahong hadn't come back. Wang Tsuehua had just called that there was a guest, not a relative, so the 2 thought Xie Wan was very rude. The eldest daughter-in-law, Yi Xiaohong, was more honest and stood quietly beside Wang Tsuehua. The second daughter-in-law, Yu Hanchao, was sharp-tongued and immediately questioned Xie Wan. Who do you think you are, visiting someone's house like this? Xie Wan wasn't angry. She chuckled and said, Is this second sister-in-law? Are those bulbs on your face? Is that a pair of wood ears hanging on your head? Don't you have eyes and ears? Can't you see and hear clearly before talking? Yu Hanchao's annoyance increased. She had never met someone more confrontational. She didn't understand the situation and wanted to reply but had no words. Wang Tsuehua signaled to Yu Hanchao to quickly call Xie Changgue back. Yi Xiaohong felt nervous, lowered her head, and said, I'll go boil some water, then hurried away. Now only Wang Tsuehua was left facing Xie Wan. How could she stop her? Xie Wan quickly sidestepped her, entered the room, rolled up the bedding on the bed, and directly stuffed it into Wang Tsuehua's arms. Third aunt, thank you for carrying this. I brought my own quilt so you don't need to trouble yourself. Wang Tsuehua was a bit stunned. How could that girl move so fast? She tried to argue loudly in Minnan dialect, but she was too flustered and spoke quickly. Xie Wan mostly couldn't understand and just ignore her. She called out to the yard brother, Bring in the bedding I packed. Before leaving, Xie Yuanchao didn't understand why Xie Wan carried such a large bedroll from so far away. Now he understood. He cooperatively folded the bedding into a block like tofu and brought it inside. Displeased that Wang Suehua blocked his way, he politely said, "Third aunt, please move aside." Seeing Xie Wan really making the bed, Wang Suehua yelled in anger, "Yuanchao, what do you mean?" Xie Yuanchao looked innocent. "Third aunt, we took a train for 2 days. My sister is tired and needs to rest. Is that a problem?" Wang Suehua choked. Even though this is her home, and her niece has traveled a long way, she should rest if she needs to. She muttered something under her breath. Xie Yuanchao pretended not to understand and pushed her out of the door, saying, "Third aunt, go prepare the meal. The 3 of us don't eat much, just cook 2 more jin of rice and add some seafood." Xie Wan also laid out her bedding and called Xie Xing into the room. The 3 siblings worked together to move all their luggage into the house. Wang Suehua couldn't keep holding those quilts and could only grumble as she carried them back to her own room. Xie Yuanchao asked Xie Wan, "Little Wan, we only brought 1 quilt. Will you and the 3rd brother be cold sleeping at night?" Xie Wan smiled and shook her head. "Brother, don't worry. This quilt is just for me. I don't like sharing with others. I brought my own. Rest assured, it's only morning now. I can tidy up the bedding before bed, and I also need to prepare a room for you and the 3rd brother." Xie Yuanchao gave a thumbs up and praised, "Little sister is amazing." Seeing Xie Xing blinking excitedly at the scene, Xie Wan suddenly became serious and asked, "You haven't written your small characters today, right? Go, just write 1 piece on that table, the small characters for today." Xie Xing's pupils trembled in disbelief. "Sister, are you a devil? We just arrived." Xie Wan thought for a moment, feeling it might be a bit harsh. But she believed that teaching children means being strict. She kept a stern face and said, "Today is already the 3rd day of school, and you start at 15. Your winter homework includes 30 small character essays and 30 large character essays in Chinese. How many have you written? Count for yourself. Let me tell you, your generation is already lucky. Only this much homework for a winter break. If it were..." She couldn't finish her sentence. She wanted to say that in her old world, students had much more homework during winter break. Xie Xing, exhausted from her nagging, lost her temper and opened her school bag obediently, sitting at the wooden table to start writing. Xie Xing, resentment level plus 699. Xie Wan said to Xie Yuanchao, "Brother, just rest here and watch the 3rd brother write. I'll go get some breakfast for you." Xie Wan left the room and headed to the kitchen. Yi Xiaohong was still adding firewood and boiling water. "Third aunt, do we have any eggs at home?" Yi Xiaohong finally understood who Xie Wan was after hearing her call Wang Suehua 3rd aunt. Although Xie Wan wasn't wearing a military uniform, she clearly looked like someone from the city. Their family relatives mostly came from the city, except for the 6th uncle's family. Although Yi Xiaohong had never met him, she had heard he was a high-ranking official. She didn't dare offend him. She pointed to the locked cabinet next to the stove and said, "Mother keeps the eggs." Xie Wan raised her voice and called out, "Third aunt, we want to eat eggs. Please open the lock." Wang Suehua was inside the house feeling upset. She felt weak and powerless now. Her eldest daughter-in-law was not capable, so she was just waiting for Xie Chonggui to come back and drive Xie Wan and the others away. When she heard Xie Wan asking for eggs, Wang Suehua cursed inside. "It's already the 3rd day of the new year. Why do we need eggs?" According to current customs, during the new year, if relatives like nephews, nieces, or cousins visit, families usually cook sweet-water eggs if they can afford it. Even though it was already the 3rd day, since Xie Wan and the others came from far away, normal relatives would also prepare a bowl of sweet eggs. Wang Suehua was reluctant to cook, and when Xie Wan called out again, she pretended not to hear. Xie Wan waited a moment, then called again, "Third aunt, are you asleep? I won't disturb you. I'll cook myself." Wang Suehua thought, "The key is in my hand, and you can't open the cabinet. What are you going to cook?" She ignored her. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaohong watched helplessly as Xie Wan pinched the lock on the cabinet with her bare hand, and it suddenly popped open. Actually, modern padlocks are not very strong. They can easily open if enough force is applied. Xie Wan's friend from the Special Forces told her this. She didn't expect it to work so well. But honestly, did she have that much strength? Xie Wan took 6 eggs from the cabinet and also grabbed the jar of sugar. Just then, Yi Xiaohong's boiling water was ready. Xie Wan took a pot, scooped in hot water, and started boiling the eggs with sugar water. Third aunt, watch over this for me. I'll go inside and get the lunchbox, Xie Wan said. They had brought their own aluminum lunchboxes. She took out the lunchbox, put 3 eggs for Xie Yuanchao, 2 for Xie Xing, and kept 1 for herself. Sweet water eggs were brought into the house, and Yi Xiaohong finally dared to go to Wang Tsuehua and complain, "Mom, someone ate your eggs." Wang Tsuehua went to the kitchen and saw the cabinet was open, feeling something was wrong. She counted the eggs and found 6 missing, getting very angry. Then she saw that half of the sugar in the jar was gone, which made her heart ache. Furious, Wang Tsuehua ran to the room where Xie Wan and the others were. Just as she was about to scold them, she heard Xie Wan smiling and saying, "Third aunt, you're not asleep? I knew it. When nephews and nieces come back, a sweet egg is too good to cook. You hide in your room pretending to sleep?" The curse Wang Tsuehua was about to say got stuck in her throat. "Xiao Wan, you can eat eggs, but why put so much sugar? Isn't it too sweet?" Xie Wan had finished her egg from her lunchbox and was drinking sugar water. She licked her lips and said, "After sitting on the train for 2 days, my mouth is tasteless. Who would think that coming back to the hometown, I wouldn't even have a relative to make breakfast? I need to drink more sugar water to avoid low blood sugar." Wang Tsuehua, resentment points plus 599. This girl really could talk. Every sentence she said made Wang Tsuehua feel helpless, unable to scold her. Luckily, at this moment, Xie Changgui's voice came from the yard. "Wife, where are the family members?" Wang Tsuehua left the room and ran outside to find Xie Changgui. Xie Wan held her lunchbox and sugar water, leaning by the door, taking occasional sips. She had good hearing and overheard Xie Changgui and his wife talking in the yard. The main idea was that Wang Tsuehua wanted Xie Changgui to send them to their eldest uncle's house, and was also complaining that Xie Wan stole her eggs and sugar. Hearing this, Xie Wan was upset. She carried her lunchbox and went over. "Uncle San, why are you running after seeing us?" Xie Changgui, who was thick-skinned and not good at admitting mistakes, replied, "Oh, it's the girl from the 6th family? Your 3rd uncle. I'm not old and blind. I recognized you, didn't I?" What nonsense! Even Xie Yuanchao called him. So, how could he not recognize them? Really? I thought Uncle San was feeling guilty and didn't dare to recognize us, Xie Wan said. When he was young, Xie Changgui was a troublemaker in the village and very good at acting stubborn. He picked up his old tone, patted a cigarette and scolded, "Kids are sharp-tongued. What's there to feel guilty about? Your 3rd uncle." All right, he put on a tough front, but Xie Wan's words made him a bit off track. He now called himself 3rd uncle instead of Sanbo. Although uncle and uncle seem similar, there is actually an implied meaning of comparing Xie Changgui and Xie Dahong. Xie Dahong has been in Sichuan for a long time, and the way people call relatives there is quite mixed. In some places, all brothers of the father are called uncle. He has always looked down on his younger, idle 3rd brother, so when Xie Yuanchao returned from the army, he made him call him 3rd uncle. Anyway, their family's accents are already mixed up, and the younger ones don't even speak Minnan dialect, so they just call him whatever. Actually, before joining the army, Xie Dahong wasn't called that. His name was Xie Changzhen. All the brothers have the character Chang in their names. The 2 characters Dahong were chosen with help from a cultured comrade. He was unhappy about being the youngest at home and was often bullied by his 2 older brothers when he was young. Xie Wan saw Xie Changgui start to act like the elder, so she raised her lunchbox and asked, "3rd uncle, if you say you're not guilty, then you're not guilty, right? You're the elder. We 3 siblings ate some of your eggs and drank some sugar water. You have no opinion, right?" When Xie Changgui was about to show his attitude, he thought if he had objections, he wouldn't bother acting like the elder. So he just waved his hand generously and said, "Eat." What are a few eggs at third uncle's house? Wang Tsuehua, resentment level plus 799. When Xie Wan received this message, she couldn't help but smile at Wang Tsuehua. She found that this third ant was also a score-boosting tool. Wang Tsuehua didn't understand what she was smiling about and angrily turned to glare at Xie Changui, saying, "She took over Xiaojuan's room, and you don't care?" Xie Changui had just discussed with Xie Changshou for a long time. Neither brother wanted to host the three siblings from the Xie family. Then they came up with an idea. Send the three siblings to the neighboring village, to Xie Changling's house. Xie Changshou had already sent someone to notify Xie Changling to come pick them up. The reason? It's because the fourth and fifth siblings have the best relationship with Dahong. Although she is married out, neither of the two older brothers benefited much from Dahong, but the younger sister, the fourth and fifth, did. Dahong not only sends money to his two older sisters every year, but also got one of the younger brother's sons into the army. If you tell Xie Changling that the sixth family has returned, she will definitely send someone to pick them up. So Xie Changui wanted to delay, waiting for the fourth sister to come and pick them up. Then he would smoothly send them out of the house. Before he could even tell Wang Tsuehua, she started causing trouble. He didn't expect Xie Wan and the others to be so ruthless. They took over his son's room immediately. Xie Changui has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter is already married. The 2 older sons are married too. This young boy is only 17 years old. He is not good at studying or farming, so he was sent to the dock to learn shipwork as an apprentice. Zaijiakan is not near the sea, but it's not far either. Most young people here see working on ships as an important way out. Although the boy went to sea today, he will come back tomorrow. Xie Changui doesn't want Xie Wan and the others to take over his boy's room. He said angrily, "Xiao Wan, don't your father teach you manners? How can you be so rude when visiting someone's house? Later, your third aunt will come to pick you up. After you eat, go back to her place. Her house is spacious, unlike Uncle San's, which is crowded." Before Xie Wan arrived, Xie Dahong had told them to go directly to their third aunt's house. When Xie Dahong was young, he spent most of his time with his 2 older sisters, and he respects both of them. The fourth sister of the Xie family, Xie Xiaoling, married into the neighboring Changqiao village. Xie Dahong often sent money to support her family. The fifth sister, Xie Xiaoyan, married a worker from the local food factory, and her family is better off. Sometimes they exchanged letters. Xie Wan knew that staying at Xie Xiaoling's house would be more comfortable, but she just discovered the magic scoring tool, Wang Tsuehua. She didn't want to leave. Plus, she still wanted to stand up for her father. So, Xie Wan looked confused and asked Xie Changui, "Third uncle, are you saying the yard is too crowded to fit everyone?" Xie Changui thought, kids are easy to fool, and he smiled, nodding yes. "Xiao Wan, look at this yard, just a few rooms. Your eldest and second brothers are married, and they have children. Your younger cousin will come back tomorrow too. How can they all fit?" Xie Wan nodded quickly and agreed. "That's right, it's a bit crowded. Third uncle, I won't stay here anymore. You all should move out." When Xie Changui heard Xie Wan's words, he almost spat out old blood. He pointed his cigarette at her and shouted, "What are you saying? This is my house. Why should we move out? The ones who should leave are you 3. Because his voice got louder, Xie Yanzhao, who had finished his eggs, came out and stood beside Xie Wan to support her. He casually waved away Xie Changui's cigarette and said, "Third uncle, just speak normally. Why are you shouting? Don't point that cigarette at my sister. She's delicate, and if your cigarette burns her, you won't be able to pay for it." Xie Yanzhao is about 1.8 meters tall. His mother is from Shandong, which makes him taller than most southern men. Like Xie Changui, he is less than 1.7 meters tall. Xie Yuanchao's presence completely overshadowed Xie Changui. Although he is an elder, he immediately looked discouraged. He muttered, "It's not just her talking nonsense first." Xie Wan originally didn't need Xie Yuanchao to support her. She had previously warned him not to come out unless the other side was determined to fight with more people, to avoid losing face like Xie Dahong being tricked. But since Xie Yuanchao stood in front of her, she felt reassured. She shyly hid behind him, sticking out her head to make a silly face at Xie Changui. "Third uncle, your family has been visiting my house for many years. Since you say the house is too crowded, now that we, the owners, are back, shouldn't you take the initiative to move out?" Xie Changui's heart skipped a beat. After so many years, he thought that Lu had already accepted the situation quietly. It seemed they really came to ask for the house. Wang Cuihua's face turned pale. She used to argue over just an egg and some sugar, but now they mentioned the house. How could she bear it? She shouted loudly, "What do you mean, your house? This is obviously my house.
Get out."
My family doesn't welcome you." Wang Cuihua was sure that the Xie siblings couldn't prove the house belonged to Xie Dahong. When Xie Dahong accepted the loss, it was because he lacked evidence. Wang Cuihua knew this very well. It was her and her husband's plan to cheat Xie Dahong out of this courtyard. Xie Changgui also hypocritically explained to Xie Wan, "Xie Wan, you can't say that. Although this was your grandfather's house before, they've been gone for many years. Now, this is my home. You're your uncle's niece, but you can't just occupy your cousin's room, right?" Xie Changgui and his wife were sure that Xie Wan couldn't produce evidence, but she suddenly took out a yellowed letter and kept waving behind her brother, saying, "Third uncle, third aunt, do you know how to read? This is the division agreement signed by your grandfather and great-uncle when they were alive, with the village committee's notarization and official stamp. Why don't we go to court and see who this house really belongs to?" Xie Changgui and his wife were stunned. They knew very well that the three brothers of the Xie family had indeed signed a division agreement. But Xie Dahong was not present at the time. It was his father, Grandpa Xie, who signed on his behalf. Of course, Grandpa Xie had asked someone to write a letter to Xie Dahong to get his opinion. Xie Dahong didn't care much about the house and had agreed in his reply. The agreement stated that the public fund would pay for building new houses for the eldest and the third brothers. The old house was still occupied by two elderly people. In the future, when they pass away, it will belong to old six. During the division of the family property, the eldest and the third son took advantage. Actually, much of the money used to build their houses came from the living expenses sent by Xie Dahong to their parents, savings accumulated by their parents. Later, Xie Dahong became more successful and used his money to renovate his parent house. The 5 blue brick houses and the yard with a well are much better than their own stone-built house. The two elderly people died very close to each other, just 3 days apart. First, Grandma Xie passed away. During the funeral, Grandpa Xie looked fine. But on the 3rd day after the wake, Grandpa Xie changed into clean clothes, sat quietly in front of Grandma Xie's spirit, and peacefully passed away. The two elderly people could only be buried together. At that time, Xie Dahong was fighting outside. When he returned, it was already too late for the mourning rites. Xie Changgui and his wife then started to have thoughts. They secretly looked through the elders' belongings and indeed found the family division agreement. Based on this, they concluded that Xie Dahong definitely did not have that document. They firmly believed that the newly built house was the parents' property. Since the parents were gone, it should be divided. They also gave the eldest son 50 yuan, and the eldest son agreed to this division. What family division agreement? That must be fake. Xie Changgui personally destroyed the agreement that the elders kept. He was sure that the document Xie Wan held was fake. Xie Wan waved the piece of paper and said, "Whether it's real or not, we can ask the village head to verify. If needed, we can even go to court." Xie Changgui reached out to try to take a look. Though he couldn't read many words, he could ask someone to read it. But Xie Wan wouldn't let him take the agreement, so she kept it. "Third uncle, don't try to destroy evidence. You should call someone to bring the village head here. Let's clear this up today." Seeing how Xie Wan looked, Xie Changgui started to feel suspicious. Could the agreement she had be real? Their family also had a copy of that agreement. They had even asked someone to examine it, and there were 4 copies. 1 for the eldest, 1 for the third, 1 for Grandpa Xie, and 1 filed with the commune. But the copy at the commune was also bought and destroyed by the archivist. So, the document Xie Wan had must be fake. Once Xie Changgui understood this, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, call them." But I'm sure this agreement is fake. Now I even suspect you might not be my niece. I've never heard of old Six having a daughter. Xie Wan was given to Tao Hongmei by her father, Xie Dahong, since she was young. The people in the old Xie family village truly didn't know about this child. Xie Yuanchao, worried that this might hurt Xie Wan's feelings, frowned and said, "Third uncle, Xia Wan is my sister. She was born to my dad's second wife." Xie Changwei felt annoyed and thought to himself that Lao Lu was really lucky, having married several wives. Since he was so capable, giving him this house was only right. Xie Wan, afraid her brother might change the subject, quickly said, "Third uncle, go call the squad leader quickly. It's almost time for lunch. Do you still want to invite so many people?" Xie Changwei felt uneasy, but noticed that the little girl was sneaking behind Xie Yuanchao, looking more guilty than him. This gave him confidence. He shouted to Han Chao, who was watching the scene, "Second wife, go to the field and call second brother. Ask him to invite the squad leader here." In Xie village, many people had the surname Xie. Most of the village were relatives. The current squad leader, Xie Junkai, was about 40, younger than Xie Changwei by over 10 years, but still of a higher seniority. Therefore, Xie Changwei had to respectfully call him seventh uncle. Xie Junkai was originally at home entertaining his daughter and son-in-law, but was called away to handle Xie Changwei's affairs, which he was a bit reluctant about. However, when he heard that the children from Chang'an's family had returned, he quickened his pace. Along the way, he scolded the second couple, blaming Xie Changwei. "It's all because your father is such a careless, reckless man, betraying his own brother. Changzhen is very successful. He's the biggest official in our village. Your reckless father forced him to stay away from the village for over 10 years. Xie Fumin, the village's second son, heard this, and his ears turned red. He muttered, "Seventh uncle, you don't know what's going on in our family. You weren't an official back then, and you only heard gossip from the villagers." Xie Junkai spat on the ground and said, "What do I not know? I was out sailing ships then, but whenever I visited my grandparents, didn't they praise your sixth uncle for being filial? The blue brick house you live in was paid for by Changzhen. Who in the village doesn't know that? But your father, that selfish man, is lying through his teeth. And your eldest uncle is just a fool greedy for small gains." Xie Junkai scolded all the way, attracting many villagers to follow him to the old Xie family house to watch the scene. Xie Changwei saw that many people had followed behind Xie Junkai, and his legs felt a bit weak. As Xie Junkai said, although Dahong Xie couldn't provide proof, everyone in the village knew that the 5 small blue brick houses were built with Dahong Xie's money. Xie Changwei was worried that these people might start causing trouble soon. "Seventh uncle, what are you doing?" "Just come to see if the division agreement that the girl has is real." "Why did you bring so many people?" Xie Junkai didn't want to pay attention to Xie Changwei. From the moment he entered the yard, his eyes never left Xie Yuanchao. "Are you Yuanchao from the Changzhen family?" "I'm your seventh uncle, Xie Junkai. Do you remember me? Last time you came back, I even played with your little girl." The tall, strong man, standing about 1.8 meters, was suddenly asked about such personal matters in front of everyone, which made him blush deeply and want to deny knowing this seventh uncle. However, Xie Wan found the dark, lean seventh uncle quite interesting. Xie Yuanchao blushed and called someone over, then introduced his sister and brother. At this moment, Xie Xing had finished writing a small note and was lingering beside Xie Wan, watching the lively scene. Xie Wan wanted him to see different kinds of people and didn't stop him. Both Xie Wan and Xie Xing also called him seventh uncle, especially Xie Wan, who behaved very obediently. She was also hoping to find out where the jade jewelry was from the village, so naturally, she wanted to please Xie Junkai. In the past, the Xie family's grandfather was somewhat biased toward Dahong. The jade ring, which was passed to Dahong when he joined the army, was meant to be a protective charm for him. Probably, the other siblings in the Xie family had never even seen that jade ring. Xie Wan guessed that if Changwei knew about the jade ring, he would have caused a big fuss. It definitely wouldn't have fallen into Dahong's hands. Xie Junkai was busy asking Yuan Chao and his siblings questions, sometimes about De Hong's current official position, sometimes about what Yuan Chao was doing now, whether he was married, and so on. He was eager to find out everything about De Hong's family over the years, pulling Yuan Chao's hand and arranging everyone to sit, eat fruit, and chat. Yuan Chao hesitated, unsure how to answer, constantly looking at his sister. It wasn't that he couldn't speak, but he was afraid of saying something wrong and ruining Xie Wan's plans. Xie Wan sweetly smiled at Xie Junkai and said, "Seventh uncle, once our family is settled, please come over for a drink and a chat. We mainly invite you because my third uncle wants us to move out, but this house originally belonged to my father. Please help us settle this matter fairly." Xie Junkai is a smart person, just like he said on the road. The Xie family village finally produced a high-ranking official. The whole village is not just proud but also a bit distant because of it. He has been very angry about this for a long time. He has thought about fixing the relationship, but Sichuan province is too far away, and Xie Dahong hasn't come back for over 10 years. Besides his two sisters, no one keeps in touch. He feels helpless. Now that the family finally agrees to let the children visit, he must restore the relationship at all costs. When he heard that Xie Changwei wanted to drive people away, Junkai was so angry he stomped and pointed at Xie Changwei, shouting, "Are you still human? These are your nephew and niece. They came back from far away, and it's not easy. You're not even going to treat them well, and instead want to chase them away? If your parents were alive, they'd come out in the middle of the night to find you." Xie Changwei quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't chase them out. I just said the house is too crowded. My sister's family is smaller and has more space. Soon, her sister-in-law will come to take them to stay there. Junkai went to see Xie Wan and asked, "Little Wan, do you not want to stay at your sister-in-law's house?" Wan nodded. "We came back to pay respects to Grandpa and Grandma. Of course, we should stay at home. Even if my sister-in-law's house is nice, it's not Xie family." Junkai nodded. "That makes sense. Then stay here." Wan shook her head. "Seventh uncle, originally, we came back just to stay a few days and then leave. But since third uncle wants to chase us away, and third aunt even told me to get out, we need to clarify the ownership of this house." Junkai felt troubled. After becoming the team leader, he specifically looked into this matter. He also wanted to help Xie Dahong get the house back. But after investigating, he found out that Xie Dahong had no proof. The old Xie family's division agreement was lost, and the official records in the commune couldn't be found either. The oldest and third brothers of the Xie family insisted that when they divided the property, they only agreed that the old house was for their grandparents and never mentioned Xie Dahong. Later, Xie Dahong paid for renovations for their grandparents' house, but that was just rebuilding on the original foundation after tearing down the old house. It showed that Xie Dahong was filial and helped with the construction. Xie Changwei insisted that he also contributed money during the renovation and helped out. Since the house belonged to the parents, it couldn't be claimed as Xie Dahong's. If Xie Dahong wanted to fight for it, he could only get at most 1/3 of the house. Changwei bought his share for 50 yuan from Xie Changshou and was willing to pay 50 more to buy out Xie Dahong's share. The commune secretary at that time, also an elder of the Xie family, had been bought off by Xie Changwei beforehand. That's why things turned out this way. Now, if Xie Junkai wanted to reopen this case, even if he was willing to help, he couldn't take the house back from Xie Changwei for Xie Dahong. Seeing Xie Junkai look troubled, Xie Changwei relaxed. The house was renovated in the late 1950s, and at that time, it only cost about 150 yuan. But digging this well increased the house's value far beyond that. Also, after Grandpa and Grandma Xie died, their savings in the coffin were taken by Xie Changwei. There was over 200 yuan, which was their lifelong savings.
No one knew about this.
In the end, all the benefits were taken by Xie Changwei alone. As for Xie Changshou, he only got some leftover food. Xie Changwei, proud and loud, tapped his cigarette holder and said, "You, the girl from the 6th family, don't play tricks in front of me. Your third uncle. There's no such thing as a proper division agreement. You think we're uneducated and can just write some nonsense to fool people? Anyway, the commune secretary who drafted this agreement originally had died, so there's no proof. Whether the agreement is real or fake, Xie Changwei can say whatever he wants. Xie Wan then took out an old, yellowed piece of paper and waved it, saying, "Who says I don't have a division agreement? Third uncle, you're really talking nonsense. There's your fingerprint on this agreement. If you don't believe it, find some red clay and paper, press your fingerprint again, and compare, see if it's real or not." Everyone's eyes focused on the yellowed paper in Xie Wan's hand. Xiao Wan let Uncle Qi see that. Xie Wan handed the division agreement to Xie Junkai, deliberately blocking Xie Changwei with her body, worried he might get angry and destroy the evidence. Xie Junkai checked the content and the official stamp and found no problem. "Is this really the original division agreement?" he asked in surprise. Xie Wan nodded. "Absolutely genuine. 1 false. 3 compensations." Xie Junkai grimaced at the strange words. Xie Changwei anxiously shouted, "Impossible. It must be fake." Xie Junkai then asked someone to find Xie Changshou, and also sent a young man to his house to bring over red ink paste from his son. The young man was quick and brought the red ink paste first. Xie Changshou was reluctant to appear, so he was late. Xie Junkai didn't wait and asked Xie Changwei to stamp his fingerprint on a piece of paper first. Something strange then happened. Xie Changwei's fingerprint matches exactly with the one on the family division agreement. Xie Junkai was very happy and said to Xie Changwei, "It's your own fingerprint. How could it be fake? You've taken the Longzhen family's house for so many years, and now the truth is out." Xie Changwei refused to admit it. He looked shocked and repeatedly swore that the agreement was fake. There were 4 copies of the agreement. He personally destroyed 2 of them. His own copy was locked in his box, and the older brother's copy was lost somewhere over 10 years ago, as the eldest had said. Just now, he was worried and made the eldest swear. When his older brother threatened to hit him, he promised to give him a bundle of tobacco leaves, and the eldest swore. The copy the eldest had was indeed lost over 10 years ago. Anyway, keeping it didn't matter anymore. It was probably misplaced or hidden somewhere. These 3 young ones just returned to Xie family village today, and even if they were looking for the copy the eldest lost, they wouldn't have time now. At this moment, the eldest, Xie Changshou, was reluctantly pushed in. This honest-looking farmer quickly turned his face away when he saw Xie Yuanchao and his sister standing in the yard. Xie Junkai waved the family division agreement in front of Xie Changshou and asked, "Changshou, look at this. Is this the family division agreement from back then?" Xie Changshou looked at the paper, but didn't check the content or the fingerprint. Instead, his gaze fell on a large oil stain in the lower right corner. His face trembled, but his whole body stiffened. Wasn't this his copy of the agreement? Although many years had passed, Xie Changshou remembered clearly. That night, because of the division, his mother was unusually generous. She let his wife cook a dish of oyster pancakes and even used oil. The small oil spot at the bottom of the bowl was something his mother wouldn't let them mix with rice, saying it was reserved for cooking the next day. When the commune's secretary stamped and delivered the agreement, and they each received a copy, he was so excited that his hands trembled, and he didn't hold the paper well, so it floated onto the oily bowl. The secretary said it wouldn't matter, and he kept the agreement. But out of the 4 copies, only his had oil on it. He always thought he had lost this copy at home. Anyway, he had already divided his share and didn't take the eldest brother's house. With his parents gone, the agreement was meaningless. So, Xie Changshou thought it was fine if it was lost. He didn't care much. But now it appeared again. And it was in the hands of the team leader? Xie Changshou didn't speak, neither confirming that the agreement was real nor denying it. Xie Junkai was anxious and told the young man holding the red ink pad, let him also stamp his hand for comparison. Xie Changshou had just arrived and hadn't fully understood the situation. That young man was also from Xie Juansai's family, older in rank, and said to him, "Elder nephew Changshou, hurry up, can you stamp your hand?" Xie Wan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. The young man was only about her age, but called Xie Changshou elder nephew. Then she thought, Wouldn't that mean she should be called the grandniece? Xie Wan was speechless. Xie Changsho pressed his handprint, which matched the one on the note. There was also another handprint on it, definitely Xie Grandpa's. Since he was no longer alive, there was no need to compare further. This agreement must be real. Xie Changgui was completely stunned. Xie Changshun was about the same. Xie Junkai was quite happy and raised his voice. All right, this definitely isn't fake. The official seal is from the old commune. This is your family's original division agreement. It clearly states that you two are to live separately. The house of Grandpa and Grandma Xie will go to Xie Chongzhen. Oh, by the way, Chongzhen has changed his name to Dahong. This house now belongs to Dahong. At that moment, over 20 people from Xie village gathered in the yard, and everyone suddenly got excited. Many commented, "See, we always knew Chongzhen was tricked by his third brother." Wang Xuehua sat down heavily on the ground and started crying. "It's fake, it's fake. This is my family's house." Xie Changgui grabbed Xie Changsho's collar and shouted angrily, "It's you. It must be you. You want my money, but also go and flatter Lao Lu." Xie Changshun spat on Xie Changgui's face and said, "None of my business. How would I know where he found this?" Although Xie Changsho was surprised by the appearance of the agreement, even if Dahong wanted the house back, it didn't matter much to him. He hadn't taken the house, so he was surprised but not as anxious as Xie Changgui. He helped Lao San trick Lao Lu only because he thought his parents were too biased, only caring about the youngest son, giving him all the good things. During the days when he was often hungry and crying, he saw his mother secretly give eggs to Lao Lu. From a young age, he and Lao San loved to secretly beat Lao Lu. This kid was tough. When he grew up and returned from the army, he first beat up the two brothers and warned their parents that the money he brought back was not for them to use. Also, his wife wanted to go to the city to work, and as the older brother, he had to swallow his pride and ask Dahong for help. Dahong, who was already a company commander at that time, claimed he couldn't do anything. "There was nothing I could do, they just refused to help." Whenever I thought of Xie Dahong, a flood of old grudges flooded my mind. Brothers no longer talked about brotherhood. They were enemies now. Still, I was confused. If the people from Lao Lu's family had this agreement, why did they only bring it out now? When did Lao Lu's family steal it from us? Xie Changgui just grabbed Xie Changsho by the collar, but Xie Junkai pulled him away. Junkai scolded bravely Xie Changgui. "Do you still have no shame? You betrayed your sixth brother, and now you want to hit your older brother? Your parents are gone, and as your seventh uncle, I can't let you do whatever you want. Pack up and return the house to Chongzhen. Oh, and to Dahong." Junkai was thinking that if Dahong had a house in the village, he would come back often. Then their relationship could be restored. Except for the youngest son, who was not here, the older brothers had returned. But earlier, the elders were speaking, and they couldn't interfere. Now everyone was shouting, "This won't do. Returning the house to Uncle Lu, where will our family live?" Especially the two daughters-in-law, who were panicked. When they married in, they saw that Xie Changgui's family had a big blue brick house with a well. The matchmaker said it was impressive and the most luxurious in Xie village. Even after marriage, their family was just average, but it still looked good. Although the house was old, blue bricks were sturdier than stone or mud brick houses, and it was still considered a good house in the village. Yu Hanxiao pulled the second son of the Xie family and rushed to Xie Wan, shouting, "Sister, you all are city folks. You live in big houses in the city. Why fight over our home? If you take the house back, how will our family survive?" Xie Wan smiled and asked Yao Hanxiao, "Didn't you just teach me about manners when visiting others' homes? Now that you understand who the owner is, you forget your manners?" Yao Hanxiao, resentment points plus 399. By this time, Xie Changgui's family started frantically giving Xie Wan resentment points. Xie Wan was not worried at all. She waited for them to act and give her points. Seeing they couldn't persuade her, they turned to persuade Xie Yuanchao. Xie Yuanchao had promised Xie Wan not to make any rash statements on this matter, so he kept quiet, avoiding eye contact with the couple of Lao heir. Xie Changgui started to act stubborn, lighting a dry pipe. He sat heavily on a bench with a big knife and said, "Don't go begging her. I won't move. How can she force me?" Xie Junkai also felt stuck. Xie Changwei really had no house. His own house had already been sold. Asking him to move, there was no place for him to go for now. Xie Junkai quietly discussed with Xie Wan about what to do. He had already realized that the decision-makers among the three siblings were Xie Wan. Xie Junkai said, "Even if the house belongs to Dahong, let Xie Changwei give it to Xie Wan and her siblings. They can't stay in Xie village forever. When that time comes, Xie Changwei will probably refuse to move back." Xie Juansai's worries were actually something Xie Wan had already thought about. Xie Wan said to Xie Junkai, "Seventh uncle, I have a few words to say to everyone. Is that okay?" Xie Junkai thought this young girl was very polite and sensible, always asking for his opinion before speaking. Unlike Xie Changwei's family, who only caused trouble, he said, "Go ahead, say it." Xie Wan cleared her throat and loudly addressed everyone present. "Dear villagers, uncles, aunts, and elders, please listen to me." The noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Xie Wan then took out the family separation agreement and held it high, saying, "This separation agreement has been in my father's hands for over 10 years. Back then, he could have used this agreement to turn against Uncle Dahong and Uncle San and drive Uncle San's family out. But he was angry, yet he still believed that even if others are unkind and disregard brotherhood, he couldn't do the same. If he followed their example, he would be no better than pigs or dogs." Xie Changshou, resentment level plus 599. Xie Changwei, resentment level plus 799. She paused here, glancing at the brothers Xie Changshou and Xie Changwei. Xie Changwei wanted to hear what the agreement was about, so he sat on the bench without even smoking his pipe, paying full attention to Xie Wan. Even if he was foolish, he could tell Xie Wan was insulting him, calling him worse than pigs or dogs right in front of the whole village. Xie Changwei was so angry, he jumped up, ready to go, and hit Xie Wan. "You little brat, who are you calling names?" Unfortunately, before he reached Xie Wan, Xie Yuanchao held him back. Villagers discussed among themselves, "The girl from the Zhang family is right. Besides, Zhang has already driven you out over 10 years ago. He didn't do it this time, so you should be grateful. And yet you dare to scold the girl?" Xie Changshou blushed and tried to leave, but Xie Junkai stopped him and said, "Stay and listen. Don't be so petty after all these years." Xie Junkai asked everyone to be quiet and signaled for Xie Wan to continue. Xie Wan then said, "That night, my dad was driven out by Uncle San and went to find Big Uncle. Big Uncle refused to take in my dad and brother and was in cahoots with Uncle San. My dad was so angry that he sent my brother to Aunt Four's house and broke into Big Uncle's home to find this agreement. He sat all night in front of Grandpa and Grandma's tomb with the agreement. In the end, he decided to leave Xie village forever with the agreement and my brother. This place hurt his heart." The people of Xie village fell silent. Some older ones still remembered the fight over the house between the Xie brothers. At that time, Xie Changwei caught the eye of the village party secretary and became the village clerk. Although Xie Dahuang was in the army, he was far away in Sichuan province and didn't get involved. Xie Dahuang wasn't a division commander then, not even a high-ranking officer. Official titles didn't matter as much as management, and they didn't dare offend Xie Changwei. Many knew Xie Changwei had tricked Xie Dahuang, but few spoke up for him. Xie Wan didn't mention others, but the older folks felt a bit guilty inside. Xie Wan continued, "Before I came back this time, my dad didn't plan to show the agreement. But he was worried that after we returned to the village, we'd be bullied and have nowhere to stay. So he told us if Uncle San cares about family, he should let us stay and not mention this matter. If he doesn't want us to stay, then let me handle it. We can get the house back, but we definitely won't live there. Still, those few big blue brick rooms are quite large. We could donate them to the village to be used as classrooms." Suddenly, the crowd erupted again. Long Zhen was willing to donate the house to the village for school. Remember, Xie village still didn't have a school. Children had to go to the town for school, walking 10 miles every day. If the village had a school, all the children could go there. Xie Junkai was also excited. As the team leader, he wanted to benefit the village. He had thought about building a school before, but lacked the conditions. He hurriedly asked Xie Wan, "Xie Wan, is this true? Your family is willing to donate the house for a school? What about teachers?" "Never mind, I'll figure this out." Xie Wan smiled and said, "When I go back, my dad will write to a retired comrade from the Zhangzhou Education Committee and ask him to arrange for 2 teachers to come to the village. My father also said that our Xie family used to be a respected family known for poetry and li, but now few people in the village can read and write, which is very shameful. We must focus on educating the children." Actually, this idea was thought up by Xie Wan herself. Before coming here, she discussed it with Xie Dahong, who was very willing. As an official, not returning to the hometown is like wandering in the dark, very dull. If they could donate a school to the village, Xie Dahong's name would surely be remembered proudly in the family records. This would bring honor to the family, so he agreed. But Xie Wan's plan was that, in this way, she would build a close relationship with the Xie family. If she investigated the family's past, it would be much easier. Everyone in the village agreed, including Xie Changshu. Their families all have children who could benefit from this. However, Xie Changgui would definitely oppose it. He shouted, "This is my family's property. What school? If you want to build one, let Xie Changzhen pay for it. Why should you donate my family's land?" But at this point, what he said didn't matter. Xie Junkai was the first to refuse. He pointed at Xie Changgui and said, "What's your family? When your family split up, your house was on the hillside. You sold your house and forcibly took over Changgen's house. I don't care. You must move out. Changzhen donated this house to the village, so it's public property. If you dare to seize public property, I will have your whole family sent to reform through labor." Oh no, no matter how much Xie Changgui's family protested, it was useless. Xie Wan had already thought of this. Xie Dahong's family didn't really need that house and couldn't manage it well. Even if they managed to drive Xie Changgui's family out, once they left, the family would just come back and take it again. It was pointless. Donating it as a school was different. It was public property, and he couldn't just seize it. Leaving the house to Xie Changgui for his own benefit wouldn't make him think kindly of the Dahong family. Giving it to the village as a school, there would surely be some honest villagers who would appreciate their family's effort. As a descendant of the Xie family, if he helped establish a school for the clan, wouldn't the ancestors be happy? While they were arguing, Xie Wan's 4th aunt, Xie Shaoling, had already arrived with her young daughter. Xie Shaoling was about 50 years old, coming from the neighboring Changqiao village, which was a bit far. When she heard that the 6th family's children had returned, she hurried over anxiously to pick them up, sweating all over. As soon as she reached her 3rd brother's house, she saw many people gathered around. She thought something had happened and hurriedly called out, "Excuse me, Sister Yuexiang, please let me through. Uncle Fugui, please let me pass. I need to go inside to see my nephew and niece." The villagers all knew Xie Shaoling and made way for her. Some quick-tongued ones even said, "Xie Shaoling, your parents donated this house to the village to be a school." Hearing this, Shaoling was confused and overwhelmed. She finally squeezed into the yard. She saw the Xie Wanson siblings and rushed forward, grabbing Xie Yuanchao and asking, "Is that you, Yuanchao? I am your 4th aunt. Do you remember me? When you were little, you stayed at my house and even wet the bed. That was like water from a Dragon King's fountain. I always said, when you grow up, you'll be a brave man." Xie Yuanchao felt embarrassed and wanted to fly away instantly. Seeing how close Xie Yuanchao and his sister were, Shaoling finally felt a bit of family bond from the 3 Xie siblings. Shaoling and her brothers, Changgui and others, had long fallen out. If not to pick up her nephew and niece, she wouldn't have stepped into this old house again. "Yuanchao, Wansan, Xingxing, come home with your 4th aunt. I'll make you some good food." Shaoling was eager to take them away. Wansan held Xiaoling's arm happily and said sweetly, "4th aunt, don't worry. We just got this house back. We're talking with Uncle Chishu about donating it to the village for a school. Xiaoling had just overheard something about a school but really didn't want to stay even a minute longer in her third brother's house, so she was very anxious. When she heard Wan Sen say the house was coming back, she paused and suddenly burst out laughing. She looked at Changgue with a big smile and said, "Third brother Xie, you heartless man. I told you long ago, it's not that I can't cure you, but that Changzhen is looking out for our parents' reputation and letting you go. It's satisfying, isn't it? Justice is delayed, but not denied. Donating it was a good move. I told Changzhen back then, we should take it back. It's a bargain for you, a wicked man. Our parents wouldn't rest in peace if they knew." Changgue, already angry and anxious, saw clearly that Xie Jun and everyone in the village had been bought by Old Six and the school matter. No matter how angry he was, he dared not oppose the whole village. Now, although the old customs were broken and there were no clan rules anymore, it was still easy for the entire village, who all had the surname Xie, to target his family. Moreover, there is Captain Xie Junkai, who is actually the head of the Xie family clan. Now, in the village, he holds great authority. Unless he has the courage to leave his family behind, he cannot change the decisions made by the village or Xie Junkai himself. Currently, Xie Xiaoling came to laugh at him, which is like hitting a volcano. He has never considered Xie Xiaoling, his sister, as important. When Xie Xiaoling stood close to him, he raised his hand to slap her. However, Xie Wan, holding Xie Xiaoling, reacted quickly and pulled her away, avoiding the slap. She also grabbed Xie Changgue's arm. Xie Changgue was surprised by how strong his sister was. Not only could he not move, but he also felt pain from her grip. "Let go of me, you brat." Xie Changgue was sweating from the pain. His two sons saw their father being held by Xie Wan and rushed over to fight her. But Xie Yunchao was quick and kicked them away. Only then did the family realize they had really messed up. They couldn't argue. They couldn't fight back. It was over. They were truly finished. Xie Wan continued to hold Xie Changgue's arm and smiled, saying, "Third uncle, what are you doing? Fourth aunt is your sister. As a brother, how can you just start hitting her?" Xie Xiaoling also understood what was happening. Seeing Xie Changgue being controlled by Xie Wan, she stepped forward and slapped him across the face. "Old third Xie, this slap is for my parents," she said. Then she slapped him again. "This one is for myself and for fifth and sixth uncle." The grudge between these siblings was more than just about their house being taken over. When they were young, Xie Changgue almost tricked Xie Xiaoling into being sold to a stranger from outside the village. Luckily, Xie Xiaoling was clever and sensed something was wrong, so she pretended to need to go to the bathroom and secretly ran back home. Because of this, Xie Changgue almost got his leg broken by Grandpa Xie. Today, Xie Xiaoling finally had a chance to vent her anger. After being slapped twice, Xie Changgue, despite having one hand held by Xie Wan, still tried to kick Xie Xiaoling. Xie Wan simply twisted his arm behind his back, making him unable to move. The villagers of Xie family village now understood. Xie Changgen's children are quite capable. Xie Junkai moved closer and asked Xie Yuanchao, "Is your sister also in the army?" Xie Yuanchao thought about what his sister said, that soldiers shouldn't hit civilians because of strict rules. He thought it was better not to reveal her identity. He replied vaguely, "She's still young." Xie Junkai misunderstood and thought Xie Wan was still too young to join the army. Xie Junkai saw that Xie Changgue was being honest and said, "Xie Changgue, stop causing trouble. Do you believe me? If you dare to cause more trouble, I will send you to reform school." Only then did Xie Wan let go of Xie Changgue. Xie Changgue was scared and pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Seventh uncle, our family really has nowhere to go. You can't just kick us out like this." Xie Junkai thought for a moment and said, "After Lao Deng died at the back of the village, no one lives in his house. Your family can move there first." Wang Suihua cried out, "That house is old and broken, and it's down the mountain. At night, wild boars might come down from the forest. We don't want that house." Xie Junkai rolled his eyes and said, "If you want it, take it. If not, sleep on the ground." A villager nearby advised them, "Lao Deng's house is a bit broken, but it can block the wind. If you don't like it, you can use the money from selling your house to fix it up. Xie Changui grimaced and retorted, I don't have money to fix it. The money from selling the house was used to marry off my son, and it's all gone. Wang Xuehua pointed at Xie Wan and shouted, let them pay us. They took over our house, so they should pay us to repair it. Hearing this, Xie Wan still smiled and asked, Third aunt, what money do you want? I can burn paper money for you, do you want that? Wang Xuehua's resentment towards Xie Wan had reached its peak, and every time she scored points, she did so at the maximum level. Seeing an opportunity, Xie Wan continued to provoke her. Third aunt, you've occupied our house for so many years. Shouldn't you pay some rent? I won't ask for much. Just some furniture and kitchen items to offset the rent, a little gesture. Honestly, the furniture in their home wasn't worth much. If calculated as rent, Xie Changgui's family was actually benefiting. But Wang Xuehua couldn't bear to part with it. She cried, You're forcing us to death, stealing our money. Villagers also felt that Xie Changgui's family was the one taking advantage. Moreover, the furniture from Xie Dahong's family had been donated, so what use would they have for those broken pieces? They must be kept for the school. The villagers started to speak up in support. Changgui's family, stop crying. It's been over 10 years. Shouldn't you have paid about 100 yuan in rent? Asking for some furniture to cover the debt is already generous. Xie Changgui's family definitely refused. The two daughters-in-law said that the furniture in their house was part of their dowry and couldn't be left behind. After everyone had spoken their opinions, Xie Wan pointed to the room she had previously occupied and the one where Xie Changgui and Wang Xuehua lived, saying, Fine, I'll leave these two rooms. I definitely can't take the dowry from the two sisters-in-law.
You can move out now.
The kitchen items are not to be moved. I still need them. Xie Changgui's two daughters-in-law immediately started packing to stay behind and keep their dowries once they heard they could stay. Xie Wan was happy inside. She knew that only by dividing and weakening them could they start moving. Under Xie Juansai's leadership, the other villagers helped forcefully, quickly moving what could be taken from Xie Changgui's family to the old broken house of Lao Deng. The situation was settled. Xie Changgui's family was almost carried away by the villagers from the old blue brick house. It was just noon. Xie Junkai initially planned to invite the three siblings to his house for lunch, but Xie Wan politely refused, saying, Fourth uncle, my fourth aunt is still here. We'll start cooking at home for now. My brother will sign the gift agreement with you in a few days. We want to stay here for a few days first. You don't mind, right? Xie Junkai had no objections. He said, if you won't eat lunch, then have dinner instead. Your fourth aunt will definitely return tonight and must come to Uncle Chi-Chi's house for dinner. Xie Wan happily agreed, as she had many questions to ask Xie Junkai. Once everyone had left, Xie Xiaoling and her daughter Lu Yume helped tidy up. Xie Wan smiled and said to Xie Xiaoling, Fourth aunt, let's cook and eat now. She happily left the kitchen items behind. Xie Junkai brought more rice, oil, and several kinds of seafood and vegetables, enough for cooking. Xie Xiaoling sighed. When Grandpa and Grandma were alive, I often came back here. It's been over 10 years, and now we can finally have a meal in this house again. Xie Wan asked Xie Yuanchao to bring out the preserved meats, sausages, and pig's head skin they had brought. These New Year goods from Sichuan province were originally for each of the two uncles and aunts. Now, they were saved for Xie Changgui and Xie Changshuo's families. Xie Wan steamed the sausages and preserved meats, while Xie Xiaoling was preparing the seafood. Winter seafood wasn't as abundant as in summer, but since the temperature here was high and the sea wasn't frozen, there were still fish, shrimp, and shellfish. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains for mountain produce, rely on the sea for seafood. The ocean's resources are rich. Families living by the sea, as long as they're not lazy, won't go hungry. While tidying up the three large blue, Xie Xiaoling chatted with Xie Wan about family matters, saying, These from Uncle Chi-Chi must have been caught from the beach near our village. The blue make children stronger, and they are hard to find normally. Uncle Chi was very generous this time. Hearing this, Xie Wan understood that even in this era, blue are considered a valuable seafood. Curious, she asked fourth aunt, how much do blue cost per jean here? Xie Xiaoling said, at the dock, they sell for 25 cents per jean. If you can find 4 in a day, that's $1. Lu Yumei is only 16, a girl from the countryside, shy and reserved, and she usually doesn't speak much. Now that she heard her mother talking about collecting from the sea, her eyes lit up, and she wanted to speak up several times. Xie Wan saw this and smiled softly, asking gently, Yumei, what do you want to tell me? Lu Yumei felt shy but excited, and said, Little sister Wan, can I take you to collect tomorrow? Xie Wan thought for a moment. Tomorrow, she would probably go early in the morning to pay respects to her grandfather and grandmother, then go to fourth aunt's house for dinner, and collecting afterward sounds good. She happily agreed. Then, Xiaoling suddenly clapped her head and said, Tomorrow, bring back your fifth aunt too, so we can all pay respects to your grandparents together. After dinner, I'll go back. Yumei, you should run to town and ask your fifth aunt to come home tomorrow. With Xiaoling's arrangement, Xie Wan really felt like a family gathering for the new year. After dinner, Xiaoling and Lu Yumei left. Only the 3 siblings remained in the old Xie house. Xie Xing was in the yard, searching here and there, looking excited like he was patrolling the territory. Sister, you're really good at claiming land.
Now this yard is all ours, he said.
At first, Xie Wan didn't pay much attention. Then she saw Xie Xing pick up a stick from somewhere and wave it around, shouting, Sovereignty belongs to us. Anyone who invades, I will kill them. Xie Wan felt this sounded familiar and looked at her brother with suspicion. Then she remembered she had told him that the other day and he had listened. She asked, Did you learn that from me today?
Xie Xing nodded, yes.
Seizing the moment, Xie Wan explained to him, What I said was, don't let others bully you without fighting back. She asked, and what do you think it means on a bigger scale? Xie Xing, raised in a military family and influenced by proper education, immediately understood. He puffed up his little chest and said seriously, It means defending the home and country. Every inch of territory must be fought for. Whoever dares to invade, we will fight back and win. Xie Wan patted his head and praised. Well said. I'll reward you by taking you to the village. Finally, he wouldn't have to do homework, and Xie Xing was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. The weather here is better than in Sichuan province. Even in winter, you can see the sunshine. Xie Wan and the others only wore sweaters and jackets. When they stepped outside and felt the sunlight, it was so bright it hurt their eyes. People who live in Sichuan for a long time are not used to the UV rays of seaside cities, and Xie Wan felt tears almost coming out. At this moment, she started to miss sunglasses from later generations. Unfortunately, in this era, sunglasses are not available. The 3 of them walked on the road, shielding their eyes with their hands. When they saw villagers recognizing them, a woman claiming to be their 5th aunt gave Xie Wan a straw hat. The story about Yuan Jia, who wanted to donate their house to become a school, had already spread throughout the village in just one afternoon. Suddenly, the 3 siblings became very popular in the village. Everyone was very friendly when they saw them. Yuan Jia, Xiao Wan, here are some bitter melons for you to eat. Zhang Zhen's son, I dried some small fish at home. I'll bring some over later. Xiao Wan, where are you going? Xie Wan held the bitter melon, not recognizing it. Yuan Jia remembered eating it as a child and explained, This is a fragrant melon from our area, but ours has a white skin, and here it's green and called a vegetable melon. When you cut it open and nibble on it, it's very sweet. Xie Wan held the melon, thinking that if it was tasty, she could keep the seeds and try planting them in her space. She asked which way to the Ancestral Hall, but the villagers told her there was no longer an Ancestral Hall. Old customs are gone. The Ancestral Hall was destroyed during the Cultural Revolution.
Sorry to our ancestors, they said.
Xie Wan was surprised. Her main goal was to find clues about the jade ring through the tablets and family records in the Ancestral Hall. But now that it was destroyed, what should she do? She asked 5th aunt, Do you know who has the family records now? The woman who gave Xie Wan the straw hat looked to be about 70 years old, clearly an elder who knew a lot about village affairs. She said, The family records used to be kept in the Ancestral Hall. Since it was destroyed, they were burned too. Xie Wan's head was buzzing. The family records were burned? How could she find clues now? The jade jewelry had been passed down for hundreds of years. How could she locate it? Xie Wan asked Yuan Jia to take Xie to play, while she supported the old woman and said, "Fifth aunt, can I quietly ask you something?" Fifth aunt had many children and was very happy to hear about the school. Seeing Xie Wan's lively appearance, she liked her immediately and took her home. I went to visit Aunt Wu's house. She told me that my family has now separated and only my eldest son's family lives with me. I live alone in the backyard, where it's very quiet. When I arrived, Aunt Wu invited me inside, but I preferred to sit outside in the sun because it felt warmer. I finally got to taste the sliced melon, which was sweet and fragrant, really delicious, better than the white-skinned melon with a better texture. While eating, I asked about the history of our branch of the Xie family village. Aunt Wu said that the older generation said they came from Chuanzhou over 200 years ago. There's a family record, but she doesn't know the details. I thought for a moment and decided to ask about jade jewelry. I asked, "Aunt Wu, do you know if anyone in our family still has old heirloom items from our ancestors? My dad wants to buy one as a keepsake." When she heard this, Aunt Wu immediately pulled me inside and whispered, "You can't ask about this outside. If those troublemakers hear, it could ruin our family." I understood and nodded, lowering my voice. "It's because you're a senior in the village and have seen a lot. You can tell what belongs to each family. I'm really just buying it. My dad is worried that those people might accidentally destroy our ancestral items, so I came back to gather some to pass down in our family. I used my father's name without any guilt. After all, I just helped my uncle gain a good reputation. Why not use it?" Aunt Wu sighed and said, "Longzhen is thoughtful. But those old things aren't worth much now. A few years ago, there were daily struggle meetings, and someone spread rumors that our Xie family village was once a big feudal family. The town's revolutionary committee kept coming, taking people for struggle sessions. Many families had their homes raided, and a lot of things were taken. What's left now?" I felt nervous, worried that some of the jade jewelry might have already been stolen. I asked, "What was taken?" Aunt Wu said, "Our village is poor. If we had good stuff, we probably sold it long ago to make a living. Most of what was taken were old furniture passed down through generations, some ancestral portraits, and a few families kept jewelry as heirlooms, but even those were taken." Hearing about the jewelry, I became even more anxious and asked, "What kinds of jewelry were they? Do you remember which families they belonged to?" My aunt thought for a moment and said, "One of my jade bangles was taken during the raid. It was given to me by my father-in-law, and I passed it to my mother-in-law. I shouldn't have given it to my silly eldest daughter-in-law. She wore it out to show off, and that's how people found out." When Xie Wan heard about the jade bangle, she immediately connected it to her own clues and asked, "Is it made of jadeite?" My aunt sighed regretfully and said, "It's green, and the quality of the water is very good." Xie Wan didn't expect to find out so quickly about one of the bracelets, so she asked if my aunt knew who took it. She shook her head and said she only knew it was taken by someone from the town's revolutionary committee. They came with a group of people, but she didn't know who took what. My aunt also told Xie Wan about a few other families whose old belongings had been taken. Xie Wan said goodbye to my aunt and started visiting these families one by one. Since the villagers with the surname Xie were relatives, she was well-liked, and her sweet words helped her quickly find out what items had been taken from each family. Strangely, most of what was stolen was jewelry. After visiting these families, she found at least 3 jade bangles, all made of jadeite with excellent quality. She wondered if one of these was the same as her own jade ring. It's understandable, because jewelry is the easiest heirloom to keep. Since the Xie family used to be wealthy, each woman probably had a jade bangle. But she could only tell which one matched her ring by examining them carefully. After asking around, she finally heard a name, the town's revolutionary committee secretary, Wang Hongguang. He's not a good person. He claims he's breaking down feudal remnants, but he's probably hiding the best items for himself. Xie Wan decided to ask Xie Junkai more about Wang Hongguang during dinner. She spent the afternoon visiting many homes. Not only did she gather information, but she also bought 2 new cotton quilts to cover Xie Yuanchao and Xie Xing at night. When she returned home, Xie Yuanchao and his brother hadn't come back yet. Inside her space, she had prepared bedding for them, so she laid out the quilts. The 2 quilts she bought were mainly to serve as a cover-up. Unexpectedly, when Xie Yuanchao and his brother returned, they brought back 2 wild rabbits. "Brother, you didn't bring a gun. How did you catch these rabbits?" Xie Xing was now full of admiration for his older brother. He held up his slingshot and said, "Big brother used my slingshot to catch them. He's amazing. He hits every time." Xie Yuanchao proudly patted Xie Xing's head and said, "All the toys you play with now are leftovers from when I was a kid." Xie Wan looked at the 2 rabbits, each weighing about 3 jin, and she felt a bit proud of her older brother. Using a gun is not surprising, but hitting such large rabbits with a slingshot is really impressive. "We took 1 rabbit to Uncle Chi's house as a dish, and also brought a pig's head for New Year's greetings. The remaining 1 will be taken to Aunt Four's house tomorrow." The 3 siblings washed up and then went to Xie Juansai's home. Xie Junkai was already waiting eagerly at the door. When he saw them carrying rabbits and a pig's head, he couldn't stop smiling. Coincidentally, Xie Juansai's house is right across from Xie Changshuo's. From the courtyard, Xie Changshuo's family could clearly see what was happening at Juansai's door. His wife couldn't help but pinch him. "Look at you, so clueless. If you had made enemies with Lao Lu, those rabbit and pig's head would definitely be ours. Rabbits can still be caught in the mountains, but a whole smoked pig's head is a rare and precious New Year's gift nowadays." Xie Changshuo pushed his wife away and spat. "I don't like his stuff." He said he wasn't interested, but secretly, he already regretted it. Lao Lu really got rich. He even dared to give away a yard, so what's a pig's head to him? If he hadn't helped Lao San cheat Lao Lu before, with Lao Lu's temper, he probably wouldn't be alive now. Xie Wan and her brother followed Junkai into the main room, where they saw a table full of dishes and the warm smiles and greetings from Juansai's family. They enjoyed a happy meal. After everyone else left the table, Xie Wan asked about the family genealogy. Junkai had everyone leave, and his youngest son took Xie Xing out to play. Then he told Xie Wan and her brother, "Changzhen wants to see the family tree. I understand his desire to remember his roots. The genealogy book was supposed to be burned, but actually my father secretly hid it. It's right here with me." Junkai went into his room and came out with a thick, stitched book. The yellowed edges showed it was quite old. Xie Wan opened the genealogy book, and the first page recorded events from the Qianlong Emperor's reign during the Qing dynasty. The year Binggu, which was the 51st year of Qianlong's reign, 1786, marked the 90th birthday of ancestor Xie Qizu, who passed the provincial exam. 3 years later, Xie Qizu took the imperial exam and was appointed as a teacher. In the 55th year of Qianlong, 1790, he attended the emperor's 80th birthday celebration, was honored with a poem by the emperor, and was allowed to return home to retire. He was granted 100 acres of good land in Yunshao County. Xie Qizu then returned home and settled there with his family. Xie Qizhua lived to be 120 years old, making him the first centenarian in the Qing dynasty. After reading about this ancestor's life, Xie Wan's eyes lit up. This was clearly a remarkable ancestor who seemed to have special luck, who normally takes the imperial exam at 90, and who lives to 120. He must have been drinking the spiritual spring water from the space, becoming more energetic over time. Maybe this ancestor only discovered the secret of the jade ring around 90, which is why he achieved so much later in life. It seems her idea of finding clues about jade jewelry in the family tree was correct. The family tree was quite thick, so it would take some time to read through it all. Xie Wan asked Xie Junkai to borrow the family tree. "Seventh uncle, can I borrow this family tree? I want to take it home and show my dad. Next year during the spring festival, if my dad is able to come, he can bring it back himself." Usually this family tree couldn't be borrowed out. But since it was for Xie Dahuang, the situation was special. Xie Junkai had always hoped Xie Dahuang would come back once. If he was willing to return for this family tree, Xie Junkai thought that was a great thing. Anyway, the ancestral hall was not open now, and the family tree was kept secretly. Xie Junkai repeatedly warned, Xie Wan, you must take good care of it and not lose it. This is the root of our entire village. Tell Changzhen to come back next year. Xie Wan put away the family tree and asked if Xie Junkai knew Wang Hongguang. That old, if I didn't have a family to protect, I would have fought him long ago. From Xie Junsai's angry expression, it was clear that Wang Hongguang had caused a lot of trouble. He is from Wangjia village upstream. The people from that village married into our village many times in the past. Your third aunt, Wang Tsuehua, is from that village. Speaking of which, Wang Hongguang and your third aunt are relatives. But this guy is always scheming against relatives. He claims that our Xie family was once a feudal big family and brought people to our village to hold a struggle meeting. He used to work at a food factory in town, then became the leader of the rebel faction, overthrowing the owners on both sides, and somehow ended up as the secretary of the Revolutionary Committee. Xie Wan was suspicious. He said the Xie family was a feudal big family, but weren't Wang and Xie Wan's equals? How dare he say that? Xie Junkai said, that beast is unfaithful to kin. His Wangjia village was also overthrown by him. His father died when he was young, and his mother remarried and moved to town. It's said he suffered a lot in Wangjia village as a child, and when he grew up, he started causing trouble there. Our Xie family village often marries into Wang family village, so we ended up getting involved in their troubles. Now he doesn't dare return to the village alone. If he goes back to Wang family village, he will definitely be beaten badly by his uncles and brothers. Xie Wan understood this was the reason. She also inquired about Wang Hongguang's address in town and learned about some of his bad deeds over the years, which gave her some ideas. When she returned to the old house, Xie Yunchao and Xie Xing stayed in the same room to sleep. Xie Wan closed her door and entered her space. There, she saw a little bird holding a whistle in its beak, blowing 1, 2, 1, as it chased the chickens back to their coop. Strangely, a young white-tailed sea eagle was following a group of hens, walking and squawking along with them, yet it didn't seem out of place. Xie Wan called the little bird over, pointed at the white-tailed sea eagle, and asked, "How did you make it so obedient?" The little bird remembered that day and couldn't help but sweat coldly. It looked miserable and said, "Boss, you almost got me killed. If Xiao hadn't been so strong, I would have been pecked to death by that chick." It turned out that day, Xie Wan fed the sea eagle some cleansing pill. After the eagle fell asleep, she made a nest for it on the fake mountain and entrusted it to the little bird's care. When the eagle woke up, its instincts kicked in, and it started chasing and pecking at the little bird. It's an eagle, even a young one, with a beak and claws far stronger than those of chickens. Plus, it could fly. The little bird really couldn't outrun it. Just as the eagle was about to catch and peck at the little bird, Old Wu, Strongman Bobby, arrived and punched the eagle away, saving the little bird's father. Although Old Wu was strong, he was smaller and slower than the eagle, and neither could overpower the other. Then the little bird had an idea. It blew the whistle and called the chickens over. It was meant to distract the eagle with the chickens, thinking that even if the eagle caught a couple to eat, it would be better than catching him or his sons. But when the eagle saw the chickens lining up, it suddenly stopped and went to find its mother among the hens. The hens weren't very smart, but they didn't mind the eagle and even treated it like their own chick, helping to preen its feathers. Now, the eagle would play among the chickens every day, occasionally going crazy and trying to catch mice. When the little bird blew the whistle, it would return to the chickens and join the line again. Xie Wan understood that this eagle chick, after taking the cleansing pill, gained some intelligence but not much. It was still young and naive, like a human baby, intelligent but still confused, so it was easy for the little bird's whistle to control it. This can be considered a good thing. Otherwise, it might have pecked Xiaoji badly or even killed him, which would be a serious problem. This might also be a way for them to balance each other. Over time, as they develop feelings and the eagle chick grows more sensible, it probably won't peck at Xiaoji's family anymore. But what does it matter that it always follows the hens in line every day? Will it always think of itself as a chicken? Concerned about this, Xie Wan caught the eagle chick and started talking to it. You are an eagle, and someday you will soar in the sky. Suddenly, the eagle chick replied, cluck, 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 cluck. Meat, meat, eat meat. Xie Wan was startled. What do you mean, cluck, cluck? I told you you're not a hen. Maybe you're not even a female. The chick repeated, cluck, 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 cluck. Eat meat. I told you not to say cluck, cluck. You're an eagle. Do you know what an eagle is? I can't explain it clearly. Just then, Xiaoji brought over a small piece of beef with his fifth brother. He cheerfully called out to the eagle chick, cluck, cluck, come down and eat meat. Xie Wan sighed and asked, why do you call it cluck, cluck? It has no name, so I call it cluck, cluck. What should I call it then? Xiaoji pretended to be confused, but secretly, he knew that bird was definitely not a chicken. Although Xiaoji had never seen an eagle, he was a rat whose ancestors had lived in the palace, so he had heard of fierce birds of prey like hawks and falcons. Those were their enemies. If he could figure out how to kill the eagle chick, he would do it. But he was afraid Xie Wan would get angry, so he just wanted to get rid of that annoying bird. Luckily, the bird was still small and easy to deceive. Xiaoji decided to twist its sense of species and raise it as a chicken. Xie Wan never expected that a rat she raised could be so clever. She thought Xiaoji genuinely didn't recognize that it was an eagle. Moreover, if an enemy of the rat came in, Xie Wan also felt a bit guilty about Xiaoji. She cleared her throat and said, from now on, don't call it cluck cluck. What should we name it? Let's call it Xiao Diao. Diao means stubborn. Xiaoji, what face are you making? Do you dislike my naming skills? Xiaoji nodded obediently. You're the best, of course your name is good. But inside, he was sneering. Big sister, isn't this just a case of telling on oneself? Calling it Xiao Diao, stubborn? Trying to bully us rats for being uneducated. Huh. Mommy's little one had only been in Xie family village for a day when she earned over 50,000 points of resentment from Xie Changgui's family. Plus, thanks to Xie Xing and others, she gained another 60,000 points. Now, she needs to help Qin Mai extract energy pills, which consumes more of her resentment points, but her earnings for the day are still more than what she would have gained staying in South City for a month. After all, she has already dealt with most of the people she finds unpleasant in South City. She is a person with principles. She doesn't easily upset those who are kind to her. It seems she needs to go out more often. Xie Wan didn't spend her resentment points, but instead held the family tree book and looked at it all night. Far away, Qin Mai was on duty when he suddenly heard familiar footsteps. The office door was pushed open. Seeing Chu Jiangnan, Qin Mai was a bit surprised. Didn't this guy go back to Yanjing? You're only in the 3rd year of middle school. Why are you in such a hurry to come back? Chu Jiangnan looked unhappy. He handed Qin Mai a paper bag and said, you need to leave immediately for the US. There are your ID documents inside. First, go to Hong Kong, where someone will meet you and transfer you to the US. The military plane is ready. You have 1 hour to memorize all the information inside, then depart. This anti-espionage operation can only be done by you. Be careful and stay safe. I'll be waiting for your safe return. Qin Mai's face also darkened. He asked, are you sure?
Chu Jiangnan nodded seriously. Yes.
I didn't expect that after just half a year in the US, he couldn't resist the temptations of capitalism and betrayed the country. Qin Mai opened the paper bag, which contained Wang Qiaochun. Their comrade, who was thought to have died in Jida Port, was in a photo under the Statue of Liberty. The photo was taken 10 days ago. That means their former comrade faked his death and is now living freely in the enemy country. The order was clear, no mercy in rooting out spies, but no traces left behind in the US. Wang Qiaochun knew too much about their special operations team, which posed a huge threat to other agents. Qin Mai had to act quickly and cleanly, leaving no clues. He quickly read through the information, then stood up and said, I will complete the mission. Chu Jiangnan knew this operation was very dangerous. If his body had been fully recovered, he would have gone himself. He patted Qin Mai's shoulder seriously and said, take care. At dawn, Qin Mai took a military plane, then transferred to a fishing boat and arrived in Hong Kong. The next day, he boarded a flight across the ocean. The place where Qin might change ships was not far from Xie Wan. Unfortunately, Xie Wan did not know these things. She studied the family tree all night and roughly understood the rise and fall of her family over the past 200 years. The Xie family line from Yunshao indeed separated from the Chuanzhou Xie family. Their ancestor was a man named Xie Qizhua from the Qing dynasty. Xie Qizhua had 17 sons, 10 of whom were born after he was 90 years old. This shows that the old man was very busy at night and probably had no time to practice cultivation, so Xie Wan concluded that he only drank the spiritual spring and read books in the study. He did not start practicing cultivation. After all, the cultivation methods in the space were Taoist, which did not require complete abstinence, but at least involved some restraint after practicing. Moreover, once cultivation began, there wouldn't be much time for making children, right? If not, perhaps that ancestor only lived to 120 years old. The first 7 sons of Xie Qizhua died early, before him, leaving descendants mostly in Chuanzhou, according to the family records. The 10 younger sons, however, all became successful. 3 of them passed the imperial exams and became officials in various places, but they never returned to Yunshao. The family records noted where these 3 settled. The remaining 7 stayed in Yunshao, continuously reproducing and forming a large family. But by the late Qing dynasty, pirates ravaged the coast, and Western pirates repeatedly attacked, leading to the decline of the family. Many family members fled to Nancheng. Most of the rest stayed in Xie village. Besides that, during the late Qing period, some branches of the Xie family living in other coastal areas migrated to Yunshao. They merged into the Yunshao Xie family, forming what later became Xie family village. Xie Wan traced back and found that the branch of Xie Hong's family was descended from the 17th son of Xie Qizhua, born when he was 100 years old. Giving birth at such an age was considered auspicious, so Xie Qizhua passed the jade ring to his youngest son, which was reasonable. But Xie Wan noticed that this branch never produced outstanding individuals again. Why Xie Qizhua gave the jade ring but never told his youngest son the secret of the space remained a mystery. Looking at other branches where 3 sons became scholars, they gradually became ordinary and produced no remarkable people, so these people probably never discovered the secret of the space either. Now, Xie Wan had a new question. Did Xie Qizhua only get a jade ring, or was it a full set of jade jewelry? She thought it was more likely to be just a ring. She called out the remnant soul to ask if it knew a person named Xie Qizhua. The remnant soul replied, "I am just a fragment of a soul, with incomplete senses, unable to retain long-term memory. Every time the space owner dies, I go into sleep mode. I also forget about the previous space owner's matters." Xie Wan feels a bit frustrated and complains, "You shouldn't be called Xie Qi. You should be called Xie Yu, because your memory is like a fish's." Although she cannot learn about the previous space owner from the residual soul, at least the residual soul told her that each piece of jewelry must be recognized by its owner to upgrade the space. What happens if another piece of jewelry is recognized first? That's useless. The ring must be activated first because I am inside the ring, and the ring is the main part of the whole space. Xie Wan understands that without the ring, even if others get the other parts of the jewelry set, it's pointless. Is there a big difference between just opening the ring's space and upgrading the space? Very big. Can you tell me what functions it has?
No.
Xie Wan is quite annoyed but is fairly sure that Xie Qizhua probably hasn't realized that the space can still be upgraded. So, there's a high chance that Xie Qizhua only has one ring. This disappoints Xie Wan a lot. She had hoped to rob Wang Hongguang, thinking that the other parts of the jade jewelry might be among the stolen jewelry in Xie village. It seems unlikely now, but she still wants to try. After all, the family genealogy records that during the late Qing dynasty, the Xie family in Chuanzhou moved many people to Xie village to avoid pirates. Maybe some of these people brought other parts of the jade jewelry. Since they are all inherited from the Xie family, she can't let Wang Hongguang, an outsider, get them cheaply. Whether she can find a useful part depends on luck. On the morning of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Xie Xiaoling and Lu Yumei arrived early with incense, candles, and paper money. Along with Xie Xiaoling was her eldest son Lu Jiang. Yuan Chao, Xie Wan, this is your big cousin. Yesterday, he heard you were coming and went out to sea just for you, bringing back a lot of fresh seafood. They're all being kept alive, and you can have them for lunch today. In this weather, even if they go fishing near the coast, they wouldn't catch much. If it weren't for entertaining the visiting cousins, Lu Jiang wouldn't go out to sea. Fourth aunt, do you have a fishing boat at home? Yes, and it's thanks to your dad. If it weren't for the money he sent, fourth aunt's family couldn't afford that boat. Xie Xiaoling's fishing boat isn't very big. Now, any boat over a certain size must be owned collectively. Her boat is just a small dinghy, but for ordinary coastal families, having such a small boat already makes life much better than others. Xie Xiaoling looked a bit worried and said, my second cousin is serving in Shisha. I heard he was in a fight recently, and we haven't received any news yet. Can you help find out if he's okay? Xie Yuanchao comforted her. Don't worry. We fought quickly in Shisha this time, so Lu Hai should be fine. After about an hour, Xie Xiaoyan arrived with her son and daughter. Her family lives in town, which is far away, so everyone understood. Aunt Wu, when she saw Xie Wan and his siblings, was just as warm, but her white hair was more than Xie Xiaoling's, and her worried expression seemed hard to shake. This made Xie Wan a bit suspicious. Yuan Chao, Xiao Wan, Xingxing, come to Aunt Wu's house in town for dinner tomorrow. Fourth sister, your family should come too, Xie Xiaoyan invited. Xie Xiaoling frowned. Why has your hair turned so white after just half a year? Xie Xiaoyan hesitated but said, let's go visit Dad and Mom's grave first. I'll tell you the rest when we get back. Xie Xiaoyan had 3 daughters in a row, but luckily her 4th child was a son. Her son, Lu Feng, is younger than Xie Wan, only 17 this year, so he could go with Xie Xing. Her eldest and second daughters are married, and today she brought her youngest daughter, Lu Lan, who is a month older than Xie Wan. She looks very pretty, but like her mother, she has a worried look in her eyes and often seems distracted. Lu Yumei, who has known Lu Lan since childhood, tried to talk to her, but Lu Lan looked tired and uninterested, which puzzled Lu Yumei. Quietly, Lu Yumei said to Xie Wan, Lan Lan used to be different. The family first visited their grandfather and grandmother's grave. The 2 elders are buried together. Back then, they practiced land burial, and the family couldn't afford a big tomb, so they just piled earth and set up a blue stone stele. They placed ritual knives and wine, lit incense and candles, and the younger family members bowed one after another. Xie Xiaoling and Xie Xiaoyan burned paper money and recited prayers, mainly asking the ancestors to bless their descendants. Xie Xiaoling specifically mentioned the old house and spoke quite openly, even scolding her 2 brothers in front of her parents' grave. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaoyan mumbled some words quietly, tears welling up as she spoke. Xie Wan knelt and bowed his head. Although the grandparents were from the original owner's family, just because they passed the jade ring to her older brother and then to her, Xie Wan felt he should pay his respects. After performing the ancestor worship, the group went directly to the neighboring Changqiao village. Although it's called a neighboring village, it actually takes over half an hour to walk from the Xie family ancestral grave. Luckily for Xie Wan, who was once the top cross-country runner among new soldiers, this was nothing. However, Lu Lan, who had always lived in town and was physically weaker, was out of breath and struggled a bit. Xie Xiaoyan looked at Xie Wan with some envy and said, it would be great if my Lan Lan was as strong as you, Xiao Wan. Xie Wan grinned. It was the first time someone praised her for being strong. Although she knew Xie Xiaoyan meant well, she still found it a little funny. Along the way, Xie Xiaoling and Xie Xiaoyan deliberately kept some distance from a few children, and the sisters played with crickets as they walked. Xie Wan, who had good hearing, overheard most of their conversation. Besides talking about recent events in the Xie family and unitedly condemning something, most of their talk was about Xie Xiaoyan's family. Xie Xiaoling asked, what exactly are you facing? Is it money trouble? I have some. If you need money, just tell me, I'll give it to you. Xie Xiaoyan started to wipe her tears. It's not about money. It's that Lan Lan was bullied. The rest of her words, Xie Xiaoyan almost whispered into Xie Xiaoling's ear. Xie Wan caught bits and pieces and roughly understood that someone had taken a liking to Lu Lan, but her family was unwilling. That family was causing trouble and damaging Lu Lan's reputation. Then Xie Wan heard Xie Xiaoling angrily raise her voice. Isn't this against the law? We need to tell Uncle Qi and have him bring people from the village to settle this. Xie Xiaoyan then grabbed Xie Xiaoling and said, It's not that simple. The woman from that family, I heard, has an affair with Wang Hongguang, and the young man named Li is said to be Wang Hongguang's son. Our old Lu once went to the Li family to fight for her, but he was taken by the committee and held for 3 days. When he came out, he was covered in injuries. Xie Xiaoling, furious, said, Such a thing happened, and you didn't go home to tell anyone? Xie Xiaoyan cried, What's the use of telling? Do you want your family to get involved too? If Wang Hongguang wants to deal with us, it's an easy thing. Xie Xiaoling was speechless. Even if she went back to Xie village to tell Xie Junkai, he wouldn't be able to help them. She gritted her teeth and said, Write a letter to Lao Lu and ask him to come back. Xie Xiaoyan said, Although Lao Lu is an officer in the army, he's so far away and can't manage local affairs. Writing to him will only make him worry. Plus, my old Lu says the army is complicated now. Lao Lu can only protect himself, and he has to be very careful. If he crosses into the military district to handle local matters, he might get into trouble. Do you forget what happened to Lao Lu before, when he was beaten and locked up? Xiaoling turned back, glanced at Yan Chao, and said, Maybe I should ask Yan Chao about it later. She sighed inside, feeling that these two aunts truly cared for her father. Even when the family faced such big problems, they didn't want to make things difficult for De Hong. Since this matter involved Wang Hongguang, and she was planning to trouble Wang Hongguang anyway, she decided to help her father handle it. After dinner at Xiaoling's house, Lu Yumei urged Xie Wan and the other young relatives to go to the beach with her. Cousin, today is the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. The tide went out around 10 in the morning and will come back around 4 in the afternoon. We only have a few hours to play. Lu Yumei carried a wooden bucket and some bags filled with urea, handing them out. We don't have enough burlap sacks at home, but these bags will do. Xiaoling picked up a pair of black rubber rain boots and handed them to Xie Wan. Xie Wan, put these on. The water isn't as warm as in summer, and the sea is still cold. Only Xie Wan had shoes to change into, and she felt a bit shy. She pointed to Lu Lan and said, Lan Lan is weaker than me. Let her wear these. Lu Lan hadn't spoken much to Xie Wan today, but now she mustered her courage and declined politely, Xie Wan, you wear them. I'll just stand here and watch you all play. Xie Wan didn't really want to wear someone else's shoes, but politely refused. She had spare shoes in her bag, so if they got wet, she wasn't worried. Longqiao village is near the sea. Many families dried their fishing nets in their yards. At this time, several women sat at their doorways, chatting and weaving nets in small groups. Yumei, are you taking your relatives to gather seafood? Many villagers friendly asked when they saw them carrying buckets. Xiaoling's family lived not far from the beach. It took about 10 minutes to walk there. But once they arrived at the beach, Lu Yumei didn't stop, but kept walking further. Cousin, let's go to the sandy beach at Wankou. There are lots of sand clams there. Yesterday, Lu Yumei was shy, but now at the beach, she was lively and happy, as if she returned to her own world, like a bird singing. Xie Wan had been to Sanya before and seen the sea, but he had never gathered seafood. Xiao Xing was seeing the ocean for the first time and was very excited. He was the youngest among them. On the way, he kept picking up pretty shells and stones but couldn't carry them all himself, so he asked his cousins to help. Lu Feng teased him. What are these broken things? Throw them away. Later, I'll find you a pretty conch shell. Finally, they reached the sandy beach Lu Yumei had mentioned. Seeing a bubble on the beach, Lu Yumei bent down, pinched with, and caught a sand clam. Xie Wan saw how easy it was and got interested, trying to imitate Lu Yumei by bending down to find the bubble, but she found it really difficult. Lu Yumei explained, Little Sister Wan, the tide has been going out for 2 hours now. Besides the waterlogged spots, most of the sand clams hide without visible bubbles. You need to dig with a shovel like this. Lu Yumei handed Xie Wan a broken-handled shovel and showed her how to dig in the sand. Soon, Xie Wan dug out a sand clam. This clam looks similar to the flower clams she saw in the market in her later life, but the meat is much firmer and more delicious. The clams here aren't worth much, Lu Yumei said. Even at the dock, they only sell for a few cents per pound. After digging a few, Xie Wan lost interest. Seeing Xie Yuanchao and Xie Xing taking off their shoes and walking toward the sea, she also took off her shoes and went barefoot. Although Lu Feng grew up in town, he often visited his aunt's house during holidays. He was more experienced than Xie Wan and her siblings. Rolling up his pants to his thighs, Lu Feng said, "I'll take you to those rocks over there. You can find sea mussels and oysters." The spot wasn't far, just a few steps away. On the rocky wall, many tiny sea mussels and oysters were hanging, but most were already dug up. The oysters here are the ones Xie Wan loved most in her previous life. She immediately thought of grilled garlic oysters from the street, and her mouth watered. At noon, Xie Xiaoling made oyster omelets for them, which were delicious, but Xie Wan still wanted grilled garlic oysters. She finally dug one up, and Lu Feng helped her open it, revealing a milky, white liquid inside. He casually threw it aside, saying it's too small, not grown enough. All the ones here have been dug up. Maybe we can ask Big Cousin to take us out on his boat? There's a deserted island nearby, and it probably has lots of oysters. The young people were excited. They couldn't resist. Xie Wan was also tempted. She had never been on a small fishing boat to go out to sea before. They ran back to ask Lu Yumei for her opinion, but she looked a bit hesitant. Lu Lan, who had been standing aside and not involved, spoke up, "Little Wan, the rules here don't allow women on fishing boats." Xie Wan knew this was superstitious tradition, but she didn't say anything. Seeing her disappointed, Lu Yumei bravely suggested, "Maybe Brother Yuanchao can talk to my brother?" Yuanchao was very protective of his sister and loved to spoil her. If his sister wanted to go on a boat, he wouldn't let her be left behind, right? He agreed immediately. Lu Feng and Xie Yuanchao ran back to Xie Xiaoling's house and discussed with Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang, the oldest, was already married and had 2 small children. He grew up by the sea, so he was somewhat superstitious, but he couldn't refuse outright. His wife was unhappy and advised, "Maybe it's better not to go. It's already afternoon. If you go out, you'll only be gone for 2 or 3 hours. If the tide rises, it might be unsafe." She actually felt that letting Xie stay on the boat at night would bring bad luck to the boat, which made her unhappy inside. Xie Xiaoling was inside talking to Xie Xiaoyan. When she heard the noise outside, she came out to ask what was happening. After understanding the situation, she waved her hand and made a decision, saying, "Go ahead and also invite Yumei. She is good at water, so let her stay close to Xiaowan. Lan Lan and Xing Xing are not allowed to go because Lan Lan can't swim, and Xing Xing probably can't either." Lu Zhong's mother had already given instructions, so he had to hide his superstitions and took Xie Yuanchao and Lu Feng to push the boat out. Lu Zhong's wife went to pull Xie Xiaoling's clothes, but Xie Xiaoling scolded, "This boat was bought with your Uncle Lu's money. Xiaowan wants to sit for a while. Who dares to say no?" Xie Xiaoling was the head of the household, so Lu Zhong's wife could only purse her lips and go back to nurse the baby. Now that the tide was falling, the boat was stranded on the beach. Lu Jiang and Xie Yuanchao struggled hard to push it out. When Xing Xing heard he wasn't allowed on the boat, he almost cried and begged, "Sister, please talk to Big Brother and Big Cousin. I want to go. I promise I'll listen." Xie Wan, who was good at swimming, thought that even if there was danger, she could protect Xing Xing. It was rare for the child to come to the seaside, so not letting him on the boat felt a bit cruel. She said, "If you promise to come back tonight and finish 2 small essays, I'll help you ask." Xing Xing nodded vigorously, surprisingly without any resentment this time. Lu Lan said she would take the sand clams they dug back home and wouldn't go. The small boat at Xie Xiaoling's house was indeed tiny. After a few people got on, there wasn't much space left. Xie Wan didn't allow Xing Xing to go to the side of the boat, only letting him sit in the middle to watch the fun. Xie Yuanchao also seemed interested and was learning to row from Lu Jiang. Lu Feng encouraged Lu Jiang, "Cousin, shall we try fishing with an X-net?" Lu Jiang thought they were just playing and didn't have high hopes. He handed the fishing rod to Lu Feng and taught Xie Yuanchao how to cast the net. After casting, they let the boat drift at the stern, and the siblings started chatting casually. At this moment, Xie Wan came over to Lu Feng and said, "Feng, you won't be going back tonight, right? You're coming with us to Xie village. Isn't it your turn to visit tomorrow? You should lead the way then." Lu Feng agreed without hesitation, saying, "Okay, I'll tell my mom when I get back." Actually, Xie Wan had something to ask Lu Feng. Today was busy with many people around, so it was inconvenient. She thought it would be better to keep Lu Feng here to learn more about him. They talked about their usual hobbies, and the boat drifted for about half an hour. Lu Jiang said, "Let's just make a quick effort. I'll pull in the net now. If we wait too long, we might not make it back to the island." When pulling the net, he was surprised to find it was very heavy. "Did we catch a lot? This is near the coast. How could that happen?" He struggled to pull it alone and asked Xie Yuanchao for help. When they lifted the net, they saw more than a dozen mackerel, along with shrimp, stone, and a few blue. Lu Jiang couldn't hide his happiness and laughed. "We've never caught mackerel near the coast at this time of year. Everyone, be careful. These fish are fierce." Mackerel, also called bonito, are known to be very aggressive. There's a saying, mountain food, partridges and deer, seafood, mackerel and pomfret. Each mackerel was over 50 centimeters long and weighed about 6 or 7 jin, around 3 to 3.5 kilograms. The total weight was over 100 jin. At the dock's buying price of 15 cents per jin, just these mackerel were worth over 10 yuan. 10 yuan might not seem like much to Xie Wan, but for these seaside fishermen, it was a good income. Lu Jiang, who earlier was annoyed that Xie Wan was on the boat, now kept saying, "Xie Wan is our lucky star. Today's catch is a big surprise." With so much fish caught, they could have gone back to the island, but Xie Wan was still eager to go for her garlic-roasted oysters. When asked her opinion, she said she still wanted to go. Lu Jiang parked the small boat near the rocks of the island. He stayed alone to guard the boat, while the other siblings rolled up their pant legs, grabbed their tools, and jumped into the water like dumplings. Wow, there are so many oysters on these rocks. Xie Wan was lucky she didn't have a fear of tight spaces. She was amazed by this spectacular sight. Lu Yumei said, "Not many people come here usually. Oysters don't sell for much, so no one makes a special trip just to dig here." But Xie Wan didn't care about that. She loved the feeling of freely collecting oysters. To her, the big rocks weren't just rocks anymore. They looked like giant charcoal grills, with countless oysters floating on top, fragrant with garlic. Xie Wan swallowed her saliva and started digging hard. She kept digging and hiding some in her space to keep fresh, planning to bring some back for Qin Muyue to try. This head must be from a few large abalones. Xie Wan was almost going crazy. She saw an abalone as big as her fist. Seeing her frantic, desperate digging with her hands and feet, Lu Yumei almost burst out laughing. "Cousin, don't worry. I'll help you dig. I've already dug some, and will bring them back for you." Just as Xie Wan was calming down from her excitement over the abalones, she turned a corner and saw clusters of Buddha's hand fruit. Also called brush holder, the flesh is very tasty. In her past life, she only tasted it once during a trip to Sanya. Then she saw many shells she couldn't name. Lu Yumei introduced them one by one. "This is a spicy snail, this is a green shrimp snail, and that one is a sesame snail." As children who grew up by the sea, Lu Yumei and others found it hard to understand Xie Wan, who was from the inland in the future, and her wild excitement at seeing so many seafood. In this era, pollution was low, the ocean's resources were much richer than in later times, and seafood was much cheaper. The wooden buckets they brought were already full. Luckily, everyone also brought a plastic bag. No one noticed that Xie Wan was digging the hardest, but her plastic bag was only half full. After more than an hour of digging, everyone's waist was hurting from bending so much, so they decided to go back. Xie Wan's waist also hurt. She hadn't felt it earlier when she was excited, but now her back was aching so badly she almost went numb. She swayed and handed her half-full plastic bag to Xie Wan. "Brother, can you hold this for me? I think I can't move anymore." Xie Wan took her bag, glanced at it, and teased her. "You yelled the loudest, but you dug just a little more than the third brother." Xie Wan said she needed to stand up. The others had already gone onto the boat. Xie Wan put down his things to help her. "Are you really that tired? I'll carry you back." Bending over like this wasn't much like practicing martial arts. It depended on how often they bent over to work. Xie Wan's back was indeed very sore. She could have walked by herself, but since her big brother was willing to carry her, she pouted and climbed on his back. Xie Wan, a brother who loved spoiling his sister, happily jumped over the rocks with her on his back, probably showing off his skills. He jumped a little too confidently and suddenly he slipped. The siblings slid down toward the rocks below. Luckily, a nearby rock caught them, preventing a fall to the ground. Their feet just reached the shallow seawater, and their feet were completely submerged. Suddenly, Xie Wan bent down again and picked up a large red seashell, bigger than both her palms. "This seashell is so pretty. I want to take it home as decoration." Xie Wan also thought it was beautiful and told her to hold it carefully. Lu Jiang looked at their harvest and was amazed. He was a bit worried that the boat might be too heavy to float properly. Everyone saw the large red conch shell in Xie Wan's hand, and even Lu Jiang and Lu Yume didn't recognize what kind of shell it was. When they returned to the dock, Lu Yume and Lu Jiang kept 3 mackerel and sold the rest at the market. They earned 15 yuan in total. Lu Jiang wanted to share the money with everyone, but no one took it. They carried the bags of urea back to Xie Xiaoling's house. Lu Jiang gave the money from the fish sale to Xie Xiaoling. She happily told everyone, "I knew it. My little Wan is so lively and charming. How could the Mazu goddess dislike her? Look, those rare mackerel she caught. The goddess must have sent them to us as a gift for her." Lu Jiang and his wife knew Xie Xiaoling was teasing them. Lu Jiang scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "Yes, little one is lucky. I've never had a net break near the sea before. Today's the first time." His wife gave him a small pinch and secretly scolded him for giving all the money to Xie Xiaoling. Xie Xiaoling insisted on giving some money to Xie Wan, but Xie Wan quickly said, "Fourth aunt, I have my salary. I don't need this money." Xie Xiaoling then tried to give money to Xie Xing, but Xie Xing, under Xie Wan's watchful eyes, also refused. "Fourth aunt, I don't want it either. I have some pocket money." In the end, Xie Xiaoling kept the money. Then Xie Wan took out the red conch shell she found and showed it to Xie Xiaoling. Xie Xiaoling held it in her hand, stared at it for a long time without closing her mouth, and kept looking at Xie Wan. "Fourth aunt, what's wrong? Don't you recognize this conch?" Xie Xiaoling turned and took a scale from the wall, then pulled Xie Wan into the house. The others didn't understand, but Lu Yume covered her mouth and smiled. Mom probably thinks there's a pearl inside the shell and secretly opened it with Xie Wan. Sometimes they did find pearls inside conch shells, but they were small and not worth much. Still, it was good if they could find one. Regular buyers paid from a few cents to a few yuan depending on the size. Xie Wan followed Xie Xiaoling into the house, and she closed the door tightly, looking nervous. "Fourth aunt, what's wrong? You're making me a little nervous." Xie Wan, this isn't an ordinary shell. This is a big phoenix conch." Xie Wan had never heard of a big phoenix conch. Seeing her confusion, Xie Xiaoling whispered mysteriously, "It's said that big phoenix conchs are nearly extinct. This shell can produce a fire phoenix pearl, which was extremely valuable in ancient times." Xie Wan gasped and asked, "They're nearly extinct?" "Fourth aunt, how do you know this is a big phoenix conch?" Xie Xiaoling proudly said, "I saw a small one when I was a child." "Oh, and I found it with your dad. Unfortunately, no pearls came out inside. Your grandfather said this is a big foam snail, and we should remember its appearance. He told us to say goodbye for now, and not to rush to open small ones. Instead, find a quiet place to raise it secretly. If a fire phoenix pearl appears, you'll be very lucky." Xie Wan pointed at Xie Xiaoling's hand and asked, "Is this one big or small?" Xie Xiaoling replied, "It's big." It probably has one inside. She quickly said a prayer in her heart, asking her grandparents to bless her so she could find a fire phoenix pearl. Xie Wan obediently closed her eyes and prayed. Xie Xiaoling took off the hook from the scale and caught the snail meat. Fourth aunt, why don't you add weights to the scale? Xie Xiaoling said, silly girl, I'm letting the snail meat fall out by itself. You still want to keep the shell, right? This way, I can take out the pearl without damaging the shell. After about 10 minutes of fishing, Xie Xiaoling's hands were tired, but finally, the snail meat and shell separated naturally. She squeezed the soft meat with her fingers, and a bright red pearl appeared. It was so beautiful. The fire phoenix pearl shimmered under the light, shining brightly. Xie Wan thought of a large natural red pearl sold at auctions in later times, worth 100 million. Her pearl was even bigger and more authentic. Could she really achieve a small goal like this? Xie Xiaoling was also stunned by the fire phoenix pearl. She didn't speak for a long time. Then, she decisively handed the pearl to Xie Wan. Hide it well. Don't let others see. Xie Xiaoling opened her cabinet, rummaged inside, and pulled out a cloth-wrapped object. Inside were several white pearls of different sizes. She took a small one and said, later, when you go out, just say this is what was found. Xie Wan thought her fourth aunt was really adorable. She asked, fourth aunt, we're family, so why hide it? The fourth aunt shook her head. This big foam snail was found by you, and the fire phoenix pearl belongs only to you. If you take it out, even though we're family, it might cause trouble. Besides, with many people around, rumors could spread. If this happened in ancient times, it could mean disaster for the whole family. Listen to me, fourth aunt, I know what I'm talking about. Xie Wan thought that although jewelry wasn't worth much now, rare pearls like this fire phoenix pearl might be worth hundreds of dollars. If the secret got out, it would be a big problem. She followed Xie Xiaoling's advice and carefully stored the pearl. When she took out the small pearl, everyone looked and smiled. To them, it was just a lucky charm. That evening, the meat of the big foam snail was sliced and eaten. Lu Feng indeed stayed behind and followed Xie Wan back to Xie family village. They also carried half a bag of oysters, abalones, Buddha's hand, and swimming. Xie Xiaoling said she dried the remaining items and would bring them when Xie Wan and the others left. That night, Xie Wan took garlic and chili from the space and grilled garlic oysters in the yard. At that time, people by the sea didn't usually eat like this. Even Lu Feng found it strange. When Xie Wan finished grilling, the smell filled the yard. Xie Yuan Chao was the first to taste and couldn't stop eating. For people from Sichuan, oysters with garlic and a little chopped fresh chili are the perfect match. Lu Feng can't eat spicy food, but after trying the garlic oysters, he found them much tastier than the plain boiled oysters he usually ate. Of course, he thought that fried eggs with oysters were about the same in taste. Xie Wan ate and kept saying, it's a pity, if only there was beer, it would be perfect. They did have beer now, but it was hard to find in the country. Xie Yuan Chao and Lu Feng had never even heard of it. Then Xie Wan asked Lu Feng about Lu Lan. Lu Feng's story was similar to what Xie Xiaoyan told in the morning, but with more details. It turned out that Li Desheng, who liked Lu Lan, was a small. Before he liked Lu Lan, he had already bullied several girls in town. One girl, after being humiliated, committed suicide. Her family caused trouble for the Li family. The Li family denied everything, saying it was normal dating, and that the girl had affairs with others and was ashamed to face people. She chose to end her life, and it had nothing to do with their family. Whether Li Desheng was Wang Hongguang's illegitimate son was not certain. But Wang Hongguang indeed had a complicated relationship with Li Desheng's mother. It was said that they had been involved when they were young. So even though Li Desheng was very wild, no one dared to confront him. If the Lu family hadn't kept a close eye on Lu Lan, she might have been insulted by Li Desheng. The Li family even falsely accused Lu Lan of seducing Li Desheng. When Xie Yuan Chao heard this, he wanted to go to the town and fight. Xie Wan held his brother back and said, no rush. We were going to the town tomorrow anyway. I will meet this Li Desheng. The next day, the family went to Xie Xiaoyan's house for a meal. Xie Xiaoyan's house was a small single-story house left by their ancestors. It wasn't very big, divided into 3 rooms, and the family lived quite crowded. Luckily, there was an open space outside the house, enclosed into a small courtyard where they could cook and eat. The meal was abundant, with local specialties. Auntie Wu worked as an accountant at a food factory, a cultured person. During dinner, Aunt Five asked Xie Yuanchao, do you think Xiaofeng can join the army too? Xie Yuanchao replied, it depends on Lu Feng himself. If he's willing, of age, and healthy, he can definitely do it. However, Lu Feng didn't really want to join the army. He wanted to study. Xie Xiaoyan and her husband scolded their son for a while, but Xie Wan said, Aunt Five, Uncle Five, in a few years, the college entrance exam will be restored. Lu Feng likes studying, and he will have a bright future. Uncle Five thought Xie Wan had some inside information from Xie Dahong and hesitated. After dinner, Xie Wan signaled to Lu Feng. Lu Feng understood immediately, grabbed Xie Yuanchao, and the 3 siblings sneaked out. Outside, Lu Feng excitedly asked, Cousin, how will you deal with Li Desheng? Xie Wan said, First, take me to his house and Wang Hongguang's house to check the place. Once I get familiar, I'll think of a plan. They didn't expect that shortly after leaving, they would meet Li Desheng and some local troublemakers walking confidently toward them on the street. Li Desheng looked young, probably around 20, with a sneaky look, especially his chin, which had a small black mole about the size of a pinky finger, making him look quite ugly. Xie Wan muttered, Really, the more ugly someone is, the more trouble they cause. With his face, wanting to marry Lanlan's sister? He's just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Li Desheng saw the 3 of them and recognized Lu Feng. He swaggered over and shouted, Hey, isn't that my cheap brother-in-law? Why didn't your sister come out with you? Did I make your legs weak last night so you can't walk? His gang of troublemakers burst into loud laughter. People on the street heard this and looked at them with suspicion. They realized this guy often used dirty words, which made Lu Lan too embarrassed to leave the house. Many innocent people were misled by Li Desheng and mistakenly thought Lu Lan was involved with him. Lu Feng couldn't stand this and was about to rush to fight Li Desheng. Xie Wan thought he would get hurt if he did that and held him back. At this moment, Li Desheng saw Xie Wan and his eyes lit up. He leaned in with a greedy look and asked Lu Feng, Wow, is this girl from your Lu family? She's even prettier than your sister. Originally, Xie Yuanchao was waiting for Xie Wan to give orders, but when he heard this guy start hitting on Xie Wan, he couldn't hold back. He kicked Li Desheng away with a swift kick. Seeing the fight had started, Li Desheng's gang rushed forward to join in. But they were no match for Xie Yuanchao. With a few quick moves, 6 people were all knocked to the ground. Xie Wan then walked over, stepped on Li Desheng's back, and used a hidden force to ask, I heard you're Wang Hongguang's illegitimate son? Li Desheng is said to be Wang Hongguang's illegitimate son, a rumor the townspeople whisper about. But no one dares to say it to Li Desheng's face. As Xie Wan stepped on him, Li Desheng felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to curse but couldn't speak. Xie Wan asked again, So you're just a little? Li Desheng's eyes burned with anger. Finally, he shouted, F you. Li Desheng, your resentment level plus 999. Xie Wan thought happily, another point scored. She loosened her grip, and Li Desheng finally could move. Earlier, Xie Yuanchao had kicked his leg, so when Li Desheng stood up, one leg was still unsteady. You're asking for death, brothers. Fight her, Li Desheng shouted, but no one responded. When he looked back, he saw his brothers all stepping back. Xie Yuanchao hadn't actually hurt anyone, but he easily knocked down several people, and his fighting skills had already intimidated the small troublemakers. Keep your mouth clean from now on. If I see you cursing and insulting my cousin again, let Wang Hongguang come and take care of you. Li Desheng, scared, spat out a harsh warning and limped away. The crowd around discussed quietly that Li finally met someone tough. Xie Wan raised her voice loudly at Xie Yuanchao. Brother, that kick was too gentle. You should have kicked him so he couldn't walk properly. The crowd agreed. Exactly. When that kid's leg heals, he'll probably come out and cause trouble again. Lu Feng didn't understand and asked Xie Wan, Cousin, Are we really letting him go? Xie Wan signaled for Lu Feng and Xie Yuanchao to follow her. When they reached a quiet place, she said, "There are so many people watching. If we hurt him badly, or worse, we'll have to pay for it." Xie Yuanchao, being older, understood her meaning. They couldn't settle things openly now. They were soldiers. Even if not in uniform, discipline still mattered. If someone reported them to the army, both Xie Wan and Xie Yuanchao could get into trouble. Lu Feng looked disappointed and asked, "Li Dixing will probably complain when he gets back." Wang Hongguang said he might not come to arrest him. "So what do we do?" Xie Wan looked relaxed. "If he comes to arrest us, let him come." 2 days ago, Xie Yuanchao saw Xie Wan show and her family dealing with her younger sister, which gave him some understanding of her fighting ability. He asked Xie Wan, "Do you still have a backup plan?" Xie Wan replied coldly, "Beating him up won't solve the problem. Don't worry, Bai Wuchang will take his life." Earlier, Xie Wan had stepped on Li Dixing and was secretly using her internal strength. She has inner power and had already pushed a surge of true energy into Li Dixing's lungs, damaging his spleen. Now, Li Dixing seems fine, but in a few days, he will start coughing up blood. The medical conditions in this small town are poor. Xie Wan estimates that within a month, Li Dixing will die suddenly. The crowd saw Xie Yuanchao kick Li Dixing in the knee, so even if Li Dixing died, it wouldn't matter much to them. However, Xie Wan didn't want to tell Xie Yuanchao and Lu Feng about this, to avoid worrying them. Given Li Dixing's cruelty to the town girls and his past murders, he deserves to die. Lu Feng didn't fully believe that heaven would take such a person, muttering, "People in town curse him to die every day, but he's still alive and well." Xie Wan patted Lu Feng's shoulder to comfort him. "This time, it's not heaven, but Bai Wuchang who is responsible. Remember, Bai Wuchang's surname is Xie, our ancestor." Lu Feng was doubtful but followed Xie Wan, feeling down. "Cousin, where are we going now?" Xie Wan originally planned to meet Li Dixing, but he ran into her instead, saving her some trouble. However, if Wang Hongguang still holds power, even if Li Dixing dies, Wang Hongguang would blame Xie Xiaoyan's family. So, solving Wang Hongguang is the key. The political situation is complicated now, and traditional legal methods from the future aren't suitable. They have no political background in Minnan. Therefore, Xie Wan decided to handle this privately. She asked, "Take me around your town, especially Wang Hongguang's house, his office, and their revolutionary committee." After they raided the house, where did they put those things? Do you know? Lu Feng shook his head. "I can show you Wang Hongguang's house and office, but I don't know where they stored the items after the raid." Xie Wan asked, "Is there an inn in town?" Lu Feng nodded. "My dad's food factory has one." Xie Wan looked up and asked Xie Yuanchao for his opinion. "Brother, we won't go back to Xie village tonight.
Can we stay at the inn?"
Xie Yuanchao guessed that Xie Wan planned to act tonight and nodded in agreement. 3 people first went outside Wang Hongguang's house. Lu Feng pointed to a fairly large courtyard and said, "This yard used to belong to a distant relative of our old Xie family. He was a small landlord with a bad background. Now his family has fled to Gangcheng. The yard has 3 sections and was home to more than 10 families. Currently, Wang Hongguang occupies 4 large rooms in the back courtyard. Their Revolutionary Committee office is in a few rooms at the entrance." Xie Wan carefully observed and indeed saw a sign of the Revolutionary Committee hanging on the gate, but the gate was locked. Since it was still the spring festival period, they probably weren't working. Xie Wan looked through the glass window into the 3 rooms inside, which had old-fashioned desks, but no storage areas like warehouses. She wondered if, since Wang Hongguang's office and home were in this yard, perhaps the storage warehouse was also here. "Brother, wait for me. I want to look around." Xie Wan wandered around the yard. Lu Feng wanted to follow, but Xie Yuanchao stopped him. His military discipline made him suspect that Xie Wan was scouting. Lu Feng didn't understand much, so it was better to stay away. Xie Wan secretly released Xiao Ji and his sons. "Go explore the yard and see if any room is filled with treasures or old items. Focus on the 4 rooms at the back. Check carefully for any hidden cellars or secret places." Xiao Ji, familiar with this task, gathered his 9 sons. 1 to 9, be smart and careful not to get caught. Follow me. Xiao Ji and his sons lined up and slipped through a hole in the wall. The main gate of the yard was sometimes used by people coming and going, and some children played along the street. Xie Wan thought it was inconvenient to explore during the day, so after a quick look around, she told Lu Feng to take them to the food factory guest house. Both Xie Wan and Xie Yuanchao had work IDs, so they booked 2 rooms. After dinner at Xie Xiaoyan's house, they took Xie Xing back to the guest house. Xie Wan heard that the factory was doing quite well because, being near the sea, they mainly produced dried seafood and canned goods. During the planned economy period, resources were scarce, and their products were always in short supply. Since the factory was profitable, the guest house, although in town, was quite comfortable. Xie Wan arranged early for Xie Yuanchao to let Xie Xing sleep. After a while, Xie Yuanchao came to knock on the door. He entered the house and said, "Old Third has been tired from playing these past 2 days and just fell asleep. Little Wan, how are you planning to handle things tonight?" Xie Wan didn't really want to involve her brother in the plan, but she knew she couldn't persuade Xie Yuanchao. "Brother, are you skilled at climbing over walls and onto rooftops?" Xie Yuanchao patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've been in the army these past few years, so I'm not inexperienced." Xie Wan hesitated. "When you're on the roof, can you make no noise at all?" Xie Yuanchao was surprised. "That's probably impossible. I can be quieter, but at night, there will still be some noise." Xie Wan waved her hand and said helplessly, then, "Can you keep watch for me later?" Xie Yuanchao felt a bit annoyed, thinking she was looking down on him. "Little Wan, I know you're the top of the new recruits competition, but don't be overconfident. I was #1 back then too. Why don't we have a little contest to see who's better?" Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's rest now. We'll leave at 11:30. Xie Yuanchao went back to his room. As he lay on the bed, he found it funny in his mind. This girl dares to look down on her brother. Just wait and see how impressive I can be. The siblings rested for 3 hours. When it was 11:30, Xie Wan was about to wake Xie Yuanchao. When she opened the door, she saw him already waiting outside. "Brother, aren't you asleep?" Xie Yuanchao, thinking about going with his sister to trouble Wang Hongguang, couldn't sleep at all. "Let's go," he said, extinguishing his cigarette and pointing at the stairs. Xie Wan shook her head and opened the door to let him in. "We won't use the front door, to avoid witnesses," she said, pointing to her window. "We'll jump down from here." Their room was on the 2nd floor. Xie Yuanchao peeked out and then grinned. "Are you teasing your brother on purpose?" Xie Wan really didn't mean that. She pointed to the tiger claw she had prepared earlier for him. Xie Yuanchao grinned. "You brought this on a trip?" The tiger claw was attached to a thick rope, a common climbing tool in the army. Xie Wan had placed a rope inside her bag, ready for him to use. Xie Yuanchao fixed the tiger claw to the window frame and said, "Let me show you the skills of the new soldier king, 5 generations ahead of you." After that, he climbed out the window, grabbing the thick rope, and slid down quickly. The full moon was in the sky, and the streetlights cast a glow on him. He waved proudly at Xie Wan upstairs. Xie Wan calmly stored the tiger claw, rolled it up, and put it into her backpack. She might need it later, and she had to bring it for him. Xie Yuanchao stood downstairs, confused about why his sister had put the rope away. In a moment of hesitation, he saw Xie Wan standing on the windowsill. Xie Yuanchao's heart skipped a beat. Could this girl have such a strong desire to win? If she jumps from the 2nd floor, she might not die, but she will definitely get hurt. He was so nervous, he almost shouted at Xie Wan to stop jumping. Then he saw his sister gently fall in front of him, calmly saying, "Let's go." Yuanchao was a bit stunned. He looked her up and down and asked, "Are you hurt?" Xie Wan shook her head. Yuanchao warned her, "Next time, don't jump like that. It's too dangerous." Xie Wan didn't explain, but pulled Yuanchao toward Wang Hongguang's house. Now, the town's residents only stayed up late to have children, and no one was on the streets at dawn. Along the way, she slowed down to match Yuanchao's pace. Still, it felt like a sprint to him. Yuanchao thought to himself, "This girl is really stubborn. I don't believe her stamina is better than mine." When they reached a house in front of Wang Hongguang's place, Xie Wan stopped. Yuan Chao bent over, stretching his knees and gasping, and asked, "Finally, you can't run anymore?" Then he slowly looked up and saw his sister calmly handing him a military-style water bottle. "Brother, have a drink." Yuan Chao couldn't believe it. "Aren't you tired?" Xie Wan shook her head. "It's only 2 kilometers. What's there to be tired about?" Yuan Chao started doubting himself. Could it be that I've been on the plateau too long and my stamina has decreased? With their military training, running 2 kilometers shouldn't be tiring, but running at sprint speed for 2 kilometers definitely was. Xie Wan pointed to the wall of a nearby house and said, "Brother, either you promise to stay outside and watch for me, or climb onto the roof and stay quiet." Yuan Chao felt frustrated, but refused to give up. "Let me rest a bit, and you'll see how good I am at climbing walls." In the afternoon, Xie Wan had observed that the house was unoccupied, so letting Yuan Chao try was fine. He wouldn't give up and insisted on going in with her. Yuan Chao drank the herbal tea made with spring water from his military canteen and felt much better. "Little one, why does this medicinal tea taste so good?" I added some herbs." "Don't worry, it's good for strengthening the body." Yuan Chao knew his sister was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and didn't mind. Along the way, Xie Wan often gave him and Xie Xing some health-boosting tea, and Yuan Chao had grown used to it. "My strength has returned." Yuan Chao stretched his arms and legs, took a few steps back onto the street, and then turned to Xie Wan, saying, "Little Wan, watch carefully. For a wall this high, about 2 meters, I don't even need to climb. I can just run and jump over it."
You should learn from this.
This was actually a high wall obstacle from the new soldier training course, but at the time he used a rope for assistance. Yuan Chao ran quickly toward the wall, used inertia, and jumped when he was half a meter away. He pushed off with his left leg against the wall, then quickly brought up his right leg, and was already a meter off the ground. He grabbed the top of the wall with his hands, used his arms to push himself up, and pulled himself over. The whole move was smooth and elegant, like flowing water. If it hadn't been late at night on a quiet street, Xie Wan might have clapped in admiration. "Brother, you're amazing." Xie Wan genuinely praised him. After all, her brother had no special training. He relied solely on his strong body and regular practice. Yuan Chao felt proud too. Sitting on top of the wall, he reached out and said, "Come on, I'll pull you up." Xie Wan shook her head. "No need." Then, suddenly, Yuan Chao saw his sister standing on top of the wall, ready to help him up. He rubbed his eyes. "Am I seeing things?" he asked. He reached out and pinched Xie Wan's arm to confirm she was real. "Little Wan, go down and jump again so I can see," he said. Xie Wan obediently jumped down from the wall, then used her ghostly step to jump back up. Yuan Chao still couldn't see clearly. "Can you do it again?" he asked weakly. Xie Wan, being caring of her brother, jumped again. Yuan Chao was completely unsettled. "Little Wan, this is a 2-meter wall. You just jumped over it like that? Isn't that strange?" What he really wanted to say was, "Is this even human?" Xie Wan's ghostly step had already been seen by other members of the Special Forces team. Qin Moi said it wasn't very useful to hide anymore. He told her to tone it down, not to show off too much, just jump once in front of others, faster, and more straightforward. It was fine if she just explained that she had incredible strength. Chu Jiangnan and Qin Moi would back her up. So tonight, Xie Wan deliberately showed a little of her skill in front of her brother. But for a 2-meter wall, she could probably jump over it easily. If she were with others, she might just imitate her brother's previous pose, maybe add a quick sprint, and jump to make it more convincing. "Brother, you're so exaggerated. I just have a bit better jumping ability. Many of us in the Special Forces can do the same." She didn't realize how impressive her 2-meter jump onto the wall was, and it deeply shocked Yuan Chao. Yuan Chao was very upset. Moreover, Xie Wan said that the Special Forces team members all jumped like that, which made Yuan Chao feel strangely inferior. "Wow, I'm so different from those Special Forces teammates," he thought. Then he suddenly realized and asked, "But you're just a military doctor in the Special Forces, and you've only been in the team for a month?" Xie Wan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe I was born with good jumping ability." Yuan Chao complained, "We have the same father. Why don't I have such jumping skills? It must be because of their different mothers. Xie Wan pulled Xie Yuanchao up and pointed to the tiles on the roof, saying, "Brother, can you step on those tiles and walk quietly?" Xie Yuanchao honestly shook his head. Xie Wan said, "I can. Watch me." Then she easily jumped onto the nearby roof, walked around without making a sound. When she returned, Xie Yuanchao, feeling discouraged, said, "All right, you go alone. But if you get caught, I'll rush in to help you." Xie Wan gave him a mask to wear and sat on the wall of the empty house to keep watch. She slipped around to the back of the yard and saw a white mouse with a tuft of black hair on its head, poking its head out of a hole, looking around. "Are you the youngest from little Gigi's family?" Reporting to the Empress. "I am the eldest," replied the mouse. Apart from the fifth son, Xie Wan couldn't tell the other sons of little Gigi apart. She was just being polite. "Did your father find the treasure location?" Reporting to the Empress. "I don't know. My father has kept me here to wait for the Empress's arrival," the mouse said. Xie Wan's forehead furrowed with two black lines as she looked at this well-behaved, serious-looking mouse and asked, "Eldest, who taught you to speak like that?" The little mouse clasped his front paws together and bowed, saying, "Mother taught me. As the eldest son, I must set a good example for my brothers." Xie Wan guessed that it was probably Empress Xi's deep involvement that had shaped him into this way. "Your mother probably didn't tell you that to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You will inherit the throne and rule the world someday, right?" The eldest mouse lowered his head silently, seeming to agree. The tuft of black hair on his head looked a bit like a crown at first glance. Xie Wan held back her urge to smile and raised her hand, saying, "Your Highness, please lead the way." The eldest prince slipped into the mouse hole, and Xie Wan crossed over the wall. The yard was dark, and occasionally, snoring sounds could be heard from inside the house, indicating that the residents were sleeping soundly. Xie Wan turned into an alley and entered the last courtyard. "It's those rooms on the left. I will go call Father Emperor first," she said. Xie Wan took out a calming incense from her space and blew it into the gaps of those rooms. Little Squeak led his sons out one after another. Xie Wan collected all the other small mice into her space, leaving only Little Squeak. "Boss, there are 5 people living in this house. The one you mentioned, Wang Hongguang, and his wife are in this room. Did you find the treasure hiding place?" "Yes, I found where they hide money and bank books, but I didn't find the gold, silver, jewelry, or gems you mentioned." Xie Wan thought that since Wang Hongguang was once a member of the Wang family, he shouldn't be completely unaware of the value of those jewelry and gems. Given his character, he wouldn't just hand over everything to the public. It's unlikely that he would do so. Since even Little Squeak couldn't find them, the only possibility was that those items weren't hidden at all. Xie Wan had 2 goals for this trip. First, to deal with Wang Hongguang and relieve the Xie Shaoyan family of worries. Second, to recover the wealth that Wang Hongguang had plundered from the Xie clan. Making Wang Hongguang die suddenly was no longer a difficult task for her. However, before she arrived in this world, she was just an ordinary 23-year-old girl who didn't like unnecessary killing. Wang Hongguang's crimes would surely be punished by law after the chaos ended. Xie Wan hadn't yet found any evidence that Wang Hongguang directly caused a person's death, so she thought it was best not to kill him, just injure him enough. But if she didn't kill him, interrogating him to find out where the valuables were could be troublesome. Xie Wan entered her space and had Little Squeak lead her into Wang Hongguang's room. The man and woman on the bed had already been knocked out. Xie Wan collected the unconscious Wang Hongguang, who was only wearing shorts, into her space and took him to the cornfield. There were over 90 Indian divine cows in the field. Wang Hongguang was left in the middle of the herd. Xie Wan instructed Little Squeak to control the cows so they wouldn't trample him to death. She returned to the house and spent 10,000 resentment points to buy a truth talisman. The space was originally created by the ghost official Xie Bianan, and the house was decorated with many ghostly items, especially the set of ghost official costumes on the wall, which Xie Wan found very pleasing. Since it was her ancestor's outfit, she took it down, put on the white coat, let her hair down, and wore a tall hat inscribed with wealth at first sight. Now, she only needed a morning stick. Suddenly inspired, She plucked a branch from outside, tore many white papers, wrapped them around the branch, tidied it up, and it actually looked quite like a morning stick. She never wears makeup or foundation. After thinking for a moment, she dug out a small bowl of flour and applied it to her face. There was a small mirror left by her in the room, and she looked at herself, feeling very satisfied. When she returned to the cornfield, Wang Hongguang was still not awake. Xiao Ji was very jealous of Xie Wan's new look. Originally, he was a good actor, and with such a big role, Xiao Ji felt it would be a shame if he couldn't participate. He twisted his hips and looked at Xie Wan with hope, begging, "Boss, give me a role too. Your shiny hat looks so impressive. Can you make one for Xiao Ji?" After changing her outfit, Xie Wan, feeling playful, went back to her room and cut a small tall hat for Xiao Ji out of paper, then blackened it with ink and wrote the 4 characters "Peace under heaven." "Boss, why are the words on your hat different from mine?" "Because I am the white impermanence, and you are the black impermanence." Xiao Ji, proud of his ancestors who once served in the palace, had heard stories about the black and white impermanence ghosts. Hearing this, he immediately became excited. The two, one person and one mouse, returned to the cornfield. Xie Wan splashed a basin of water on Wang Hongguang's face and sealed the acupoint on his leg. Before he woke up, she slipped into the corn stalks. In the space, day and night were entirely controlled by Xie Wan's thoughts. The sky darkened, and the cornfield became eerie and frightening. Later, for a long time, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart, but circumstances prevented him from acting on them. He lived a peaceful life. Until the movement started, he saw a deputy director of their food factory, who was actually a relative from the Wang family, brought onto the stage for criticism. This relative had never bullied him personally, but he was surnamed Wang and from Wang village. When he left Wang village as a young boy, Wang Hongguang vowed to make the people of Wang village regret it someday. Someone rushed onto the stage and attacked that gentle Wang family uncle, and Wang Hongguang's evil thoughts were unleashed. He also rushed forward, grabbed a brick, and hit the uncle on the head. Seeing one of the most promising people from Wang village lying in a pool of blood, Wang Hongguang felt a strange sense of pleasure. The crowd was too large, and no one noticed who threw the brick. From then on, Wang Hongguang couldn't stop himself and joined the rebels, starting a different life. Because he was ruthless, more and more people feared him. He reported Wang village, and they found many valuable things there. The local Revolutionary Committee secretary admired him and promoted him to be a militia captain. Later, when that secretary was promoted to the county level, Wang Hongguang became the secretary of the town Revolutionary Committee. Then he led people to raid Xie village, and they also gained a lot. Now, in this area, he was the undisputed local boss. Wang Hongguang opened his eyes, shivered, and realized he was only wearing shorts, and someone had poured water on him. It was dark all around, with countless stars shining above. He felt something pushing him gently. When he looked closer, he realized those weren't stars but cow eyes, one by one. Around him, there were dense cow heads. How could there be so many cows? Even all the cows in Yunshao County combined wouldn't be this many. A huge shadow pressed down an enormous cow body. These cows were bigger than any he had seen before. The strange scene made Wang Hongguang's whole body go weak with fear. Where was this? He tried to stand up but found his legs were too weak. His heart tightened. Someone must have captured him to take revenge, since he had many enemies. Summoning his courage, Wang Hongguang shouted, "Who dares to catch me? Do you know what happens if you offend me?" Then he saw a cow standing in front of him, with a mouse on its head. He must be crazy. He thought the mouse was talking, even though he couldn't understand what it was saying. But he was sure this was no ordinary mouse because the mouse on its head was wearing a tall, pointed hat. The hat had some writing on it, but he couldn't see clearly. It seemed the mouse knew he couldn't see, so it jumped down from the ox's head and landed on him. It stood upright and pointed to the words on its hat with its front paw. Wang Hongguang finally saw clearly. On the hat, it was written "Peace in the world." Since Wang Hongguang was from the Wang family, he naturally knew who would have a hat with those 4 words. Could it be the black and white impermanence? What a joke! How could impermanence be a mouse? Just as Wang Hongguang laughed at this childish trick, a white shadow floated over his head. Its cloth hem brushed past his face, leaving a tingling feeling. When he looked up again, the white shadow was standing on top of a corn stalk less than a meter in front of him, just hanging in the air. It couldn't be a person. No one could stand easily on a corn stalk. Wang Hongguang felt the urge to. He saw clearly that the white shadows had had 4 big words. First sight brings wealth. Could it really be the black and white impermanence? Wang Hongguang still didn't want to believe it. But suddenly, the white shadow spoke. Wang Hongguang, you have done many evil deeds in your life. The king has sent us to settle your crimes. You must tell the truth. The white impermanence took out a book that looked like a ledger and pretended to write, then asked, "Do you have anyone's life in your possession?" Wang Hongguang thought, "How can I tell?" But he couldn't help himself and blurted out, "Yes." He was shocked. How did he say that? The white shadow asked again, "Who are they?"
Why?
Wang Hongguang thought he definitely wouldn't say, but his mouth, like a runaway crow, started to confess everything, bit by bit. The white shadow recorded what he said. Finally, it asked, "Where did you hide the stolen goods?" Wang Hongguang was now trembling with fear. He truly believed that the person in front of him was the white impermanence, here to take his life. Otherwise, how could he lose control of his words? He couldn't hide what he didn't want to say, and told everything. "I buried the stolen items in my ancestral home's underground. It's in Wangjia village. My mother lives alone in that house now. Under the main bed, there's a stone slab that can be moved to reveal a secret underground room where everything is kept." Xie Wan learned where Wang Hongguang's treasure was hidden, and her task was complete. She lowered her voice and said, "Wang Hongguang, your evil deeds are countless. You deserve to fall into the deepest forever. But since your life isn't over yet, your remaining years will be your own." After speaking, Xie Wan quickly went to Wang Hongguang and exposed the crimes he had just recorded, forcing him to sign and seal the document. Wang Hongguang had completely lost the desire to resist. After signing, Xie Wan injected a needle into his sleepy point. Wang Hongguang fainted again. Xie Wan inserted a needle into his Baihui point and infused internal energy. Originally, Xie Wan didn't plan to be so harsh, but the confession letter recorded 16 murders, 10 of which were from Wangjia village, caused by a quarrel in Wang Hongguang's youth. The other 6 were ordinary people. Such a wicked person, Xie Wan thought he couldn't be tolerated. The confession letter would be sent to the local authorities after the campaign ended. For now, let him live in this half-crazy, half-foolish state. Xie Wan took off her clothes and hat, brought the person out of the space, and threw him back onto the bed. When she left the yard, Xie Yuanchao saw her and asked excitedly, "What did you do to him?" Xie Wan replied calmly, "He probably went crazy, I guess." The next day, the Wang family found that their main pillar of support had gone mad. Wang Hongguang urinated on the bed. His wife called him to get up, but he was so frightened that he shrank to the foot of the bed, muttering nonstop, "Instant wealth, peace in the world." The Wang family forced the town's only doctor to come and see him, but he couldn't find the cause. Unsatisfied, they sent Wang Hongguang to the county hospital. After all the tests, the only thing found was a slight cold. No other cause was identified. How can someone suddenly become foolish? The Wang family was puzzled. He was fine before sleep, and nothing unusual was seen in the morning, but Wang Hongguang had become foolish. Besides repeating that phrase, he couldn't speak anything else. The news spread through the small town, and the residents cheered. People with knowledge understood the meaning of that phrase and said it was the black and white impermanent spirits taking revenge on those oppressed by Wang Hongguang. Li Desheng originally went home asking his mother to find Wang Hongguang to seek revenge. He wasn't even sure if Wang Hongguang was his biological father. His mother had been involved with Wang Hongguang when she was young, and over the years, they remained somewhat connected. Wang Hongguang had always taken good care of their family. Li Desheng's biological father was a coward who once dared to beat his mother after learning about her affair with Wang Hongguang. Later, after Wang Hongguang gained power, His father never dared to speak up again. If not for his mother now being old and frail, Wang Hongguang rarely visits his home. It's said that his father could even pass him a bottle. When Wang Hongguang was thought to be foolish, Li Disheng's father suddenly became lively. He first beat his mother badly and then tried to chase him out. Li Disheng looked down on his weak father and prepared to fight back. His father kicked him hard. Li Disheng fell to the ground and suddenly spat blood. His mother had been used to bossing around at home for years. Previously, because Wang Hongguang was foolish and lost his sense of control, she was short of breath and was beaten by her husband. Now, seeing her son being kicked and bleeding, she couldn't bear it and started causing a fuss. Everyone then knew that Li Disheng had been kicked and bled by his father. A month later, Li Disheng suddenly died, and everyone thought it was because of that kick. The next morning, Xie Wan and her siblings checked out and returned to Xie family village. Xie Yuanchao stayed at home to watch Xie Xing do homework, while Xie Wan went alone to Wangjia village. She had already found out where Wang Hongguang's old house was. With her ghostly step, as long as she didn't want to be seen, she could hide even if many people were in the village. After gaining power, Wang Hongguang's brothers returned to Wangjia village. Now, each brother had his own household, but his mother still lived alone in the old house. When Xie Wan arrived at Wang's old house, Wang Dama was arguing with her neighbor, Hua Daisa. The people of Wangjia village hated Wang Hongguang's family, but couldn't do anything about them. Wang Hongguang's mother was now very domineering and liked to interfere in village affairs. Hua Daisa had just looked at her daughter-in-law and noticed she had a black mole on her chin, in the same spot as her own. When she was young, villagers said her mole was a husband curse mole, and she often heard women gossiping behind her back. Now that she was powerful, she wanted to vent her anger. "Why did you marry a wife with a mole like mine? Are you trying to steal my good luck? The fortune tellers said that my good fortune comes from this mole, and that's why my son is so successful. We live so close, and if she's trying to take my luck, can you afford to pay?" Everyone knew Wang Dama was just causing trouble, taking out her frustration over her husband curse mole from her youth. But it was too much to stop others from marrying. Hua Daisa argued with her for a long time, but couldn't win. Wang Dama threatened that if her family dared to marry that daughter-in-law, she would send her son to lock up Hua Daiseo's son. Xie Wan only glanced and understood why everyone said Li Disheng was Wang Hongguang's son. The main thing was the mole on Li Disheng's lower jaw, which was almost exactly the same as the one on Granny Wang's lower jaw. Since the courtyard gate was open, Xie Wan took advantage of everyone's distraction and used ghostly steps to slip into Granny Wang's house. Once inside the main room, Xie Wan looked around and saw the bed that Wang Hongguang mentioned. She didn't move the bed, since Granny Wang might come back at any time. Instead, she released Xiaozhi to dig underground and see if there was really treasure hidden there. Xiaozhi said, "Right now, Lao Wu is better at this than me." Xie Wan then released Lao Wu from his home. Lao Wu, who had taken a strength pill, quickly dug a hole under the bed with a few scratches and crawled in with Xiaozhi. After a while, Xiaozhi ran out and said to Xie Wan, "Boss, I'll take you inside. You can see for yourself." Xie Wan thought the underground space was just a cellar, which would be inconvenient to enter alone. But after Xiaozhi led her in, she realized it was much more than that. When they came out into the space, she stepped onto a set of stairs. Xie Wan took out her flashlight and shone around, seeing the stairs leading down. She descended dozens of steps and finally reached the bottom. It was a large underground stone chamber, about 30 square meters. If it weren't right beneath the old Wang house, Xie Wan almost would have thought it was an ancient tomb. She was sure this wasn't built by Wang Hongguang. It looked at least 100 years old. The Wang family, as prestigious as the Xie family, was no surprise to have such hidden treasures. Xie Wan saw 8 large boxes on the ground. Opening the first box, she nearly fainted from shock. Inside were all books and paintings. It was the first time she had seen such treasures. She casually opened an ancient book wrapped in plain silk and found a calligraphy copybook. When she looked inside, she almost bit her tongue in fright. It was the famous Shu Su Tai, one of the 8 great running scripts in the world. She then picked up another book, which turned out to be Wang Xianji's Mid-Autumn Post. Mifeng, when young, loved copying Wang Xianji's Mid-Autumn Post, which later became his own masterpiece, Shu Su Tai. But the Mid-Autumn Post was said to be lost long ago. She never expected to find it here. Only the Wang and Xie families could have such rare collections. Each book was priceless. Xie Wan dared not look further, afraid she might accidentally damage these priceless art treasures. She carefully stored all the books and paintings into her space. Then she opened the second box, which was filled with gold and silver jewelry. She had no interest in examining them and simply took them all. Opening another box, I saw several pieces of porcelain. They looked like antiques. In the back, there was a statue of Guanyin carved from jade. Xie Wan estimated it was worth at least a few million. I kept opening boxes until I reached the last one. Inside, there were many jewelry boxes filled with jade and emerald jewelry. My heart was pounding. Could there be the jade bracelet or necklace I was searching for? Xie Wan stored the last treasure box into her space. If the jade jewelry she wanted was inside, it wouldn't be good to upgrade her space here. She quickly returned to Xie village. Once she arrived, she didn't use her ghostly step anymore. Just as she reached the gate, she heard noisy voices in the yard. Oh, little one is back? Xie Juansai's wife, Fang Shuyun, saw Xie Wan immediately. Hello, Auntie Qi, Xie Wan politely greeted. Then she saw several families sitting in the yard. Strangely, all the elders were women. No men were present. Xie Yuanchao looked at his sister desperately, trying to signal her with his eyes. Seeing the families, each with a young woman, Xie Wan understood what was happening. Fang Shuyun pulled over a girl about Xie Wan's age and said, Little Wan, her name is Qiao Qiao. She's my cousin's daughter. You're about the same age. Make friends. In the next few days, let Qiao Qiao take you and Yuanchao around nearby. Qiao Qiao had delicate features, typical of a rural girl from the seaside. Her skin was darker, with a long braid, wearing a bright red checkered dress, which looked new. Xie Wan liked this simple rural girl. She politely greeted her. The girl was shy, kept her head down, looked at her toes, and spoke softly. At this moment, Auntie Ju Hua, the wife of the fifth aunt, brought over a girl to introduce to Xie Wan. Then came the niece of Xie Donglai from the village head and the granddaughter of Xie Wankai from the west side of the village. Before Xie Wan could say anything, Fang Shuyun and Ju Hua started arguing. They kept trying to recommend their own girls and subtly criticize the others. Shuyun, your girl Qiao Qiao doesn't look very strong. Look at my Meiwan's hips. She looks like she'd be a good mother. What's the use of big hips? She needs a pretty face too. Ma Yue is famous for her beauty in 10 towns and counties. To marry a wife, I want someone virtuous. My beautiful Xia from my family is skilled both inside and outside the house. Men work hard outside, and if you marry someone like my Xia, you don't have to worry at home. 7 girls looked like 7 fairy maidens, each with her own charm. Xie Wan found it very interesting. She secretly sneaked back into the house, took a bag of sunflower seeds, sat on a stool, and listened to the women praising their daughters. Xie Yuanchao also wanted to sneak away, but he was the center of attention and couldn't escape. Curious, Xie Xing leaned on Xie Wan's shoulder and asked, Sister, what are they doing? Xie Wan took a handful of sunflower seeds, put them in Xie Xing's hand, and said, If you want to know, help your sister peel these seeds, and I'll tell you. Xie Xing brought over a small stool, sat obediently at Xie Wan's feet, and carefully started peeling the seeds. Seeing how well-behaved he was, Xie Wan didn't wait for him to finish and quietly asked, Xiao Xing, among these girls, which one do you think is the best match for our brother? Although only 12, Xie Xing was smart and immediately understood. He asked, Is my brother going to marry a wife? Xie Wan took 3 peeled seeds from his hand and praised, Smart. Xie Xing looked at the girls with big eyes, examined them one by one, and pointed to a girl named Mei Wan, saying, This one is good. Xie Wan found it strange. This girl didn't stand out in the crowd, so why did Xie Xing like her? Xie Xing, looking serious, emphasized, Her is big. He had heard that a big meant good luck and fertility. If his brother married Xie Wan, he would soon have a bunch of nieces and nephews. Xie already imagined himself showing off with a bunch of little cousins. He was the youngest at home, and his brothers and sisters often teased him. But if he had nieces and nephews, he would be the oldest, and he could do whatever he wanted to them. Xie Wan didn't understand Xie wild imagination. She looked at the 12-year-old boy in surprise and scolded with a grin. "You're not allowed to say that." "Big? Is that something you can say?" Xie pouted. "Didn't you tell me to say it?" Xie Yuanchao was already surrounded by a group of aunts and elders, all asking him to judge who was right. His face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. If these people were men or enemies, he would have fought them long ago. But they were elders in the family, mostly women, and they meant no harm. Since he couldn't fight, he could only be pushed and pulled by them. Xie Yuanchao kept shouting anxiously, "Xie Wan, you speak." At this moment, Xie Wan had no intention of helping her brother. She shook her head and replied, "Brother, this is your own matter. You have to decide for yourself." Haha, she thought her brother was too shy in this area, and today was a good chance for him to gain experience. Moreover, Xie Yuanchao was not young anymore. It was time to think about marriage. If he could find someone among these girls, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Xie also watched eagerly and asked Xie Wan, "Are all these girls eager to marry my brother because he's handsome?" Of course, Xie Wan knew that the situation was more complicated than just looks. For these rural girls, marrying a soldier was already a very good choice. Although Xie Yuanchao didn't wear military insignia, based on Xie Dahong's status, clever people could guess that his rank was not low. At least after marriage, bringing his wife to accompany the army wouldn't be a problem. The women in the Xie family village saw this as a chance for a phoenix from a mountain hen. Since yesterday, they had started returning to their parents' homes, bringing out the most promising girls. If it weren't for the fact that people in the Xie village were all related and couldn't marry outside their kin, the scene would be even more lively. Under pressure from his aunts and elders, Xie Yuanchao reluctantly agreed to meet these girls again tomorrow. Seeing her brother completely defeated and giving up, Xie Wan stood up to intervene. "Aunties, you should go home now. My brother has a tender face. Don't push him too hard. Let's take it slow and get to know each other gradually." With her clever words, Xie Wan finally managed to send the aunts and elders out of the house. Xie Yuanchao hurried over, locked the door, and then turned to complain to Xie Wan, "Xie Wan, I've spoiled you for nothing." Xie Wan chuckled and said, "Brother, you've been on the plateau so long. Haven't you thought about girls?" Xie Yuanchao blushed and scolded, "You must have been spoiled by Qin Muyu." Xie Wan patted his shoulder to comfort him. "If you really don't like any of these girls, it's easy to fix. But if you do like someone, I think it's also good to find a sincere and kind girl back home." Xie Yuanchao looked discouraged and said, "I'm just busy dealing with the elders. I don't have time to think about girls." After lunch, Xie Wan said she didn't sleep well last night and needed to rest. The grandson of Aunt Wu came to find Xie and took him out to play. Xie Yuanchao no longer dares to go out alone and stays in his room to process today's events. Xie Wan locks the door and enters the space. Previously, because Xie Wan and Qin Mai both practiced cleansing, the spiritual energy inside the space had become very thin. Recently, Xie Wan has been cultivating inside the space, but it hasn't been effective. She can only rely on energy replenishing pills to restore her spiritual power. Today, when she entered the space, the rich spiritual energy was almost condensed into drops. It seems that most of the items in the 8 large boxes are antiques, many of which are very old. Xie Wan has long suspected that the spiritual energy in this space is related to the age of the antiques placed inside. It should be a method used by her ancestors to transfer spiritual energy across time, from past eras. She moved the boxes into the room used for the lottery. The last box of treasures she brought from Zhao Xian's house is still there. Xie Wan estimates her ancestors wouldn't steal her treasures, so she confidently turned this room into a storage place for her valuables. She didn't have time to carefully examine the other boxes. She just knew she was rich. Once a person's wealth reaches a certain level, they tend to become indifferent to money. Ma Xiaoyan said, "I've never touched money. I have no interest in it." Although Xie Wan hasn't reached that level yet, her main focus has long shifted away from money. She opened the last box and took out the jewelry boxes one by one. She guessed that even a set of jewelry would be made of the same type of jade. Comparing with the jade ring, Xie Wan selected 13 pieces of jewelry made of similar jade, including a necklace, a pendant, bracelets, a hairpin, and earrings. She started to hesitate. According to Qi's words, she must first recognize the master to upgrade the space. 13 pieces of jewelry represent 13 drops of blood. Although Xie Wan is a doctor herself, she is very afraid of drawing blood. 13 drops probably amount to more than half a bowl. She felt a little distressed. She remembered how she previously activated the jade ring. That time, she didn't use enough blood and failed to activate it at first. Later, Qi poured water onto the blood stain and forcibly opened the space. Xie Wan felt she understood and happily went to the spiritual spring to scoop half a bowl of water. She took the thinnest silver needle, closed her eyes, and nervously pricked her finger. She missed and pricked the air. She opened one eye, her features twisting in discomfort. Gritting her teeth, she made a small hole in her finger. It wasn't as painful as she imagined, but the hardest part was the nervousness before pricking. Xie Wan let out a breath, wiped the blood bead that appeared, and dropped it into the bowl. Just a drop of blood. Xie Wan thought she was very clever. The remaining soul's voice sounded. "I've seen stingy people, but I've never seen someone so tight. Don't expect me to use my magic to forcefully activate it again." Xie Wan was surprised. "Seventh Grandpa, you're awake?" "Yes, when the spiritual energy suddenly surged in the space, I had to wake up and see what was going on." Xie Wan happily pointed at the 13 pieces of jewelry and said, "Seventh Grandpa, please identify which one is the matching ring." Xie Qi had already used his spiritual sense to scan them. He couldn't stand this stingy, unfilial descendant. Even if he figured it out, he wouldn't say, "I don't know. I'm just a leftover soul. I warn you, my magic power is running out, so I can't forcefully activate the set. You should just bleed honestly. The concentration isn't enough, and you might miss the chance." Xie Wan was frustrated. She looked at her already stopped bleeding finger and muttered, "But I have anemia." Xie Qi ignored her. When she first opened the space, she was indeed anemic. Because of that, Xie Qi felt pity and helped her pour water and use his magic to force open the space. But now, Xie Wan had been well taken care of, with a rosy face and full energy. She didn't look anemic at all. Xie Qi didn't want to help anymore. Xie Wan had no choice but to grit her teeth and herself again. She dabbed a drop of blood on a string of jade necklaces, but there was no reaction. She quickly took a jade bracelet and dabbed the still uncoagulated blood drop on it. Still no response. When she reached the third piece of jewelry, her wound healed. The silver needle had made a tiny hole, and she had practiced healing techniques, so her healing ability was very good. Xie Wan nearly cried. Constantly pricking herself felt very self-tormenting. Unfortunately, she had no other way. When she dabbed the sixth piece of jewelry, she pricked herself again, now mentally prepared. By the ninth piece, she simply pinched her wound with her thumb to prevent it from healing. No, none of this worked. She had already dabbed on 11 pieces of jewelry, but there was no response at all. Xie Wan was starting to feel discouraged. She had previously analyzed the family genealogy and thought maybe the only jade ring was from the Xie family village branch. The other parts might still be traced back and held by other branches of the Xie family. Xie Qizhua was from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty, and Xie Baiyan was from the Ming dynasty. That's over 100 years apart. It's possible that during this time, the Xie family split into several branches and other parts were taken away. Looking at the only remaining pair of bracelets in front of her, Xie Wan comforted herself. Just these 2 items left. If they're not the right ones, then forget it. Anyway, the space now is quite useful. The bracelets were stored in the same jewelry box, but it was clear they had subtle differences. Xie Wan clenched her teeth and dripped a drop of blood onto each bracelet. The one on the left showed no reaction, but the one on the right suddenly lit up. Then, she saw the bracelet float in midair, emitting dazzling light in all directions. The entire space began to shake. If Xie Wan weren't inside the space, she might think a big earthquake was happening. The bracelet quickly flew out of the house toward the edge of the space. Xie Wan activated her ghostly step technique and chased after it. Even though her ghostly step was very skilled now, she couldn't catch up with its speed. She had previously explored the edge of the space, which was an endless darkness. When she reached out to touch it, she encountered a barrier. The bracelet was flying toward the end of the medicinal field, where she saw a layer of golden light pushing into the darkness. The barrier seemed to be expanding outward. The light was too bright to look at directly, so she patiently waited for the upgrade to finish. Xiaoxi's family had already been frightened out of their mouse hole by the shaking. Xiaoxi remained relatively calm, calling on Egio to control the frightened herd of cattle. Fifth, hurry, hold them back. Don't let them trample the medicinal plants in the field. The rarely seen Empress, she looked pale and staggered to Xie Wan's feet, crying, "Empress Dowager, is the sky of Daqing about to fall?" Xie Wan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of situation was this? Empress Xi, the sky of Daqing has long fallen. We are now in a new era. Can you please put away your remaining feudal ideas? Empress Xi tightly grabbed Xie Wan's pant leg to avoid being shaken and falling. She pitifully apologized. It was my fault for my improper words and actions. Xie Wan couldn't be bothered with her. She shook her pants and brushed the Empress Xi to the ground, then joined the fight to control the cattle herd. These were 90 Indian divine cattle. They were frightened, and once they started rushing, everything in the space would be destroyed. Although Xie Wan and Xiaoxi's children kept trying to calm and control the cattle, the animals completely lost control and charged toward the medicinal field, heading for the golden light. Xiaoxi, forget it.
Don't worry about them.
Call your sons back. Don't let these cattle trample them to death. Seeing the situation was out of control, Xie Wan decided to give up chasing the cattle. She and Xiaoxi's family slowly strolled behind the herd of cattle. The edge of the medicinal field was clearly expanding outward. The new land was not farmland. It wasn't as fertile as before, and some grass could be seen on it. The golden light continued to spread outward for about 10 miles. Xie Wan had almost figured out that this was a grassland. No wonder those 90 Indian sacred cows were so excited. This was basically a natural pasture. Finally, the golden light stopped and gathered at the edge, forming a broken wall. The jade bracelet flew back into Xie Wan's hand. The entire space had more than doubled in size, but Xie Wan was still happy. She planned to wait until she got home and ask Qin Muyu to bring the armored vehicles and cannons over to the pasture. Right now, those things were crowded in the open space in front of the house. With the addition of the pasture, Xie Wan felt it was no longer necessary to sell all the cows. They could breed and multiply, big cows giving birth to calves, continuing endlessly. She would never run out of beef, and she could sell the extra cattle for money. Xie Wan remembered a classmate from her past life. When she arrived at school, she introduced herself by saying her family sold a cow to pay for her tuition. Her dorm mates thought her family was poor and kept helping her throughout college. But when graduation came, that classmate invited everyone to her home. When they arrived, everyone was stunned. Her family really did sell a cow to support her, but it turned out they had a whole ranch of cattle. Haha, now Xie Wan also owned a ranch of cows. In the future, when she had a son, she would teach him to say the same thing after college. My family is poor. My parents sold a cow to pay for my tuition. Just thinking about it made Xie Wan feel proud. Xiaoxi's family also seemed very happy, running around on the grass. Xie Wan said to Xiaoxi, "Our family is now quite large. You should quickly pick 1 or 2 of your sons to be responsible for herding cattle. The chickens over there can also be moved here, and you can choose someone to take care of them. The rest can watch over the medicinal field and the cornfield." Xiaoxi had no objections. The consort she following Xiaoxi, however, looked thoughtful. Xie Wan walked casually to the broken wall. She touched it. The cold feeling was very real. She couldn't understand why there was such a broken wall at the edge of the space. Looking carefully, it seemed that on the other side of the wall, it stretched into darkness. There was still a barrier there. She wondered whether this wall was truly just a broken part, or if it was part of a building. Xie Wan suddenly remembered that bracelets are usually a pair. Maybe it's because she only activated one bracelet that the building isn't complete. When she activated the ring, a field and a spiritual spring appeared in the space, and in the center, there was a house. Inside the house, a study and a lottery machine had already been activated. If she activated a complete pair of bracelets, could there also be a building here? And perhaps the things inside the building are the core parts of the bracelet after upgrading. The more Xie Wan thought about it, the more she believed this possibility was true. Otherwise, there shouldn't be a broken wall here. Unfortunately, the other bracelet that was in the same box as this one isn't actually a real pair. Finding the other bracelet will take a lot of effort. Xie Wan didn't dare stay in the space too long. She left the space, pushed open the door, and saw Xie Yuanchao pacing in front of her door. Xiao Wan. Seeing how Xie Yuanchao hesitated to speak, Xie Wan couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Brother, are those girls really that scary?" Xie Yuanchao nodded vigorously. "One girl isn't scary, but a group of them is really terrifying." Xie Wan asked, "Our tickets are for the night after tomorrow. With your look, you don't plan to leave tomorrow, do you?" Xie Yuanchao excitedly said, "Can we? Or you could go sign the gift agreement with Uncle Chi and we can inform fourth aunt. Let's leave tomorrow." Xie Wan had already achieved her goal for this trip. The only way to find clues about other jewelry was to continue studying the family tree or go to Chuanzhou to look for clues from the Xie family there. The time was too tight this time. It probably wouldn't be enough. She thought for a moment and said, "Then let's invite Uncle Chi over for dinner tonight and take care of everything." Tomorrow, she planned to go to Zhangzhou first to see if she could change her train ticket. If not, staying in Zhangzhou for a day was fine. Xie Yuanchao was naturally happy and didn't forget to make things easier for himself. "We should go back early. Mu Yi is on duty at home alone, which is quite pitiful." Xie Wan also missed Qin Mai a little. She didn't know that at this moment, Qin Mai had already arrived across the ocean. At night, on the streets of Brooklyn, many young people dressed in hippie-style clothes smoked cigarettes, strummed guitars, and sang jazz while swaying to the music, expressing their free spirits. A streetcar stopped nearby, and a man with East Asian features got off. He was wrapped in a black trench coat. As soon as he got off, he quickly blended into the crowd and slipped into a bar. Qin Mai had performed many field missions before, and this wasn't his first time in the US. This bar was a mixed place, perfect for making contacts. Although he tried to dress in a Western style, standing among a group of hippies made him stand out a bit too much. An Asian woman with black hair approached him, picked up a cigarette, and said in English, "Can I borrow a light?" Qin Muyu examined her carefully. In theory, there was a good chance she was his contact. But he was still deciding whether to say the secret code. On one hand, he was afraid of making a mistake. On the other, he remembered Chu Jiangnan's dark sense of humor, and the code was a bit embarrassing. The woman's cigarette twirled between her fingers, looking a little anxious. Qin Muyu looked around and only saw this woman. Her code name was the Thorned Rose, and he thought she was probably the one in front of him. He took out his lighter, lit the cigarette, and nervously said the secret code that made him feel ashamed. "Potato, potato. This is beef." The Asian woman's cigarette trembled and fell to the ground. She muttered, bending down to pick it up and not bothering to ask for a light. She turned and walked away, clearly thinking Qin Muyu was crazy. He frowned, fiddling with his lighter, and continued searching the crowd for potential targets. He was worried that local comrades might already be in danger. Since Wang Xiaochun had been confirmed to have defected, and considering Qin Muyu's past as a special agent and his half-year stay in the U.S., he knew the local network well. He also knew that as long as news of his survival reached China, orders to eliminate spies would be issued. Wang Xiaochun wouldn't stay in one place, waiting to be caught. Finding him wouldn't be easy. After Qin Muyu arrived in New York, Chu Jiangnan had asked him to contact a local liaison, but Qin Muyu wasn't sure if that person was still safe. As he frowned in thought, a short, greasy-looking man approached. The man pointed at Qin Muyu's metal lighter and asked, "Brother, can I borrow a light?" The man was only as tall as Qin Muyu's chin. Looking down, Qin Muyu could see his balding forehead. So ugly and so dark-skinned, probably from India or somewhere else. It's unlikely he's the Thorn Rose, Qin Muyu thought, so he didn't respond. The man, seeing that Qin Muyu ignored him, seemed a bit anxious and whispered, "This is potato." Qin Muyu was stunned and repeated his secret code, "Potato, potato. This is beef. Potato, potato, I am beef." The man's eyes flashed and he asked, "Is it an American cow or an Indian cow? Is it an American cow or an Indian cow?" Qin Muyu replied, "My hometown is even cooler. My hometown is cooler." This seemingly illogical English code was actually only understandable to those familiar with Chinese wordplay. After completing the code exchange, the man quietly asked, "Are you a hunter?" Qin Muyu nodded, somewhat surprised, and asked back, "Are you a thorny rose?" The man shyly smiled, surprised. "Huh?" Indeed, it was very surprising. Qin Muyu would never have guessed that a man who looked more than a certain someone would call himself Rose. The man pulled Qin Muyu by the arm and said, "Come with me." Qin Muyu followed behind him out of the bar. They walked through several dimly lit streets. Along the way, they encountered two drunken men trying to stop and rob them, but Qin Muyu easily handled them. "You're pretty skilled," the man said excitedly in Chinese. They entered an old apartment building and stopped in front of a door on the second floor. Qin Muyu saw a wooden sign nailed to the door, "Peter Pan Private Detective Agency." "You're a private detective?" Qin Muyu asked. "It's a cover for gathering information," the man replied. The room was messy, almost impossible to sit comfortably. There were many cluttered items and dirty clothes on the floor. The only somewhat tidy place was a desk. On it were some files, books, and an old typewriter. Peter Pan pointed to a worn-out sofa and said, "Sit first. I'll tidy up." He pushed things aside and threw them into a corner of the room before sitting down across from Qin Muyu on a battered, leather-backed wooden chair. "It's simple here, not as good as back home."
Don't mind.
"It's okay," Qin Muyu said. He understood that these field agents always lived under threat, their minds tense, and their funds limited. He had no reason to complain about their living conditions. "The organization has ordered us to find Wang Xiaochun. Once we locate him, we are to kill him on the spot. This guy is too clever." As soon as he arrived in the US, he became an FBI informant. "We started planning to kill him from the moment he got off the plane, but we failed. He even sacrificed a fellow comrade, otherwise you wouldn't have needed to rush all the way from abroad." "Are the other comrades safe?" After hearing that Wang Xiaochun might still be alive, all the comrades here moved to a safe location. "The fox has 3 burrows. No one knows about my hideout."
Qin Mai felt a bit relieved.
"Can we still find traces of Wang Xiaochun now?" "No, we can't. He's too clever. Plus, the FBI is protecting him now. Even if he shows up, it's hard for us to act." Qin Mai then asked, "Are the old communication codes still in use?" Peter Pan replied, "They've been discontinued. A third temporary plan has been put into place. Wang Xiaochun doesn't know about this system. Only I was trained for outside operations, and the basic codes have been issued." After thinking for a moment, Qin Mai decided, "Let's use the old codes and lure him out." Peter Pan was worried. Wang Xiaochun might guess we changed the codes. Will he fall for it? Qin Mai sneered, "He will. Since he's now working with the FBI and needs their protection, he'll be eager to show his worth." They intercepted the old code's information. Even if Wang Xiaochun suspects something, he won't say it openly. "We only have one chance. Next time, they won't be fooled." They started discussing the details. Late at night, a seemingly ordinary message was broadcast on a fixed frequency of the radio station. Qin Mai believed that the less noticeable the message, the more likely Wang Xiaochun would fall for it. Sure enough, somewhere under FBI control, someone was monitoring that frequency day and night. Wang Xiaochun, asleep, heard hurried footsteps. He jumped out of bed and went to the window, where his pre-planned escape route was. Mr. Wang, come out for a moment. Only when he heard a familiar knock on the door did he breathe a little easier. He had thought that once he arrived in the US, he would be free and could enjoy life with the large sum of money he earned by betraying his employer's original plan. But from the moment he returned to the US, he was trapped in endless fear. He never expected his fake death to be so perfect. Why was he still quickly discovered back home? He couldn't have guessed that his exposure was simply because he didn't follow the same route as De Wang, which caused resentment. He was caught by a new special agent named Xie Wan. To ensure his safety, Wang Qiaochun even planned to fake his death early and arranged for Chu Jiangnan, a scapegoat, to carry out the subsequent process. He knew his homeland very well and understood how they treat traitors. When he found out that his plan to fake his death had been exposed, Wang Qiaochun realized he was doomed. No matter where he hid, from the ends of the earth to the farthest corners, they would find and kill him. He could no longer sleep peacefully, living every moment in fear and tension. He could only turn to the FBI for help, promising to help them root out the undercover agents in Country M in exchange for their protection. However, the people in Country M were not very generous. They kept urging him to provide useful information. His few contacts in Country M had all died in the last operation, and the only contact point he knew was now empty. If he didn't show some real effort, the FBI would likely downgrade his security. Then, he would be left alone to face an entire country, knowing he would surely die. Even though he knew the people outside were his allies, Wang Qiaochun remained cautious. He clenched a blade hidden in his sleeve and opened the door. Country M is 13 hours behind us. Xie Wan prepared a big table of food and held a banquet in the old courtyard to honor Xie Junkai. Many dishes were brought back by Xie Yuanchao when he visited Xie Shaoling earlier that afternoon. Uncle Seven, these are just some quick dishes. Please don't mind, Xie Wan said, also bringing a bottle of wine. He tried to persuade Xie Junkai to eat and drink while handing him a drafted gift agreement. Xie Junkai looked at it and smiled happily. Once this school is established, the descendants of the Xie family will remember your kindness. Xie Wan then placed a bundle of Great Unity notes on the table. Uncle Seven, please take care of the teachers' matters. After I go back, my father will inform the local education committee. Here's 2,000 yuan, which I personally donated to the school. It's for the first-year tuition and books for the children in our Xie village. If the school needs any teaching equipment, it can also be paid from this money. Xie Junkai was surprised and declined, saying, "This isn't right. Your family has already donated a house. How can we accept your money? Besides, Wan, you're still a young girl. Where do you get so much money?" Xie Wan explained, "This is the money I received from my family for my wedding. I don't really need that much, and I think donating it to the village children's tuition is more meaningful." Hearing that the money was from her wedding, Xie Junkai was even more reluctant to accept. Xie Wan urged, "Uncle Seven, please listen to me. This school is run by the government, so they will send teachers. Students will have to pay tuition fees. I understand the situation in our village. Most families are not wealthy. Some families might consider the long term and send their children to school even if it means saving money. But for most families, even a small fee of a few yuan is a burden. Especially for girls, many probably won't be sent to school at all. I have a condition for donating this money. Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, as long as they are of the right age, they should go to school." Xie Junkai understood that Xie Wan was speaking the truth. He was happy to hear that the village was opening a school. But when it was time to pay the fees, many people would probably hesitate. Education is not yet compulsory, and although the elementary school fee is only 2 or 3 yuan for some families, it is still a big expense. Many short-sighted parents think that children can help with chores at home, so they might not send their kids to school. It's unlikely that most children in the village will be able to attend school. Xie Wan continued, "Our school is for elementary students. I heard there is a middle school in the county. I also plan to set up a special hardship fund. In the future, if children in the village can pass the entrance exam for the county middle school, the costs for middle school, if any family can't afford it, will be covered by this fund." Xie Junkai was moved by how carefully Xie Wan was thinking. Nowadays, many people believe that studying is useless. Even intellectuals face some discrimination. But the Xie family is a family of scholars and officials. Although they are now in decline, there is still some cultural heritage in the family. Xie Junkai himself understands very well how important education is for a person and what it means for a family. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right, Uncle Qi will handle this money for the whole village. If anyone dares not send their kids to school, I will beat him to death." Xie Wan's decision was related to the valuables found from Wang Hongguang. Most of those valuables were stolen from the Xie family village by Wang Hongguang. Xie Wan could quietly keep some or return everything to the rightful owners. But after thinking it over, she felt that wasn't right. If she kept everything without doing anything, it would go against her conscience. If she returned everything, her efforts to deal with Wang Hongguang would be exposed. Those valuables belonged to the villagers and were also part of the Xie family's heritage. Xie Wan thought about using this money to support education, like the Future's Hope primary schools. She wanted to spend the money on children's education, so she would feel at peace and also benefit the people of Xie village. Not just the 2,000 yuan, Xie Wan will donate money to the village school in Xiejia village every year. She has even planned that once the situation allows, she can find ways to support the Xie clan members to become prosperous first. She treats her spending as buying ancient jewelry, ensuring the Xie family remains a prestigious 100-year-old clan. Xie Junkai gave Xie Wan a receipt, feeling emotional. He admits he had selfish motives before, mainly wanting to cling to Xie Dahong's influence. But after interacting with Xie Wan, he realized that many of her ideas weren't even from Xie Dahong, but were decided by the young girl herself. A house and 2,000 yuan to let the village children go to school. This girl has a big heart. Previously, Xie Junkai would act like an elder in front of Xie Wan, but now he is truly convinced. This is the kind of person the Xie family should be. He had read many books in his youth, seen the glory of ancestors and history, and felt proud of his family name. Now, in his 40s, Xie Junkai suddenly felt a heavier burden on his shoulders. If a young girl from the clan can have such courage and vision as the actual head of the Xie family, shouldn't he be better than a young girl? He must inspire the clan members to rise up, and no matter how harsh the environment, they must carry forward the spirit of the Xie family. Xie Junkai drank a lot of wine and shared many family secrets passed down from the older generation with Xie Wan and her brother. Only then did Xie Wan realize that the branch of the Xie family in Yunshao County actually has many members living in Gangcheng and Nanyang. This area is near the sea, and when the situation started to become unstable, some far-sighted elders secretly sent young men and women overseas to ensure the family's survival. Xie Wan suddenly understood and felt enlightened. She thought, how could a family with hundreds of years of history only be left with a small village? The other jade bracelet she was looking for might very well be among those sent abroad. Uncle 7, did Aunt 5 and Xie Donglai's family also go overseas? Xie Junkai nodded. Your Aunt 5's younger brother, Sanjin, sent a letter back a few years ago from Gangcheng. Xie Donglai's eldest uncle went to Nanyang early on and also sent a letter back. This news was very important, because when Xie Wan asked the villagers the day before about who was robbed of jewelry by Wang Hongguang, both families had a pair of jade bracelets stolen. But the jade bracelet Xie Wan brought back was not a pair. It's possible that one of these two families had broken up the pair of bracelets and taken them overseas in the previous generation. Xie Yuanchao helped a drunken Xie Junkai home. Xie Wan went to visit her Aunt Wu and Xie Donglai's home again to find out their contact address overseas. She hopes that when she goes on her mission, she can meet those people and buy back the jade bracelet in person. The next day, Xie Wan and her brother left Xie family village with a warm farewell from the villagers. She saw the girls who were arranged to meet Xie Yuanchao and joked, "Brother, look, the 7 fairies are here to see you off." Xie Yuanchao turned around and saw several girls waving at him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Luckily, I escaped quickly," he said with a grin. Xie Wan smiled and said, "Brother, now that you're back in Nan City, it's not like being on the high plains anymore. In the future, You'll often face this kind of situation. You're quite popular after all. These girls are still innocent and won't play tricks on you. If you get scared and run away now, what will you do if you meet clever city girls? Xie Wan realized for the first time how attractive he was in the marriage market. After Xie Wan reminded him, he finally understood. Little Wan, are you deliberately throwing me into the wolf's den to toughen me up? Xie Wan rolled her eyes. What do you think? If you really want me to find you a wife, I'd help you check her out. But you're so timid, I'm really worried. I'm afraid you won't find a wife or get caught in a trap. Marrying a scheming girl would bring chaos to the family. It's so troublesome. Xie Wan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. It's not that bad. My standards are simple. I just want her to look nice, have a good personality, and be able to manage the household. Why don't you help me find someone and bring her here? Xiao Xing suddenly chimed in, Sister, remember to find a girl with a big for brother. Then, the brother and sister had a playful scuffle. Qin Muyue was hiding in a tall building where he could see a private bank in the United States operated by a certain country. The bait was already cast, waiting for the fish to bite. Since early morning, the street had become strange. With Qin Muyue's years of combat experience, he could tell that Wang Xiaochun had translated the message for the FBI. However, he still hadn't found Wang Xiaochun's whereabouts. Wang Xiaochun was from the Southwest Military District Special Forces, and Qin Muyue knew him well, having even completed missions together. Through the scope, I can clearly see everyone entering and leaving that bank. Now is the time to be patient. Qin Mai believes that once a suspicious target appears, the FBI will send Wang Xiaochun personally to identify them. Qin Mai chose the bank in Benzi country because it will definitely have many Asian faces. The FBI can't arrest and question all these people, so they rely on Wang Xiaochun to identify them. Coincidentally, the bait Qin Mai set out is a person Wang Xiaochun is very familiar with. The message was sent to Qinglong, which is Chu Jiangnan's code name. Wang Xiaochun knows this. Whether he believes it or not, the temptation to catch Chu Jiangnan in the U.S. is very strong. Both he and the FBI behind him will do their best, even if they have doubts. Using Chu Jiangnan as bait makes sense logically. Wang Xiaochun might betray, and Chu Jiangnan, as his direct boss, is very likely to come to the U.S. personally to eliminate the traitor. Chu Jiangnan's information has probably already been sold to the U.S. by Wang Xiaochun, and the FBI will eventually restrict his entry. Chu Jiangnan might go to the bank's safe deposit box to retrieve intelligence, possibly related to his escape to the U.S. The scene shows an old Chrysler parked at the bank entrance. An Asian man in a suit gets out, followed by two bodyguards, a white man and a black man. The FBI might know who he is, but hasn't questioned him yet. Suddenly, a young Asian man runs over with a briefcase, bows to the suited man and greets him. They enter the bank, and two FBI agents follow inside, likely to question the man. After a while, the two FBI agents come out, looking clearly angry, probably because the suited man caused trouble for them. It's obvious they are very impatient. This is already the 10th Asian man questioned this morning. Most of these people are probably bank employees, so the FBI can handle them easily. After 10 a.m., more wealthy people arrive, and among them, there will be some who can't be questioned easily, even by the FBI. One person gets into a car on the roadside, then quickly gets out again, and the car drives away. Qin Mai has a feeling that the fish has bitten the hook. He takes out his anemometer again to measure the wind speed. He only has one chance. Once Wang Xiaochun appears, he must hit him precisely. His Belgian FN SPR rifle, after modifications, has an effective range of up to a kilometer. This is the best rifle of this era. Fortunately, this is in Country M, a country with loose gun laws, so Peter Pan was able to prepare such a rifle for him. From his hiding spot to the bank entrance is about 800 meters, while the previous parking spot of that car is over 1,000 meters away. Qin Mai must wait until Wang Xiaochun enters the shooting range before he can fire. He calmly and carefully reestimates all possibilities. Just then, the car indeed returns. The first person to get out is a white man. Qin Mai's breath stops at that moment. He sees the brim of a hat appear at the car door, then quickly disappear. The white man who first gets out looks around, says something to the people inside the car, then another figure appears. Not a hat brim, but a square object wrapped in cloth. Its shape looks like a police shield often used by American police, wrapped in a trench coat. That cowardly Wang Xiaochun actually thought of getting out with a police shield. His head and upper body are hidden behind the shield for protection. It seems he really knows the tactics used by special forces well. With so many tall buildings around, using a police shield to prevent snipers from shooting from above is an effective way to stay safe. From this position, Qin Mai can only shoot at his waist or lower. These shots won't be deadly in one hit. He patiently waits. As long as he gets a second of opportunity, he will shoot. Another white person gets out of the car. 2 FBI agents are escorting Wang Xiaochun into the bank, holding him in the middle. 1,000 meters, 950 meters, 900 meters. They are now within range, but Qin Mai still hasn't found a good chance to shoot. Just as Wang Xiaochun is about to enter the bank door, he will lose this chance. Suddenly, a runaway truck crashes into the car they just got out of. Qin Mai knows this is Peter Pan acting on impulse, risking his life to create an opportunity for him. They cannot miss this chance. The traitor must die. The loud crash makes the 2 FBI agents immediately turn around, and they instinctively pull Wang Xiaochun back. Qin Mai pulls the trigger. The bullet speeds out at 850 meters per second. Wang Xiaochun, holding the shield, is naturally tilted as the 2 FBI agents pull him, exposing the back of his head. He may have realized the danger and tried to correct the shield, but it was too late. A bullet passed through his back of the head, creating a clear blood hole. Wang Xiaochun collapsed onto a white FBI agent and stopped breathing. Being shot in the brainstem causes death very quickly, so fast that he didn't even have time to regret his choices. We don't need to listen to traitors' confessions. Qin Mai quickly packed up his gun and left the scene. The FBI downstairs had already surrounded the building. The out-of-control truck exploded. Qin Mai's heart clenched. He didn't even have a chance to check if Peter Pan was still in the truck or if he had sacrificed himself in the explosion. At least he knew Peter Pan couldn't drive that truck to escape anymore. He had to find his own way out. From this moment, the FBI would intensify checks on Asian travelers leaving the country. How to return safely was another challenge for him. He used a rope to slide to the nearby building, took the elevator down, and quickly reached the street. The explosion caused chaos, and Qin Mai successfully blended into the panicked crowd. Qin Mai secretly returned to Peter Pan Detective Agency at night. He wanted to see if Peter Pan was in trouble. Nothing unusual happened here, which meant the FBI hadn't yet figured out Peter Pan's undercover identity in Country M. If Peter Pan had been sacrificed, with the FBI's efficiency, this place would have been discovered. After ensuring safety, Qin Mai sneaked into the detective agency. He saw the device disguised as a typewriter, an old-fashioned telegraph machine. Peter Pan was bold. He placed the typewriter openly on the desk, making it less noticeable. When he sent the message to lure Wang Xiaochun, Qin Mai already knew where Peter Pan hid other parts. He pushed open the wardrobe, took out something like an old TV antenna, and dug into the worn leather sofa's backrest to retrieve other components. After tinkering for a while, he restored the typewriter to a telegraph machine. Using a new frequency and code, he sent messages, which would naturally be forwarded back home. After completing everything, Qin Mai restored the device, left a secret code for Peter Pan, and left the detective agency. He hoped Peter Pan could escape safely. Qin Mai randomly chose a car on the street, pried open the window, and used a fuse to start the engine. He planned to drive to the Mexican border first. The wall at the border was no big obstacle for him. The next day at noon, he saw a news report in the newspaper at the gas station. It read, "Certain bank explosion, suspects arrested." The news looked like a street bombing carried out by a vengeful criminal seeking revenge on society. Qin Mai recognized the picture in the report. It was the explosion outside the bank in our country. The article didn't even mention Wang Xiaochun, who was shot dead, but instead showed a photo of the suspect with burns, being treated in the hospital. Qin Mai understood this was a trap. The FBI probably knew that Peter Pan intentionally crashed into that car, causing the explosion, and they knew all the reasons behind it. They simply didn't want to admit their own incompetence or that they had allowed our people to execute the traitor right under their noses. They might also have realized that the information about Chu Jiangnan going to our country's bank to gather intelligence was a trap to lure out the enemy. So, they staged the scene with a photo of Peter Pan being caught and hospitalized, aiming to tempt our comrades into a rescue attempt. Since the two countries haven't officially established diplomatic relations yet, and there are no formal protests, this tactic is mainly to lure Chiang Mai into rescuing Peter Pan. Although Chiang Mai knew this was a trap, he had no choice but to turn his car around and head back to New York. Since he first took the military oath, he had sworn never to abandon his comrades. Now, with the underground intelligence network in the U.S. leaderless and other agents busy with their own missions, he had to stay behind to organize the rescue. Brother and sister Xie Wan returned to Sichuan province 3 days later. Xie Wan didn't go back to Nancheng, but directly reported back to duty. It was already the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, and the other colleagues had also returned. The atmosphere in the Special Operations team was lively. Many members who had gone home for the holiday brought local specialties, exchanged gifts, and gathered for a meal. Xie Wan had hoped to see Chiang Mai immediately. She went to the dormitory and heard Wang Xiang say, "Since I returned home, I haven't seen Captain Qin. We thought he had gone back to Nancheng." Xie Wan had no choice but to go to Chu Jiangnan's office. Chu Jiangnan looked very tired, with bloodshot eyes. When he saw Xie Wan, a hint of apology appeared in his eyes. "You're back? I have some news. Don't worry too much until you hear it." Xie Wan wasn't particularly worried at first, but when she heard Chu Jiangnan tell her not to worry, her heart skipped a beat, and she became anxious. "Did something happen to Mai?" Chu Jiangnan didn't beat around the bush and simply said, "Comrade Xie Wan, Chiang Mai went on a mission abroad in the U.S. during the Spring Festival and has lost contact." "Lost contact? What does that mean?" "This means we lost contact with our people. He was ordered to secretly assassinate a traitor, and the mission was completed. However, the comrade who helped him with the task was seriously injured and captured. Chiang Mai's last message to us was that he was preparing to rescue that comrade." Then 3 days passed, and he didn't send any more messages. Xie Wan quickly grabbed Chu Jiangnan's arm and asked anxiously, "He will be okay, right?" Chu Jiangnan's arm was hurt by Xie Wan's grip, and he thought to himself how strong her grip was. He subtly pulled his arm away and tried to soothe her, saying, "Xie Wan, you really don't need to be too nervous. We must trust Chiang Mai." This kind of situation probably means they couldn't contact the organization. His words helped a little. Xie Wan also believed in Chiang Mai's abilities. But she had a worry in her heart. Chiang Mai was supposed to have sacrificed himself during the last mission to send Fong Lao back to the country in Dawang. Because of her intervention, Chiang Mai escaped danger. But she didn't know if his early death fate had already changed. In the past, Xie Wan might not have believed much in fate. But her own rebirth and the existence of her ancestral master from the underworld made her believe in old superstitions. Fortunately, the inheritance left in her space was all Taoist teachings and cultivation methods. Taoists have a saying, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens." Xie Wan felt she had to do something. Even if it was just a deadly obstacle for Chiang Mai, she wanted to help him fight for his life. "I want to go to M country to support him," Xie Wan said calmly. Chu Jiangnan shook his head. "Not now. You can't get in." He also believed in Xie Wan's abilities. If Chiang Mai faced danger in M country, having Xie Wan there would greatly increase his chances of safety. During the last incident when Fong Lao returned to the country, Chu Jiangnan felt he made the right call. Although Chiang Mai hid Xie Wan's special abilities in his report, Chu Jiangnan could see that many times when they narrowly escaped danger, Xie Wan was involved.
Chu Jiangnan hestita.
"Xie Wan, I know you're worried and anxious, but think about this. Before you appeared, Chiang Mai was an excellent special agent. He could complete even the most difficult assassination missions. Now, he's just temporarily out of contact. You have to believe he can get out of this himself. He's a man and a good soldier. He can't always live under your protection. His words were very convincing. Indeed, Xie Wan couldn't stay by Qin Moi's side forever to protect him. But this time, she was still worried. Xie Wan asked back, losing contact. Besides the situation you mentioned, there's also the possibility that he was captured or injured or even. How can you expect me to be at ease? Captain Chu, please, I beg you. Just this once, let me go and support him. As long as he can get through this safely on his own, I will be at ease afterward. Xie Wan kept pleading, insisting on going to support Qin Moi.
Chu Jiangnan sighed.
The higher-ups already questioned Qin Moi and Xie Wan working in the same team. They worried that personal feelings might cloud their judgment and affect their work. Someone had suggested transferring one of them away. If Xie Wan insisted on going this time, she might give them another reason to do so. Either she or Qin Moi could be transferred out of the special operations team. Chu Jiangnan explained the stakes to Xie Wan. Then, he took out a commendation order from his drawer. Comrade Xie Wan, your future is very bright. I hope you think carefully. This is a commendation for successfully completing a mission in India last time. It's a second-class collective award. Everyone received recognition. You personally earned a second-class merit, which means a promotion to non-commissioned officer, to the rank of sergeant. Usually, seeing such an award, Xie Wan would be overjoyed. She was originally a private first class, not even a non-commissioned officer. Now, she was directly promoted to sergeant, a jump of 3 ranks. This was likely because Qin Moi's successful change of route during that operation was credited to her. The higher-ups considered that the key to the victory was the route change, so they awarded her the second-class merit. Since she was now a military doctor with a high school diploma, the promotion to non-commissioned officer was reasonable. Xie Wan didn't give up her idea because of the award. She said without hesitation, "Nothing is more important to me than my family's lives." Her insistence was largely because she suspected that the traitor who assassinated Qin Moi was the person who leaked the retreat route of the enemy. Rescuing her captured comrade was actually a follow-up to that deadly ordeal Qin Moi faced before. To Xie Wan, that danger might not be fully over yet. She told herself that just this once, helping Qin Moi through this would be enough. Next time she could let go. Captain Chu, let me go. Even if you don't send me, I will go myself. Country is far away, but I will find a way to sneak in. Chu Jiangnan rubbed his forehead and finally made a decision.
All right.
The news about this matter has been blocked in Country M, so our people have no way of knowing about Qin Mai and the other comrade. Your trip can really help. Your task is not only to find Qin Mai but also, if possible, to help rescue the captured colleague. Rest first, and we will gather and leave tomorrow. The next day, Chu Jiangnan called Xie Wan to the office. There were 2 other people there, Wang Xiang and Chu Xinran. After confirming that Wang Xiaochun was the traitor, Chu Xinran's investigation was finished. She had already rejoined the team and even knew about Qin Mai's location in Country M a day earlier than Xie Wan. Chu Xinran also knew that Qin Mai and Xie Wan were married. This was a big to her. Still, she said, I am most familiar with Country M, so I am the best choice to go. Although Chu Xinran had never said it aloud, Chu Jiangnan secretly suspected that his cousin might have different feelings for Qin Mai. He had warned her, but she didn't admit it. Today, calling Chu Xinran was not to send her to Country M, but to have her explain some details about Country M to Xie Wan and Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang would accompany Xie Wan to Country M. When Chu Xinran saw Xie Wan, her eyes showed hostility. She asked Chu Jiangnan, "Why can she go, but I can't? Just because she married Qin Mai? According to the rules, the closer the family, the more they should stay away. And she just joined the special forces a few days ago. How can she handle such dangerous work?" Chu Jiangnan felt a headache. It was hard to explain that Xie Wan had some special abilities. He lied because one of our colleagues was seriously injured. Even if we rescue him, we need a military doctor to go along. Xie Wan performed well during that mission in India, so the organization thinks she's the best person for the job. Chu Xinran still wanted to argue. Chu Jiangnan, impatient, said, "What's decided is decided. Don't discuss it anymore. Xinran, You will explain the situation in Country M to Xie Wan and Wang Xiang. Though still unhappy, Chu Jiangnan took out 2 maps and explained the situation to Xie Wan and Wang Xiang. Xie Wan listened carefully. She had never been to Country M, but her previous life had very advanced information. She often heard news about Country M and watched videos from overseas students. So some place names and customs Chu Jiangnan mentioned were easy for her to understand. After Chu Jiangnan finished, Chu Jiangnan added, "Right now, Country M is very strict about checking planes coming from Port City. You two need to disguise yourselves as business people from Xingzi country, transfer in Port City to the UK, and then from the UK to Country M. Having Wang Xiang with you makes it easier. Xie Wan, on your way, learn some basic phrases in the country's language from Wang Xiang, mainly because you might face checks at customs. These are your relevant documents." Xie Wan glanced at her passport, which had Japanese and English on it. Wang Xiang explained, "Your name now is Yamaguchi Sakura." Xie Wan was speechless. "It's better to be called Yamaguchi Momo. I can remember that more easily." After reading their backgrounds, Xie Wan didn't say much, but Wang Xiang exclaimed, "Team Chu, are you trying to get me killed? You want me and my sister-in-law to pretend to be a married couple. When we meet Captain Qin, I might get beaten to death." Chu Jiangnan agreed nearby. "That's not suitable. It's better if I pretend to be her husband with Wang Xiang. Plus, if there's danger, I can fight."
Can she?
Chu Jiangnan was speechless, thinking, can she really fight? You don't know that she's fought even your brother. Do you think she can fight you? Xie Wan had no mind to deal with such provocations. She took some documents and told Wang Xiang, "We leave in 15 minutes. Do you have any questions?" Wang Xiang grinned. "We can't bring our own things. What's there to ask? But sister-in-law, aren't you bringing some personal items?" Xie Wan shook her head. All documents and clothes had to match her identity, which Chu Jiangnan had prepared. She had space in her bag, and everyday items were stored there, so no extra preparation was needed. Chu Jiangnan then drove Wang Xiang and Chu Jiangnan out, took out a suitcase, and handed it to Xie Wan, asking, "Can you take these out of the country?" Xie Wan opened it and saw guns, TNT, grenades, and a miniature radio transmitter. She froze. She remembered Qin Muyue once said that Chu Jiangnan suspected her abilities. Could he know she had space? Xie Wan awkwardly smiled. "Team Chu, are you joking?" Chu Jiangnan took out a photocopied confession document and handed it to her. "This is a confession from a female prisoner named Shiryu. Take a look." Xie Wan read the confession quickly. She truly didn't expect Shiryu to reveal her space ability. According to the confession, Shiryu claimed she had the power to predict the future. She strongly denied her crimes, but it was hard to deny that she killed Zheng Hu and Zhao Xian. No matter how she argued, it wouldn't change the facts. The confession mentioned a major earthquake happening in 2 years, but didn't mention that 3 important people would die that year. It also included some events that might happen in Nancheng, including Qin Muyue's sacrifice in January. Unfortunately, now it was February and Qin Muyue was still alive and well. What made Xie Wan feel most sickened was Shiryu's prediction that a strange woman would appear in Nancheng. This woman could make objects disappear and reappear out of nowhere. Xie Wan broke out in a cold sweat. Doesn't that mean her? Making objects appear and disappear out of nowhere is just a space ability. Was Shiryu trying to make her seem like a monster? She deliberately didn't mention Xie Wan's name to make her predictions seem more believable. As long as the people who see this material believe it, they will eventually find Xie Wan. Fortunately, after Shiryu gained space in her past life, she couldn't activate other space functions. To her, space was just a storage place. So Shiryu didn't know that Xie Wan could cultivate or have other abilities. But this was still a problem. Xie Wan worried she might be taken for research. Chu Jiangnan had been secretly watching Xie Wan's expression. He managed to get this material through his family connections. When Chu Jiangnan saw what was written, he was sure that the strange woman Shiryu mentioned was Xie Wan. However, Chu Jiangnan didn't think she was some kind of monster. He believed this was just Xie Wan's special ability. Chu Jiangnan asked, "Xie Wan, have you heard of Bureau 749? Xie Wan shook her head. Chu Jiangnan explained, Bureau 749 is a famous organization founded by a top physicist after they returned to China. It's very mysterious. As far as I know, they employ people with special abilities. The woman prisoner you know, Xie Wan, is now under Bureau 749's control. Some of what she said has been confirmed, but some are just nonsense. Most people think she's crazy. The confirmed parts are just her lucky guesses. But surprisingly, the people at Bureau 749 believe her words are true. Suddenly, Xie Wan remembered what Bureau 749 was. She had read about a Qigong master online from the 1980s named Zhang Baosheng, who was said to be one of the 3 top experts of Bureau 749. Zhang Baosheng was rumored to have special Qigong powers. He could send paper balls into sealed containers from a distance, see through walls, and heal with his mind. Back then, Zhang Baosheng was covered by major media, and even martial arts star Li Jie vouched for him, claiming to have seen his wall-piercing technique. He became a guest of Bureau 749 and was studied for a long time. But later, during a performance on CCTV, Zhang Baosheng was caught cheating, and after that, he disappeared from the public eye. Until the 1990s, most people believed in the existence of supernatural powers. Xie Wan doesn't want to be seen as a typical con artist, nor does she want to join the 749 Bureau. She can only force herself to keep pretending. Team Chu, I do know Xie Wan. She's the niece of my dad's ex-wife. I heard she's had a tough time. Are these things she said? She wouldn't have gone crazy, right? Chu Jiangnan smiled and said, I hope everyone thinks she's crazy. Xie Wan, you must believe that Qin Moi and I are the closest brothers. I am still your leader. No matter what, I will protect you. I have a suggestion. In the future, try to hide your abilities with more conventional weapons. Take this box with you. If you can't get through customs, just throw it away.
Xie Wan felt a headache coming on.
It seemed Chu Jiangnan was convinced she could carry it. Let her carry it, and if she can't get through customs, just discard it. That's ridiculous. With so many dangerous explosives, she wouldn't dare to throw them carelessly. This was just a way to give her an excuse. Xie Wan felt anxious. She even wondered if, after going to the U.S., she should just disappear with Qin Moi from the public eye. Xie Wan, as long as she's alive, will eventually reveal the secret about her space. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have died back then. She might as well have killed Xie Wan herself. Chu Jiangnan seemed to guess her thoughts and said, You are now a soldier. You can't stay in another country without permission. I believe you wouldn't do that. Don't worry, only a small group of people have seen this material and most didn't believe it. If you're worried about Xie Wan, I can find a way to help you and have her executed quickly. Xie Wan firmly refused to admit she had a space and could carry these weapons. She scoffed, I don't need Chu Jiangnan to prepare weapons for me. I have cannons and armored vehicles in my space. What am I afraid of? Besides, when she arrives in the U.S., she can get whatever weapons she needs by stealing from enemies. She played innocent and said, Team Chu, what nonsense are you talking? I really can't carry these. And I can't just throw them away. Keep them for yourself. After saying that, Xie Wan confidently left Chu Jiangnan's office. Chu Jiangnan sighed and said, You still don't trust me. 2 days later, Xie Wan and Wang Xiang boarded a flight from London to New York. Dressed in traditional Japanese clothing, Xie Wan felt very uncomfortable. But to avoid inspection after landing, she had to endure it. Wang Xiang, dressed in a suit and wearing round black-rimmed glasses, looked quite like a young businessman from a certain country. Xie Wan's English was decent, but her Japanese was limited to one phrase, bakayero, meaning idiot. Throughout the journey, Wang Xiang kept teaching her common phrases. Fortunately, Xie Wan's memory was excellent. She basically learned what Wang Xiang said after hearing it once. Sister-in-law, with your talent, it's really a pity you're not learning a language, he said. In just 2 days, Xie Wan could have simple conversations with Wang Xiang. However, she still couldn't read Japanese, which was understandable, as many women in this country are illiterate. When they arrived in New York and were about to get off the plane, Wang Xiang quietly reminded Xie Wan, Sister-in-law, you need to walk more carefully. Even though you're not wearing wooden clogs, You should walk slowly like the women here. Xie Wan understood and knew how women in this country walk. She instinctively placed her hands on her abdomen, bent her waist, and followed Wang Xiang closely, looking down modestly. At customs, there were clearly FBI agents at the entrance. Every time an Asian face appeared, the FBI would carefully question them. Wang Xiang was a bit nervous and handed over their passports. The FBI agent looked at Xie Wan's face and asked, "Can you repeat your original home address?" Wang Xiang translated the question into Japanese and repeated it. She had learned this from him, so Xie Wan answered fluently. The agent's expression relaxed slightly, but then he suddenly asked, "Your home is close to Yokosuka. Do you know which U.S. Army Expeditionary Force is stationed there?" The agent used English, which Xie Wan understood. But she didn't know how to answer in Japanese, as Wang Xiang hadn't taught her that. Since her character is a woman from this country with no education, she couldn't answer in English. Wang Xiang wanted to translate her answer, but the FBI agent stopped him and pointed to a nearby translator who spoke Japanese, saying, "Translate my question to her and have her answer in Japanese." The translator repeated the question. Wang Xiang was sweating nervously, worried that they might be exposed. Yokosuka is a city located on the eastern coast of the Miura Peninsula in Kanagawa Prefecture, in the southeastern part of this country. No expeditionary forces are stationed there. Instead, it is the headquarters of the U.S. 7th Fleet. This city is a place where the U.S. military and local citizens coexist, living under the shadow of the U.S. military presence. The residents would definitely know who is stationed there. Xie Wan doesn't know, but that doesn't stop her from proudly raising her head and cursing, "Hagiar." David Staborin, resentment points plus 199. She received a resentment point. It's clear that the FBI agent's name is David Staborin. Wang Xiang thought to himself, "This is bad. She's starting to curse at people now." The translator glanced at Xie Wan, moving their lips slightly. The FBI agent's face darkened and he frowned, saying, "No need to translate that sentence. I understand." Even people from Country M know that the slang phrase baggy olive means insulting someone as a. Wang Xiang stepped in front of Xie Wan, bowing politely. "My wife doesn't understand. Please forgive her, officer." The agent impatiently waved his hand, returning the passport to Wang Xiang and saying, "Get lost." Wang Xiang grabbed Xie Wan and quickly left the immigration area. Xie Wan's expression just now looked like a brave citizen long oppressed and whose land has been occupied for a long time. David Staborin found this very realistic. Although the phrase "bagyalu" was rude, it was the correct reaction of people in an occupied area. The agent no longer doubted Xie Wan. Outside the airport, Wang Xiang wiped his sweat and gave Xie Wan a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you're really brave. What if that officer didn't buy your act and insisted you explain everything?" Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "Didn't you teach me how to call a bunch of scoundrels? I can just keep cursing." Wang Xiang shivered at the thought, imagining how exciting it would be. He then asked, "What if they get angry and try to arrest us for questioning?" Xie Wan shook her head. "I don't think so. I just saw a team of Indian inspectors coming behind us. They should be busy. As long as they don't suspect my nationality, they'll let us go. After all, we are enemies of the people from the other country, and that country is their puppet. They think the people from that country are on their side. Compared to that, they probably scrutinize Indian people more strictly." Wang Xiang lowered his head. He had thought Xie Wan was just reckless, but her reasoning was surprisingly clear. The group of Indians Xie Wan saw were not actually Indians. They were true citizens of the other country, but their identities were special. They were members of a notorious criminal organization, the Yamaguchi-gumi. They had come to the U.S. to coordinate the transportation of drugs from Mexico. The U.S. was very sensitive about Yamaguchi-gumi members. To avoid trouble, they disguised themselves as Indians entering the country. Recently, relations between that country and the U.S. had been tense. The Yamaguchi-gumi members thought that disguising themselves as Indians would help them pass inspection. But they just happened to encounter increased FBI checks on Asian arrivals. Unfortunately, their disguise was uncovered. David Staborin said, "Bring everyone back. I suspect they are Chinese spies in disguise." Xie Wan and Wang Xiang took a taxi to the bustling city center. Wang Xiang had been to country M twice. He took Xie Wan to a small Chinese run-in. Sister-in-law, since we don't know Qin team's whereabouts, let's stay here for now. I stayed at this place last time. The owner is a Chinese couple. The conditions are a bit basic, but it's cheap. Xie Wan looked around and saw a new 7-story building in the distance with the word hotel visible from afar. She also noticed colorful flags outside with Japanese writing. She pointed at the hotel and asked, "Is that a hotel run by Japanese people?" Wang Xiang stepped forward and replied, "Yes, it seems to be a new hotel. It must be quite expensive. We don't have much money, so we can't afford it." Although the Japanese were bombed twice with atomic bombs during the war, many had migrated to M country to do business since the 1960s. Many of these were second-generation wealthy families opening higher-end hotels. Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "Let's stay at that one. Since we are pretending to be Japanese, it makes more sense to stay in their hotel. Also, if something happens and they investigate later, I don't want to cause trouble for a fellow countryman." Wang Xiang hesitated and took out his wallet to show Xie Wan. "Sister-in-law, look, we only have $2,000. We don't know how many days we'll stay here. That's too much to spend. Our country's foreign exchange reserves are very limited. The $2,000 for this operation is the maximum Chu Jiangnan can approve." Before leaving, Chu Jiangnan repeatedly told Wang Xiang to save money and not spend unnecessarily. Xie Wan firmly said, "Let's go. We'll book a room first. Don't worry about the money. Later, you can help me find a jewelry store. I'll pay for it." The two entered a luxurious hotel called Xianggan Lihong. In the lobby, they saw many Japanese people. Their East Asian features blended in, making them unremarkable. Wang Xiang finally realized that Xie Wan's decision was correct. Staying here was indeed safer. They carried their luggage to the front desk. Wang Xiang looked at the room rates and felt a sharp pain in his heart. The cheapest room cost $320. He cursed silently. "It's so expensive. Those Japanese people are so greedy. Why don't they go rob instead?" A well-dressed young man at the front desk greeted them and asked if they had a reservation. Wang Xiang said no, gritted his teeth, and handed over their passports, requesting a standard room. The young man, after hearing this, looked somewhat proud and probably judged that they were just ordinary businessmen who couldn't afford a suite. Then his gaze fell on their passports. He saw a name he was very familiar with, Yamamoto Sakurako. The young man hurriedly looked up to examine Xie Wan. Xie Wan had just been showing off at the immigration checkpoint, doing a very good job. Now she felt she couldn't let this young man from the country of Benzi look down on her, so she lifted her chin high and shot a sharp glare at him. The young man shivered. Unbeknownst to Xie Wan, the seemingly ordinary front desk manager in front of her was not an ordinary person. His name was Itamura Yosuke, and he was the local contact for the famous criminal organization in Benzi, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Itamura Yosuke had already received notice that the organization would send someone to New York to pick up goods, and they would be staying at his hidden hotel today. Clearly, it was these two people in front of him. Carefully, Itamura Yosuke asked, "What kind of business are you two here for in the U.S.?" Wang Xiang wanted to explain, but Xie Wan cut him off with a sharp rebuke. "Bakayero." Itamura Yosuke's eyes immediately turned respectful. There was no mistake. The person in front of him was definitely the infamous, ruthless, and arrogant Yamamoto Sakurako. Yamamoto Sakurako would never explain her business to a front desk manager. Although Itamura Yosuke had never met Sakurako before, he admired her deeds greatly. She was the fiercest female assassin in the Yamaguchi-gumi in recent years. She also had a special identity. She was one of the most favored children of the current Yamaguchi-gumi boss. Rumor had it that, in her quest for the heir position, she had ruthlessly assassinated her two older brothers. There were whispers within the organization that Sakurako was the most likely candidate to become the next leader. Itamura Yosuke thought his chance had come. If he could impress Sakurako during this operation, he might have a shot at returning to headquarters. If he could cling to Sakurako's favor, his future would be bright. So, When Wang Xiang tremblingly handed him $320 for the room, Itamura Yosuke used his authority to book a luxurious suite for them. He didn't question why Sakurako was traveling and only booked the cheapest standard room. He guessed the room was just a cover. Sakurako must have other plans. Respectfully, Itamura Yosuke saw them off to the elevator, pressed the button, and hinted to Xie Wan that he would personally deliver a fruit platter to the guests later. Xie Wan thought this was normal. Luxury hotels often sent fruit platters. Wang Xiang taught Xie Wan how to order food. She couldn't help showing off a little, lifting her chin and calmly asking, "I like blueberries. Do you have any?" Ban Koyang Jie's eyes lit up. As expected of Sakurako Yamaguchi, it seems she knows my identity. He was so excited because the code name for this delivery mission was Blueberry. Wang Xiang entered the room and found it was a luxurious suite, feeling a bit confused.
Could there be a mistake?
Xie Wan didn't mind. Honestly, in this era, even in M country, what they called a luxury suite was quite ordinary by later standards. What are you worried about? We already paid for the room. If he dares to ask for more money, we can just leave. Wang Xiang thought that made sense. He put down his luggage and said to Xie Wan, "Sister-in-law, when you see Captain Qin, please help me speak well of me. We had to book this room. I have no bad intentions towards you." Xie Wan rolled her eyes and pointed outside, saying, "You stay in the other room. I'll take the bedroom."
There's nothing complicated about that.
Wang Xiang sighed in relief. If he had to share a room with Xie Wan, he was sure Qin Mai would beat him to a pulp. The only way he could protect himself would be to sleep in the bathroom. Xie Wan went into the bathroom to wash up. She saw the long-missed toilet and bathtub and felt a little excited. Since arriving in this era, she had been using dry toilets and bucket baths so often that she almost forgot the joy of having a proper bathroom. Unfortunately, she didn't have a smartphone, otherwise, she thought she could sit on the toilet for an hour. Xie Wan decided that after rescuing Qin Mai and the comrade, if she had the chance, she would rob a bathroom supplies store in M country and take a few toilets and bathtubs back. While Xie Wan was sitting on the toilet, Wang Xiang had already checked the safety of the room and planned an escape route outside. This suite was quite special. It was on the 7th floor and offered a view of the entire street. If they were surrounded, they could get early warning inside the room. Outside the window, there was a water pipe, and in front was a 4-story building. If they jumped onto the roof of that building, they could escape. Wang Xiang didn't know that this room had been specifically chosen by Ban Koyang Jie after careful consideration. When Xie Wan finished washing up, she had changed into a simple, neat work uniform. It was a popular style among foreign workers, bought by Xie Wan at the airport during a transfer in London. She really couldn't stand wearing traditional Japanese kimonos all the time, especially since they were not convenient for her to move in. Xie Wan didn't have pounds in her hand, only a gold ring, which she used to exchange for money from a passenger. She didn't know that although her outfit looked like work clothes, the material was very good. Because it was easy to move around, people who liked wearing such expensive work clothes were probably not ordinary workers, but rather assassins. To hide her appearance, Xie Wan also bought a baseball cap. Just as she put the cap on her head, the doorbell rang. It was Yosuke Itamura bringing a fruit tray. Yosuke immediately saw Xie Wan's outfit and thought, indeed, Sakurako Yamaguchi should look so heroic. He pushed the food cart into the room and casually closed the door. Originally, he didn't need to push the cart for just a fruit tray, but he had his own reasons. He also prepared a bottle of red wine and 2 meals. "You two just got off the plane, you must be hungry. This is dinner I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Wang Xiang was wondering why the front desk manager called himself Little One and addressed them as lords. In the old days in this country, such titles were common. Wang Xiang thought that the young man in front of him might not be a first-generation immigrant, but perhaps several generations descended from immigrants, so he used old-fashioned titles. Xie Wan listened but only understood half. She couldn't tell if the titles were inappropriate. She thought, even though the hotel costs $320 a night, including meals, it was quite a good deal. She noticed Yosuke looking at her with eager eyes. She had seen online that in the US, tips are given to service staff, but she had no money. so she thought she could thank him verbally. She was about to say, "Your hotel service is good," but it was too complicated for her, so she simply nodded in approval and said to Yosuke, "You're good." Yosuke was overjoyed. He had received praise from Sakurako Yamaguchi. He thought he should report on the progress of the mission. The people in Mexico hadn't arrived yet, but they used code names for their operations, so he said, "The Lord might have to wait here a few days. The blueberry operation isn't ready yet. Once the goods arrive, I will inform you immediately." Xie Wan listened but only understood half. She wasn't really interested in blueberries. She just saw blueberries by chance during their transfer in the UK and learned how to pronounce the word from Wang Xiang. Ingban Ko Yongjie mentioned blueberries again. She was worried that others might ask if she could switch to other fruits, but she hadn't learned the names of those fruits yet. So, she deliberately looked stern to scare away the front desk manager, frowning and saying, "You can't handle even small things.
Get out."
Yongjie was startled, and Sakura Yamaguchi became angry, which had serious consequences. He bent his knees and knelt down, slapping his face on both sides, trembling and apologizing. "Miss Yamaguchi, please forgive me. I will go ask the staff over there to speed things up." Xie Wan didn't understand what he was saying, but Yongjie's behavior was very unusual, so she sensed something was wrong. She held her attitude and stayed silent. Wang Xiang, however, understood clearly. He suddenly realized that this young man had mistaken someone. No wonder they paid 320 yuan for the room and got a suite with dining service. Wang Xiang felt a bit anxious. What if they were caught and kicked out or charged extra for the meals? Just looking at the price of the red wine, it might be more expensive than the room. He was very conflicted but knew he couldn't his cover now. He had to keep acting and at least buy some time to escape. So, he helped Yongjie up and whispered in his ear, "You should leave now. Miss Yamaguchi isn't in a good mood." Yongjie didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly pushed the food cart away. After closing the door, Wang Xiang told Xie Wan that the front desk manager had mistaken someone. "Sister-in-law, should we leave?" Xie Wan looked at Wang Xiang and sighed. "Our country is really poor right now. These staff members are probably very scared of spending foreign currency." She comforted Wang Xiang, saying, "He made a mistake himself, and we're not scamming anyone. What's there to be afraid of? Also, the front desk manager seems quite afraid of that Miss Yamaguchi. Maybe we can use him to find out some information." After saying that, she started eating confidently. The bottle of red wine was untouched. Xie Wan planned to take it back to China as a gift for Uncle Xie. Although the old man wasn't always honest, his recent behavior had been good. A bottle of imported red wine would surely make him happy. The meal included Western-style steak and Japanese sushi, making it very rich. Seeing Xie Wan enjoy her meal, Wang Xiang couldn't help but join in. After leaving their country, they ate some airplane food to save money and were truly very hungry. Wang Xiang ate while picking up an old newspaper sent by Ban Koingji, and he started studying it carefully. When he called the front desk to ask for newspapers, he specified the date. These newspapers were all from the past 10 days, especially since Chiang Mai arrived in the United States, covering all issues up to today. Wang Xiang's English was excellent. After quickly scanning through, he found 2 useful pieces of information. One was about an explosion outside a bank in their country. The other was about a shooting at a hospital late at night. "Sister-in-law, look, I found a lead on Qin team," he said. Based on the first news, they could confirm that Chiang Mai was carrying out an undercover mission that caused the explosion. The injured person in the photo, who was captured, was likely the comrade named Panday that they wanted to rescue. Before leaving, Chu Jiangnan had already shown them Panday's information and photos. In the news, because the captured person's face was blurred, they couldn't fully confirm his identity yet. According to previous information from Chiang Mai, he probably decided to carry out the rescue after seeing this news. The second news was about a location that happened to be the hospital mentioned in the first report. This means that during Chiang Mai's rescue operation, a gunfight occurred. The article mentioned that 3 people died in the gunfight, but their identities were unknown. Xie Wan knew that the United States was known for its freedom of press and speech. Since the newspaper said the identities of the dead were unknown, These 3 victims were either FBI agents or their own people. The reporters couldn't find out who they were. Calmly, Xie Wan said, "Tonight, let's go check out that hospital." In this era, there was no Google Maps or similar tools. Even city maps weren't very accurate. The newspaper didn't give the exact address of the hospital, and there were many private hospitals in the U.S. Only a name was listed, which made it difficult for 2 outsiders like them to find the place. Xie Wan didn't mind and said, "We've finished eating. Let's ask the guy who just came to clear the plates. Maybe he can tell us the address." Wang Xiang grinned. Was it really possible to play like that? It seemed that Dr. Xie was truly fearless of getting caught. He was right. Xie Wan was indeed fearless. Since this was a hotel in their home country, and she was using a fake identity, no matter how many jokes they made, it was the locals who would be embarrassed, not her. Ban Ko-ingji returned to the front desk and sat nervously. The name Sakurako Yamaguchi was well known, and just thinking about it made him tremble. But he had no choice. Currently, the government troops in Mexico are cracking down drug traffickers, and both sides are fighting. It's really difficult to get the goods across. If the government hadn't destroyed several of the drug lords' shipping docks, this batch wouldn't have been transferred from M country. He explained to Miss Yamaguchi, but would she believe him? Even if she understood, she would probably still think he's useless. So, what should he do? Yosuke Itamura was at a loss, nervously pacing at the front desk. Then, he received a call from Miss Yamaguchi's room. The caller was a young man named Koji Yamaguchi, a pseudonym for Wang Xiang. They were registered as husband and wife. Based on their presence, Yosuke automatically assumed Wang Xiang was Yamaguchi's kept young man. When the young man asked him to go upstairs to collect the dishes, Yosuke didn't dare delay and, hurriedly, went upstairs. Since Xie Wan already knew he had mistaken her identity, though she didn't quite understand who he thought she was, she still kept her cool. When Yosuke entered the room, she greeted him with a cold, knife-like stare. Yosuke's legs went weak, and he almost kneeled. It must be said that people from the country are very good at kneeling. Wang Xiang, following Xie Wan's instructions, played along with her acting and said with a red face, "Don't be nervous. Miss Yamaguchi has some questions for you." Then, Wang Xiang asked for the exact address of the hospital. Yosuke not only gave it but also thoughtfully asked, "Does Miss Yamaguchi have any discomfort? If so, I suggest changing to another hospital. This one has been unstable recently." Hearing this, Wang Xiang thought there was a chance. It seemed he knew about the gunfight. He asked, "Why is it unstable? Tell me more." Yosuke, as the local contact for the Yamaguchi group, naturally paid attention to major local events. They also feared the FBI and US police. So, after the gunfight, Yosuke really looked into it. He said it was probably a shootout between Chinese agents and the FBI at that hospital. "I heard from inside sources that a Chinese agent disguised as medical staff infiltrated the hospital that day. They were housing the gang members involved in the previous explosion case. They almost managed to rescue the gang members, but unfortunately, they were ambushed. The injured person the Chinese agent saved was fake. That agent was shot but still managed to kill 3 Americans and escape through heavy encirclement. Truly impressive." Xie Wan and Wang Xiang were both a bit excited. I was surprised to learn detailed information about Qin Moi from a hotel front desk manager. Wang Xiang asked urgently, "Did they catch the Chinese agent later?" Ban Ko-yongjia shook his head. "Probably not. We don't get along with Chinese people, and I've been watching their movements. Recently, the FBI has been searching everywhere, and they are probably after this person." Xie Wan pretended to go inside to get something, and Wang Xiang followed. Wang Xiang translated Ban Ko-yongjia's words for Xie Wan. Xie Wan realized that Ban Ko-yongjia's identity might be important. He could be an agent from our country. How could an ordinary hotel front desk know so much? We can use his resources. Xie Wan whispered a few instructions to Wang Xiang about what to say after he left. Then, they returned to the main room. Wang Xiang asked Ban Ko-yongjia, "How many people do we have in New York?" Ban Ko-yongjia honestly replied, only 14 of my subordinates, but there are probably more people not under my control. Xie Wan and Wang Xiang exchanged glances. They started to believe that he might really be an agent from their country. Xie Wan coldly said, "Find that person." Wang Xiang explained for her, "Miss Yamaguchi told you to use all your strength to find that Chinese agent." Ban Ko Yongjie was confused and asked back, "Dealing with Chinese people can be troublesome. Does Miss Yamaguchi have a plan to find that person?" Xie Wan spoke a phrase she had just learned in Japanese. "That's not your concern." As a cultivator, her aura was very powerful. To an ordinary person, it was terrifying. Ban Ko Yongjie was pressed down by this aura and knelt on the ground. He didn't understand how this pressure was formed. He thought it was killing intent. He had no desire to resist or argue and promised, "I will do my best to find that Chinese agent." That night, Xie Wan and Wang Xiang went to the hospital. Wang Xiang disguised himself as a patient and got close to the nurses. Xie Wan moved alone, searching the hospital thoroughly. They found out that the FBI had already moved the person. But there was good news. The criminal treated at this hospital was no longer in danger and had left after his injuries were controlled. They met up outside the hospital. Wang Xiang happily said, "Pandaniu is really lucky." Xie Wan was worried about Qin Moi and couldn't smile. She asked Wang Xiang, "Based on your knowledge of the city, since Mai is injured and there are people still hunting him, where do you think he might hide?" Wang Xiang thought for a moment and said, "If his injuries are serious, he would need to see a doctor immediately. The most likely place for him is Chinatown, where he could find a private clinic run by a Chinese person and threaten them to treat his wounds. Usually, Chinese people are less likely to report another Chinese. Another possibility is that he went to Brooklyn to find underground healers. These people do illegal business, and as long as he pays, they will help." Xie Wan agreed with Wang Xiang's idea. Since it was late at night and hard to get a taxi, Xie Wan pointed to a Volkswagen parked nearby and asked Wang Xiang, "Can you open this car? Let's check Chinatown." In Xie Wan's mind, Wang Xiang would find a wire or something similar and open the lock like a magician. But instead, he lowered his head, picked up a brick from the ground, and with a loud bang, shattered the car window. "Xie Wan, sister-in-law, you think that's not very skillful, right?" Xie Wan thought to himself, "You're quite self-aware." Wang Xiang opened the car door, took apart the dashboard, and started the engine. Xie Wan got into the car and Wang Xiang said, "It's midnight now, there's no need to be so fancy. It's a waste of time." Xie Wan thought he made a good point. Wang Xiang successfully pretended to be confident, wiped his cold sweat, and he didn't want to tell Xie Wan that when he said special forces knew how to pick locks, he was just bragging. His real skill wasn't in that. Luckily, he had watched other team members operate the ignition many times, so he learned how to do it. The two drove to Chinatown. Since the late Qing dynasty, many Chinese workers had been sent to the United States. In recent decades, many Chinese from Southeast Asia had sneaked into the Americas. By the 1970s, Chinatown had grown quite large. It had many Chinese-owned shops and restaurants and several private clinics. After arriving in this area, Xie Wan believed there was a high chance that Qin Mai was hiding there. She split up from Wang Xiang to search separately. Xie Wan released Xiao Ji and his family, instructing them to ask the local rats if there was an injured Chinese man hiding nearby. This time, Xiao Ji was full of confidence. "Boss, don't worry. We've learned a lot of English from those Indian cows recently. We can handle those American rats easily." Since their last trip to India, where Xiao Ji couldn't understand the local language or English, making it impossible to gather information, Xie Wan arranged for his family to learn foreign languages. At first, Xiao Ji was very resistant. When Xie Wan brought a white-tailed sea eagle into the space, Xiao Ji felt that his family's status was threatened. From then on, he not only studied English hard but also supervised his sons, insisting they learn a foreign language. Naturally, Xie Wan didn't have enough time to teach these mice herself. Luckily, she brought back some divine cattle from India, some of which spoke Hindi and others spoke British English. Xie Wan never communicated with the cattle, just as she wouldn't with chickens. She is a principled omnivore, but She fears she can't bear to eat the meat of animals she has talked to. The cattle and chickens in the space have always been cared for by Xiao Zhi's family. Xiao Zhi's sons have grown quite a bit, and now look almost like adult mice. Xiao Zhi divided his group into 9, with only the 5th son staying close to him. The environment in Chinatown is quite poor, with many mice. Midnight is the active time for mice. Xiao Zhi quickly met a local mouse. Unlike Chinese mice, this local mouse has brown fur, a very long tail, and 2 ears that look like small fans standing upright on its head, making it look very clever. When the 2 mice meet, they notice each other's appearance. Xiao Zhi used to be a shiny black mouse, but after taking the body refinement pill, he transformed. Now his fur is fluffy, soft, and pinkish, with a cloud-shaped black mark on his face. At first glance, Xiao Zhi looks adorable and silly. This caused the local mouse to mistake him. The local mouse was first captivated by Xiao Zhi's handsome appearance, with bright eyes, and then fooled by his cute look, feeling an instinctive urge to get close. Before Xiao Zhi could approach to make friends, the local mouse had already rushed over and enthusiastically greeted him. "Hi, little cutie. Which dock are you from?" Although Xiao Zhi learned English, he didn't fully understand some of its nuances. So he thought that calling him little cutie was the same as calling him handsome. Without wasting time, Xiao Zhi asked about Qin Moi. The local mouse seemed to find Xiao Zhi's pronunciation a bit difficult. "Little cutie, speak slower. You're from India, right? Your pronunciation is giving me a headache." Xiao Zhi had to repeat himself. This time, the local mouse understood. The local mouse extended a paw and placed it on Xiao Zhi's shoulder, saying no problem. "Little cutie, my name is Jerry. What's yours?" Out of politeness, Little Xie told Jerry his name. Jerry warmly invited Little Xie to come to his house. "There's no rush to find someone, little cutie. Come on, let's go home first. I have some freshly cooked white-cut chicken from the restaurant just down the street. Have you ever tried Chinese food?" When mentioning the white-cut chicken, Jerry looked proud. In his mind, offering Little Xie white-cut chicken meant treating him to a fancy meal. Little Xie looked impatient and puffed out his chest, saying, "I come from China." Jerry was a bit disappointed. It seemed that trying to lure Little Xie with white-cut chicken wouldn't work. He had to honestly tell Little Xie, "Little cutie, I haven't seen the person you're looking for. But I am a local leader around here. I can contact my followers to help you find him." Little Xie thought this was okay. Although he brought Lao Wu, who could control the underground rat network in Chinatown, uniting the whole community would take time. Since the boss was in a hurry this time, asking Jerry to help find the person was a good idea to save time. So, Little Xie agreed to Jerry's suggestion and decided to go home with him. When they reached Jerry's mouse hole, Jerry looked back at Lao Wu, who was following closely, and said impatiently, "That guy in the black vest, wait outside." Little Xie brought Lao Wu because Lao Wu was strong and could protect him. He was about to suggest that Lao Wu come inside, but Jerry smiled and said, "Little cutie, he's your bodyguard, right? We have a mean cat around here that often bullies us. Let your bodyguard watch the door, okay?" Little Xie thought about it and decided that going into the mouse hole would be safe. Leaving Lao Wu outside to guard against the mean cat was a good idea. So, he went inside the hole alone with Jerry. Jerry's home was cleaner than most mouse holes, which made Little Xie feel more fond of him. Since following Xie Wan, he had been bathing in the spiritual spring every day and had developed some cleanliness habits. He couldn't go back to his old, messy rat nest anymore. Jerry had a sofa made from a pencil box filled with cotton. He invited Little Xie to sit on it. Little Xie was very interested in the sofa and thought that once he returned to his space, he would ask his boss to give him a pencil box too. Jerry eagerly took out a thin, yellowish piece of food and handed it to Little Xie. Little Xie sniffed and found it quite fragrant. Seeing Jerry's eager expression, Little Xie understood that it must be something delicious. It gently took a bite, and with a crisp, the food was crunchy and flaky. Little Xie quickly finished eating, still wanting more. "This is called potato chips. Do you have this in your country?" Little Xie understood that potato chips are made by frying potatoes. It thought that when it returned home, it should ask Jerry for a few to bring to the boss to try. There are plenty of potatoes in the space, so it wondered how to turn them into such tasty snacks. Getting to the main point, little Xie asked, Jerry, where are your brothers? How do you plan to help me find someone? Jerry sat next to little Xie, still resting a paw on its shoulder, and said in a somewhat flirtatious tone, We just met, so let's talk and get to know each other. Don't worry, I will help you with your problem. Although little Xie felt a bit impatient, it knew that as a guest from the great country of China, it shouldn't lose manners in front of a Western mouse. So, it forced itself to continue chatting politely with Jerry. Jerry moved closer, and even started to hold little Xie's waist. Little Xie suddenly realized something was wrong. It pushed Jerry away angrily and scolded, Hey, show some respect. Jerry looked a bit hurt as he got up from the ground, mumbling, Sweetie, you agreed to come home with me. Why are you changing your mind now? In Jerry's Western view, if a partner agrees to go home with him, it means they are interested in further developing their relationship. After Jerry explained, little Xie became even angrier. It slapped Jerry on the forehead and shouted, Get lost. I'm a guy. Jerry's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a cute and innocent-looking male mouse be? His gaze shifted downward, but because little Xie's fur was thick, nothing was visible. Little Xie hurriedly covered its groin, wishing it could immediately punish this rogue mouse. But its fighting ability was average, and it felt too embarrassed to call its son, Xiao Wu, for help. It could only glare at Jerry in shame and anger.
Guy?
Jerry looked stunned. This was the first time he felt love at first sight. How could the other be a male mouse? He clutched his chest painfully and complained, I called you little cutie, so why did you agree? It's you just made me feel the taste of love, and the next moment, I experienced the heartbreak of a breakup.
Boo-hoo.
Little Xie finally understood that this mix-up wasn't entirely the other person's fault. It was because its English wasn't good enough, which caused the misunderstanding. Seeing Jerry's eyes turn red, as if tears might fall at any moment, little Xie surprisingly felt a bit guilty. It thought proudly, actually, it's not their fault. If anyone's to blame, it's my stunning looks. Little Xie sighed and said to Jerry, Forget it. Put away your dirty thoughts. Help me find someone properly, and I won't hold this against you. A Western mouse, in terms of cunning, how could it compare to the mighty mouse emperor from China? In just a few words, little Xie calmed Jerry's mood. Jerry left the mouse hole and whistled outside. Soon, more than 10 mice gathered at the entrance. This is a friendly mouse from China. It's looking for an injured Chinese man. Little Xie, you tell them what this man looks like. The order to find Xin Mai was quickly given. Little Xie and Jerry returned to the mouse hole. Jerry gathered many local delicacies and flattered little Xie with them. Little Xie asked worriedly, Do you think your dozen or so subordinates can find him? Jerry replied, Don't worry. They are the backbone of this area. Each one has hundreds of brothers. If the man you're looking for is here, I can find him quickly. After the misunderstanding earlier, there was still a bit of awkwardness between the two mice. But little Xie was good at controlling the situation. It quickly shifted the topic to the survival of mice in Country M. The mouse eradication efforts there had been ongoing for many years. Several pharmaceutical companies had developed effective rat poison. Besides places like Brooklyn and Chinatown, the situation for mice in other areas was not good. Jerry complained, Humans are so cruel. In recent years, their rat poison has become like a plague. Once one of us gets it, it spreads from mouse to mouse, killing many. If our immune systems weren't evolving, we might have been wiped out already. Little Xie leaned on the sofa, took a sip of a drink called Coca-Cola, and after a moment of thought, said mysteriously, Overpopulation of our race is also a disaster. The war between humans and mice is largely related to our excessive reproductive ability. In this world, every species is fighting for survival space. As the number of mice increases, it becomes a pest problem. Humans naturally respond strongly against us. I have a suggestion. In your mouse society in Country M, you could promote good breeding practices. Jerry was somewhat doubtful, asking, Will that really help? Little Xie, with a far-sighted view, replied, Controlling the population within a reasonable range prevents us from angering humans. Also, Fewer mice mean less profit from mouse poison. Your country M is capitalist and profit is in its nature, as my boss says. This way, pharmaceutical companies will stop developing new mouse poisons. When their research can't keep up with our evolution, mice will be safe. Little Xie's high-level analysis amazed Jerry. Jerry had always thought of itself as the smartest mouse in the group, but this fellow from the east was even smarter. Its heart pounded faster, feeling itself about to be overwhelmed. At this moment, little Xie's eldest son arrived. The eldest always carried himself with dignity. He placed his front paws on his chest and bowed, saying, "Greetings, father. I just finished searching the East 4th Street with my brothers and couldn't find the Empress Dowager's husband's whereabouts." Little Xie waved his paw, telling the eldest to let his brothers wait outside for now. Although Jerry didn't understand Chinese, he was impressed just by the eldest's demeanor. "Little Xie, may I ask, what is your status in the Mouse Society of China?" Little Xie boasted, "Didn't you hear my son call me father? I am the Mouse Emperor of China. This time, I am here incognito in your country M." Jerry was excited. He had heard that China was even larger and richer than country M. Little Xie's ability to unify the Chinese Mouse Society was impressive. Jerry couldn't help but admire. A little timidly, Jerry suggested, "Your Majesty, since you're already in country M, could you also unify the Mouse Society here? I, Jerry, am willing to serve you." Little Xie thought Jerry's idea was not bad, but he needed to discuss it with his boss first. After all, his freedom to move outside depended on his leader. Compared to country M, he preferred his own space, the palace where he ruled. The two mice exchanged political, economic, and cultural ideas for about an hour. Gradually, some key mice from Chinatown returned to report their findings to Jerry. These mice each have their own territory and regular areas. The third mouse returned and reported that in a residential building, they found an injured Chinese man. Xie immediately told Great Prince to bring the news back and informed Xie Wan. Xie Wan went to check based on the address. It turned out that the address was home to a Chinese couple. The man in the house was indeed injured, but his wound was on his face, caused by his wife. Xie Wan then asked Great Prince to relay the message back to Xie. At this time, Jerry's men gradually brought back other pieces of information. For each useful message received, Xie would send one of his sons to inform Xie Wan. By 3:30 a.m., one of the key mice reported that they found a Chinese man in the basement of a private clinic. Qin Mai's injuries were severe. A bullet had gone through his lung. If Xie Wan hadn't given him a detox pill, and if he hadn't already started training, and if he hadn't carried 20 energy-boosting pills, he might have died. That day, Qin Mai indeed entered the hospital disguised. At first, he didn't plan to rescue Peter Pan immediately. The hospital was heavily guarded, with FBI agents everywhere. He didn't know how badly Peter Pan was hurt, and blindly rescuing him could have cost Peter Pan his life. Qin Mai's plan was just to check Peter Pan's condition and plan the real rescue based on his injuries. He also had to decide whether Peter Pan might betray them. Although it sounds harsh, as an excellent special operations team leader, he had to consider this possibility early. He needed to be responsible for his teammates. If Peter Pan might betray them, he had to find ways to inform others quickly so they could move him out. Peter Pan was our main contact in the US, and if he betrayed us, it would be devastating to our underground network there. Building such a network cost many revolutionary martyrs their youth and lives. No one could afford such a loss. That night, Qin Mai successfully climbed through the window into Peter Pan's ward. Because of severe burns, the patient in bed was wrapped in bandages all over. Qin Mai wanted to get close to confirm his identity, but the person in bed shot at him. Since Qin Mai was very careful, the bullet was blocked by his Nancheng sword. He realized that the person in bed was definitely an FBI agent in disguise. Qin Mai then attacked and took the person's pistol. Unfortunately, the gunfire earlier alerted the surrounding FBI agents. He quickly escaped, but was sadly shot in the lung by a hiding in the tall building across the street. Thanks to his strong physical condition, Qin Mai fought his way out. He fled to Chinatown. The private clinic he found during his last mission was run by a Chinese doctor. He hoped the doctor would help him remove the bullet as a fellow countryman. However, after examining him, the doctor said surgery was needed and anesthesia was required. Qin Moi refused anesthesia because he couldn't lose consciousness. He pointed his gun at the doctor and insisted that the doctor remove the bullet while he was awake. It's impossible for someone to endure such pain and stay alert while their chest is being opened. During the surgery, Qin Moi nearly fainted several times. He took a health supplement given by Xie Wan and used his internal energy techniques to force himself to stay awake. After the bullet was removed due to heavy blood loss, he briefly fainted. At that moment, he noticed the doctor sneaking out secretly. With strong willpower, Qin Moi tried to climb down from the operating table but fell. When he supported himself against the wall and moved to the outside, he saw the doctor dialing a number 9-1. The emergency number in the U.S. is 911. Qin Moi hung up the phone, pointed his gun at the doctor, and said, "Don't force me to harm my fellow countrymen." Then, he fainted again. When he woke up, he was in a basement. He asked the Chinese doctor who was changing his bandages, "Why didn't you call the police in the end?" The doctor replied, "Because you said, 'Don't force me to harm my fellow countrymen.'" They didn't talk much. The doctor only told Qin Moi that the situation outside was tense, and once he recovered a bit, he should leave quickly to avoid involving him. After 3 days of recovery, Qin Moi felt ready to leave. He left half of his US dollars on the simple bed in the basement as payment. Just as he was about to climb out through the narrow stairs, he heard footsteps above. It was nearly 4 a.m., and at this time the Chinese doctor would definitely not come to the clinic. Qin Moi took out his gun. The storage room is very small, with no escape windows. Shelves line both sides, holding some medicines and basic medical tools. Qin Moi doesn't want to damage these items belonging to the Chinese doctor. He can't afford to. He concentrates and listens carefully to the footsteps outside. 1, 2, 3. There are quite a few people, at least 6. The gun in his hand was snatched from someone at the hospital, but now it only has 1 bullet left. If the others also have guns, his chances of escape are low. At this moment, Qin Moi thinks of Xie Wan. If she knew he sacrificed himself in a foreign country, she would be very sad and upset. The people outside are very cautious. They haven't turned on the lights and are searching the rooms outside. He can't wait any longer. Qin Moi gently turns the door handle of the storage room. Maybe because the people outside made some noise, his opening sound isn't very noticeable. He quickly slips into the corridor. As long as he reaches the end of the corridor, there is a window. The clinic is a single-story building with broken windows. Although there might be an ambush outside, there is still a chance to escape. The flashlight beams have shone on the corridor several times, but Qin Moi has dodged each time. When he passes by the door of the treatment room and takes 5 more steps toward the window, a man suddenly comes out of the room and almost bumps into him. Qin Moi reacts quickly, grabbing the man and pinning him with a reverse hold, pressing his gun against the man's temple. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The man, who is being held hostage by Qin Moi, shouts in Japanese. "You're Chinese, right? We're not here to arrest you." Yosuke Yamaguchi feels a bit unlucky. He's been taken hostage by a Chinese agent. Miss Yamaguchi asked him to find this Chinese agent. He doesn't want to make Miss Yamaguchi angry again. He's been working hard to complete the mission. He analyzes that since he's a Chinese agent, the most likely hiding place is Chinatown. The Yamaguchi group has connections with the local gang leaders there. Yosuke Yamaguchi promises to sell 1 kilogram of white powder to the gang leader at a very low price. The gang leader agrees to help him find suspicious people recently injured in Chinatown. Yosuke Yamaguchi cleverly omits that the person he's looking for is Chinese. Because of the gunshot wound, they quickly identify this clinic. The gang members are out on the streets every day. Someone saw the doctor from this clinic leaving nervously in the middle of the night a few days ago. Yosuke Yamaguchi brings a few of his men and searches the clinic. He wants to deliver the Chinese agent to Miss Yamaguchi early tomorrow morning. That way, Miss Yamaguchi will surely be satisfied with him. He originally thought he might find a hurt, barely alive man at the clinic. But unexpectedly, the man still had the strength to fight back and even take him hostage. Yamaguchi Yosuke had to try to show friendliness. Unfortunately, Chinmoy couldn't understand Japanese. Sensing that Chinmoy might shoot at any moment, Yamaguchi Yosuke was so scared his legs went weak. He tried to repeat his meaning in poor Chinese. Friend, no satellite, danger. My big good person. Chinmoy realized they weren't FBI agents. He also understood these people were from this country. He asked fluently in English, "You're also looking for me, why?" When Yamaguchi Yosuke saw that Chinmoy spoke English, he relaxed and honestly said, "Our boss wants to see you. She told us to find you and keep you safe."
Chinmoy was a bit confused.
Why would these people from this country want to find him? Who is your boss? What organization are you from? We are from the Yamaguchi group. Our boss is Yamaguchi Sakurako. Chinmoy searched his memory and tried to think deeply, but he couldn't recall any connection with Yamaguchi Sakurako. Since these people weren't here to arrest him, he didn't want to cause trouble. He told Yamaguchi Yosuke, "Thank you for your boss's kindness. I need to leave now. Please me out. If there's no ambush, I'll let you go." Because Yamaguchi Yosuke still had a gun pointed at him, his men didn't dare to move. This time, Chinmoy didn't need to climb out the window. He directly pushed Yamaguchi Yosuke out of the clinic and led him out the door. To avoid an ambush outside, he first pushed Yamaguchi Yosuke out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Xie Wan standing at the door, about to go in and find Chinmoy. Yamaguchi Yosuke, who had just called Yamaguchi Sakurako boss in English, blurted out boss. Chinmoy had just half appeared, then quickly hid behind Yamaguchi Yosuke, thinking to himself, bad luck, why is their boss here now? In the dim environment, he only saw a shadow flash outside the door and then disappear. A slightly familiar voice cursed, Baguya. Chinmoy thought he was probably hearing things. How could Xie Wan come to the US, and how could she speak Japanese? It was just a Japanese woman whose voice sounded a little like Xie Wan's. Still, he carefully peeked outside, but there was no one there. Could it be that the woman from the Bencher country is hiding in the dark, ready to attack him at any moment? Xie Wan really didn't expect to meet Yosuke Banikuchi here. She only exchanged a quick glance with Yosuke Banikuchi before slipping into the shadows 2 meters away to observe. Both Xie Wan and Wang Xiang suspected that he was likely a spy from Bencher country. Xie Wan had to stay alert. When she heard Yosuke Banikuchi call her boss, she wanted to ask why he was here. But she couldn't speak in Bencher language, so she used the phrase bagialu, a special phrase she found useful, to intimidate him first. Yosuke Banikuchi thought that Miss Yamaguchi was angry again. If Chinmoy hadn't been holding him, he might have fallen to the ground again. He trembled as he explained, Miss Yamaguchi, the person you asked me to find is right behind me. Unfortunately, Xie Wan only understood a few words behind him. When she looked behind Yosuke Banikuchi, it seemed someone was holding him hostage. But she couldn't see clearly who the person was. Xie Wan thought that Yosuke Banikuchi might still be useful, so saving him temporarily wouldn't hurt. With a flicker of her shadow step, she moved back to the door. With her left hand, she forcefully lifted and pushed away Chinmoy's hand holding the gun, then kicked Yosuke Banikuchi away with her foot. Chinmoy reacted quickly. Though injured, he swiftly grabbed her outstretched hand, trying to hold her. Both of them exchanged moves, then stopped, recognizing each other. Xie Wan? Mai? Xie Wan was overjoyed and almost threw herself into Chinmoy's arms. Chinmoy was equally happy, but he remembered there were still a few people from Bencher country behind them, unknown who they were or if they posed a danger. He pulled Xie Wan close, and they rushed out of the clinic, escaping half a street. At a dark corner, Chinmoy held Xie Wan tightly and asked tremblingly, "Why did you come?" "It's too dangerous." Xie Wan's long-held worry finally eased. She had many things to say to Chinmoy, but her sharp hearing caught the sound of footsteps and voices behind them. From the sound, the approaching people were Yosuke Banikuchi and his men. She also smelled blood on Chinmoy. Without thinking much, she pulled Chinmoy into a space. Inside, they could see clearly that the approaching figures were Yosuke Banikuchi and several of his men. Mai said, "These should be the people from Bencher country earlier. Do you recognize them? Why do I hear the leader calling you boss?" Muyu naturally did not doubt Xie Wan's identity. He simply found the situation hard to believe. Xie Wan briefly explained that she had been mistaken about her own identity. She also sighed, saying, "I really didn't expect that someone from this country would be so skilled. They actually found you before I did." Just now, Ban Ko Yongjia had already revealed his identity to Muyu in English. Muyu said, "They are from the Yamaguchi-gumi. The Yamaguchi-gumi is the largest gang in this country and has operations worldwide. Last time, when the US offered a reward to capture Fong Lao, Yamaguchi-gumi killers also went to Dawan. These people commit murder, arson, drug trafficking, nothing they won't do. You shouldn't get too involved with them." However, Xie Wan disagreed. She said, "I used to think they were agents from this country. Since they're just gangsters, they should be easier to handle. Are we trying to save Pandaxian? We don't have enough people, so we can use them." Muyu thought for a moment and did not oppose but warned, "This is difficult. We need to plan carefully." Seeing the bloodstains on Muyu's chest, Xie Wan roughly tore off his outer shirt. Muyu smiled with pursed lips, and Xie Wan scolded, "Stop thinking nonsense. Look at you, your wound has reopened. I'll sew it up for you." The two returned to the study. Xie Wan examined Muyu's wound. Fortunately, only the external wound had reopened, and she could sew it up again. She wasn't skilled enough for such a complex chest surgery, but luckily the Chinese doctor was quite good. In the study, there was a small bed Xie Wan had bought. Muyu lay on it and, surprisingly, fell asleep. It was clear how exhausted he was physically and mentally during this time. After finishing sewing his wound, Xie Wan applied a special ointment made with spiritual spring water on the wound, then left the space. Ban Ko Yongjia had just overheard his Miss Yamaguchi say something to the Chinese agent, after which the agent took Miss Yamaguchi away. He couldn't understand Chinese and was confused about the situation. He suspected that Miss Yamaguchi was being held hostage by the Chinese agent. Miss Yamaguchi had rushed forward to fight the agent to save him. If she was taken hostage and in danger, he would be responsible, even if it meant risking his life. When he caught up, the street was empty, no one was around. "Search everywhere. We must find Miss Yamaguchi." Sakaguchi Yosuke was frantic. He led his men to search everywhere, only to find Wang Xiang, who was also looking for Muyu. After hearing Sakaguchi Yosuke's report, Wang Xiang was certain that Xie Wan had already joined Muyu. He thought the young couple must be hiding somewhere, probably talking privately now. He kept his expression calm and pretending to be worried as he directed Yosuke, "Keep searching. I'll go check over there." Yosuke Sakaguchi caught a quick glimpse of joy flickering across Wang Xiang's face and became suspicious. Is this young man not loyal enough to Miss Yamaguchi? But now wasn't the time to investigate. Sakaguchi watched Wang Xiang's back as he left, fighting back his anger, and waved to his men, saying, "Let's go find the gang leader in Chinatown and ask for help to rescue Miss Yamaguchi." After Xie Wan left the space, she saw Sakaguchi's men searching for her, but ignored them. She went straight to where the Beetle was parked and saw Wang Xiang standing by the car, leisurely smoking. When Wang Xiang saw Xie Wan return alone, he was surprised. He threw away his cigarette and asked urgently, "Where is Captain Qin?" Xie Wan explained, "I hid him somewhere safe. Don't worry, he's fine. Let's go back to the hotel first." Seeing her confident expression, Wang Xiang got into the car but couldn't help asking, "Is Captain Qin okay? Did you really hide him? Aren't you taking him back to the hotel?" Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "Right now, he's being hunted everywhere outside. It's not convenient for him to show himself. When he's a bit better, he'll come to us on his own." Wang Xiang felt that since Xie Wan was the one most concerned about Qinmoy, if she said he's fine, then he probably was. The two went back to the hotel. It was almost dawn. Wang Xiang lay on the sofa outside and said, "I need 3 hours of sleep." Then he started snoring. Xie Wan went into the bedroom, locked the door, and entered her space again. She saw Qinmoy sleeping deeply and didn't want to disturb him. At that moment, concubine, she staggered over and realized she had forgotten her little family in Chinatown again. Empress, where is your majesty? Usually, when there was a mission, Xie Wan wouldn't let concubine Xi join. Not because she disliked her as a mother rat, but because concubine Xi's thinking was a bit unusual, and Xie Wan worried she might get carried away during the mission. But she had also lost her husband and son, so Xie Wan felt a bit guilty. She lied, "Your Majesty is busy unifying the rat world in the United States. He'll be back later." This wasn't a random lie. Before meeting Qin Moi at the clinic, Xie Wan heard from Lao Wu. Lao Wu said that the emperor was discussing this matter with a foreign rat and would report back to the empress soon. Consort, she listened to these words without suspicion, but she grew worried. She asked Xie Wan, "Empress Dowager, are the mothers of country, the mother mice, pretty?" Xie Wan rubbed her forehead and comforted consort Xi, saying, "You've already had a litter of children. Relax your mind. Your family status isn't easily shaken by just one mother mouse." Consort Xi's thoughts were a bit confused. She completely misunderstood Xie Wan's meaning and nervously tugged at Xie Wan's pant leg, asking, "Empress Dowager, do you also think our emperor can't be trusted? Am I only relying on my son?" Xie Wan shook her pants slightly and sighed, advising, "You're just too idle, always overthinking. Mother mice should have their own hobbies and careers. Staring at Xiaoji all the time will only push him further away." Unfortunately, consort Xi couldn't listen. She sat by the spiritual spring with tears in her eyes, lamenting, "Young women in the palace don't know sorrow. They dress up in spring and go to the Green Tower. Suddenly, they see the willow trees on the street and regret teaching their husbands to seek titles." Xie Wan felt it was too much to watch and left the space. Xie Wan slept for 3 hours and then entered the space again. Using the ingredients there, she fried some eggs, cooked beef porridge, and prepared 2 small side dishes. Qin Muyu was probably very hungry. He woke up smelling the food. He got out of bed himself to eat. While eating and drinking porridge, he sighed, "These days, I've been craving so much. People in country love potatoes and bread the most. Mashed potatoes, potato pancakes, plain potatoes. Now, seeing potatoes makes me feel sick." Xie Wan was curious. "Where did you eat all this?" Qin Muyu's face slightly reddened, seeming a bit embarrassed to say. Xie Wan guessed the truth and smiled. "You also steal food to eat?" Qin Muyu awkwardly replied, "That's just because I had no choice. I can't openly go to restaurants. The FBI is everywhere looking for me. But these days, the doctor from that clinic has been bringing me food. Xiao Wan, if possible, I want to find a way to thank that doctor for saving my life. I wonder what will happen to him if I leave. Will the people of this country do anything to him?" Xie Wan nodded. "All right, I left Xiaoji in Chinatown. When I go to pick him up this afternoon, I'll also visit that clinic." After they finished eating, Xie Wan pointed to a bowl of porridge and 3 fried eggs she had set aside and asked, "Should I take this to Wang Xiang?" Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, "Better not. That kid looks confused, but he's actually quite sensitive." Although Xie Wan felt a bit embarrassed about their couple eating alone, she still accepted Qin Mai's suggestion and did not take the food out of the space. She asked Qin Mai to continue resting inside. Since he had injured his lung lobe, she knew he needed proper care, as neglecting it could seriously affect his health in the future. Qin Mai said, "Right now, I don't even know where Peter Pan is being held." Xie Wan reassured him, "Don't worry. If necessary, I can find an FBI agent to ask about Pandania's whereabouts." Qin Mai was a bit worried. If we kidnap an FBI agent to interrogate, could that cause a bigger problem or serious diplomatic issues? Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. We already have someone to take the blame." Qin Mai smiled and asked, "Are you talking about those people from the Yamaguchi-gumi?" Xie Wan's eyes flashed with a clever glint as she proudly said, "Since they recognize me as their boss, I have to do something bold to make the Yamaguchi-gumi famous." After leaving the room, Wang Xiang, still sleepy, opened his eyes and asked, "What time is it?" Xie Wan looked at her watch and replied, 10 in the morning. Wang Xiang jumped up from the sofa, anxious. "How did I sleep for 5 hours? Sister-in-law, Did Qin team tell you yesterday where Pandaniu is? We need to find a way to rescue him quickly. Xie Wan already had a plan in mind and shared it with Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang looked shocked. Sister-in-law, if the bad guys find out we're using them like this, will they put out a global arrest warrant for us? Xie Wan shrugged and said, they don't know our identities. Wang Xiang wanted to call the front desk, but was told that Sakaguchi Yosuke hadn't come to work yet. Maybe he's still looking for you in Chinatown. Xie Wan thought that was possible. Forget it. Let's go shopping first and exchange some dollars. After washing up, Wang Xiang followed Xie Wan out of the hotel. Passing by several restaurants, Wang Xiang's stomach growled loudly, but he resisted going in. Only when passing a bakery did he buy 2 of the cheapest bread. Sister-in-law, here you go. Wang Xiang proudly handed her a bread. Xie Wan felt a bit sorry for him seeing how he looked right now. She shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. You can have it. Wang Xiang advised, even though this bread is discounted from yesterday, it still tastes good. It's not spoiled. Sister-in-law, don't refuse it. We don't have much money. At that moment, Xie Wan suddenly wanted to do something to earn some foreign exchange for the country. Although the economy of country M in the 1970s was much more developed than that of China, Xie Wan was from a later time. She believed she could find some business opportunities to make money in country M. Unfortunately, her identity limited her freedom, and she couldn't stay there for too long. As they walked, they arrived in front of a jewelry store. Xie Wan said to Wang Xiang, wait for me outside. Eat all the bread, and then buy a drink. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon. Xie Wan went into the jewelry store alone. She had already picked some gold jewelry in the morning, not quite antiques, and put them in her bag. Gold is a universal hard currency, and she thought exchanging these gold pieces for some dollars wouldn't be a problem. The store looked average from the outside, and since there were no surveillance cameras in this era, she felt safe going to the counter and asked in English if they bought gold jewelry. The clerk was a middle-aged, chubby white man with a beard. After glancing at Xie Wan's outfit, he said casually that they did buy gold jewelry. If it's jewelry, there will be some fee deducted for wear and tear. Xie Wan first took out a pair of dragon and phoenix bangles. The clerk's eyes lit up immediately. After accepting the bangles, he praised, beautiful. Based on the oxidation on the surface, Xie Wan judged that they were modern. However, Chinese craftsmanship was truly exquisite. The dragon and phoenix designs on the bangles looked very lifelike. The clerk placed the bangles on a special scale and weighed them, saying they were 2.6 ounces. He then took out $307 in cash and placed it on the counter, intending to buy the bangles. Xie Wan was a bit surprised. Was the price only $307 for a pair of pure gold dragon and phoenix bangles? The hotel they stayed at cost over $320 a night. She suspected the clerk was trying to cheat her. She quickly pressed down on the bangles and asked, did you calculate the price wrong? The clerk's panic flashed in his eyes. He took out a newspaper from under the counter and pointed to a financial news article, saying, today's gold price is $118 per ounce. I rounded it up for you. Xie Wan knew that 1 ounce was about 28 grams, so the weight of 2.6 ounces should be correct. But at only $118 per ounce, that was far below the daily gold price of over $1,000 she often saw. She quickly examined some financial reports on the newspaper. Since 1973, global energy prices had fallen. The economy of country M was in recession, and the Dow Jones Index had dropped by a third. In 1974, gold prices had slightly risen, breaking through $100 per ounce. 2 years earlier, gold was only worth a few dollars per ounce. Xie Wan suddenly realized that the gold price would multiply many times in the coming decades. Suddenly, she didn't want to sell those gold jewelry in her space in large amounts anymore. She observed the store clerk's nervous expression and felt something was wrong. She asked confidently, since you didn't make a mistake in your calculations, why do you look guilty? At that moment, a middle-aged man who had just entered the store interrupted and said, because these bangles can't be valued just by the gold price. Both Xie Wan and the clerk looked at the man who had just come in. He had black hair, yellow skin, and Asian features. The clerk angrily shouted at him, Mind your own business. These are just ordinary Chinese gold jewelry. I haven't even charged her for any damage." The man wasn't angry. He approached politely and said to Xie Wan, "Beautiful lady, may I take a look at these bangles on your hand?" Xie Wan thought he wouldn't them from her easily, so she confidently handed the bangles over. The man carefully examined them and said, "These bangles are made with ancient techniques like hammering and engraving, and the phoenix tail part uses filigree work. Look at the dragon and phoenix patterns, dignified, grand, simple, and thick, definitely not handmade by ordinary people. Are you Chinese?" He can tell that these bangles could be sold as Chinese antiques, which is why he's feeling guilty. These bangles weren't from southern Fujian, where Xie Wan had obtained them. They were acquired when she caught you at the time, from Zhao Xian. So she didn't think they had any special origin. Plus, the quality was so good, she thought they were just modern crafts. Then, the man took a magnifying glass from his suit pocket and pointed at the inside of the bangles, saying, "Indeed, there are characters that say, made during the Daguang period of the Qing dynasty." Xie Wan leaned in to look carefully. Through the magnifying glass, she saw the characters clearly. The tiny characters, like mosquito legs, were engraved so finely she initially thought they were flaws. She asked, "How much do you think these bangles are worth?" The man thought for a moment and replied, "Currently, Western collectors are very interested in Chinese ancient gold. These bangles are exquisitely crafted and imperial jewelry. Although not very old, I estimate they could sell for around $10,000 at auction." Xie Wan looked at the man's attire and guessed he was wealthy, probably Chinese-American. She straightforwardly asked, $10,000? Will you buy them? I'll sell them to you. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled. "Miss, I only noticed that you are from China and didn't want you to be tricked, so I kindly tell you. I don't have much money to buy these flashy but useless things." Xie Wan felt a bit disappointed. Now, if she sold this pair of bracelets as regular gold, she definitely wouldn't want to do that. But she didn't know where to sell antiques. She had heard of several big antique auction houses in London, but she wasn't sure about the US. She then took out a business card and handed it to Xie Wan, saying, "I work at this art auction company. If you really want to sell this pair of bracelets, you can come with me to the company and sign a consignment agreement. Our company has an auction in a week, and these bracelets can be auctioned then." Xie Wan looked at the name on the card. It was in English. The man's name was David. She knew that auctioning the bracelets would get her the best price. But she didn't have much time. In the next few days, she planned to find a way to rescue Pandaxian, and then they would leave the US immediately. Seeing Xie Wan's hesitation, David guessed she was eager to sell. He asked suspiciously, "Miss, are these bracelets really yours?" Xie Wan was stunned, glared at him, and said, "Of course they are mine. I just need money quickly and can't wait too long." David thought for a moment and said, "Here's another idea. You can these bracelets with us for consignment. That way, you can get some money right away. After the bracelets sell, our company will deduct the amount from the sale price, and the rest will be transferred to your account. Of course, we will charge a 20% fee." As they talked, they had already left the jewelry store. Wang Xiang was outside, finishing his bread. When he saw Xie Wan come out with a man with an East Asian face, he went over. Not knowing the situation, Wang Xiang said nothing and silently followed Xie Wan. After some thought, Xie Wan agreed to David's proposal. Luckily, their company was just across the street, not far away. Xie Wan followed David to his company, signed and consignment agreement, and received $3,000 based on the appraisal. The rest of the money, David said, would be transferred to her account, but it couldn't be transferred to her mainland Chinese account. David then accompanied Xie Wan to a HSBC branch in New York to open an account. Seeing that a securities investment company was next door, Xie Wan suddenly had an idea. She remembered that in the US stock market, a certain stock had multiplied over 60,000 times in the future. She asked David, "Do you invest in stocks?" David C's face immediately showed the tired, pale look that often appears on stock investors' faces. He sighed and said, "The stock market in Country M is a mess right now. Miss Xie, please don't rush into the stock market out of curiosity." David Xie guessed that Xie was from China. He had heard that their economic system was very different, and he thought she was just curious about stocks. Wang Xiang, who had just seen Xie sell a pair of bracelets for $3,000, was already surprised. But he was experienced enough to think that Xie probably secretly took out a family heirloom to sell. Worried she might spend money recklessly, Wang Xiang advised, "Sister-in-law, stocks are tricky. Even before the founding of the country, the Guomindang tried to control them. They're just scams. You shouldn't buy them." Xie asked David Xie, "Can you help me open an account?" Because she was persistent, David Xie explained that in Country M, most stock trading is done through brokers, not directly. He introduced her to his stockbroker. The broker was from Morgan Stanley, a well-known investment bank. Xie had heard of this bank. Before she arrived here, it was among the top 10 in the world. She didn't need to worry about her money being unsafe. Xie went to the broker's office, signed an agreement, and opened an account. She used $2,000 of the $3,000 she had just received to buy shares of Franklin Resources. She had seen the stock in videos from her past life. She had tried to learn stock trading with her roommates, but lost everything. She happened to see a video about the stock in Country M. When it was listed in 1971, it was only $5 per share, with 120,000 shares issued. After decades of splits and growth, one share was worth $30,000 in 2024. Xie asked the broker about the current price. Recently, due to a sharp drop in the Dow Jones, the stock's price had fallen back to its original issue price. That day, the stock was only $5.1. She told the broker, "Buy all I have of Ben Franklin Resources stock code. In a week, more money will come into my bank account, so please buy all of it for Ben." The broker was a young white man in his 30s, suspicious, and asked, "Miss Xie, why do you want to buy this stock? It hasn't performed well since it was listed. This year, energy prices have crashed, and this stock might fall below its issue price. If you're in it for the long term, I recommend you buy Coca-Cola instead." Xie Wan couldn't listen anymore. This was her first time experiencing the benefits of a time traveler's foresight. If she didn't have to keep some dollars on hand, she would buy all the shares of this future big stock for the next few decades. Imagine, she now owns 380 shares of Ben stock. If she holds onto them until 2024, they could be worth over $10 million. Once the money from the auction of the Dragon and Phoenix bracelet arrives, she could buy about 1,000 more shares, which by 2024 could be worth around $500 million. Xie Wan felt like she was floating. She never expected that by 2024, she would be over 70 years old. Xie Wan gave Wang Xiang $320. On the way back to the hotel, Wang Xiang asked her, "Do we need to pay for another night?" Xie Wan smiled and said, "No need, we can stay for free." Wang Xiang still felt a bit nervous. Just then, as they entered the hotel lobby, Yosuke Sakaguchi approached them, looking so excited he almost cried. "Miss Yamaguchi, you're safe." "That's wonderful." Xie Wan, with a proud attitude, replied in English, "How could I be hurt? You worry too much." Sakaguchi had spent the whole night searching Chinatown for Xie Wan and even begged the local gang boss to search the area thoroughly. When they returned to the hotel, they heard that the guest in that room had already left. Sakaguchi felt like he had escaped death. Seeing the woman he admired as Miss Yamaguchi made his emotions hard to control. He didn't question why she spoke English. In the US, it was normal for Miss Yamaguchi to speak English. At the elevator, Xie Wan casually said to Sakaguchi, "Help us extend the room for 3 days. Come upstairs later. I have something to tell you." Sakaguchi didn't think this was strange. He happily paid for the room himself. The Yamaguchi group was involved in drug trafficking in New York, and as the main person in charge, Sakaguchi was much wealthier than Xie Wan and Wang Xiang. In the elevator, Wang Xiang couldn't help but laugh. "Sister-in-law, I think even if you sold that guy, he'd still be counting your money." Xie Wan seemed to think that was a good idea. She asked, "Are there bounties on Yamaguchi group members in the US?" Wang Xiang grinned. "Really selling him? Even if there was a bounty, we wouldn't be able to collect it, right?" Xie Wan agreed, and said with some regret, "What a pity." It was almost noon, and Sakaguchi thoughtfully ordered meals for them, which were delivered to the room. Xie Wan and Wang Xiang exchanged amused glances, feeling a bit like laughing. The main task is important. Xie Wan asked Yosuke Sakaguchi about the FBI office in New York. Sakaguchi said their headquarters is in Washington. Their local offices are very secretive, so we don't know much. Miss Yamaguchi, why are you suddenly interested in the FBI? Xie Wan lied. I just got news that the FBI arrested some of our new members. Our organization asked us to rescue them. She was just pretending, but in fact, the FBI had indeed detained some Yamaguchi-gumi members, suspecting they were Chinese agents. Xie Wan asked Sakaguchi to find out where the FBI might be holding people. Sakaguchi hesitated and said, Miss Yamaguchi, that's difficult. The FBI's operations are beyond our reach. Xie Wan thought that since the Yamaguchi-gumi was active here, they must have bribed local officials for protection. Even if not, there are many Japanese business leaders who could have contacts at high levels. So she started to trick Sakaguchi. Our business here is protected, isn't it? You can ask that person for help. Sakaguchi knew a local senator who had taken a lot of money from him. Of course, all this was organized by their group. Since Miss Yamaguchi said so, Sakaguchi decided not to resist and would use his connections to gather information. This was not urgent, so Xie Wan gave Sakaguchi one day. She was not idle either. After lunch, they went out to explore, especially the public transportation hubs, because if the FBI was trying to catch Qin Moy, they would have set up surveillance there. Xie Wan also went to Chinatown to bring back Xiao Zhi's family. She didn't expect that Xiao Zhi had also brought back a rat from the United States. Boss, can I ask my friend to come to my house? Xie Wan thought, it's just a rat and wouldn't reveal her secret space. To be cautious, she blindfolded Jerry before bringing them into her space. As soon as they entered, Jerry was amazed by the scene inside. When Xiao Zhi showed off his cows and chickens, Jerry admired him even more. During the day outside, Xiao Zhi had already united the rat world in Chinatown with the help of Jerry and his 9 sons. Now, the 2 rats were planning to attack the financial district. Near the airport, Xie Wan saw a familiar face, David Sturbrow, the agent who had asked her questions earlier at the airport. It was clear he knew she was looking for Chinese agents. Xie Wan believes he probably knows the whereabouts of Panda Nian. She asks Wang Xiang to find a car and wait for her ahead. Xie Wan follows David S. Tublong closely. When he is alone, she knocks him out and puts him into her space. She also finds a quiet place and enters her space herself. Qin Mai has already seen David S. Tublong being thrown in. He drags the person into a cornfield. Inside the space, there are 2 open rooms, one filled with books, the other with valuables. Neither is suitable for questioning prisoners. After entering, Xie Wan first exchanges for a truth talisman. During the interrogation of David S. Turbulunk, neither Xie Wan nor Qin Mai shows themselves. Qin Mai asks in English about Panda Nian's location. David S. Tublong says he is in the FBI New York Division's underground prison. Qin Mai clarifies the address of their division and asks him to draw a map of the underground prison's route and security layout. No one can break into the underground prison. It's protected by infrared alarms everywhere. Anyone who tries to enter will be surrounded and shot within 10 steps. Under the control of the truth talisman, David S. Turblanc speaks openly and honestly. Unfortunately, he has no authority to interrogate prisoners there. Otherwise, Xie Wan would consider breaking him out. After questioning, Qin Mai knocks him out again and asks Xie Wan how to handle him. Didn't you say it's best not to kill FBI personnel? Yes, try not to kill if possible. Losing an FBI agent will definitely cause the other side to strengthen their defenses. If they find out it's related to our country, it could lead to diplomatic conflicts. Xie Wan thinks for a moment and says, tie him up first and leave him inside. We'll see how things develop and deal with him later. Xie Wan leaves the space, finds Wang Xiang, and they drive to scout near the FBI New York division. Seeing the old building in front of them, Wang Xiang is a bit shocked. Sister-in-law, is this really the FBI division? Xie Wan is also doubtful but believes that with the truth talisman's power, David S. Turblanc wouldn't lie. Wait in the car. I'll look around here, Xie Wan says. She gets out of the car, goes to the back of the building and releases Xiaoji and Jerry. Please help me check if there's an underground prison inside. Also, listen carefully to their conversations to see if this is FBI territory. I'll wait outside. Come back quickly. Jerry has never known that humans can communicate smoothly with mice. As they rush into the building, Jerry asks Xiaoji, "Was that human just now your owner?" Xiaoji didn't want Jerry to see him as just a pet mouse. He exaggerated and said, "That's my sworn older brother." Jerry was surprised. Could a mouse really form a brotherhood with a human? The two mice tried to crawl into a hole under a building but found that the ground beneath was made of reinforced concrete. They couldn't get through. Xiaoji, not giving up, sneaked inside while the guard wasn't paying attention. The upper part of the building was made of ordinary brick and mortar, and they could make holes between the doors and windows. Jerry nervously pulled Xiaoji back and said, "Let's not go in anymore. There's no sign of other mice living here, and it's too dangerous." This was a mouse's instinct to sense danger. Their kind had existed on Earth longer than human civilization. They often judged a place's safety based on whether they could find signs of other mice living there. Xiaoji also sensed danger. Remembering the task given by Xie Wan, he gritted his teeth and climbed up a window to peek inside. He saw many Westerners active inside. One muscular white man glanced at Xiaoji outside the window and said in surprise, "Wasn't there a rodent poison used here just last month?" He took out a pistol and aimed at Xiaoji, scaring Xiaoji into a panic and fleeing. Xiaoji pulled Jerry and ran back to Xie Wan, saying, "Boss, there are people with guns inside." Xiaoji was still shaken. After explaining that the building's underground structure was special and couldn't be drilled through, Xie Wan confirmed that this was the FBI branch in New York. There was a high-security prison underground. Xie Wan felt a headache coming on. If it were just an ordinary building's basement, he could send Xiaoji, along with himself and the space, to sneak in and rescue Pandaniu. But if even Xiaoji couldn't get in, how could they break in to save someone? Xie Wan and Wang Xiang returned to the hotel. She thought she could only discuss with Qin Mai to find a solution. When Wang Xiang saw Qin Mai suddenly come out of Xie Wan's room, she was startled. "Captain Qin, how did you get into the room?" Qin Mai pointed at the open window and said, "I climbed in from there." Wang Xiang knew there was a water pipe outside the window when studying escape routes. But since it was the 7th floor, she thought it was too exaggerated to say Qin Mai climbed up from below along the pipe. "Captain Qin, when did you learn to walk on walls and fly around?" Qin Mai felt he was being led astray by Xie Wan. To cover for her space, he could only pretend to be calm and lie, asking, "Haven't I always been this capable?" Qin Muyu is indeed recognized as the strongest in physical fitness among the Special Forces team. Wang Xiang had nothing to say. Qin Muyu's injuries had healed a lot, but to fully recover to his previous strength, he would need a long time. There are only 3 of them in total, and if they want to attack the FBI branch directly, even Xie Wan, who is now a trained fighter, wouldn't dare to underestimate the enemy. She might dodge 1 or 2 bullets, but if several people shoot at her at the same time, she feels she would be finished. So, they could only rely on clever tactics. Therefore, Qin Muyu didn't stay in the space, but came out to discuss plans with Wang Xiang. Qin Muyu said, "If we can create chaos and force the FBI to send all their people out, maybe we will have a chance." Xie Wan and Wang Xiang looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's leave this to that enthusiastic local person." Qin Muyu agreed, but thought that for the chaos to be big enough to attract enough FBI personnel, they also needed to give Yosuke Sakaguchi a good reason. Xie Wan asked, "I just remembered, that guy mentioned blueberries yesterday. Could it be related to some operation involving blueberries?" Wang Xiang also heard this and said, seeing how scared he looked later, "It must be that the Yamaguchi-gumi's main business has some problem." Qin Muyu analyzed, "The US is an important base for the Yamaguchi-gumi's drug trafficking. I think it has something to do with drugs." Based on recent international developments, the 3 quickly concluded that perhaps the Yamaguchi-gumi had a shipment delayed. Xie Wan asked, "Are there many gangs in New York?" Qin Muyu nodded, "Very many. There are Chinese, black, and white gangs, with good and bad relations among them. Xie Wan asked, if we spread the word that the Yamaguchi-gumi has a shipment nearby for delivery, would gang organizations try to tsang it? Qin Muyu thought for a moment and said, normally they wouldn't. But if we also spread the news that the Yamaguchi-gumi has problems, some daring ones might take action. Xie Wan considered and said, can we do it like this? The next day, Yosuke Sakaguchi brought back news. He found out the FBI's office location in New York. It has to be said, the Yamaguchi-gumi's informants are quite capable. They can't find out through normal channels, but they can track through property registration, taxes, utilities, phone records, and other departments, ultimately pinpointing the target. Additionally, Sakaguchi Yosuke brought back another piece of news that surprised Xie Wan. The FBI had indeed caught a few Yamaguchi-gumi members at the airport, suspecting them to be Chinese spies. Xie Wan asked, how is it just so coincidental? She didn't realize that the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi gang she saw at the airport were actually the same people disguised as Indians. Now, she didn't need Wanshin's persuasion anymore. Sakaguchi Yosuke started asking her how to rescue these brothers. Wang Xiang then showed his language talent, standing in the middle of the room and passionately expressing his anger toward the FBI's detention of the Yamaguchi-gumi members. Sakaguchi-kun, let's rush into the FBI office together and swear to save our brothers. Sakaguchi Yosuke looked at Wang Xiang as if he were a fool. Just joking, that's the FBI, and it's on their turf. No way we're rushing in. At this moment, Xie Wan timely stopped Wang Xiang's exaggerated act and asked seriously, when will the blueberries arrive? Sakaguchi Yosuke replied, they promised to deliver the goods to New York in 2 days. Do you know if Miss Yamaguchi has prepared the money? Xie Wan was stunned. Was she responsible for the money from the drug deal? Then she thought Sakaguchi Yosuke mistook her for Yamaguchi Sakurako. Yamaguchi Sakurako was supposed to come with the money. Maybe now the money has fallen into the FBI's hands. They wouldn't let the Yamaguchi-gumi members keep it, right? No, this money is mine. How can I let the FBI take it? At this moment, Xie Wan fully immersed herself in the role of Yamaguchi Sakurako, believing the FBI had stolen her money. She frowned and said sadly to Sakaguchi Yosuke, I'm in charge of the front line. The money was brought over by those brothers. Sakaguchi-kun, even if we don't storm the FBI to rescue the people, we must find a way to get our money back. Sakaguchi Yosuke was startled. What? The money was also taken by the FBI? The drug dealer was a major Mexican drug lord. If they delivered the goods but couldn't pay, they'd be in big trouble. Miss Yamaguchi, what should we do? Sakaguchi-kun, don't worry. I have a plan.
Trust me.
If you follow my instructions, not only can we get the money back, but we can also rescue our brothers. From this moment on, a rumor spread quickly through all the underground organizations in New York, directed and acted by Yosuke Sakaguchi himself. Major gangs like the Limping Helper, Blood Gang, and Sicily Alliance received the news. They are all key players in the retail drug trade in the United States. 5 kilograms of? How could the Yamaguchi-gumi throw out such a large amount? I heard their drug money was swallowed by the FBI. Could it be false information? Investigate. Find out the truth immediately. These large gangs each have their own sources of information. As soon as the Yamaguchi-gumi members landed, they were arrested by the FBI, and their luggage was searched. News of this spread back to the gangs. It seems to be true. With so much money, it will be hard for the Yamaguchi-gumi to gather funds locally anytime soon. If they can't pay, the Mexicans won't let them go. Boss, should we participate in the auction? Of course. The situation in Mexico is tense. Getting the goods is difficult, and some of our outlets have been short of supplies for a while. We can't miss this shipment. Such discussions were common among the gangs. Nearly all the drug-involved gangs in New York planned to join the auction tomorrow night. Yosuke Sakaguchi returned to report to Sakura Yamaguchi, Miss Yamaguchi. The auction news has been spread. Are we really going to sell that shipment? Xie Wan nodded, then shook her head. We're short on money now. Selling the goods is a last resort. I arranged for the auction a day early. It's for options and intention just to secure a fallback. If we can't get the money from the FBI, at least we have a way out. Yosuke Sakaguchi still couldn't understand. Why would they help us save people and get money? That's an FBI branch. Usually, we gang members don't even dare to get close. Xie Wan's eyes were cunning, and she said coldly, "They have no choice." Sakaguchi couldn't guess if Miss Yamaguchi had other plans, but her expression was frightening. He couldn't help but worry about the other gang members. Luckily, he held onto Miss Yamaguchi's leg, knowing he wouldn't be the one caught in the trap. All the gangs in New York started to move. Some even tested Yamaguchi-gumi's strength by provoking them at one of their venues that night. Underlings, following Sakaguchi's orders, chose to endure silently. This also showed that Yamaguchi-gumi was now at its end, devastated by the FBI. Yosuke Sakaguchi asked Xie Wan worriedly, "If we show weakness like this, even if everything passes peacefully, it will be hard for us to find a foothold in New York, right?" Xie Wan looked mysterious and calm. "Sakaguchi-kun, you're only seeing our current trouble. Think about it. After tomorrow night, the Blood Gang, the Sicily Alliance, and others who have clashed with the FBI, will they be doing any better? Their influence in New York is already bigger than ours. We can hide for a while and then rise again. They are now the main targets of the US government. By then, will they still have the energy to deal with us?" Sakaguchi felt a chill and thought Miss Yamaguchi's plan was very sinister. But he wondered why she was so excited. He never expected that Miss Yamaguchi was not only a fierce assassin but also a clever strategist. Now, he really hoped to help her win this battle, so she could return and smoothly take over the organization as the boss. While convincing Sakaguchi, Xie Wan was also busy. She still had more than half of a special pill she had given to a white-tailed eagle last time. She dissolved the pill in water and put it in an empty plastic medicine bottle, then handed it to Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, I heard you and your friends want to unify the mouse world in the US." Xiaoji didn't expect his boss to suddenly care about their mouse world. He told Xie Wan everything about his recent exchanges with Jerry. Xie Wan handed him the plastic bottle. "I support you in doing great things in the US, but you need some capable helpers. Inside is the water from the pill you drank last time. Let your friends and their followers drink a little to awaken their intelligence. Not too much. Dilute the water further and give it to more mice. But you must have a way to control them and use them for your plans."
Can you do that?
Xiaoji confidently replied, "Boss, don't worry. I will control the amount. Even if these Western mice gain intelligence, they won't be smarter than me." Xie Wan fully believed this. "Go ahead. Come back tomorrow afternoon. I have a task for you." Xiaoji took his sons and left the space to meet Jerry and unify the mouse world. The bottle was carried on the back by the strongman Wu Wu. By the next evening, David Sturbrun, who was kidnapped by Xie Wan, was blindfolded and taken out of the space. In a sealed dark room, he heard someone whispering in Japanese. David Sturbrun did not understand Japanese. He heard several Japanese words being mentioned repeatedly and remembered them. Previously, in the space station, David Sturbrun only saw cornfields and a few cows. He didn't know where he was being held. Now he felt like he was locked inside a house. The two people talking seemed to be arguing. Then one of them slammed the door and left. The other lit a cigarette and cursed in English, saying, "That's a big drug lord from Mexico. Why would they believe our money was stolen by the FBI?" David Sturbrun suddenly realized who had kidnapped him. The men from the Yamaguchi-gumi he had personally caught before. At that time, he was searching for Chinese agents at the airport, and 3 Indian men were trying to enter the country. Their passports seemed fine, but he doubted their identities because one of them spoke English too well. Although India was colonized by Britain for many years, many Indians spoke English, but with a special accent. The man was trying to imitate an Indian accent, but when he spoke faster, his accent slipped. His English came out naturally without the Indian accent. This made David suspicious. Their luggage was opened and checked again. Surprisingly, hidden inside their suitcases were large amounts of US dollars. In total, the 5 suitcases contained about $3 million. The men claimed they were from a country called Benzi and asked the FBI to contact their embassy to send them back home. But David's boss refused to let them go. He suspected that his boss was after the $3 million. Corruption was unlikely, but it could be used as funds for their division through some manipulation. The men from Benzi had suspicious identities and were disguised as they entered the country. Even if their embassy came to ask for them, they could easily deny everything. These men would be accused of crimes and imprisoned for life. David was shocked. Why was this all so secret, and how did the kidnappers manage to precisely target him? Could there be a traitor inside the FBI? If they couldn't recover the money, these men would surely kill him. David didn't want to die. Anyway, the money wouldn't end up in his personal pocket, so he shouted, "Let me go. I'll tell you where the money is." The person smoking is Wang Xiang. The person who just pretended to leave after talking to Wang Xiang is Qin Moi. The house is an empty room that Xie Wan and Qin Moi found nearby. When Wang Xiang was brought here and saw David Stobrin, he was shocked. "Captain Qin, when did you tie up the FBI agent?" Qin Moi was forced to act tough. "It's just a coincidence. We caught him, and we're putting on a show to fool him. That's why the scene just now happened." Wang Xiang was happy to hear that David Stobrin was willing to give up the location of the money. "Speak and I'll let you go," Wang Xiang said. David Stobrin didn't trust Wang Xiang. He was afraid that if he talked, Wang Xiang would kill him to keep quiet. He said, "The money is in the underground warehouse of the FBI building. Without my help, you can't get it back. The guards there are very strict." Wang Xiang pretended to go call someone. After a while, another person came in and they continued talking in Japanese. Then someone forced a pill into David Stobrin's mouth. Wang Xiang said, "That's the special poison our organization made. Without an antidote, you will definitely die. Don't hope for help. Your country's hospitals can't cure this poison." David Stobrin was very scared. He had guessed who the other person was. He had heard that the Yamaguchi-gumi is also skilled at using poison. He realized he had been wrong. He originally planned to use the money as bait to let him go, but he didn't expect the Easterners to be so cunning and to poison him instead. Now he had no other thoughts but to obey. "We will send you back tonight. You must bring us the money. After midnight, if there's no antidote, you can prepare for," Wang Xiang said. Wang Xiang thought he looked very cool when he said this. Unfortunately, the other person had their eyes covered and couldn't see his handsome expression. As night fell, the FBI office building was gradually emptying as people finished work. George Wood, David Stobrin's boss, noticed that his subordinate had been missing for a day. But he wasn't worried about David Stobrin's safety. To him, David was an experienced agent and was probably tracking Chinese agents somewhere far away. After retrieving the $3 million from the airport, George Wood ordered people to keep a close eye on the Yamaguchi-gumi. He received a tip that the group would be auctioning 5 kilograms of at a nearby warehouse. That's too bold. Drug enforcement was not originally under the FBI's jurisdiction, but this time, George Wood wanted to get involved. He was worried that if the drug enforcement team found out and arrested the Yamaguchi-gumi members, they might learn about the $3 million involved. George Wood made several calls to confirm that the drug enforcement team was planning an operation tonight. He found a reason to say that the FBI should also take part. Helping the Mexican government eliminate drug cartels is one of our FBI tasks this year. The drugs came from Mexico, so of course we have the right to join in. After some debate, George Wood succeeded. The drug enforcement team agreed to work together with the FBI. According to intelligence, the Yamaguchi-gumi planned to auction the drugs at 8:30 p.m. This time was perfect, not too early or late. The nightlife in New York had already started, but most people were still awake. George Wood moved the main staff out of the building. Xie Wan, who had been watching the building, went back to inform Wang Xiang to release the person. David Stobrin was thrown onto the street, only realizing he was near his office building after removing the blindfold from his eyes. He quickly ran back to the office. The security guard recognized him and exchanged a few words. David Stobrin was in no mood to chat and hurried back to his office. Neither he nor the guard noticed that at the moment they talked, a shadow had flashed by and followed David into the building. Xie Wan's ghostly steps were hard to detect by ordinary people at night, but inside the brightly lit office building, she was not so easy to hide. She temporarily hid in a dark corner of the staircase. Chiang Mai said she must turn off the building's backup power when Xiaoji's operation succeeded. After obtaining the water from the cleansing pills, Xiaoji found Jerry. He first gave Jerry a sip of the water. Jerry, who was already quite intelligent, felt even sharper after drinking it. Xiaoji, what kind of magic water is this? Xiaoji proudly said, "This is the smart water given by my boss. Do you feel smarter now?" Jerry's eyes rolled wildly, and he nodded crazily. "I feel like my mouth is about to outpace my brain." "Xiaoji, thank you so much. You shared such a precious thing with me." Xiaoji, in a commanding tone, asked, "Jerry, China is a vast country with countless wonders. I cannot stay away from my homeland forever. But I also pity our fellow countrymen in the Americas, living in hardship. Jerry, are you willing to serve me and manage the mouse world in Country M on my behalf?" Jerry felt the seriousness and solemnity in little Gigi's words. It knelt down on all fours and bowed, saying, "Great Emperor of the Chinese mice, Jerry hereby swears on behalf of the mouse world in Country M that we will forever serve the Chinese mouse realm." Little Gigi nodded. "Good. I have some clever water here. Go call your subordinates and let me enlighten them." Jerry's followers were excited at the idea of drinking water that could make them smarter. Little Gigi brought a bucket and mixed the water from the small medicine bottle containing the spiritual awakening pill. Then he lined up the mice, each drinking a sip. Soon over 1,000 mice gained intelligence and became smarter. Little Gigi led these over 1,000 mice to the vicinity of the FBI building, spending half a day sweeping the area and gathering all the nearby mice. In an abandoned warehouse, a dense crowd of mice gathered. Little Gigi was giving a passionate speech. "My dear citizens, today is the day our mouse race awakens." The mice that gained intelligence clapped and cheered wildly. They truly believed they had become smarter, and the Mouse Emperor was right. Today was the day of the mouse race's awakening. Even the mice that hadn't gained intelligence understood little Gigi's words. They were controlled by the backbone mice who had gained wisdom, and they clapped along. Little Gigi continued, "I heard Jerry say that your living conditions these past few years have been very harsh. The cruel humans have developed plague-like rodent poisons to wipe us out." The mice nodded fiercely. They had suffered terribly these years, watching their parents, relatives, and friends die one after another. Those who survived, from an evolutionary perspective, were the best genes in the group. Little Gigi waved his fist and said, "Citizens, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Are we going to sit idly by and watch humans continue to harm our kind?" Jerry led the cry, "No, we can't." The other mice cheered passionately and shouted together, "No, we can't." Little Gigi raised his front paws and gave the order, "Tonight, follow me and show those cruel humans some color. We will fight back and make them stop using rodent poison. Citizens, follow me. Charge." Nearby, pedestrians suddenly noticed many mice rushing toward the utility poles. It had been a long time since they saw so many mice. People called the city authorities to complain. However, it was after work hours, so no one could come to control the mice immediately. The poles were thick, but they couldn't withstand the constant gnawing of so many mice. Finally, the first pole was bitten through and fell down. A high-voltage wire dropped to the ground, electrocuting several mice. "They are heroes. We must remember their names," said Xiaoji sadly. The area connected by the high-voltage line lost power. More and more poles collapsed, and the blackout spread further. The power company received repair calls, but couldn't keep up. Soon, not only the wires but also the telephone lines broke. Are these mice rebelling? Citizens grabbed shovels and tools, trying to kill the mice. But there were too many, and they couldn't catch them all. At Xiaoji's command, the mice began to retreat strategically. Because they drank special water, the leaders could pass Xiaoji's orders accurately. The mice moved like an army, obeying commands perfectly. People noticed that the mice appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. Everywhere was dark, and they couldn't find a single mouse. Even the FBI building lost power. The agents on duty inside remained calm. The building had a backup power system that automatically activated if the main power was out for more than 5 minutes. David Sturbrun lit a cigarette in his office, but didn't feel relief. He suspected that the Yamaguchi-gumi had poisoned him because he was feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath. Should I steal the money and send it to the Yamaguchi-gumi? He wondered. The money is in the underground warehouse. If I get caught taking it, I'll be doomed. While he hesitated, the power suddenly went out. He knew there was an operation tonight, and most colleagues had already left. Now was the perfect chance to take the money. Without hesitation, David rushed into the underground warehouse in the dark. During the 5 minutes of blackout, Xie Wan ran around and finally found the room with a backup power supply. Just then, the backup system started. Qinmai was inside her space. Xie Wan released Qinmai. Qin Muyu's 9-nether sword materialized, slicing the generator in half. The building completely lost its power source. Xie Wan, let's go. Qin Muyu pulled Xie Wan. Aren't you going back to the space? Xie Wan felt that running alone might be faster. No, I want to fight alongside you. Also, since the power is cut off and the infrared detection device David mentioned is probably disabled, we're safer together. If we encounter someone, I can protect you. Xie Wan isn't good at fighting and there are many guards in the building, so Qin Muyu needs to handle them. Both of them wore masks. Qin Muyu had already studied the underground prison map drawn by David Sturbrun. He pulled Xie Wan, and they hurried toward the entrance of the underground prison. Because of the power outage, the keypad lock was disabled, trapping them inside and preventing entry from outside. Qin Muyu's 9-nether sword appeared again. It was a divine sword that could cut through iron like mud. With a single strike, he created in the heavy iron door. That's too slow, Xie Wan said. Then, Qin Muyu saw a 12-inch BL siege artillery cannon appear out of nowhere on the ground. Qin Muyu, though it seemed a bit exaggerated, he still pushed the cannon toward the door. After loading the shell, Qin Muyu lit the fuse, and Xie Wan pulled him into the space. With a loud bang, the entire FBI building shook and wobbled. What happened? The guards upstairs shouted in the dark. Is it an earthquake? I think it's a shelling. It can't be shelling. It must be an earthquake. Quick, get outside. The building is going to collapse. The power of the 12-inch BL siege cannon was huge, but Qin Muyu was only aiming at a door. It wasn't part of the main structure of the building, so the building wouldn't actually collapse. After the smoke dispersed a little, Xie Wan and Qin Muyu entered the underground prison. The previous explosion had shocked all the prisoners inside. Using flashlights, they checked the situation inside. The prison had 10 individual cells, holding important criminals captured by the FBI. Currently, only 3 cells had prisoners. One cell held 5 men, one of whom shouted in Japanese at Xie Wan and Qin Muyu, "Save us." Xie Wan and Qin Muyu ignored them. In the second room, a young woman was kept alone. Despite all the commotion, she remained calm, sitting cross-legged on the ground as if meditating. Then there were several empty cells. They continued to the innermost cell, where they saw a person lying on the ground, face wrapped in bandages. Qinmai approached and used the 9-nether sword to cut the lock, pushing the door open. The flashlight's beam illuminated the person's face. The person opened his eyes and made a sound in his throat. "Are you Falcon?" Qinmai, the code name of the Special Forces team, was indeed Falcon. When he first met Peter Pan, he had asked, "Are you Falcon?" At that time, Qinmai had even thought to himself, how could someone so ugly be called Thorny Rose? But now, Qinmai missed that somewhat awkward face terribly. He didn't know what that face looked like after the bandages were torn off. All of this was to create an opportunity for him to carry out the anti-corruption operation. "Thorny Rose, I've come to save you," Qinmai said with a choked voice. "Falcon, just kill me. I am already useless. If you take me out, we won't make it." Pandey's voice was very weak. Qinmai shook his head. "No, I am here to save you, not to kill you." Pandey seemed to smile, his eyes showing relief. "Falcon, please tell the party and the country that I haven't betrayed them. The enemy is holding my life, trying to force me to speak, but I haven't said anything. My only regret is that I want to go home and see my family and drink a bowl of hometown spicy soup." Tears finally flowed down Qin Mai's face. He said, "Comrade Pandey, you are a hero. The organization has ordered me to take you home." Xie Wan quickly checked Pandey's body. She took out an anesthetic needle and injected him. "He's in pain. This will make him more comfortable." The unconscious Pandey was carried into the space and placed on the desk in the study. When she came out, Qin Mai had already dealt with everyone in the other cells. They are all from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Keeping them around is just a disaster. The Yamaguchi-gumi members had carried out several assassination attempts on important Chinese figures over the years. This time in Dawang, they also got involved, engaging in a gunfight with our personnel. Qin Mai patiently explained to Xie Wan, who smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, I won't be soft-hearted. Our rescue mission this time is to frame the Yamaguchi-gumi members to prevent a major diplomatic conflict between our country and M country. These people must be eliminated." "I understand this principle." Xie Wan collected all their bodies. "This will create the illusion for the FBI that all the Yamaguchi-gumi members have escaped." Xie Wan saw the body of the young woman and asked curiously, "Is this really Yamaguchi Sakura?"
Qin Mai nodded, "Probably."
Qin Mai asked about Pandey Niu. Xie Wan said he is very weak. Whether he can survive is uncertain. "After we leave here, I will do my best to save him." Qin Mai remembered the map drawn by David Sturbrun, which showed the location of an underground warehouse. They went to find it. With a flashlight, they saw the warehouse door and a guard lying there, probably the person in charge of guarding the warehouse. Qin Mai tried to check the guard's breath and found he was already dead. Did David do this?
Probably.
They entered the warehouse and found many guns and bullets, along with some unknown items. But they didn't find any money. David already took the money. Should we chase him? It's okay. He will voluntarily return the money. Without hesitation, Xie Wan took all the guns, bullets, and unknown equipment from the warehouse. The two returned to the surface, where it was still dark. At 8:30, Wang Xiang and Sakaguchi Yosuke stood in front of an abandoned warehouse 5 kilometers away. They hid in the shadows. Seeing more and more gang members gathering, Sakaguchi Yosuke trembled and grew more scared. "Koji, why are so many people here? If I sell the drugs but don't deliver them tomorrow, will they chase me all over the streets?" Wang Xiang reminded him, "Remember to wear a mask when you go in. They won't pay first, and you haven't cheated them out of money, so why would they chase you? Just set conditions and tell them to accompany you outside the FBI building to make a scene." Sakaguchi Yosuke asked, "What if they refuse? Isn't Miss Yamaguchi going to rescue someone? If we can't take people outside the FBI building to divert their attention, won't she be unable to escape safely?" Wang Xiang only knew the plan roughly. Xie Wan told him to try to persuade Sakaguchi Yosuke to take people outside the FBI building. If they refuse, it's okay. Someone will naturally force them to go. Xie Wan said their goal was to create enough confusion with the water so that FBI agents wouldn't be able to connect this incident to our agents. Encouraged by Wang Xiang's energetic urging, Yosuke Sakaguchi finally entered the warehouse. Wang Xiang naturally did not go inside. His excuse was that he needed to stay outside and be ready to support Sakaguchi at any moment. Sakaguchi stood in front of the gang leaders and said, "You should already know the difficulties our Yamaguchi-gumi is facing recently. We need your help. In return, we are willing to sell our goods to you." The second-in-command from the New York branch of the gang came to meet him. This gang is now one of the biggest in the U.S., with about 30,000 to 50,000 members. Most members are teenagers around 15 or 16, so the gang is known for being impulsive, passionate, and very fierce. They usually use sticks as weapons, which is why people call them the limping gang. When Sakaguchi said this, the second-in-command first became impatient and shouted, "We are here to buy the goods. No more talk.
How much do you have?"
We want it all." Hearing this, the Blood Gang and the Sicilian Alliance were annoyed. These 3 gangs are rivals, and they wouldn't just watch the limping gang take all the goods. "Kids, shut up. You haven't even grown your hair yet. What are you trying to steal?" The leader of the Blood Gang, a tall black man, stood up with a commanding presence. His shout made the other gangs laugh at the second-in-command of the limping gang. Just as a fight seemed about to break out, Sakaguchi had to make a deal. If you help me rescue our members taken by the FBI, this batch of goods is yours. When they heard this condition, all the gang leaders stopped talking. No gang wants to offend the FBI easily. The criminal world and the law are usually clearly separated. Are you kidding us? You know this is impossible. Finally, someone challenged Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi hurriedly explained, no need for force. Just come with me outside the FBI building and make some noise. We, the Yamaguchi-gumi, will handle the rescue ourselves. The gang leaders started whispering among themselves. Some were hesitant. They weren't used to appearing in broad daylight. But others thought this condition was not difficult. The U.S. claims to be a country ruled by law. Without solid evidence, as long as they don't make a move, the FBI wouldn't arrest them just for hanging around outside the building. While they were still debating, the warehouse outside had already been surrounded. At that moment, all the lights in the area suddenly went out. Why did the power suddenly go out? Chaos erupted inside the warehouse. Wang Xiang seized the opportunity and shouted inside, "Everyone inside, listen up. You are surrounded. We are drug enforcement officers and FBI agents. Members of the Limping Gang, Blood Gang, and Sicilian Alliance, you've been arrogant in New York for too long. Surrender now. You can't escape legal punishment." The gang members from the Limping Gang, Blood Gang, and Sicilian Alliance panicked. Why are the drug enforcement officers and FBI here to raid us? Is the drug auction a trap? Then Wang Xiang shouted again, "Yamaguchi-gumi, you've made a contribution. As part of the deal, the FBI promises to release the hostages you hold, immediately." Yosuke Sakaguchi was also confused. When did I make a deal with the FBI? Was it Miss Yamaguchi? Did she betray me? After shouting these words, Wang Xiang took advantage of the darkness to escape. He could see the FBI and drug enforcement officers closing in. If he didn't run now, he would be caught too. The gang members inside the warehouse also became frantic. Yosuke Sakaguchi was grabbed by the Blood Gang boss, who choked him and demanded, "Tell me clearly what's going on?" Yosuke felt he was about to die. He admired Miss Yamaguchi so much, yet she betrayed him. His heart ached badly. Yosuke's men tried to rescue him from the Blood Gang boss. The boss gave Yosuke a chance to speak. Yosuke quickly said, "This is an FBI trick to sow discord. You can hold me and run away together. When our drugs arrive tomorrow and you get the goods, you'll see that everything I said is true." The Blood Gang boss told his men, "Keep a close eye on this kid." Yosuke narrowly escaped death, but with so many people involved, they faced a choice: to rush out together or surrender peacefully. "We have enough people, let's do it." The second-in-command of the Limping Gang would never bow to anyone. Wang Xiang's earlier words had worked. Everyone believed that the FBI and drug enforcement officers had come specifically to wipe them out. Each of them had a criminal record and didn't want to be caught. Now that the power's out, it's the perfect time to charge out.
Go,
someone shouted, and these people surged toward the warehouse exit. They just happened to encounter the surrounding drug enforcement officers and FBI agents led by George Wood. A firefight broke out. Gunfire echoed nonstop, with casualties on both sides. At this time, Xie Wan and Qin Mai had already left the FBI building. Qin Mai asked Xie Wan, "Should we go check the situation?" Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, "No need. It's more important for us to find David and get the money." Xie Wan had been worried about that money all along. Since she had been playing the role of Sakurako Yamaguchi and the money was confiscated from her by the FBI, she automatically took on that identity and felt that her money had been stolen by the FBI. The meeting place for their deal with David Stebrin was nearby. When they arrived, David Stebrin was anxiously waiting on the roadside. Qin Mai covered his face and approached alone. "Hand over the box, and I'll give you the antidote," said David Stebrin. He recognized Qin Mai's voice as that of the Yamaguchi gang member who had given him medicine before. The two exchanged the medicine for the money box. "You're sure the medicine I gave you isn't fake?" "Don't worry. Our organization is very trustworthy." Finally, Qin Mai said in Japanese, "Pleasure working with you." Watching Qin Mai walk away, David Stebrin habitually placed his hand on his waist. Only then did he remember that his pistol had already been taken by the Yamaguchi gang. On the streets of New York, many small flags were planted in various places, with English words that read, "Oppose genocide, destroy lethal rat poison." These flags were written by Xiaoji at Xie Wan's request. The rats, after drinking the smart water, had learned to imitate. They dipped their tails in ink and copied the writing on the first flag, producing countless identical flags that were stuck all over the streets of New York. Xie Wan met up with Xiaoji's family. Xiaoji tearfully said goodbye to his Western friend Jerry. Jerry, full of emotion, told Xiaoji, "Your Majesty, go with confidence. The empire you built, I will help you defend." Qin Mai carried Pandanian, with Xie Wan supporting him, and they met up with Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang had already prepared a car, and they were about to leave New York immediately. They had to leave the city first and see if they could find other ways to exit the United States. At the warehouse, after a fierce fight, Yosuke Sakaguchi and several gang leaders were all arrested. Yosuke Sakaguchi thought for a long time in prison and finally understood. In Miss Yamaguchi's plan, he was initially just a. Miss Yamaguchi didn't need him to lead people to attack the FBI building. She only needed him and the gang members to distract the FBI agents so she could go alone to rescue her team members and recover the money. George would originally thought that capturing so many gang members, including members of the Yamaguchi Gumi, was a great victory. However, when he returned to the FBI building, he found that his base had been raided. The prisoners in the underground jail had all escaped. The money and supplies in the underground warehouse had also been stolen. What made him most angry was that the gate of the underground prison had been blown open with a grenade launcher. Who has such power that they dare hide a grenade launcher in New York? Although the U.S. has strict gun control, that mainly applies to firearms. What is a grenade launcher? It is a battlefield weapon used in warfare. If this grenade launcher appeared in Washington, even the White House could be at risk. After questioning, everything pointed to the Yamaguchi Gumi. At this moment, David Sturbrand became the best witness. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he took the money, but he directed all suspicion towards the Yamaguchi Gumi. Yusuke Sakaguchi also revealed that everything was planned by his boss, Sakurako Yamaguchi. She is the heir to the Yamaguchi Gumi, a ruthless assassin, and a cunning schemer who tricked everyone. The FBI, which was determined to catch Chinese agents, went completely crazy. They shifted all their focus to the notorious gang organization in that country. They not only cleared out Yamaguchi Gumi members in the US, but also proposed bills to Congress, pressuring the other country to take action against their headquarters. Once ranked among the top 10 criminal organizations in the world, the Yamaguchi Gumi nearly fell apart. Meanwhile, Xie Wan and his team had arrived on the West Coast. They finally contacted local undercover colleagues who helped them prepare to return home. At this time, Wang Xiang bid farewell to Qin Mai and Xie Wan. During the past few days, whenever Pandaxian was awake, he would talk to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang said, "When we set out, Chu's squad told me to stay in the U.S. after completing the mission and take over Pandaxian's work. Qin's squad, sister-in-law, safe travels." Xie Wan didn't initially know that Wang Xiang would stay in the U.S. for the second mission. Wang Xiang was the most familiar colleague in the Special Operations team besides Qin Mai. Parting always leaves a feeling of sadness. Moreover, Wang Xiang's undercover work in the enemy country was very dangerous. Xie Wan thought for a moment and opened the money box that David Sturbrand had given them. Seeing the sudden appearance of $3 million, Wang Xiang's eyes nearly popped out. Xie Wan said, "You also know this money originally belonged to the Yamaguchi Gumi. After you return, you need to turn it over to the organization. I believe the organization wouldn't mind setting aside $100,000 as activity funds for our comrades here." Xie Wan counted out the $100,000 and handed it to Wang Xiang. "Don't let the flashy world blind your eyes." Wang Xiang kept waving his hands. "I dare not, and I'm afraid Captain Qin might come again to root out traitors." This was just a joke, but everyone understood that they relied on their faith to keep going despite the hardships. Wang Xiang looked at the dollars with some excitement. With this money, His work here would be much easier. There are also other comrades here who are struggling and need support. Still, he declined. Sister-in-law, this isn't part of the process. I can't accept this money for now. It needs to be approved by the organization and then transferred to me. Xie Wan scoffed. You think I don't know? Pandaxian said that their annual activity funds aren't enough even for meals and transportation. If you want to do things, you need money. Keep this for now. If you return it, it won't be easy to get more later. Wang Xiang knew Xie Wan was telling the truth. Thinking about the difficulties in future work, he hesitated but still took the money. Qin Mai reminded him, I'll discuss a proper reason with Commander Chu. Remember not to talk about it openly. Actually, Xie Wan could have kept this money for herself. She had once considered doing so. But Qin Mai dissuaded her, saying, Xiao Wan, our family doesn't lack money. But our country does. Foreign exchange is scarce. Let's just turn in this whole box of money. Though reluctant, Xie Wan understood and agreed. She saw how tough the work environment was for the overseas comrades and wanted to help them. After some hesitation, she decided to turn the money over to the state. Well, I am now a wealthy woman with Franklin Resources shares worth $6 billion. There's no need to compromise my integrity over just $3 million. Xie Wan comforted herself, but in fact, her $6 billion would take another 50 years to fully realize. Xie Wan, Qin Mai, and Pandaxian only returned to China after half a month. Traveling by sea, the journey was rough, and even Xie Wan found it hard to endure. Remarkably, Pandaxian survived thanks to Xie Wan's careful care, though his face was badly disfigured, with burns covering about 70% of his skin. He remained optimistic about it. Being able to come back alive is already a huge blessing. Again, with her appearance, she was already at rock bottom. Any further damage would just be digging a hole in the ground. Xie Wan thought about future cosmetic surgery techniques. She comforted Pandanyan, saying, when our medical technology advances, your face can still be saved. Once back in Sichuan province, Pandanyan was sent to the 3rd Military Medical University, where he would undergo skin graft surgery to reduce the risk of future skin infections. Xie Wan and Tingyue went to see Chu Jiangnan together. They also brought a box of money, which Xie Wan confidently stacked in front of Chu Jiangnan. When the box was opened, it immediately dazzled Chu Jiangnan. Shi Junyi, is this US dollars? Real or fake?
Real.
How much? Originally 3 million. Before Xie Wan finished, Chu Jiangnan excitedly interrupted Shi Junyi. You went to save people and ended up robbing $3 million? Xie Wan pouted, reminding Chu Jiangnan to control his emotions. There are only 9 million left. I took the liberty to leave 100,000 for Wang Xiang's operational expenses. Chu Jiangnan covered his mouth, looking sly, and said, I just misspoke. It's 2.9 million. Where did this money come from? Xie Wan was too tired to explain, feeling a faint pain in her heart. That was her money, her own money. Xie Wan sat down on the office sofa in a huff, clutching her chest. Qin Muye looked on with a mix of laughter and helplessness. Throughout the journey, Xie Wan had already thrown a few small tantrums. She probably realized that her $600 million was very distant now. She only had a few $100s left, mostly spent on the run. Whenever Xie Wan felt short of breath or chest tightness, she would pinch Tin Muye and mutter complaints. It's all your fault, stingy and generous. You could have told me to keep $1 million, but you only told me to turn in $2 million. If that was too much, you could have reminded me to keep 50,000 and tell Jiangnan that we only took 250,000 from the FBI. Would that work? Qin Muye's arms already had several bruises, but he dared not resist. He was not a person with many material desires, but he understood that so much money, when his wife turned it in, must have hurt her. Seeing Xie Wan's small temper about to flare again, Qin Muye had to help explain the situation to Chu Jiangnan. After hearing this, Chu Jiangnan was completely stunned. He pointed at Xie Wan and lowered his voice, asking, She, a Chinese woman who only knows Bagria Lu, managed to pretend to be a gang boss and trick the head of the Kuroyama Group's New York branch? By the way, They also recovered $2,900,000 from the FBI's warehouse. Remember, you too, the amount you found is exactly $2,900,000, and the report must state it clearly. The remaining $10,000 was definitely embezzled by the FBI agent. Chu Jiangnan expressed his surprise while already deciding how to handle the $10,000. He sent the two of them back to write a summary report. A few days later, both of them received commendations. Qin Muyue successfully completed the undercover mission and rescued the detained comrades, earning a third-class personal merit award. Xie Wan was even more impressive because she played a key role in rescuing Panday, and she also handed over the $290,000. She was awarded a second-class personal merit. She was only in the military for 3 months, and this was her second-class merit, making her somewhat of a legend in the Special Operations team. Some people admired her, while others talked behind her back. Some believed that Qin Muyue was taking all the credit for his wife's achievements, which was favoritism and a form of claiming military honors improperly. These rumors spread quietly within the team. Chu Jiangnan investigated the source and found that the first person to question this was his own cousin, Chu Jiangnan. He was so angry that he called Chu Jiangnan to his office and scolded her harshly. However, Chu Jiangnan did not accept this. If Xie Wan hadn't already left to study at the Military Medical University, Chu Jiangnan even considered making her and Chu Jiangnan have a confrontation to give his reckless cousin a lesson. Unfortunately, Xie Wan had just been promoted in rank, moving from private first class directly to sergeant last time. This time, after discussion, the higher-ups decided not to promote her again. Some leaders felt that since Xie Wan was still very young and new to the army, her rank should be kept modest. So, her rank was not increased this time. Qin Muyue comforted her, saying that for those who have made multiple contributions, promotions usually happen during the Army Day or at the end of the year. The third military medical university is located in Yucheng, which at this time was just a city in Sichuan province. From the provincial capital to Yucheng, one must pass through Nancheng. Xie Wan went back home for a visit. Her father, Xie Dahong, received a bottle of red wine that Xie Wan brought back from the United States, and he was so happy he almost couldn't find his bearings. He immediately started calling and bragging to Commander Xie next door and Commissar Su. "Commander Xie, if you're free tomorrow, come over to my place for a little drink. No special reason. It's just that my little one just returned from the US and brought me a bottle of American red wine." "Oh, you have high blood pressure and can't drink? Well, alright, I won't keep it for you then. Next time, when my little sister Xie Wan goes abroad on a mission, I will ask her to bring you a bottle too." "Old Sue, have you ever drunk foreign red wine? When you were undercover in Shanghai, did you try it? But that's different. This one was specially brought back by my little sister from the US for me. Come over tomorrow, I'll prepare a couple of small dishes, and we can share a drink." "Alright, it's settled." Hearing his father shamelessly showing off everywhere, Xie Yanchao snorted coldly. I don't know who it was that left Xie Wan in the countryside, ignoring her for so many years. "Xie Wan, if you have money, why not buy yourself some good food to make up for it? Why buy him wine? Look, you've become so thin." Xie Wan was indeed a bit thinner, mainly due to the long boat ride. She quietly whispered in Xie Yanchao's ear, "That wine was given by the hotel. It's free. Brother, I also brought you some good things. Let's go inside, I'll show you." On her way to the west coast, Xie Wan passed through several famous cities. She didn't have much money, so she bought Xie Yanchao a denim shirt, a pair of jeans, a cowboy hat, and a pair of leather boots. Although not brand name, they were the popular Western cowboy outfit from the 1970s in the U.S. Xie Wan also bought a set for Qin Muyue. Xie Xing even had a junior version. The three men at her home were all very handsome, and Xie Wan thought they would look incredibly cool dressed as cowboys. Xie Yanchao looked at them with some confusion. "Xie Wan, why are you spending money like this? These work clothes, we have plenty of them at home." Xie Wan was a bit speechless. How could they be work clothes? She explained that they were called cowboy suits, which would be the most fashionable among young people for decades to come. But after explaining for a while, Xie Yanchao seemed to understand and summarized. "Isn't it just for herding cows? Isn't it just work clothes?" Xie Wan was speechless, rubbing her forehead. You're right. These clothes originally were worn by gold miners during the California gold rush. Just think of them as work uniforms. Xie Xing's understanding was clearly better than Xie Yanchao's. After changing into a cowboy outfit, he immediately ran around the house, grabbing a broom as a whip, pretending to be the Western cowboy Xie Wan described. Big sister, I'll tell you a secret. Someone introduced a wife for brother. You should go see if she's got a big. Xie Wan found out that it was introduced by Su Bing's mother. It was said to be a new soldier in the arts troupe, recently assigned to the 2nd Division's cultural troupe. When Xie Wan asked for the girl's name, she was surprised to find out it was an old acquaintance. The school had already started, but Chu Jiangnan had helped Xie Wan get a leave of absence. Xie Wan had planned to stay at home for a day before heading to school tomorrow. After hearing the name of his brother's matchmaking partner, he decided to postpone his departure. Big brother, when does Sue's mother want you to meet her? Xie Yuanchao blushed a little and said, Sue's mother said they have a performance tonight. The girl will go on stage to sing and she gave me a ticket. I can go watch. If I like her, I can go backstage to see her. If it was just about looks, Xie Wan thought his brother had a good chance because the girl was very beautiful. Brother, I'll go with you tonight, Xie Wan offered willingly. Xie Yuanchao was happy and said, Great, you can help me check. I'll ask Sue's mother if there are tickets left. Sue's wife works in the logistics of the military art troupe. When she heard on the phone that Xie Wan had returned and planned to watch the show tonight, she happily replied, No need for tickets. I'll take Xie Wan in. We usually save some seats for our own people, it's no big deal. Since Xie Wan returned from celebrating the New Year in Minnan, he hadn't gone back to Nancheng. However, Xie Yuanchao sent many local specialties from Minnan to the Su family, as she had instructed earlier. She felt that during this chaotic year, the Xie family had been through a lot and the Su family had taken good care of them. They should always think of ways to repay kindness. Relationships between people are built through effort, and although those local specialties weren't worth much, they showed sincerity. After receiving the gifts, Sue's mother was touched. She thought that the Xie children were all good kids and had put effort into helping Xie Yuanchao find a matchmaking partner. The girl was really quite suitable, beautiful, a high school student, and from a prominent local family in Nancheng. To Sue's mother, she seemed a perfect match for Xie Yuanchao. However, she didn't know that there was a small conflict between the girl and Xie Wan. The girl's name was Lu Shiqi, a new soldier from the same batch as Xie Wan. When Lu Shiqi saw Xie Wan returning home with Su Bing, she misunderstood and said some sour remarks to her roommates. Those remarks were later spread and exaggerated by other soldiers. Because of the rumors and a fight, Lu Shiqi was disciplined. Although she performed well afterward, her punishment hadn't been lifted yet. It was impossible for Xie Wan to have no opinion about Lu Shiqi. But Xie Wan was quite broad-minded. He thought that since the incident was in the past and Lu Shiqi showed some spirit, different from the artistic soldiers in their dorm, his impression of her wasn't too bad. Still, because of this awkward history, he thought it was best to let her know beforehand to see if they could resolve it. If she cannot resolve the issue, she privately thinks it might be better to forget this marriage. No one wants the sister-in-law to become an enemy before even entering the family, right? Their relationship as siblings would become very difficult. Aunt Zhou specially prepared a big meal for Xie Wan's return. The family rarely enjoyed such a happy meal together. During the meal, Xie Wan mentioned some things about Xie Village. The matter of donating a house to build a school had already been discussed when Xie Yuanchao returned. Xie Dahong had no objections and even made a call to the local old comrades for help. They heard that now there are 2 teachers sent to Xie Village. Xie Dahong said, Your 5th aunt also called. She mentioned Lu Lan. I heard that the bad boy from the Li family, who tarnished Lu Lan's reputation, was accidentally kicked to death by his father. Usually, Lu Lan should be fine now, but your 5th aunt said that the people there still have old-fashioned ideas. Since Lu Lan went out, she's still being gossiped about. She's shy by nature, and your 5th aunt is worried she might get sick from the stress. She wants to send her here to relax. When she asked for my opinion, I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. Xie Wan understood this in her heart. Although she had caused Li Desen's death, the damage Li Desen had done to Lu Lan's reputation still lingered. People back then had old-fashioned views, and some ignorant folks gossiped a lot. Now that Li Desen was dead, they would still talk about him. Even if Lu Lan was innocent, outsiders would still say unkind things. She also agreed that Lu Lan should leave Yunshao County. Lan Fan is almost 20, right? Your fifth aunt probably wants you to help find a soldier for her to marry. Xie Dahong hadn't dared to say this directly before, but since Xie Wan guessed it, he couldn't deny it. Your fifth aunt has this plan. Xie Wan, since you've interacted with Lan Fan, maybe you can help find someone suitable? Xie Wan rolled her eyes a little. She was only 19 and suddenly she was acting as a matchmaker? She had to oversee her brother's marriage, help her cousin find a partner. This was a bit much. The idea of helping Lan Fan find a match can wait. I think we should first help her find a job. She's not standing on her own yet, and with her past shadows, she's always withdrawn. Even if she gets married, her life might not be easy. Xie Dahong doesn't think too much about these trivial matters, as he prefers to be hands-off. He says, "You handle this. When the people arrive, I will greet them. It's not a big problem." Xie Wan found out that the people would actually arrive in a couple of days. "I need to go to Yuqing tomorrow. I'll come back next week," she told Xie Yuanchao to pick up the visitors. Because the other 3 family members are all men, and she is the only woman, Xie Wan unexpectedly became the head of the family. Everyone, old and young, tends to ask her to make decisions. After dinner, Xie Wan helped Xie Xing with his homework for a while. Then she went home to check on things. After dinner, she, along with Su Mama, Xie Yuanchao, and Xie Xing, went to the second teacher's hall to watch a performance. When she heard about the show, Xie Xing insisted on going with them. Xie Yuanchao didn't really want to take the boy, but Xie Wan heard the show would end by 9 o'clock and thought it was fine for Xie Xing to see it. She agreed to take him along. Before leaving, she warned Xie Xing, "If you dare to stare at the girl's backside, I will seriously scold you when we get back." Xie Wan didn't expect to see Shi Yun here first. She had always thought Shi Yun was a rather fiery middle-aged woman, walking tall and proud, full of energy. She wasn't particularly beautiful but always looked neat and stylish, dressed in the latest fashion. Suddenly, she saw Shi Yun hunched over, wearing old, dull clothes, an apron, arm sleeves, sweeping the hall with a broom and dustpan. Xie Wan was a bit stunned. "Why is she here?" she whispered to Su Mama. Su Mama sighed since she divorced her dad. It's really no big deal. But her son's actions in Yunnan are terrible. After Fan Yong was executed, she started to lose her mind. The leaders at her workplace decided she shouldn't do management work anymore and made her do cleaning. Today, this hall was assigned to our unit. Someone probably wanted to make her embarrass herself and deliberately made her clean here. Xie Wan understood. There are always people who look down on others. Although Shi Yun had hurt the original owner before, she never succeeded in truly harming Xie Wan. She was expelled from the Xie family, and her son faced legal punishment. Xie Wan felt that was enough. She wasn't the type to dwell on past grudges. Shi Yun feels like a stranger to her now. She won't bother Shi Yun anymore, but if Shi Yun wants revenge, she will accept it. Still, Shi Yun is Xie Xing's biological mother, so Xie Wan and Xie Yuanchao look at Xie Xing with worry and regret for bringing him here tonight. When Xie Xing sees his mother like this, his eyes turn red. He hesitates, wanting to go over but unsure. Xie Yuanchao hates Shi Yun deeply and wants to say something, but Xie Wan pulls his sleeve, signaling him to stay silent. Xie Xing hesitates for a long time, then Shi Yun suddenly looks up and sees them. Her eyes immediately lock onto Xie Xing, and she rushes over. Xing, are you here to see Mom?" Shi Yun drops her broom and dustpan, runs over, and grabs Xie Xing's hand. Xie Xing's eyes turn red as he calls out, "Mom." But then he can't say anything else. After divorcing Shi Yun, Xie Dahong was awarded custody of Xie Xing. Shi Yun was not allowed to visit him. However, out of a mother's instinct, Xie Xing secretly went to see Shi Yun sometimes. At that time, Shi Yun was nearly breaking down because of Fan Yong. She begged Xie Hong to save Fan Yong, but he ruthlessly drove her away. She resented Xie Hong, and during that period, she also had a bad attitude when seeing Xie Xing. Later, Xie Xing stopped going to see her. But now, seeing his mother so desolate, Xie Xing feels very upset. "Mom, have you eaten?" he finally asks, thinking it's an appropriate question. Xie Yun replies that she has eaten and tries to pull Xie Xing away. Xie Yuanchao can't hold back anymore and steps in front of them, asking, "Where do you want to take him?" On one hand, he genuinely dislikes Xie Yun, having suffered much at her hands during his childhood and youth. On the other hand, he truly accepts Xie Xing as his younger brother. He won't just watch Xie Yun take Xie Xing away. It seems Xie Yun only now notices Xie Yuanchao and Xie Wan. Recently, there have been too many people around her who take advantage of her, and Xie Yun has learned to ignore those around her as a way to protect herself in such a harsh environment. "Yuanchao, you're back?" Xie Yun recognizes Xie Yuanchao. Then she sees Xie Wan, and her whole body trembles as if shocked. She releases Xie Xing and rushes towards Xie Wan, trying to grab his collar. Xie Wan easily avoids her. "It's you, you wicked person. It must be you secretly harming us.
Yur is right.
Our family has been falling apart since you came back. You wicked, wild child." Just now, Xie Wan was thinking that if Xie Yun didn't bother her and for Xie Xing's sake, she wouldn't argue with her. But such cruel insults made Xie Wan feel upset. She moved closer to Xie Yun and lowered her voice to mock her. "Your son and niece committed crimes. What does that have to do with me? Xie Dahong divorced you. You dare not go to him and yell. Blaming me is useless. He's my dad, and I can't control whether he divorces his mistress." Xie Wan spoke confidently. The fate of Xie Yun's family is indeed closely related to her, but she was only helping to push things along. Ultimately, it was Fan Yong and Xie Yu's own bad actions and illegal deeds. But Xie Yun didn't think so. Her mental state was already unstable, and she saw Xie Wan as her biggest enemy. Now, when enemies meet, she became especially angry. She suddenly went crazy, took a pair of scissors from her apron pocket, and stabbed at Xie Wan. "I'll kill you, you wicked woman." The two were very close, and Xie Wan didn't have time to dodge. She kicked Xie Yun away with one kick. Today was the first performance of a new year by the art troupe at the 2nd Division. Many people had come to watch. Now, as the audience was entering, the commotion immediately attracted many onlookers. Lu Shiqi was also in the crowd. She should have been backstage preparing, but Mother Su called her early and said that Major Xie, who was set up for her blind date, would come to watch her performance. She was asked to come outside the hall before the show started to meet him. When she saw Director Su and Xie Yuanchao standing together, she guessed that the tall, handsome man was probably the person Director Su wanted to introduce to her. Lu Shiqi felt a little happy inside. She stood far away, wanting to look at him more closely. Director Su told her that Xie Yuanchao was not only the son of Commander Xie, but also very promising himself. Xie Yuanchao had served 5 years on the southern border of Tibet, earning 2 third-class and 1 second-class personal merits. As a company commander, he also earned a collective second-class merit. According to military rules, officers who serve 5 years in Tibet and are assigned elsewhere usually get promoted 2 ranks. So, Xie Yuanchao was still young but already a battalion-level officer. In terms of personal prospects, Xie Yuanchao was quite impressive. When Lu Shiqi first heard this, she felt a little excited. But she was proud and thought that if they didn't get along well, no matter how promising he was or how high his rank, she wouldn't care. However, she didn't expect him to be so handsome. Look at that person's head, at least 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a military uniform, looking very brave and commanding. This perfectly matches Lu Shiqi's idea of an ideal partner. She felt a little shy, blushing and heart-pounding, hoping the person would notice her from afar.
Then she saw Xie Wan.
Lu Shiqi frowned. Why was Xie Wan with Xie Yuanchao? They both have the surname Xie. Could they be relatives? No, Xie Wan's dormitory friends, the female soldiers, said her family was from in County Rinjia village. Probably just the same surname. After Xie Wan won first place in the new soldier competition, only a few people knew she was the daughter of Xie Dahong. To avoid being isolated by her roommates, she said she was from her mother Tao Hongmei's side. Her skills were also rumored to come from growing up in the countryside, often hungry, catching rabbits on the mountain to practice. So Lu Shiqi firmly denied the possibility that Xie Wan and Xie Yuanchao were siblings. Xie Wan had caused her to get into trouble, and she still held some resentment. Later, she realized that the cause of the incident was her own jealousy and gossip about Xie Wan and Su Bing. But at the time, she was just upset and only told Huang Lili. She didn't expect Huang Lili to tell so many people, which caused a big fuss and rumors to spread wildly. She felt she deserved an apology from Xie Wan. However, it escalated into a fight in their dormitory, and she was punished. After thinking it over, she realized Xie Wan was the one stirring trouble. Xie Wan wasn't as harmless as she seemed. She had played her. But Lu Shiqi admired Xie Wan's performance in the new soldier competition. So when the female soldiers in her dorm continued to talk badly about Xie Wan, she couldn't help but retort. Overall, Lu Shiqi's feelings towards Xie Wan were very complicated. She hated her, admired her a little, and also felt jealous. Then she saw this scene unfold and heard Shi Yun's accusations against Xie Wan. The crowd was noisy, and she was standing far away, so she didn't hear everything clearly. Lu Shiqi hadn't been in the cultural troupe for long and hadn't had the chance to learn about Shi Yun's background or past. To her, Shi Yun was just a poor old aunt in their troupe. Shi Yun was facing away from her, and she didn't see her take out scissors. When she saw Xie Wan kick someone away, Lu Shiqi's dissatisfaction with Xie Wan suddenly flared up. She thought to herself that Xie Wan was bullying again. She ran over, helped Shi Yun up, and shouted at Xie Wan, you're a soldier. She's just a cleaner. How can you hit her? Xie Xing also suddenly started crying, ran to Shi Yun, and protected her. He turned to Xie Wan and said, Sister, don't hit my mom. Now Lu Shiqi was a bit confused. She quietly asked Xie Xing, Xie Wan is your sister, and this aunt is your mom? Xie Xing nodded tearfully. Lu Shiqi always thought she was pretty smart. She believed she understood the family relationships quickly and angrily shouted at Xie Wan, how can you hit your mom? Don't you have any filial piety? This accusation was a bit too much and quite outrageous. Those who knew the family situation and those who saw Shi Yun pull out scissors didn't react much. But those who didn't know the truth started pointing fingers at Xie Wan. Xie Wan was almost laughed at in anger. Lu Shiqi, use your brain a bit. Please understand the family relationships before you speak. Mother Su also looked angry and scolded Lu Shiqi with a serious face. Little Lu, shut up. Didn't you see Shi Yun trying to stab Xiao Wan with scissors? Xiao Wan just kicked her away. If you can't keep your mouth shut, you'll cause trouble someday. Xie Yuanchao thought this girl was confused and dared to falsely accuse his sister, which made his face look bad. When Mother Su hinted that this girl was his blind date, Xie Yuanchao lost all interest and shouted at Xie Xing, get up, go home. After such an incident, Mother Su couldn't insist they stay anymore. She understood that this blind date was definitely not going to happen. After Xie Yuanchao pulled Xie Wan and Xie Xing away, Mother Su scolded Shi Yun and Lu Shiqi. She called Shi Yun brainless for daring to hurt someone and said she would report to the security department and have Shi Yun locked up. She also scolded Lu Shiqi a lot. You don't know anything, and just jump out to be a hero? Do you know how Shi Yun used to mistreat the children of the Xie family? Yuanchao often had no food when he was young. I secretly brought him home to eat. In a year, Shi Yun only bought Yuanchao a pair of shoes. In summer, Yuanchao went to school barefoot and got burned. Mother Su had already introduced Xie Yuanchao to Lu Shiqi before. Hearing Yuanchao's name, Lu Shiqi was even more confused. Wait, Director Su, what does this have to do with Xie Yuanchao? Director Su was so angry he gave her a forehead bump. Are you really stupid or just pretending? You know that Xie Yuanchao is the son of Teacher Xie, but you don't know that Shi Yun is Teacher Xie's ex-wife. So, why are you interfering now? Lu Shiqi was already stunned and asked foolishly, then wouldn't Xie Wan be a relative of teacher Xie? Mother Su really wanted to open Lu Shiqi's stubborn mind and scolded, what relative? Xiao Wan is teacher Xie's biological daughter, of course, not Shuyun's. Lu Shiqi's head suddenly felt dizzy, as if struck by lightning, and she murmured, their family relationships are so complicated. Lu Shiqi felt very regretful. Why was she so impulsive? After hearing Mother Su talk about Xie Yuanchao's childhood, how he endured so much hardship but still fought hard to reach his current position, Lu Shiqi thought even more highly of Xie Yuanchao. She thought about her own foolish actions today and guessed that Xie Yuanchao would definitely look down on her now. She felt very upset. She rarely lowered her proud head and tugged at Mother Su's sleeve to apologize. Director Su, I was wrong. Can you help me talk to the Xie siblings and ask them to forgive me? Mother Su sighed. She had completely lost confidence in this pair and didn't want to cause more trouble. She pushed back, forget it. I'll introduce you to someone suitable later. Lu Shiqi was a bit anxious. Director Su, please, I already know I was wrong. Mother Su couldn't refuse her anymore. She finally agreed to talk to Xie Yuanchao. To be fair, Lu Shiqi wasn't entirely wrong. Xie Dahong married 3 wives and had 3 children. Each child's mother was different. To outsiders, their family relationships did seem a bit messy. But fortunately, the 3 siblings still had a good relationship. On the way home, Xie Xing kept his head down and said nothing. Although Xie Wan disliked Shi Yun very much, she was gradually developing some genuine feelings for her younger brother, Xie Xing. Thinking about how Xie Xing was only 12 and had to face his parents' divorce, with his mother not being suitable, Xie Wan also felt a bit sorry for him. She hugged Xie Xing's shoulder and gently advised, Big sister really didn't mean to hit your mom. It was she who stabbed me with scissors. I was scared to death, so I kicked her. Xie Wan's explanation made Xie Xing easier to understand. The child slumped his shoulders, voice a bit choked. Yes, sister, I don't blame you. I just don't want to see you hit her again. Youngest, I don't want to say much about your mom either. When you grow up, you'll naturally judge who is right or wrong. I just want to tell you we can't choose our parents, but we can choose what kind of life we want to live. The adults' affairs are theirs to handle. You just focus on growing up happily. If you really want to see her, sister doesn't mind. But what your mother told you, you shouldn't believe everything blindly. You need to learn to investigate and find out the truth so you can judge right from wrong. Xie Xing knows that Fan Yong has been sentenced to death and has already been executed. He didn't have a good relationship with Fan Yong, so he wasn't very sad. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sister, Fan Hongxia isn't that bad. Can you help her? Xie Wan also doesn't dislike Fan Hongxia much. This girl is too timid. Since the day Xie Wan returned home, she's been dominated by her forcefully. She asked, hasn't Fan Hongxia gone back to the countryside to be a youth sent down? Xie Xing hesitated and said, she ran back again. She secretly came to the school to find me, asking me to help her ask you and Dad to find a way to let her return to the city. She said if you don't help her, she will have no choice but to marry someone from the countryside. Xie Wan doesn't want to get involved in this. She's not noble enough to forgive and forget. But Xie Xing has already asked her, and if she ignores it completely, she worries that this might leave a scar in the child's heart in the future. After all, Fan Hongxia is also Xie Xing's half-sister. At this moment, Xie Wan couldn't help but curse in her heart, blaming Xie Dahong for his misdeeds. Why marry anyone else? Why marry Shi Yun and bring back a whole family of trouble? She decided to pass this matter to Xie Dahong. Youngest, you should go ask Dad. He has more authority and power. Your sister just joined the army 3 months ago. She doesn't hold any official position. I want to help, but I don't have that ability. Xie Xing didn't think Xie Wan was fooling him. Although he thought his sister was very capable, Xie Wan indeed holds no official position. The child, though young, understands that only officials have the power to handle many things. He was completely misled and said with a grievance, but I don't dare to ask Dad. If I mention my mom and family matters, he'll get angry and hit me. At this moment, Xie Yuanchao, who had been listening nearby, suddenly said, Youngest, once Fan Hongxia goes back to the countryside, I will find time to see what she's really like. Don't tell her yet. Xie Wan was a bit surprised. She had always thought that Xie Yuanchao didn't get along with Fan Yong and Fan Hongxia. Xie Yuanchao had once told her that when he was young, whenever Shiyun accused him of wrongdoing, Xie Dahong would beat him, and he would go and beat Fan Yong and Fan Hongxia. Xie Yuanchao explained, Fan Hongxia was just born into the wrong family. Xie Wan quickly interrupted him, Brother, that doesn't sound right. Xie Yuanchao realized his mistake and corrected himself. I mean, she was born into the wrong circumstances, and her mother led her astray. Let me tell you something. When I was 12, Xie Dahong and Shiyun punished me by making me stand in the yard. Since it was the spring festival, it rarely snowed in the southern city. Although it was just sleet, it was freezing cold. Their family was inside eating dumplings, while I was outside feeling cold and hungry. At that time, I hated their family very much. After they finished eating and went upstairs, Fan Hongxia secretly took a bowl of dumplings and brought them outside for me, even though they were cold. She was only 7 years old then. She wasn't bad. After hearing this, Xie Wan also agreed somewhat with Xie Yuanchao's view. Suddenly, she changed her mind and said to Xie Xing, You should go less often to see your mom, so you don't get influenced. Xie Xing was now calmer and pouted, saying, I won't be influenced. Xie Yuanchao glared, and Xie Xing looked a little scared. Xie Yuanchao said, I told you to go less, so go less. Don't worry, I'll ask Su Mama to help watch over your mom, so she doesn't suffer too much. Also, I will visit Fan Hongxia to see if she's being forced or just being lazy. I won't let her get into big trouble. Only then did Xie Wan remember her original plan for tonight, to go to her brother Xie Yuanchao's blind date. She asked him, Big brother, about that girl. Xie Yuanchao impatiently said, She doesn't understand right from wrong. I'm not interested. Xie Yuanchao and Xie Xing first took Xie Wan back to her home before leaving. When she returned in the afternoon, she had already cleaned the house thoroughly. She also borrowed a stove from her neighbor Zhang Xiaolan to boil water. Seeing her back, Zhang Xiaolan specially came over and asked if she needed anything, telling her to go to her house to get it. Xie Wan thanked Zhang Xiaolan, then closed the door and entered her space. During this trip to the United States, she gained over 20,000 points of resentment. Even now, she was constantly bombarded with various English and Japanese names, FBI agents, gang members, and members of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Xie Wan thought that going abroad to cause trouble was the best way to earn resentment points. Making enemies annoyed didn't bother her at all. Before returning to Nancheng, she exchanged 20 healing pills for Qin Moi, costing her 10,000 resentment points. Qin Moi once asked her how she got such magical pills. Since Qin Moi could follow her into the study but not into the lottery room, Xie Wan didn't plan to tell him about her resentment points to prevent him from seeing through her mischievous motives and ruining the fun. She still had over 100,000 resentment points left and exchanged 10 more healing pills for herself. The spiritual energy in the space has recovered now. As long as it's convenient, she still enters the space to practice. The consumption of energy pills is not as high as before. Little Xie ran over, asking Xie Wan to let him out. Xie Wan saw Fei Guifei hiding in the grass nearby, bowing from a distance, feeling a bit speechless. These two are really quite troublesome. Little Xie is lively by nature. As soon as he returns to Nancheng, he wants to go out and play with his old friends. But after the last visit to Nancheng, little Xie played all night and was found by Fei Guifei to have a few stray hairs that didn't belong to him. Fei Guifei insisted those hairs were from a female mouse. The two mice argued fiercely, even disturbing Xie Wan. She couldn't understand how Fei Guifei could tell male from female just by a few hairs. Anyway, Fei Guifei begged Xie Wan not to let little Xie out again after returning to Nancheng. Of course, little Xie was unwilling. From her perspective as a female, Xie Wan thought she should help Fei Guifei. But she also felt little Xie was lively, and going out didn't necessarily mean betraying her marriage. Constantly restricting little Xie's freedom wasn't a long-term solution. So, Xie Wan was caught in the middle and felt a bit stuck. She suggested, Little Xie, Why don't you take your wife out to play together? Little Xie scoffed. We male mice have our own world. Why should I take my wife out? It's boring to be tied down. Xie Wan couldn't help but remind him. Look behind you. You should first convince your wife, then come find me. Little Xie turned his head and saw Fei Guifei hiding in the grass. He felt very embarrassed and went over to pull Fei Guifei out. What are you sneaking around here for? Are you stalking me? No, I just came out to enjoy the scenery. Humph, don't think I don't know. You must have begged the boss not to let me out. Your Majesty, you've changed, boo-hoo. Such a nuisance, always crying and whining. The mouse couple argued. Xie Wan thought back to when little Xie first met Fei Guifei at the hospital, firmly believing this was her dream mouse, and couldn't help but sigh. Is marriage really the grave of love? Even a mouse's love can't withstand the hardships of life? She was a bit worried about her marriage with Qin Mai. She was about to study at the Military Medical University for a year, and they would be apart often. Would their marriage face problems? Just then, several messages about resentment levels came in, catching Xie Wan's attention. Lu Shiqi, resentment level plus 99. Chu Jiangnan, resentment level plus 399. Chu Jiangnan resentment level increased by 999. Xie Wan found it strange. Lu Shiqi felt a little bit resentful towards her, which she could understand. But Chu Jiangnan's intense resentment towards her was hard to accept. They didn't have much interaction, yet her resentment kept increasing and reached the maximum level of 999. What's going on? Suddenly, Xie Wan thought that Qin Moi was on duty in the team tonight. Could it be that Qin Moi provoked Chu Jiangnan? Xie Wan decided to call Qin Moi. She looked down and saw the worried, resentful face of concubine Xi, and a picture of herself in that same state appeared in her mind, making her shiver. I don't want to become like that. Xie Wan firmly told herself. She needed to believe in herself. If that day really came when Qin Moi lost interest, they could just part ways. She could still live a wonderful life alone. What was there to fear? Xie Wan decided not to call him. Maybe Qin Moi would call her himself to explain. Tonight was his duty shift. He called the Xie family from his office. However, Xie Dahong said that Xie Wan and Xie Yuanchao siblings went to watch a show. After hanging up, Qin Moi picked up the high school math book Xie Wan had prepared for him. Qin Moi joined the army at 16 and never attended high school. His foreign language skills were learned in the Special Operations team as a professional skill. But he hadn't studied other high school subjects. After marrying Xie Wan, she kept telling him about the importance of knowledge, saying future wars would be about technology. Qin Moi also thought he should fill in his high school basics and, at the right time, consider going to college. He was particularly interested in military command college. Chu Jiangnan had already leaked information through channels that Qin Moi was likely to be promoted to deputy regiment level. The current advice from above was that the couple couldn't stay in the Special Operations team. One of them had to transfer to a regular combat unit. Qin Moi was reluctant to leave the Special Operations team, but he believed Xie Wan was more suitable to stay. He had already told Chu Jiangnan that he might return to the 2nd Division as a deputy regimental commander. Chu Jiangnan was also reluctant to let Qin Moi go but agreed with his decision. He thought Xie Wan staying in the Special Operations team would allow her to be more effective. Plus, with Chu Jiangnan protecting her, her secrets wouldn't be easily exposed. Qin Moi focused on reading his book when someone knocked on the office door.
Come in.
He didn't think much of it. It was only 8 p.m., and he assumed it was a teammate from the team coming to see him. The door opened. The person entering was Chu Jiangnan. Am I disturbing you while you're reading? Chu Jiangnan had already entered the office and brushed her short hair, which was just below her ears, behind her ears. Jiangnan, is there something you want to talk about? Qin Mai put down his pen and looked up. Since learning that Qin Mai was married to Xie Wan, Chu Jiangnan had been feeling upset. She thought it was her fault for not telling Qin Mai her feelings earlier, which allowed Xie Wan to take advantage. She couldn't understand why Qin Mai and her cousin valued Xie Wan so much, even though she was just a new soldier. Even though she was a military doctor, her skills were average. When they were in India, Xie Wan had treated her injuries, but Chu Jiangnan didn't think Xie Wan was particularly talented. Xie Wan's actions in India were mostly hidden from her, so she didn't see her as impressive. She believed Xie Wan only managed to stay in the special operations team because of her family and her relationship with Qin Mai. Other team members thought Xie Wan was very beautiful and suited Qin Mai well. Hearing this made Chu Jiangnan feel even worse. She wasn't as pretty as Xie Wan, but she wasn't ugly either. She often told those who praised Xie Wan's looks that Qin Mai wasn't someone who only cared about appearance. Still, she couldn't convince herself. Why wasn't she chosen? Why did Qin Mai secretly marry Xie Wan behind her back? Tonight, she came to ask Qin Mai for an answer. She closed the door and sat in the chair opposite him, staring at the man she had liked for many years. Mai, I want to ask you, why did you marry Xie Wan? Qin Mai was stunned. He hadn't really thought about this question carefully. He felt that their relationship from dating to marriage was very natural and smooth. Their first date was to the park to see monkeys, and Xie Wan thought they were going to catch spies. Looking back, they often laughed about it, feeling very happy and sweet. Nowadays, people don't usually say things like love openly and are more shy about expressing their feelings. But Qin Mai knew in his heart that he loved Xie Wan. Thinking of that day, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he looked very soft. Seeing Qin Mai lost in thought, Chu Jiangnan asked sharply, "Why? Can't you tell me?" She seemed a bit aggressive. Qin Mai snapped back to reality. Her attitude made him uncomfortable. He asked, I'll trank you, and it seems you're not here on behalf of the organization to talk to me? Chu Jiangnan choked, and suddenly she felt a bit angry. Qin Mai, do I not even have the right to ask a question? Qin Mai was confused and asked suspiciously, Jiangnan, what's wrong? Is it because Xie Wan is too outstanding, and you feel she's taking your place in the team, making you uncomfortable? Recently, Qin Mai had heard rumors that Xie Wan's military achievements were given up by him. He also guessed that these words came from Chu Jiangnan. He saw this as jealousy between women because his wife was truly too excellent. Over the years, he had never realized that Chu Jiangnan liked him. After all, they didn't meet often, each busy with their own things. In Qin Mai's mind, Chu Jiangnan and Wang Xiang were just good colleagues, comrades, and brothers. Chu Jiangnan was also very proud and never dared to show her feelings openly. She always believed that one day, Qin Mai would be attracted to her because of her excellence. When Qin Mai said she was jealous of Xie Wan, Chu Jiangnan's proud heart was hurt again. Suddenly, she got angry and shouted at Qin Mai, "How dare you say she's better than me? Just because she's your wife now? I've been in the special forces for many years, and she's only been in for 3 months. My military achievements are no less than hers." Qin Mai, a man who disliked arguing with women, also disliked others attacking Xie Wan. He stood up, poured a glass of water to calm things down, and placed it in front of Chu Jiangnan, trying to soothe her. Yes, I misspoke. Your military achievements are the same as Xie Wan's. You've been in the army for many years, and she's only been in for 3 months. You can't compare. When Qin Mai said this, he thought he was comforting Chu Jiangnan. But to her, it sounded completely different. She felt Qin Mai was mocking her. She had used many years, while Xie Wan only took 3 months to achieve the same military accomplishments. It was a mockery of her incompetence. Chu Jiangnan directly poured the water on Qin Mai's face and scolded, "Qin Mai, you." Then she stormed out. Until she left, she didn't clarify her true intention for coming. Qin Mai also didn't understand. He felt confused and a bit angry, muttering at the door, "Women's jealousy really is scary. Xie Wan is too outstanding, and it's a trouble. How much jealousy and trouble she'll face in the future." Qin Mai was worried and thought that even if he had to leave the special forces, he must talk to Chu Jiangnan. It would be best to also transfer Chu Jiangnan away, so she won't bully their little one in the future. He wiped his face slightly, held a teacup, and went to Chu Jiangnan's office. Chu Jiangnan was still working overtime. Seeing Qin Mai come in a bit annoyed, he smiled and said, "Hey, does anyone in this team dare to upset you?" Or is it your wife calling and nagging you about those dollars again? Qin Moi glared and sat down heavily across from Chu Jiangnan, seriously saying, Old Chu, I think your cousin is too jealous. You should criticize her properly, maybe even transfer her back to the capital. Chu Jiangnan was surprised. How did Xie Wan offend you? Are you trying to drive her away? Qin Moi briefly explained what had just happened. He pointed at his collar and complained, Look, my clothes are still wet. Your cousin's temper is really strong. She splashed me, and I can let it go for your sake, but if she dares to do that to our little Wan, I won't be polite. Chu Jiangnan rubbed his forehead, looking at Qin Moi as if he were a fool. Over the years, Chu Jiangnan had understood some of his cousin's feelings. He jokingly helped to test Qin Moi. That was several years ago. He remembered how exaggerated Qin Moi's expression was back then. That's her cousin, and she looks just like you. Don't go mixing up your love lives. When I see her, I feel like I'm seeing you. Think about that feeling. Ugh, it's creepy. Chu Jiangnan knew then that these two would never have a future together. Over the years, he had also thought about ways to get Chu Xinran back to the capital, but that girl was stubborn and refused to admit she had feelings for Qin Moi or to return to the capital. He thought that once Qin Moi got married, his cousin would give up. He never expected such a scene to happen. Chu Jiangnan had also mentioned several times at home that he hoped Chu Xinran would return to the capital. Now he was seriously considering how to persuade his stubborn cousin to come back. The next morning, Xie Yuanchao drove Xie Wan to Yucheng. Xiao Wan, you're sure you'll come home this weekend? Call me in advance, so I can come pick you up. No need, I'll take a long-distance bus back myself. Forget it, taking the bus will take over an hour longer. I'll come pick you up. Xie Yuanchao took Xie Wan's luggage from the car. This was during a chaotic period when military schools across the country were being merged and relocated. The 3rd Military Medical University was formed from the original 6th and 7th Military Medical Universities and moved to Shanghai in 1969. It only started gradually moving to Yucheng this year. The campus here is still under construction, with only some departments and the affiliated hospital operating and moving in. The full relocation is expected next year. The school's facilities are very basic now, and even the dormitories are not finished yet. The dorms are temporary accommodations taken from the hospital's staff housing. Classes are held in meeting rooms and auditoriums at the hospital, with classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Luckily, many universities have paused classes for sports events in recent years, so there are not many students. The military university is a bit better. It rarely recruits from the general public and mainly trains students through internal recommendations. Xie Wan finally managed to report to the teaching office and receive her dorm key and class schedule. She carried her luggage, found her dorm room, pushed the door open, and saw no one inside. However, she noticed that 3 beds already had bedding on them. There were 3 empty beds in the room. She chose an unoccupied lower bunk and placed her luggage on the upper bunk. Although she left early in the morning, it was almost noon now. She took some money and food coupons, planning to buy meal tickets at the supplies office. Since she was a commissioned student, her grain and oil supplies had not been transferred to the school, so she had to buy her own meal tickets. After purchasing the tickets, she went to the cafeteria, which is now combined with the hospital. The food is inexpensive. Braised pork costs only 50 cents, and 2 ounces of rice cost just 10 cents. Most of the people eating are students who just finished class. Many looked at Xie Wan with curiosity, perhaps because she wasn't wearing a white coat but only her military uniform, making her stand out. 2 older-looking girls finished their meals and sat next to Xie Wan. One of them glanced at her rank and whispered, "Still a non-commissioned officer?" Xie Wan ignored her and continued eating. The curious girl couldn't hold back and tapped her aluminum lunchbox to get her attention. "Hey, little NCO, are you new to logistics?" By then, Xie Wan was almost done eating, packing up her lunchbox as she replied, "No, I'm here to study." After Xie Wan left, the 2 girls started whispering, "Could she be the one who hasn't arrived in our dorm yet?" Probably not. She's a NCO, and our class's lowest rank is a captain. She doesn't look that old, so it's unlikely. Eat quickly. After we finish, we'll go back to the dorm and see. Xie Wan was tidying her luggage in the dorm when the door was pushed open. Two girls, the ones she saw earlier in the cafeteria, entered. "You really are in our dorm, huh?" The girl who previously called Xie Wan little officer spoke. She took off her white coat, revealing a military uniform similar to Xie Wan's, but her rank was captain. "This is getting interesting. I'm the lowest rank in our class, just a second lieutenant, haha. Now someone with an even lower rank has arrived." The girl smiled. Another girl also removed her clothes, and her rank was major. She looked older, probably around 28 or 29, and seemed more calm and steady than the captain. She reached out her hand to greet Xie Wan. "Hello, classmate. My name is Chen Qian, and I'm the class's welfare officer. The instructor told us a new student would join this semester. It's been several days since school started, and finally, we've met you." Normally, Xie Wan should have saluted these two, as their ranks were higher than hers. But she didn't want to be the lowest in the dorm. She shook Chen Qian's hand happily and said, "Big sister Chen, my name is Xie Wan. I'm 19 years old and just joined the army as a new recruit. Please take care of me, Big sister Chen." Xie Wan was naturally pretty, with a sweet smile, and she also acted a bit cute. Her calling her big sister along with her adorable, silly smile immediately made Chen Qian like her. Little Xie, you're only 19 and a new recruit? That makes you the youngest in our class. Zhang Xiaoyu, you can't just bully her because your rank is higher," said the captain named Zhang Xiaoyu, pouting and pretending to be jealous. "Chen, you've changed. Seeing someone younger than me, and you're suddenly all maternal. I'm so sad." Xie Wan suddenly found these two quite interesting. She took some milk candies from her bag and shared them with both of them. During their chat, she learned that they had been in the army for several years, mostly as medics, and had been recommended to study here. Chen Qian was 29, with a 9-year-old child, and Zhang Xiaoyu was 25 and already married. "Little Xie, are you married? If not, our single guys in the class will go crazy," they said. Xie Wan replied that she was already married. Chen Qian looked a bit regretful and said, "Our class has 25 people, including only 4 girls in our dorm. The rest are all boys. Most of them aren't married yet. Why did you get married so early? If you weren't married, you could pick a future military doctor from our class." Xie Wan smiled silently, confident that her husband Qin Muyue wouldn't be any worse than these people. Zhang Xiaoyu sat on the bed, complaining most of them used to be military doctors. This time, they're here for further training, so they're quite impressive. Unlike us girls, who were just medical soldiers before, our basic skills are much worse. Xie Wan pointed to another bed and asked, "Is there someone else in our dorm?" Zhang Xiaoyu pouted and whispered, "She's very capable. She usually doesn't come back at noon." Xie Wan didn't understand and looked at Chen Qian. Chen Qian seemed to dislike gossiping behind people's backs. She glared at Zhang Xiaoyu and then explained to Xie Wan, "That student is Mo Shuang. She's 26 years old, very hardworking. Usually, she helps out in the department she's familiar with during lunch." Xie Wan smiled and suddenly felt a bit of the college days again. Back then, if one classmate was very diligent, there were always some who weren't, and they would talk behind their backs. "Xiao Xie, you just joined the army. How did you get recommended to study here? And we've been here for a year and a half. You joined late. Can you keep up? I'm a sponsored student sent by my unit. I've learned some basics myself, but I can't keep up. Please, older sisters, can you lend me your notes to look at? Can you tell us which unit you're from?" Xie Wan shook her head. The Special Operations team has rules that prevent them from casually revealing their unit numbers outside. Zhang Xiaoyu and Chen Qian exchanged glances and immediately guessed that Xie Wan was from a secret unit, so they didn't ask further. Both agreed to lend her their notes. Chen Qian, the Life Committee member, took Xie Wan to get a white coat and daily supplies. Lunch break was almost over. "There are no classes this afternoon, so you'll be doing an internship at the hospital. You haven't been assigned a department yet, right?" Xie Wan shook her head. Chen Qian, like a caring older sister, took her to find the instructor. The instructor said that the internship placement was specified in the sponsored contract, and Xie Wan needed to work in the surgical emergency department. On the way to the surgical emergency department, Chen Qian seemed to have something to say, but held back. Xie Wan thought she was very kind, and in just an hour, they had become quite close. She couldn't help but ask, Sister Chen, just say what you want. As long as it's not against the rules and you can answer, I'll tell you everything. Chen Qian then asked, you said you just joined the army as a medical soldier this year, but in the surgical emergency department, most staff have at least 3 years of experience. They usually don't accept interns. Our class has 2 students doing internships there, but they've been military doctors for several years. Xiao Xie, were you a doctor before? Xie Wan thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Yes, I used to be a veterinarian and worked in that field for many years. Chen Qian grinned skeptically. Really? Doing surgery on animals is the same as on humans? Xie Wan asked back, don't you practice suturing and wound cleaning on animals? I've performed surgeries on dogs, cats, cows, and pigs. Think about it, animals and humans only differ in size and position. For the same case, isn't the surgery pretty much the same? Xie Wan's explanation completely diverted Chen Qian's thoughts. She nodded and said, that's true. We practice heart surgeries using dogs. You know all these techniques. No wonder they sent you to the surgical emergency department. Chen Qian took Xie Wan to the surgical emergency room, where they happened to meet 2 classmates. This is Li Aigua and Zhang Weigua. One is our class monitor, and the other is the study committee member. Xiao Xie, just follow them, and you'll be fine. Chen Qian introduced Xie Wan to Li Aigua and Zhang Weigua. When they saw her, their eyes lit up. Chen Qian quickly added, monitor and study committee member, Xiao Xie is already married. You 2 don't stand a chance. But since she's young, treat her like a little sister and look after her. The boys' expressions immediately changed. Zhang Weigua, a guy in his mid-20s, sighed. Thought we finally got a Lin sister. But it turns out she's from the Lin family of Zhishao. Xie Wan, who had read Dream of the Red Chamber, knew that Zhizhao's family was Wang Shifeng's maid. Well, because she's married now, she's gone from a young lady to a maid. Zhang Weigua was a bit too realistic, wasn't he? But Xie Wan considered her own weak foundation and knew she would need to learn from these 2. She saluted and said, Big brothers, please take care of me in the future. Li Aigua and Zhang Weigua both smiled. Little girl, you're quite clever, but your military salute mixed with calling us big brothers, it's a bit awkward. Are you trying to join a sect? Xie Wan quickly got along with her classmates. She felt her year of study wouldn't be too difficult. In Sichuan province, there is a habit of taking a midday break. Most workplaces start work again at 2 p.m. in winter. Xie Wan put on a brand new white coat and followed Zhang Weigua to Zhou Aimin's office. Zhou Aimin looked very grim, as if someone owed him a lot of money. Teacher Zhou, my name is Xie Wan. I just arrived today. The instructor said, I will be working with you from now on. Please take care of me. Zhou Aimin looked indifferent, glancing at Xie Wan with disdain. He snorted dismissively and said coldly, Don't call me teacher. I don't have students like you. Xie Wan was a bit stunned. She was sure she didn't know this senior doctor named Zhou Aimin and certainly hadn't offended him. Even Zhang Weigua looked a little confused. Director Zhou from the emergency department was known for being strict and fair, but he wasn't unreasonable. Why did Xie Wan offend Director Zhou so much that he showed such hostility and was completely unkind? The story started 2 hours earlier, when her supervisor brought her student record to Zhou Aimin. After looking at her record, Zhou Aimin got very angry. He said, This is nonsense. A completely inexperienced newcomer. Why put her in our emergency department for training? What can she do? Even if we give her a year, she might not learn a simple wound cleaning and stitching. I won't accept her. Send her back to study for 2 more years, master the basics, then rotate through different departments for a year before coming here for training. Xie Wan's supervisor, Lu Qinfin, could only smile and explain, Director Zhou, Xie Wan isn't completely without foundation. I heard she worked as a veterinarian for many years, and she's a disciple of the famous traditional Chinese medicine expert Su Xingbai. Zhou Aimin interrupted sharply, Ridiculous. Treating animals is not the same as treating people. Learning Chinese medicine and then meddling in Western medicine, This is reckless endangerment. Lu Qinfen tried to reason. There are experts in combining Chinese and Western medicine here in our country. But Zhou Aimin cut him off loudly. Are they the same? Chinese Western integrated medicine is internal medicine, but I'm in surgical emergency. It's different. Lu Qinfen had no choice but to bring up higher authority. He pointed to the word confidential on Xie Wan's student record and said, "This is a talent being specially trained for a confidential unit. We can only see part of her information. What if she's a medical genius and urgently needed by the military?" The other unit said that Xie Wan must be trained as a battlefield doctor, so she can only intern in your emergency department. Although Zhou Aimin was very resistant, he couldn't go against orders from above. He could only swallow his anger and accept Xie Wan. He muttered fiercely, "I won't let her graduate and cause harm." Lu Qinfen smiled apologetically. "She's just a trainee, and it's not up to you to decide whether she graduates." Zhou Aimin responded, "What's wrong with being a trainee? Trainees also need a graduation certificate, which requires the guidance teacher's score and signature approval before they can graduate. Under my supervision, she won't even get her certificate." Lu Qinfen knows that Director Zhou is very strict. He doesn't have bad intentions. He is just very responsible about his work, especially with every student he teaches. He is very strict. According to him, he would never allow anyone unqualified to graduate and then harm patients. Xie Wan originally thought her year of study would be easy, but as soon as she arrived, she faced a tough start. Her internship supervisor had already decided she couldn't graduate. Zhou Aimin looked at his watch and got up to leave the office. Zhang Weigua quickly followed. Xie Wan was a bit stunned. Then Zhang Weigua turned and shouted, "Follow me." Only then did Xie Wan realize and hurried to catch up. For a whole week, Xie Wan spent mornings in classes and afternoons during her internship just watching behind Zhou Aimin. When Zhou Aimin was teaching Zhang Weigua, she listened carefully nearby. Zhou Aimin neither asked her to leave nor taught her. He didn't even bother to talk to her. On the first day, Xie Wan was very angry, but after the instructor came to find her that evening and talked to her, she felt better. She thought Zhou Aimin's idea was right. Being a doctor means being responsible for people's lives. You can't treat patients carelessly, and not everyone is qualified. But she is an exception. She didn't study clinical medicine systematically, but she had learned veterinary medicine for 4 years in her previous life and was licensed for over a year. Veterinarians and human doctors are quite different, but what she lacked was basic knowledge and case experience. Her external skills weren't entirely lacking. She was already quite skilled in suturing, wound cleaning, separation, ligation, fixation, and anastomosis, surgical techniques needed in surgery. Xie Wan decided she must work hard to change Zhou Aimin's impression of her and earn her graduation certificate with real skills. From the next day, whenever she returned to her dorm, she frantically copied notes from Chen Qian and Zhang Xiyu. Her foundation in clinical medicine was indeed weak. She studied day and night, memorizing everything. In just 5 days, she memorized what others learned in a semester. Zhou Aimin ignored her, but she wasn't angry. Every day, she followed him closely, watching how he handled emergency cases. She also bought Zhang Weigua's trust. If she didn't understand something while studying, she would secretly ask Zhang Weigua. If Zhang Weigua didn't understand something, he would ask Zhou Aimin and then relay her explanation. On Friday, Zhou Aimin went to perform a surgery, so Zhang Weigua stayed in the emergency room with a young doctor named Wu. Wu might have eaten something bad and went to the restroom during his shift. At that moment, several workers from the nearby glass factory arrived. The head nurse brought them over and, seeing only Zhang Weigua and Xie Wan, became anxious and asked, "Where is Dr. Wu?" Zhang Weigua said he was in the restroom. The nurse hurried to find him. The glass factory workers shouted to Zhang Weigua and Xie Wan, "Doctor, please help us. We're in so much pain." Although this hospital was a military hospital, it was open to the public because it also served as a teaching hospital. They needed enough cases for training, so they couldn't only serve soldiers and their families. Seeing the glass shards and the blood all over their bodies, Zhang Weigua was a bit stunned and asked, "What happened to you all?" One worker replied, "There was an explosion at the factory." Zhang Weigua, who had joined the army after finishing technical school and had worked at a military hospital for a few years, was not a complete novice. He remained calm and began examining their wounds. There were 5 injured people. 2 had serious wounds with glass embedded in their legs, stomachs, and arms, with over 10 pieces each. The other 3 had lighter injuries with only 2 or 3 cuts. The hardest part was removing the glass shards that had penetrated the skin and muscles, which was quite complicated. Usually, Zhou Aimin would have Zhang assist with some tasks, and Zhang didn't hesitate. He started using forceps to remove the glass from the first patient. Xie Wan also found a pair of forceps and helped another severely injured patient to sit down. She carefully parted the wound with her hand and pulled out a glass shard about 3 centimeters long. Blood slowly seeped from the wound, and Xie Wan checked it. The wound was deep, but the glass was removed completely, and luckily, no major blood vessels were damaged. If they delayed, the patient would lose too much blood. She quickly cleaned the wound and took some sutures to start stitching.
Stop.
Who told you to touch the patient? A worried voice shouted from behind. But Xie Wan remained calm and continued stitching. The skin on the human body offers resistance. Suturing is a skilled task that requires mastery in understanding how different needle tips the human body. It's important to choose the best stitching point, make clean and quick stitches, and keep the stitches neat and tight. Xie Wan has sewn up many animals before. The skin of other animals is actually tougher than human skin, making it harder to sew. Xie Wan secretly applied some internal energy to the needle, and she could feel the resistance lessen. Her stitches became faster. In just 30 seconds, she finished sewing the wound. She then stood up and said to Dr. Wu behind her, "Dr. Wu, I'm sorry. I saw you weren't here earlier. The patient has many wounds, and I was worried he might lose too much blood and faint, so I quickly treated the deepest wound first." Dr. Wu, whose surname is Wu, was pulled out of the bathroom by the head nurse. Recently, Zhou Aimin's attitude towards Xie Wan had become known in the emergency department. People said Xie Wan was an inexperienced trainee, probably just there to pass the time. So when they saw her sewing the patient's wounds, Dr. Wu hurriedly called out in concern. He didn't really hold a grudge against Xie Wan, especially since she was a pretty young girl. After listening to her explanation, Dr. Wu criticized her while sitting in the chair where she had just sat, beginning to check the wound she had sewn. "You're too impulsive. Do you think sewing is that easy? You think you can learn it in 2 days? You've caused me trouble. When Director Zhou comes back, he'll scold me to death." Then he looked at the stitched wound and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, not bad technique." He then scowled and said, "Although the stitches look good, this is just the simplest skin sewing. Don't get cocky. And without Director Zhou's approval, you're not allowed to do this." Xie Wan nodded obediently and eagerly helped Dr. Wu hand over tools, acting as his assistant. When Dr. Wu needed to pick out glass shards, she immediately handed him the tweezers. Just before starting to clean the wound, she handed him a cotton swab dipped in iodine. After finishing a wound, she handed him the scissors. Dr. Wu suddenly smiled. This young girl is quite clever. Then, unexpectedly, the patient asked, "Doctor, why does it hurt less when the female doctor sews me up, but when you sew, it hurts almost to the point of fainting? Can I have her do it instead?" Dr. Wu didn't like hearing this. He wouldn't admit that his sewing skills were worse than those of a student who is just learning the basics. "Nonsense. I think you're distracted by looks and forgetting the pain. Be honest, or I'll give you some anesthesia," said the patient with a gland. "I've heard too much anesthesia can make you dumb. I'm already slow. I don't want to become dumber. Just change me, please." Dr. Wu got angry, which could lead to serious consequences, because suddenly his stomach started hurting again. He stood up angrily and said to Xie Wan, "Sew him up, make him suffer." Then he moved aside for Xie Wan. After Xie Wan finished stitching one wound, Dr. Wu noticed why the patient said Xie Wan's sewing didn't hurt as much. It was because Xie Wan was so quick with her stitches. Dr. Wu covered his stomach and said, "I'll go to the bathroom.
Keep sewing.
When I come back, I have something to ask you." Zhang Weiguo was busy with another patient. When Xie Wan started working, he thought she was just helping to pick out glass shards. Since there were so many shards, having an extra person helped speed things up, so he didn't stop her. When Xie Wan finished stitching, Dr. Wu had already returned. He wouldn't interfere, so he didn't say anything. After Dr. Wu left again, Zhang Weiguo told Xie Wan, "You scared me." Luckily, it looks like Dr. Wu approved you to do the work. While Director Zhou isn't here, you should practice more. Xie Wan had been grateful to Zhang Weiguo these days. She even started calling him senior brother in private. Both of them studied under Zhou. Though Zhou didn't officially acknowledge Xie Wan as his apprentice, Zhang Weiguo was definitely her senior. While treating the patient, Xie Wan said to Zhang Weiguo, "Thanks, senior brother. When Dr. Wu comes back, I'll ask him not to tell Teacher Zhou. That way, he won't scold you." When Dr. Wu finished his bathroom break, he found that Xie Wan and Zhang Weiguo had already finished with the patient. Dr. Wu checked the wounds of several patients and issued a prescription for tetanus vaccines, telling them to get vaccinated. Only the three of them remained in the treatment room. Curious, Dr. Wu asked Xie Wan, "I noticed your stitching skills are pretty good. That's not something you learn in just a few days. Where did you learn it?" Xie Wan then tried to bluff by saying she had been a veterinarian for a while. Dr. Wu, being a professional, immediately sensed something was off. Even if you often perform surgeries on animals before, your speed in stitching like this, without years of practice, isn't possible, he said. Xie Wan thought for a moment and came up with a new excuse. "I also studied traditional Chinese medicine. My master, Su Xingbai, taught me Su-style acupuncture. Our Su-style acupuncture emphasizes stability, accuracy, and decisiveness. I am used to this speed of needling." Dr. Wu nodded and said, No wonder. Traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture also tests skill. It's rare that you understand it so thoroughly. Xie Wan clearly felt that Dr. Wu's favor towards her increased. She took the opportunity to ask him not to tell Zhou about today's matter. Dr. Wu smiled and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I tell him, I'll be the first to get scolded.
No worries.
When Director Zhou isn't around, you can secretly ask me if you don't understand something." Xie Wan was happy to have gained another way to learn secretly. It was announced that there was no internship on Saturday afternoon because the instructors would be attending political studies. Xie Wan called her brother, Xie Yuanchao, in advance to ask him to pick her up and take her home. After finishing her morning classes, Xie Wan ran out of the hospital and saw her brother's car parked by the roadside. "Brother, thank you for your trouble," she said. She had previously thought about taking a long trip home by herself, but after a week of intense studying, she was really tired and didn't want to waste time on the return trip, so she called her brother. Seeing the large dark circles under her sister's eyes, Xie Yuanchao felt very distressed. As he opened her car door, he muttered, "How many sleepless nights have you had? You're here to study, but you look like you're chasing ghosts. Look at these dark circles, darker than pandas." As soon as Xie Wan got in the car, she took out a book from her bag and said, "Brother, my foundation is too weak, and I'm a transfer student. If I don't work hard to catch up, I won't understand what the teachers are saying." Xie Yuanchao felt sorry for his sister and said, "Your unit is the same. Why did they assign you as a transfer student trainee? I think you'd be better off waiting a year for a recommended admission. Studying for 4 years normally isn't that hard." Xie Wan was actually quite grateful for Chu Jiangnan's arrangement of her trainee qualification. If she had entered through the regular recommendation process, that would also be good, but her rank and experience weren't enough yet. She believed that when she had the chance, she could go again. For now, she needed to learn her skills first. No one could take that away. "Brother, I don't have time to chat. I need to memorize today's class content first. I'll tell you when I get home." As a medical student, she had to memorize a lot. Just anatomy could make her bald from all the reciting. There were also countless details in pathology, pharmacology, and more. If it weren't for her ability to memorize almost instantly after washing her marrow, catching up with others would be a dream. On the way home, Xie Yuanzhao was driving, and Xie Wan was sitting behind him all the way. When they arrived, Xie Yuanzhao finally told Xie Wan, "Aunt Wu and Uncle Wu brought Lon Lon here. They both have jobs and can't stay long, so they only stayed for 2 days before leaving. Aunt Wu asked you to talk to Lan Lan and comfort her. We all find it hard to talk to her. Xie Wan's visit was mainly because Lulan had come from afar. Considering her special situation, she was worried that the men at home couldn't handle her, so she made a special trip back. When they arrived, Xie Dahong had already gone to work, and Xie Xing was in class. As soon as they entered the house, Xie Wan noticed it was unusually clean. The front door and windows were polished to shine, and even the yard was swept so thoroughly that no fallen leaves were visible. Previously, Aunt Zhou also kept the house very tidy, but it wasn't this spotless. Did Lan Lan do all this? What do you think? Who else could it be? You don't know. She's been here for 3 days and hasn't rested for a moment. She treats herself like a servant from the old days. She even took over Aunt Zhou's chores. We're all a bit afraid of her. You'll see when you meet her. Anyway, you should persuade her. I think something's a bit off with her. Xie Yuanzhao whispered, pointing to his head. When Xie Wan was in Minnan before, she didn't think Lu Lan was obsessive about cleanliness. Hearing the door open, Lu Lan rushed out wearing an apron. Little Wan, you're back? She wanted to help carry the luggage but realized Xie Wan didn't bring much, just a backpack. Inside, Lu Lan poured water for Xie Wan and asked if she was hungry. It seemed that as soon as Xie Wan said hungry, she would rush into the kitchen to prepare a feast. Aunt Zhou stood nearby with a bitter smile, making eye contact with Xie Wan, her gaze full of pleading. She hoped Xie Wan would quickly tell Lu Lan to stop. If she kept going like this, Aunt Zhou might lose her job. Lan Lan, don't be busy.
Sit with me for a while.
Because of Xie Wan's invitation, Lu Lan finally sat down for a moment. But even sitting beside Xie Wan, her gaze kept shifting. When she saw a small water stain on the coffee table, she immediately grabbed a cloth and wiped it clean. Xie Wan carefully observed Lu Lan. She looked much thinner than the last time they met. Her features, which resembled Xie Wan somewhat, were darker in complexion. But this time, her skin looked yellowish and somewhat sickly and exhausted. The two sisters' eyes were usually large and black, but now her eyes seemed dull and tired. These bright eyes on Xie Wan's face look very lively and cute. However, Lu Lan's gaze is unfocused, making her eyes seem dull and slow. When Xie Wan first heard Xie Yuanchao describe her, she thought Lu Lan was just new to a strange place and felt insecure, so she was very diligent. But now, it seems the situation is quite serious. Lu Lan might really have some psychological problems. In this era, few people pay attention to mental health issues. Xie Wan, who studied veterinary medicine in her past life, knows that not only humans but also dogs can have psychological problems. She feels a bit worried. Where can she find a psychologist for Lu Lan here? It's probably impossible. Although Xie Wan has studied pet psychology, she isn't sure if therapy for dogs would work on humans. Lan Lan, don't worry about anything. Let's go for a walk outside, Xie Wan suggests. No, it's okay. You just came back and must be tired from the trip. Maybe Xiao Wan should go to sleep first. Lu Lan clearly resists going out. Xie Yuanchao quietly waves at Xie Wan from afar, indicating that Lu Lan hasn't left the house since she arrived at the Xie family. Xie Wan remembers Lu Lan's past experiences. She was hurt by rumors and hardly went out when she was in Minnan. She was afraid that if she kept herself locked up, she might develop problems. That's why Xie Xiaoyan and her husband brought her all the way to Sichuan. Lu Lan, noticing Xie Wan isn't speaking, becomes nervous again. She looks like a child who did something wrong, lowers her head, and says shyly, Xiao Wan, I'm sorry. I took your room. If you don't like the bed I used, you can sleep in Xingxing's room first. I just changed all his bedding yesterday. Xie Yuanchao, standing nearby, grins. Not only has Lu Lan changed all the bedding in Xingxing's room, but she has also changed the bedding in every room in the house. Actually, Lu Lan is not living in Xie Wan's room now, but in an old small room downstairs. Worried she might overthink, Xie Wan explains, Lan Lan, I don't live there anymore. I'm married now, and my home is right here in this courtyard. Come on, I'll take you to see my house. After much persuasion, Xie Wan finally gets Lu Lan to leave the house. Seeing her look like she's heading to the execution ground, Xie Wan feels a bit sad. Rumors can be cruel. Many girls can't bear them and choose to end their lives. Xie Wan is determined to help Lu Lan overcome her past shadows and live bravely. This is a dog that has been awarded a first-class merit. Sister Lan Lan, pet it once, it won't bite you. Lan Lan shook her head. I'm too scared. Seeing that Lan Lan was no longer so afraid of Huang, Xie Wan finally opened the dog cage and let Huang out. Huang immediately started to play happily, pouncing on Xie Wan. Luckily, Xie Wan is strong now, or she might have been knocked over.
Good boy, sit down.
If you pounce on me again, I'll be mad. Huang obediently sat down. Xie Wan brought Lan Lan here to help open her heart, so she deliberately guided Lan Lan to interact with Huang. She used dog language to talk to Huang. Huang, I have a favor to ask. The lady next to me is my cousin. She's been feeling down lately because someone bullied her. Can you help cheer her up? Huang's head shook wildly, clearly unwilling. Xie Wan begged, come on, big brother Huang. Act cute and adorable. I know you're the best. As long as you act cute, which girl could resist? Huang huffed and puffed, as if saying, are you kidding me? With my proud and mighty merit dog status, you want me to act cute? I'm not a pet dog. Huang protested loudly, barking at Xie Wan. Xie Wan barked back, and it seemed like they were arguing. This made Lan Lan, standing nearby, stare in shock. Her dull eyes now carried some doubt and thoughtfulness. Xie Wan, are you guys arguing? Yes, he said you're prettier than me, and I said he's got bad eyesight. Xie Wan's nonsense finally made Lan Lan show a faint smile. Xie Wan took out a can of mackerel from her bag. It was a specialty given by Lan Lan's parents when they visited her. The mackerel was made by Xie Xiaoyan's food factory. She opened the can, and the smell of mackerel meat wafted into Huang's nose. Xie Wan took a small piece and held it in her hand. Huang licked it up in one go. Huh. It smells pretty good. Huang's eyes widened, as if asking for more. Xie Wan shamelessly stood up, holding the can, and pulled Lan Lan, saying, Lan Lan, let's go back to the yard. I'll tell you, many families in the housing area keep mongrel dogs, and they're much better tempered than some merit dogs. Huang immediately got anxious, biting Xie Wan's pant leg to stop her from leaving. Xie Wan looked down. What's wrong? Want to stay with us? We ordinary folks don't deserve to play with a prestigious merit dog like you. We're only good enough to tease the stray dogs and make them act cute. Huang was triggered. To think it would prefer to play with the stray dogs instead of her? This was too much to bear. Isn't it just acting cute? I can do it, I just choose not to. With a firm decision, Huang released Xie Wan's pants and placed its front paw on Lu Lan's leg. Lu Lan was initially startled and didn't dare move, feeling very nervous. But when Huang let go of her, stood upright, and gave a bow to her, Lu Lan was stunned.
Can it bow?
Xie Wan proudly said, Our Huang can do many things. Huang was so praised that it became a bit proud, and even started walking upright. Lu Lan was immediately drawn in and, feeling a bit excited, pulled Xie Wan aside. Xie Wan, look. Huang is walking like a person, haha, so funny. This was the first time Lu Lan had laughed in months. Xie Wan handed her a can of fish and said, It's asking for food. Try feeding it. Lu Lan crouched down again, mimicking Xie Wan's earlier action, and held a piece of fish in her palm. Huang quickly took the fish into its mouth. When the dog's tongue licked her palm, her heart fluttered, but she wasn't scared. Instead, she found it interesting. Huang also responded well, finishing the fish and then rubbing its head against Lu Lan's hand. She kept feeding it, and after eating, Huang performed even more enthusiastically. It rolled to Lu Lan's feet, nuzzling and licking, and sometimes giving her a charming look with its shiny black eyes. Lu Lan was completely won over by Huang. The two sisters spent the whole afternoon at the dog shelter. Lu Lan not only became familiar with Huang, but also met several other heroic dogs. A bright smile appeared on her face. While playing with the dogs, Xie Wan went to find the director, Zhang. She had an idea. Director Zhang, are you still looking for a temporary worker to take care of the dogs? Zhang replied, our temporary cleaner was originally a family member of an official. Now she found a better job and quit. What do you think? Dr. Xie, do you have a relative who wants to come work at the shelter? Hearing this, Xie Wan thought it might work and said to Zhang, please help me keep this job open for a couple of days. I need to go home and discuss with my dad and my relative to see if she's willing to come work here. On the way home, Xie Wan shared her thoughts with Lu Lan. Surprisingly, Lu Lan didn't resist at all. She only worried, Xiao Wan, do you think I can do it? Xie Wan joked with her, instead of cleaning the house every day, you might as well come to the shelter and take care of her Huang and the others. It's okay. Director Zhang has a good relationship with me, and the dog farm is actually managed by my dad. What are you afraid of? Lu Lan, who was originally a high school student working at the dog farm, felt somewhat underappreciated. But given her current mental state, forcing her to interact with others would only increase her stress and make recovery harder. Spending time with the dogs can actually help heal her heart. From her expression, it's clear she loves dogs, so it's a good fit. Although Xie Wan studies pet psychology, she knows she can't fully indulge patients with depression. She needs to find ways to distract them and help them rediscover their interest in life, reigniting their passion. This is a long process. This afternoon at the dog farm, Lu Lan was very happy, which was already a good first step. During this time, it's wise not to trigger her pain and to let her spend more time with animals. With Xie Wan's persuasion, Lu Lan agreed to work at the dog farm. The rest was simple. Xie Dahong just needed to inform the farm, and everything would be settled. During dinner, the Xie family was happily eating when Qin Mai returned. Even Xie Wan was a bit surprised. Hey, didn't you say you might not make it this weekend? Qin Mai looked at his wife with a smile. He didn't dare say that a few days ago, his wife kept making sarcastic comments on the phone, asking if he had flirted with female team members, which scared him. He immediately went to find Chu Jiangnan, canceled Saturday's plans, took leave, and drove to South City in the afternoon. After dinner, the couple returned home. On the way, Xie Wan asked Qin Mai, is my cousin pretty? Qin Mai replied, not as pretty as you. Xie Wan immediately shook off his arm and snorted coldly, you really peeked at my cousin, didn't you? I noticed it just now when you introduced her. You looked at her several times. Qin Mai raised his hands in surrender. I didn't peek. I just looked openly twice. The first time, I was surprised because I thought you and your sister looked a bit alike. So I looked again to confirm. But then I realized you're much prettier. Xie Wan was just teasing him. She pretended to be serious and asked, all right then, my cousin doesn't count. Who do you think is prettier among the other female team members compared to me? Qin Mai, recalling what happened earlier, pretended to be confused. How would I know? I haven't even looked at them. Don't remember what they look like. Xie Wan pursed her lips and asked in a stern tone, don't you think I'm the prettiest? Humph. Qin Mai, don't say you haven't seen them. If you haven't, how can you recognize people? You just think someone is prettier than me in your heart.
Qin Mai was confused.
Is that really a problem? You're beautiful. I swear you're the prettiest. I'm just worried you'll think I'm after the female team members, Xie Wan insisted.
So, have you looked or not?
Qin Mai was about to go crazy. What's the right way to answer? There are no books like love guides in this era. Xie Wan's question was too advanced for a straightforward guy like Qin Mai. Seeing Qin Mai break out in cold sweat and look panicked, Xie Wan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. That was the end of the matter. Forget it, I'll let you off. I know you're straightforward and can't play tricks. Just tell me, how did you get involved with Chu Jiangnan? Qin Mai was really brave. He honestly explained everything about Chu Jiangnan coming to see him that night. At the end, he even told Xie Wan, I also went to see Lao Chu and asked him to transfer his cousin back to the capital so she wouldn't bully you if I'm no longer in the special forces. Women are usually much more perceptive. Xie Wan immediately realized that Chu Jiangnan was interested in her husband. But from Qin Mai's expression, he was still confused. Xie Wan chose not to point it out. She continued asking, what do you mean? Are you leaving the special forces? Qin Mai had come back specifically because he missed his wife, but there was another big reason. He wanted to discuss this matter with Xie Wan. He told her about his plan to be promoted to deputy battalion commander and transfer units. However, he didn't mention another reason. The higher-ups didn't want them to be in the same unit. He knew that if he told her, Xie Wan might give in. There's no need for a couple to keep passing responsibilities back and forth. As a man, he could do well anywhere. Xie Wan thought for a moment and said, I think that's fine. The special forces are too dangerous. I was worried sick when you went to M country last time. She mainly considered Qin Mai's safety. She still didn't know if his previous dangerous ordeal was truly over. If Qin Mai went on another risky mission alone, she would keep worrying. Also, in the special forces, Chu Jiangnan is at the battalion level. Even if Qin Mai gets promoted to deputy battalion level, it would be hard for him to advance further. It might be better to return to the 2nd Division, where the leaders are familiar with him. If Qin Mai stays here for another 2 years, he might have a chance to be promoted to a full battalion leader. Seeing that Xie Wan agreed, Qin Mai finally relaxed. I will quickly respond to the organization. If I can transfer back to the 2nd Division, I will stay in Nancheng. Since you are in Yuqing this year, I can visit you often. Traveling from Nancheng to Yuqing is half the distance compared to traveling from the provincial capital. Qin Mai is considering returning to the 2nd Division because he also doesn't want the couple to be too far apart. Xie Wan is very happy about this. After a week of studying, she already guesses how busy her next year will be. She might not have much time to visit Nancheng often, so if Qin Mai can come to see her, that would be the best. The couple returned home and naturally spent the night being affectionate. Early the next morning, Qin Mai left for the provincial city. Xie Wan took Lu Lan into the city, bought her some clothes and daily necessities. She also took Lu Lan to Su Xingbai's house. Whenever Xie Wan returns to Nancheng, she makes time to visit Su's family to continue her traditional medicine studies. Usually, Su Xingbai assigns her homework, like reading books and memorizing case studies. At Su's house, Lu Lan felt a bit uncomfortable, but since it was her teacher's family, she didn't show it. She sat quietly on a small stool, listening to Su Xingbai answer Xie Wan's questions. Su Huiran tried several times to find excuses to come in and chat with Lu Lan. She nervously curled up and spoke so softly that it was almost inaudible. Before leaving, Su Huiran secretly pulled Xie Wan aside and asked, Your cousin, why are you afraid of me? Do I look scary? Xie Wan teased him, Senior brother, you don't fall for looks, do you? I think you like my cousin, huh? But I tell you, you have no chance. You're too flashy. You're not suitable for my cousin. What Xie Wan really meant was that Su Huiran was restless and not suitable for Lu Lan's situation. Su Huiran was disappointed. After Xie Wan and Lu Lan left, he surprisingly told Su Xingbai that he wanted to study medicine seriously. Su Xingbai rolled his eyes and scoffed. Every time a pretty girl rejects you, you say you'll study medicine seriously. But how many times have you actually stuck to it for 3 days? On the way home, Xie Wan told Lu Lan, Cousin, see, here no one spreads those messy rumors. You can go out confidently. Lu Lan softly replied, Xie Wan hugged her shoulder and said, You did nothing wrong in this. The one at fault is Li Disheng. He's already been punished and died. Why keep hurting yourself over the mistakes of a bad person? Tears rolled down Lu Lan's face as she choked out, but outside, people say I'm no longer pure. Xie Wan adjusted her shoulder and looked directly at her, saying, Lan Lan, I know words can be scary, but the reason they hurt is because you take them too seriously. You're in Nancheng now, and those people are outside your life. What they say, you can't hear or care about, right? Lu Lan initially wanted to say she cared, but suddenly felt she didn't care as much anymore. She slowly lifted her head and met Xie Wan's encouraging gaze, saying, Yes, I don't care. Xie Wan happily patted Lu Lan's shoulder, showing she's teachable. Although this was just the beginning, Xie Wan believed Lu Lan would get better over time. That afternoon, Xie Yanchao took Xie Wan back to Yuqing. 3 months passed quickly. Xie Wan was busy every day. By now, she had mostly caught up with her class and finished the basic courses from previous semesters. During her afternoon internship, Zhou Aimin still acted indifferent towards Xie Wan. She followed Zhou Aimin quietly, acting innocent like a good girl. Sometimes, even felt a little soft-hearted. But to prevent Xie Wan from graduating and causing trouble, told herself to stay firm. The other doctors and nurses in the emergency room often looked at Xie Wan with sympathy when they saw her following Zhou. After Zhou finished work, Xie Wan became lively again, completely different from when Zhou was around. Senior, split the patient records with me today. I'll help organize them. Xie Wan grabbed half a stack of records from Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo was the one who kept and organized Zhou patient records. He used to stay up late every night to finish the records, but now with Xie Wan helping, he felt much easier. Of course, all this was done secretly from Zhou. To do this, Xie Wan even learned to imitate Zhang Weiguo's handwriting. Writing and organizing records was tiring, but for a new student like Xie Wan, it was a great way to learn. The emergency room had all kinds of patients with different illnesses, and Xie Wan learned a lot from them. Xiao Wan, if we keep sneaking around like this and someday Zhou Laosher finds out, he'll definitely get mad at us, Zhang Weiguo said. He was kind-hearted and also thought Zhou was a bit too harsh on Xie Wan. She helped him organize records because there were too many, and he couldn't handle them alone, so he was happy to have help. But over time, he started to worry that if they got caught, he would be in big trouble. Dr. Wu came over and asked Xie Wan, "Hey, little sister, I'm on duty tonight. Do you want to stay and keep me company?" The words sounded a bit flirtatious, but both Xie Wan and Zhang Weiguo knew that Dr. Wu was just offering to give her some extra guidance. Since the last incident where she stitched up glass shards, Xie Wan had been eager to learn from Dr. Wu. His full name is Wu Jian, in his 30s, a funny and witty man. At first, Xie Wan was very flattering and asked him about his well-being, which surprised him. "Don't get any ideas about me. I have a family. If a young girl like you keeps giving me sweet talk, I might make a mistake." Dr. Wu joked lightly, but also warned her. Playfully, Xie Wan responded, "Brother Wu, since you call yourself my brother, then from now on, I'll be your little sister. Don't worry, I'm married to a tall, handsome husband. I won't fall for anyone else. Brother, I just want you to secretly take care of me." So, in the emergency room, she officially became a half-sister to Wu Jian. Whenever Wu Jian was on night shift, Xie Wan usually stayed to learn. When patients came in at night, Wu Jian would teach her step by step. For simple stitches, he would let her handle it directly. At first, Zhang Weiguo also helped, but eventually he couldn't keep up and stopped always staying. Xie Wan called this strategy building the road openly while secretly crossing the river. She couldn't waste the hard-earned learning opportunities just because Zhou held prejudices against her. Wu Jian placed a pile of patient records on her desk. "Organize these with mine too," he said. Xie Wan didn't feel he was pushing her too hard. Instead, she was happy to get more cases to learn from. The head nurse also came over and asked, "Xie Xiao, do you want me to bring back some food for you?" Xie Wan took out her meal ticket and handed her aluminum lunchbox to the nurse, smiling sweetly. "Hongmei Jia, thank you. You're like my real sister." Xie Wan was young, sweet-talking, and generous. Over the past 3 months, she had become close with the nurses. But she knew that wouldn't be enough to win everyone's trust. She had a secret weapon. Xie Wan used traditional Chinese medicine and spiritual spring water from her space to create a special medicinal paste that could brighten her skin. Originally, she made this paste for Lulan, but later she brought some to the hospital and gave a little to nurse Hao Hongmei. At first, Hao Hongmei was skeptical, but after seeing Xie Wan's skin, she decided to try it herself. To her surprise, her skin did indeed become noticeably whiter. Xie Wan's medicinal mud suddenly became very popular in the emergency department. All the nurses and female doctors asked Xie Wan for it. Some were even willing to pay for it. Throughout history, women's pursuit of beauty has always been relentless. Now, Xie Wan is seen as a beauty expert among the women in the emergency department, and everyone is eager to get close to her. After dinner, an emergency patient arrived with a severed finger. The patient's index finger was cut off by a sharp tool, leaving only a small amount of flesh and skin connected. Wu Jian needed to take the patient to the operating room and asked Hao Hongmei to call Xie Wan to join. Our country's surgical techniques are still quite basic, but finger replantation has been studied since the 1950s and 1960s. By the 1970s, it had reached a certain level. Today, without many advanced tools, surgeons rely entirely on manual stitching of blood vessels, tendons, nerves, and skin to reattach the finger. Not many doctors can perform the surgery, but Wu Jian is one of them. Although he is not very old, Wu Jian studied abroad and is among the best surgeons at the hospital. When Xie Wan entered, Wu Jian greeted her. "Xie Wan, today I'll show you something impressive. You'll assist me and see how I sew blood vessels and nerves. You've practiced tendon suturing for a while now, so I'll let you handle that." Xie Wan looked at the bloody, severed finger and gasped quietly.
It was a serious task.
The patient was already under local anesthesia. Xie Wan was a bit excited and stood opposite Wu Jian. Wu Jian began working and teaching her at the same time. Replanting this finger mainly restores the shape of the bone. To regain full finger function, the key is how well the blood vessels, nerves, and tendons recover. The most important is the blood vessel suturing because good blood flow is essential for survival. If the blood flow isn't smooth, the replantation might fail. Next is the suturing of tendons and nerves, which affects function recovery. The better the suturing, the higher the success rate, but fully restoring function is still quite difficult. While speaking, Wu Jian had already prepared the incision on the patient's finger and told Xie Wan, "You start with the tendon suturing first. I'll supervise you." Xie Wan was a little nervous. She had been learning tendon suturing from Wu Jian recently. She secretly practiced every weekend in the simulation room, repeatedly using a cow's leg. But working on a real human finger for the first time was different. She carefully examined the injury. The cut end of the index finger was at the base, damaging the superficial flexor tendon and the deep flexor tendon. Furthermore, the injury to the extensor tendon was particularly severe. Normally, this finger was almost useless. Even if sewn up, it could only regain about 30% of its function. Wu Jian pointed to the extensor tendon and said, "First, sew the extensor tendon. For the finger, extending function is more complicated than bending. Don't worry if you sew it wrong, I will remind you." Xie Wan turned to the instrument nurse and said, "Give me thread number 3. After receiving the thread, Xie Wan took a deep breath. She first used forceps to tighten the ends of the tendon, then flipped the forceps to expose the cut surface. She quickly adjusted the tendon's alignment and carefully stitched the far and near ends together, crossing the needle at an angle. Her entire sewing process was fast and precise, and Wu Jian nodded secretly. Wu Jian didn't know that Xie Wan had practiced tendon suturing over 100 times on cow legs and thought this was her first attempt. He admired her talent and her strong hands. He secretly planned to take over Zhou Aimin's apprentice. "Old Zhou, you've been mistaken. When I bring this apprentice out, I'll blind your old eyes with how talented she is. Haha, when Xie Wan becomes a famous doctor, others will ask who she learned her skills from, and she'll have to say she learned from me." Wu Jian. After Xie Wan finished sewing the extensor tendon, Wu Jian checked her work himself. He was a bit worried that she sewed so quickly and the tendon might not be properly aligned. But upon inspection, he was surprised. The two ends had already become a complete tendon, perfectly matched. Good, keep going. Wu Jian thought he had found a treasure. Next year, he could start teaching students himself. He even considered convincing Xie Wan to continue learning under him. Sewing tendons doesn't require many stitches, but each stitch must be precise, which is very challenging. In Wu Jian's view, the tendon Xie Wan just sewn was already at an intermediate level, only slightly below his own skill. After finishing all the tendon sutures, Xie Wan carefully observed Wu Jian sew blood vessels and nerves. Suturing blood vessels and nerves is even harder. The equipment is simple and all procedures must be done under a microscope. This tests both eyesight and patience. Wu Jian's hands moved skillfully with the needle holder, like magic, mesmerizing Xie Wan. When sewing blood vessels, remember to first stitch a few stitches around the vein and the surrounding soft tissue and skin. This helps protect the blood vessel from drying out and damage. This is my personal experience, so learn from it. Wu Jian was sewing and also teaching Xie Wan. It was nearly 3 hours for a finger replantation surgery. In the end, Xie Wan completed the skin suturing. The patient's finger had regained its color, and Wu Jian asked the patient to try bending and straightening the finger. Because of the local anesthesia, the patient remained fully awake throughout. The patient bent the finger, and aside from some pain, there was a response. When straightened, there was no problem. Wu Jian was sure the surgery was very successful. Once fully healed, the finger's function could recover to over 80%. 4 finger replantation surgeries in this era, that is considered quite successful. After the nurse took the patient away, Wu Jian stretched and said, "I want to rest for a while. You cover the late-night shift for me." Xie Wan quickly agreed and left the operating room. Wu Jian, trusting Xie Wan to help with the late shift, showed he completely trusted her. If there were difficult patients, Xie Wan would naturally wake him up. There weren't many patients late at night, so the nurses were dozing off at their desks. Only Xie Wan was still thinking about the recent surgery. She knew how important what Wu Jian taught her was. In the military, injuries like finger or arm amputations are common, and she might encounter them often in the future. Since there were no patients, Xie Wan secretly found a quiet spot and slipped into the space. She originally wanted to continue practicing with the cow leg she had tested hundreds of times before. But just then, her brother Xie woke up and started complaining. "With such a bloody cow leg, how long are you going to keep it inside? Do you know I smell blood every day when I sleep?" The cow leg was from a fight among the ranch's cattle, and after one was badly injured, Xie Wan had cut it open. Because the space could preserve the body, she kept practicing on the cow's corpse. She even moved the cow leg into the room with the lottery machine and set up a temporary operating table there. Xie's complaints made Xie Wan respond with her own teasing. "This is just the space function your old ancestor gave us. It's not very useful. You do all these fancy things, but they're all old-fashioned stuff. At least give me some modern gadgets. If you set up a real operating room or medical system, I'd call you Grandpa every day, help you earn gold bars, and boost your energy points." Xie was unhappy and scolded. "Those things you mentioned. My old man doesn't understand them. However, if you have the ability to open that house." At this point, Xie suddenly stopped, as if afraid of revealing something. Xie Wan also sensed there was a problem. "That house. Are you talking about the wall over at the ranch? Is it a house? What's inside?" Xie pretended to be clueless. I don't know anything." No matter how much Xie Wan asked, Xie refused to speak further. This only made Xie Wan more curious. Last time, after the space upgrade, she only had one bracelet, which looked like it was only half upgraded. Recently, Xie Wan was busy and had no time to find the other bracelet. Summer vacation was coming soon, and she was determined to find the other half of the bracelet. She also didn't dare stay long in the space. Although she could hear outside sounds inside, she was still afraid of being discovered. She cut a piece of beef shank, brought it back to her office, covered it with a few layers of oil paper, and reviewed the technique Wu Jian used to sew blood vessels and nerves. Just before dawn, she took the beef back into the space. Xie Wan used to stay up all night for cultivation, which wasn't a big problem. But now, she had no time to cultivate and stayed up late every day, so she naturally became tired. Wu Jian got up at 6 to change shifts and told Xie Wan to rest. She returned to her dormitory, slept for an hour, then got up quickly to rush to class. During class, she often dozed off. Many doctors at the affiliated hospital had teaching duties at school. Today, the lecturer was Zhou Aimin. Zhou Aimin taught diagnostics, a rather difficult subject. Seeing Xie Wan sleeping on the desk, Zhou Aimin looked at her with disgust, thinking, why wait another year? The final exams are coming soon anyway. Xie Wan will definitely fail every subject, so she might as well just leave now. Unbeknownst to her, passing diagnostics would be nearly impossible for Xie Wan. Zhou Aimin didn't oversee other subjects, but she was certain Xie Wan wouldn't pass. Chun Qian, sitting next to Xie Wan, noticed Zhou Aimin's angry gaze and quickly kicked her under the desk. Xie Wan was startled awake, dazed, and saw Zhou Aimin's look of disdain. She immediately pretended to be innocent, squinting her eyes and giving Zhou Aimin a pleading smile. Zhou Aimin asked Xie Wan for the first time, "Xie Wan, tell me, what are the key points in diagnosing appendicitis?" Xie Wan was stunned and stood up confused. It had been 3 months, and apart from the first day, when Zhou Aimin said she wasn't her teacher, she had never spoken to her again. Wow, has the sun risen from the west? Could it be that teacher Zhou was moved by my sincerity and finally willing to teach me? Xie Wan felt a little excited. Seeing her standing there happily, not saying a word for a long time, Zhou Aimin grew even angrier. The question he asked Xie Wan was already quite simple. He just wanted everyone to see how unmotivated this trainee was. When they eventually dismiss her, she won't cause trouble for the school. You can't even answer this? And you're always sleeping in class. Do you know you're wasting the country's resources?
Get out.
Only then did Xie Wan realize she had been overly hopeful. Teacher Zhou still didn't like her as always.